Chapter 1. What is seen but not seen is called Xiyi. What is heard but not heard is called Xiyi. Though you were born in this world, unloved by your father and scorned by your mother, and with no one to know you, our meeting today signifies a bond of fate. Henceforth, you shall be named Xiyi. The old man, riding on a blue ox, gently stroked the head of the child in his arms and spoke with a warm smile. The child, in a state of confusion, nodded in a dazed manner. The azure ox, with its watchful eyes, carried the duo slowly away, vanishing into the tempestuous steel jungle of wind and snow. "Master, I am cold," the child murmured. "The cycle of all things is ever-changing, Xiyi. You were born amidst heaven and earth in this world, and must perceive all beings as equals. You must treat them all with impartiality," the old man replied. Oh," the child responded. "Huh." Observing the child with a runny nose, who seemed utterly earnest yet incomprehending, the old man burst into hearty laughter and removed his rough robe, wrapping it tightly around the child. "If you can truly regard all beings as equals, then not even the tempest of snowflakes nor the calamities of heaven shall harm you." "Oh," the child replied. 5 years later, the sun hung high in the sky. Xiyi, now transformed from a child into a youth, poured water into a tank, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and entered the house. At this hour, the old man, who usually meditated indoors, stood by the window with an expression of tranquility. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Xiyi's heart. "Xiyi," the old man began, "our bond as master and disciple has come to an end." The moment he spoke, an icy chill coursed through Xiyi's body. "I have lingered here for thousands of years, savoring the myriad experiences of the world, and have achieved fulfillment. It is time for me to depart." Xiyi opened his mouth, yet ultimately remained silent. He knelt heavily, prostrating himself before the old man. When he rose, the old man had vanished, and even the small courtyard where they had lived for 5 years had disappeared. "Master." Snow had begun to fall from the sky, and before long, a fierce wind arose, transforming the delicate flurries into a blizzard. It was reminiscent of that very night. The difference was that the child who once trembled in the cold had now become a fearless youth amidst the storm. On this night, Xiyi left that place and ascended a small hill, constructing a modest abode identical to that of his master. Time flew by, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as dawn broke, Xiyi returned from the vegetable garden in the back to find a distressed villager waiting for him. "Little Taoist, I implore you, save my son," the man exclaimed, attempting to kneel before Xiyi. The youth quickly grasped his arm. "Uncle He, do not rush, please tell me slowly." Uncle He was a farmer, a man of the land by lineage. His ancestors had fled warfare to settle in the small Qing mountain, establishing He village at its base. With the cessation of hostilities and the stabilization of society, the younger generation had ventured into the cities for work, leaving behind fewer than 20 elderly villagers. Uncle He had a son who, during his wife's pregnancy, was injured, causing a miscarriage. Though the infant had drawn breath at birth, he became a vegetable, and Uncle He's wife soon passed away, leaving him to weep inconsolably while cradling his helpless child. Perhaps out of divine compassion, Uncle He somehow managed to raise the infant. Although his son could not speak and lay in bed, Uncle He was constantly burdened with worry. He often pondered how his unfortunate son would survive should he himself depart this world. This question had plagued him for decades, unresolved until last night. After decades of lying in bed, his son suddenly rose. Uncle He was initially overjoyed. The plight of every parent is to see their steadfast devotion rewarded with the dawn after the storm. However, he soon noticed that his son's complexion was not only rosy and radiant, but that he appeared robust, having returned from a woodcutting venture with a sizable load and transformed their home into a pristine abode, even preparing a sumptuous feast for him. It was then that Uncle He realized something was amiss. This was not recovery, it was a mere fleeting glimpse of life. He dared not speak further and waited outside Xiyi's abode until his son fell asleep. With no doctors in the village, seeking one in town was too hasty, and even then, it might prove futile. Uncle He sought Xiyi, for although the youth had never showcased any miraculous abilities, He was a Taoist, perhaps possessing some unique method. After listening to Uncle He's tale, Xiyi said little and followed him down the mountain. The rugged path was fraught with danger, and Uncle He, anxious, stumbled several times, nearly plummeting over the precipice, but Xiyi caught him each time. Upon arriving at Uncle He's home and gazing at the shut door, Uncle He was suddenly struck by a sense of dread. He threw open the door and rushed into his son's room. As he stepped inside, he was met with a shocking sight. Where the bed once lay, only a thin coffin remained. Stumbling closer, he saw his son's serene face resting within, and upon touching him, he found the body cold as ice, evidently lifeless for some time. When Xiyi entered, he found Uncle He, hair turned gray, numbly leaning against the coffin, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. He approached and sighed in resignation. The chapter was not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue the captivating tale. Suddenly, he noticed that in his son's icy grasp lay an envelope. After a moment's hesitation, he took the envelope and handed it to Uncle He before slowly departing. As he reached the door, he found himself recalling Uncle He's gray hair. His connection with He village was merely a nodding acquaintance. He rarely descended the mountain, and the villagers seldom ventured up. The mountain was home to wild beasts and numerous solitary graves even on sunny days. The small Qing mountain bore an eerie atmosphere, prompting villagers to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. His relationship with Uncle He was somewhat closer, for when he first arrived, Uncle He had assisted him in managing the vegetable garden. Witnessing the tragedy that had befallen Uncle He's family weighed heavily on his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew a crumpled stack of small bills from his robe pocket. His savings accrued over 10 years from selling a bit and cultivating vegetables. It amounted to roughly 200 coins, enough to purchase about 200 kilograms of rice at that time. Uncle He had come with hope only to return in despair, leaving Xiyi with a profound sense of discomfort. He considered this a means to express his uncertain remorse. Upon returning to his home, he placed the money on the table and departed. The following day, Uncle He was discovered dead in his home, beside his son's coffin. With no heirs, and the village devoid of youth, a few elderly villagers managed to construct a thin coffin for him, burying him alongside his son on the small Qing mountain. Xiyi stood at the cliff's edge, staring blankly at the departing villagers, rendered speechless for a long while. Xiyi did not comprehend the scriptures of ordinary Taoists, nor did he understand the methods of transference. Strictly speaking, he was not a true Taoist. Over 15 years, his master had imparted to him a single moral teaching, which he had pondered deeply over the years, increasingly finding his master's wisdom to be of towering stature. Each time he recited it in silence, he gleaned some insight. Though he had made some modest progress, he was hesitant to inscribe his reflections upon the sacred text, feeling unworthy to leave a mark upon such a revered work. Witnessing the plight of Uncle He and his son, he often felt a profound emptiness within, akin to a vessel nearing fullness, yet failing to achieve completion, regardless of how much was added. Convinced that this void was a flaw within himself, he ceased descending the mountain, subsisting on the produce from his garden and wild fruits. Unbeknownst to him, his appetite had grown increasingly faint as he nourished himself on the morning sun's purple energy and quenched his thirst with the essence of the moon. Years passed unnoticed, and one day, a stirring within him revealed that the world had transformed into a vibrant tapestry. The sun shone not blindingly, and he could walk through the earth's fiery core without feeling scorched even amidst the heavy snowfall. He remained unperturbed, clad in his coarse robe. He could even perceive the distant cosmos, where countless stars exploded in radiant bursts. Uncertain of what changes had transpired within him, he felt an inexplicable joy. Suppressing his excitement, he cast his gaze downward, only to be momentarily taken aback. The once dilapidated He village had undergone a complete transformation. The old, crumbling tile houses had been replaced with splendid villas, and the cracked earthen paths had been paved with concrete. Once a village filled with the elderly, now the air was alive with the laughter and chatter of villagers. Good. Xiyi nodded in approval. How is it that this old fellow still clings to life? How has he managed to endure for so long? The land certificate is held by that old wretch. I cannot sell it. I must devise a scheme to deceive him. Heh. He'll buy an acre of land for 8,000. It can fetch 100,000 when sold. Rural folk are easily fooled. Xiyin, you've made your father despair. Huh. What profit is there in growing crops? Selling out for factories and houses is the true way. You stubborn old fool, refusing to sign? Let's see who will care for you if you don't. The village earns 150,000. It'll take 15 million. With credentials and wealth, the initial investment was not in vain. The authorities plan to invest in road construction by convention. I shall take half, and the rest is for you to manage. A strange voice resonated within his heart, leaving Xiyi momentarily stunned as he gazed at the harmonious village, struggling to find words. People. He sat on the cliff, staring blankly at the seemingly familiar village below, remaining in silence for 7 days. Perhaps I should descend and truly explore this world. When the sun rose for the 8th time, he departed from this place. True to his name, his arrival went unnoticed, and his departure was equally unremarked, as if no one cared. Following the road into the city, his unique appearance drew little attention. After all, the current societal atmosphere is exceedingly liberal. If one is shameless, one could even run naked down the street, enjoying 15 days of state rations while honing writing and speaking skills. Where did that star come from? Look at his foolish demeanor. What a peculiar outfit. Is he starting a new trend? Heh. No wonder it's e.g. they're so easily deceived. This is the 99th. What's that smelly DS staring at? Xiyin is clearly beneath. What nonsensical drivel. No wonder it's a backward nation. Nothing compares to the West. Heh. Is this SH not a star? What can I find some money? Xiyi arrived with enthusiasm, only to leave the city disheartened. He journeyed far and wide, never ceasing his travels for decades. Eventually, he grew weary of entering cities, spending most of his time in the depths of ancient forests. He had witnessed renowned sights and encountered various creatures. He even lived alongside a massive tiger for 2.5 years. He held a peculiar fondness for this adorable yet majestic beast. Who could resist a charming golden-shaded cat? Golden-shaded cat. Hello? Having appeared in the world numerous times without any deliberate concealment, Xiyi attracted the attention of the nation's special agencies. A person perpetually out of sync with the world, whose appearance had remained unchanged for decades, sparked immense curiosity. Name? Xiyi. Gender? Male. Age? I should be nearing 90 this year. Where's your hometown? I suppose it's an ex-province. Who are your parents? I do not know in my memories. They abandoned me. Do you have any relatives? Relatives? That is to say, I have a master. Who is he? Where is he? I believe his name is Li ere he is no longer in this world. Facing the bewildered expressions of the two burly men, Xiyi remained unfazed, even taking a leisurely sip of tea. After a brief exchange of glances, one of the men remarked meaningfully, "You look no older than 30. Xiyi paused, then solemnly retrieved a book of morals from his pocket and placed it on the table. This action left the two men at a loss. All that I have learned is from this book. My ageless appearance is likewise due to it, he stated. The two men exchanged confused glances. Xiyi stood up. The people of this land are the greatest wealth in this world. I hope you cherish them well, for I have no means to repay. He offered a deep bow towards a particular direction. The expressions of the two men shifted simultaneously, for that direction concealed a hidden camera. This bow lasted long, a full half-hour. The two interrogators were at a loss, with no instructions relayed through their earpieces, merely watching Xiyi bow. Upon completing the gesture, Xiyi straightened and smiled faintly. The ties of this world have concluded. I must take my leave. With that, he opened the door and departed without waiting for a response. It was not until much later that the two interrogators regained their senses, gazing at the door that had mysteriously opened, speechless. A transcendent being, we must treat him with respect henceforth. An instruction from above echoed in their earpieces. Xiyi was not a villain of great malice. Although he had gathered much information, it was quite straightforward. His life journey could be summarized as follows. Wander the world, amuse cats, continue wandering, play, wander again. Essentially, that was it. The nation is indeed capable of embracing individuals. Those above presumed that Xiyi's departure referred to a retreat into the remote mountains for arduous cultivation. In truth, he intended to leave this world entirely. However, before he departed, he made a point to visit the tiger he had previously encountered, as it could be deemed his first companion. In a display of affection, he playfully ruffled the creature's large head, despite the reluctant expression on its face. To a certain moment, this planet lost an individual known as Xiyi. Having traversed the world for decades, he had perused an innumerable array of books. Initially, he had done so in secret, leading the librarian to mistakenly regard him as a book thief, aside from receiving a couple of swift blows with a broom. Everything had unfolded rather splendidly. Concerning his own situation and the path he sought, he had been unable to extract any answers from the vast ocean of literature. Many aspects within the books contradicted his own knowledge. Generally speaking, individuals like him were referred to as cultivators, practitioners of the Tao, or immortals. Though their aspirations varied, the destination remained the same. Standing upon the desolate lunar surface, Xiyi cast one final glance at the azure planet. Time, in essence, is an abstract concept, merely a construct of humanity, not applicable to the vast cosmos. As he soared through the universe with remarkable swiftness, he emitted no trace of earthly existence, moving with an astonishing rapidity. Were one to observe from the microscopic realm, the light particles emitted from burning stars would pale in comparison to his velocity, which in certain respects defied the knowledge presented in those books. His eyes were extraordinary. He could accurately perceive black holes and even discern their operational mechanics. After an indeterminate duration of flight, he encountered his first intriguing phenomenon, another intelligent civilization, according to the knowledge from his homeland. He found himself approximately 450 light-years away. This civilization was peculiar, having arisen from the ruins of a prior society. Their forms, while humanoid, featured two heads with rounded triangular skulls, in addition to their two arms. They possessed an extra limb protruding from their backs, and foreleg beneath them, their exposed skin exhibiting a unique shade of gray. Based on Xiyi's observations, their physical capabilities were around 6 times that of a typical human. Their technological advancements mirrored their eccentric aesthetic. In some areas, they wielded traditional melee weapons, while in others, they brandished devices resembling melee weapons that could unleash formidable energy blasts. Xiyi even witnessed these intelligent beings piloting bizarre, cylindrical spaceships to capture asteroids in the cosmos. After a period of observation, he discerned that this civilization operated under a system akin to slavery, with the subjugated utilizing cold weapons primarily for laborious tasks, such as mining and excavating ruins. Xiyi harbored no intentions of altering the civilization. He merely found them fascinating and, after a time, departed to continue his journey. Subsequently, he encountered dozens of civilizations, some powerful enough to create miniature black holes or weapons reminiscent of two-dimensional foils. Yet none perceived Xiyi, the observer. Others were weaker, still in their primitive stages, their physical forms not yet fully developed. After traversing an expanse of vacuum, he stumbled upon a faint mist for the first time. His previously omnipotent vision faltered, unable to penetrate the obscuring haze. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured into the mist, only to face yet another setback. Within the fog, he sensed a colossal force drawing him in. Whenever he exerted greater strength, this force would correspondingly intensify. At an unknown juncture, he beheld a massive black hole ensnaring dozens of galaxy clusters, which disintegrated upon contact with the mist, their matter transforming into something exceedingly difficult to observe. Time slipped away, and the mist's motion seemed to establish a certain rhythm, slowly expelling a newly formed black hole. This nascent black hole rapidly distanced itself from the fog, resembling a frightened girl fleeing from a rogue. This mist must be akin to a cosmic membrane, Xiyi mused, relinquishing his resistance and allowing the mist to guide him. After an indeterminate duration, following the mist's pull, he felt as though he had resurfaced from beneath water, entering an entirely different realm. Upon opening his eyes, Xiyi was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated leaving the universe, envisioning a world filled with bubble-like realms as described in his readings. However, before him lay only an unfathomable void. This revelation left him perplexed. Glancing back, he saw the mist rushing toward him at an unparalleled velocity. In truth, it was merely the universe expanding. After a moment's reflection, he summoned all his strength and surged forward at full speed toward the horizon. The precise speed of Xiyi at full throttle remained an enigma for the time being. Before long, the vast universe that once loomed behind him appeared as mere planets in his eyes. As he barreled forward, he suddenly collided with something akin to glass. As the glass shattered, he glimpsed a new universe. The previous void was not devoid of substance. Each universe possessed its unique form. He had just breached the barrier of the universe, and his body had yet to fully acclimate, which is why he had not seen the other universes that, in his reckless haste, he inadvertently shattered the boundary of a universe. Of course, such a negligible wound was inconsequential in the grand scheme of the vast cosmos. Upon entering the new universe, Xiyi had yet to observe his surroundings when a soul-stirring roar reverberated through him, and a gigantic hand, clenched into a fist, struck toward him in his field of vision. This fist loomed overwhelmingly large, its size potentially exceeding that of the Milky Way in the previous universe. Xiyi furrowed his brow, his form expanding rapidly, and he extended his palm to casually grasp the descending fist. The attack was effortlessly neutralized by Xiyi. That moment, he beheld the visage of his assailant, a humanoid creature with the head of a dragon. Towering beyond measure, draped in resplendent garments woven from the stars, its dragon-like eyes shimmering with brilliance, it glared at Xiyi, its massive wings stirring the space around them, shattering the fabric of reality like glass. Just as Xiyi prepared to observe further, another attack was unleashed. The torrent of brilliant flames erupted from the creature's mouth, and amidst the flames, Xiyi discerned various beings roaring at him. Yet he felt no fear. With his other hand, he spread his fingers wide and brought it down upon the flames, extinguishing the fiery deluge instantaneously. Both of the creature's assaults had been effortlessly thwarted by Xiyi. The humanoid figure, realizing it could not easily overcome Xiyi, exerted force to withdraw its arm from his grip. With a fierce roar, an endless radiance emanated from its hands, illuminating the entirety of the universe. This light coalesced into a staff, atop which a golden ring began to rotate slowly. Xiyi gazed upon it and felt as though he glimpsed the very laws governing the cosmos. A mysterious name surfacing in his mind. Creation Staff. He muttered it under his breath, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. The entity engaging him in combat was likely a deity akin to the creator of this universe. The distinctions between universes could not be entirely uniform, in the previous universe. The intelligent civilizations he encountered were predominantly technologically inclined, thus failing to uncover the existence of deities. This current universe, however, was likely one rooted in cultivation or fantastical elements. His unintentional breach of this universe's barrier had undoubtedly marked him as an intruder, who would welcome a thief breaking into their home with open arms. The dragon-headed creator deity let out a thunderous roar, raising the staff high above. While the golden ring atop it began to spin with increasing velocity. In that instant, Xiyi was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of hostility. This was the collective malice of the entire universe directed at him. The intruder. What does it feel like to be crushed by an entire universe? Xiyi is fortunate enough to experience this sensation at present. However, the garment bestowed upon him by his master emanates a faint luminescence, shielding him from the insidious malice lurking in the unseen. Fellow cultivator, I bear no ill intent on this journey. My previous actions were unintentional, and I hope for your understanding, he explained to the creator god, who regarded him with fierce contempt while brandishing the divine staff aloft. The creator god, wielding the staff of creation, gestured towards him, summoning an exquisite torrent of boundless cosmic principles that cascaded down upon Xiyi. With resignation, Xiyi extended his palm and pressed downward, causing the celestial patterns to invert and the rivers of stars to flow backward, as the cosmic deluge gradually dissipated into nothingness. The confrontation between the two parties transcended mere verbal description. Should a technologically advanced civilization witness this, they would merely observe the disruption of celestial movements without comprehension. Conversely, A civilization steeped in the ways of cultivation would perceive it as an unpredictable alteration of the universe. And even the fortunate few who glimpsed the simultaneous existence of both entities would have their perceptions twisted into monstrous forms by the wills of the combatants. The struggle between the creator god and Xiyi inflicted significant damage upon this universe. Observing that his attack was effortlessly neutralized by Xiyi, the creator god finally spoke. "Who are you?" His language was not one that Xiyi recognized, yet he understood it nonetheless. "I am Xiyi, a visitor from beyond, and I have caused offense in the past." Despite possessing the staff of creation and bearing the title of creator god, Xiyi perceived his adversary's assaults as somewhat immature. Reliant solely on raw energy, the means of invoking the rules of the universe to attack remained fundamentally centered around the staff of creation. The regulations governing the cosmos were not uniform. In the previous universe, Xiyi had not encountered any beings akin to the creator god or the staff of creation. Through their hasty skirmish, he had gleaned sufficient insight into the essence of this creator god, rendering him unafraid. However, he felt reluctant to initiate an attack, having breached the cosmic barrier. The creator god's staff pointed menacingly at Xiyi. "Intruder, this world does not welcome you. Depart from this realm." Xiyi sighed, offering a courteous bow of apology before vacating the ravaged universe. Their clash was brief, yet it shattered countless star systems. With a flick of his hand, he mended the breach he had created in the cosmic wall and continued his journey. He remained uncertain of his destination, yearning only to discover a universe that was not so odious and to engage in profound discourse with a fellow cultivator. After a brief period of acclimatization, he could now perceive the hidden realms of the cosmos, in this grand expanse. Countless universes twinkled like distant stars, fluctuating erratically. From his vantage point, the majority of the universes appeared as luminous orbs radiating a gentle glow, while some flickered out, plunging into silence. After a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself toward one of the dimmer universes. Silence, madness, distortion. These were the sensations that engulfed him upon entering this realm. This universe had reached the twilight of life. Typically, universes exuded a sense of order, rhythm, and coherence. Yet this one was chaotic, frantic. The pervasive malevolence and the twisted, frenzied will rendered him convinced that this universe had succumbed to utter insanity. He even beheld a planet adorned with countless writhing tentacles, careening through the cosmos and shattering innumerable celestial bodies in its wake. Countless peculiar entities that elicited his dismay also populated this chaotic expanse. After a moment's contemplation, he soared toward a relatively silent corner. There, he encountered an indescribable anomaly, shrouded in a gray mist, from which emanated incomprehensible murmurs. The core of the primal universe. Such information surfaced in Xiyi's mind. Surrounding this primal core, he beheld a multitude of bizarre entities, seemingly engaged in a chant, or perhaps in exaltation. Even with Xiyi's remarkable abilities, he could only occasionally decipher a few intelligible words from the strange murmurs. This sensation was akin to a programmer crafting an intricate piece of code, where among millions of lines, merely one or two proved to be functional. The peculiar beings also took notice of Xiyi, casting fleeting glances at the outsider before promptly returning to their bizarre revelry. Xiyi chose not to disrupt their festivities. After a period of observation, he departed from the scene. As he left, he seemed to hear a distant bark. Once outside, Xiyi continued his search throughout the cosmos. Yet disappointment shadowed him as he failed to encounter any entities capable of genuine communication. In a remote corner of this universe, he stumbled upon a planet reminiscent of Earth, only to find that the warped will of the cosmos had thoroughly transformed it. Although the civilization there evoked a sense of familiarity, he refrained from intervening, recognizing that this was not his domain. Upon departing, an invasion of radiant, shimmering bubbles appeared before Xiyi. Issuing a warning, he cast a glance at these bubbles and sighed. Once again, he tore through the fabric of the universe and exited this realm. The bubbles flickered with intermittent brilliance, remaining behind as they awaited his return for an extended duration. Xiyi pressed on with his journey. But disappointment persisted as it seemed every universe regarded him as an intruder, offering no welcome. Some entities, akin to primordial deities, would not hesitate to take action upon discovering him, while others, reminiscent of the core of the primordial universe, chose to ignore him. There were also advanced civilizations that sought to capture him upon noticing his presence, though they were ultimately unsuccessful. In summary, despite the prolonged duration of his travels, he had gleaned some knowledge. At the very least, the inception of a universe. Its own emitted light shines brightest, gradually dimming as it expands. Universes are not eternal. They possess lifespans, albeit lengthy ones. Universes can consume one another, with the victor radiating renewed brilliance, while the vanquished merges into the other. There are also instances of parity, where two or more universes intertwine, resulting in a mutual assimilation akin to parallel universes, particularly when no party exhibits a distinct advantage. In more technical terms, this represents the entanglement of information between universes, rather than merely identical leaves upon a single tree. After an indeterminate duration, Xiyi, drifting like a specter between various universes, suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. After a brief contemplation, he entered a universe radiating dazzling light. Jealousy, arrogance, lust, and selfishness. These are the sentiments this universe imparted upon him, which bore resemblance to the overwhelming majority of universes he had encountered. Yet, he swiftly sensed the uniqueness of this realm. Firstly, the civilizations within this universe exhibited a blend of mechanical and fantastical elements, setting it apart from all previous realms. Secondly, he discerned the presence of formidable beings, often revered as deities in certain universes. Ultimately, Xiyi arrived at a particular space within this universe. The being seated upon a throne cast a fleeting glance at him, continuing to indulge in their revelries with apparent ease. He recognized this entity as the creator deity of this universe. Fellow traveler, I am Xiyi. I find myself weary from my journey and humbly request a brief respite, he courteously offered with a bow. The creator deity, sipping from the exquisite wine presented by a beautiful companion, paid him no heed and continued to amuse themselves. Xiyi furrowed his brow and repeated his request, if it were a matter of course. The deity remained indifferent. He reiterated his request, this time raising his voice slightly. This provoked the creator deity into a furious response. Impudent! How dare you, a lowly mortal, address me in such a manner? Kneel, rising from their seat. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the deity, bearing down upon Xiyi. His expression remained placid as he regarded the creator deity with indifference. You are the creator of this universe. Are you truly addressing me? Knowing this, how dare you display such rudeness? With a sweep of their hand, the deity summoned boundless divine power, coalescing it into a grand sword pointed at Xiyi. Mortal, kneel! The divine energy surged, lifting their golden locks high, exuding a sense of grandeur. What need have you for such prattle? Xiyi rolled up his sleeves. Approximately half an hour later, he unceremoniously disposed of the battered creator deity within the grand hall of the divine palace, dusting off his hands as he departed. Your purity is far too low. You must study diligently, striving for improvement. He left behind this parting remark. This creator deity bore no significant difference from those he had previously encountered, remaining at the level of energy absorption and utilization. Comparatively, the first creator deity he had met was significantly stronger, capable of condensing the cosmic wheel and manipulating various laws of the universe. Vile mortal, I, the creator deity Enesis, shall not let you escape unscathed. The battered deity spat through a mouth missing several teeth. Subsequently, they sealed off any news of Xiyi's existence, unwilling to allow the shame of their defeat to spread. Through a cordial exchange with the creator deity, Xiyi acquired a wealth of information regarding this universe. The name of this universe, bestowed by the creator deity, was the Enesis world, according to the worldview of his homeland. Earth, this realm leaned towards a more Western fantasy aesthetic. The universe was divided into a main world and secondary realms. Within the main world, steam, martial energy, and magic coexisted, with a multitude of races, including humans, elves, and beastmen. The deities resided in the divine realm, led by the deity of the skies, Helfiel, and accompanied by 12 primary gods, each governing different domains such as thunder, oceans, earth, light, the underworld, wisdom, fate, struggle, and life. alongside three unique deities representing sin, lust, and chaos. Beneath these primary deities were 72 powerful entities and countless lesser deities. Naturally, the creator deity was not included in this count, as their title was excessively lengthy and ostentatious, hence simplified to creator deity Inesis. The deities established faith across various worlds, aiding their followers, who in turn offered their faith to the deities in exchange for power. Generally, extraordinary powers, such as those wielded by warriors and mages, were stratified into 6 levels: novice, official, earth, sky, hero, and epic, with certain unique beings, like the offspring of a deity, not classified among them. The mechanical powers were far too intricate to delineate in detail. The main world of the Inesis world was easily identifiable. It was an enormous planet, with an estimated diameter exceeding 10 billion kilometers, approximately 10,000 times that of the Sun. In the context of Earth, such a planet would be incapable of sustaining life, as ordinary carbon-based life forms could not withstand such immense gravity. However, perhaps due to the differences between universes, the gravitational force on this planet was comparable to that of Earth. The Sun, Moon, and other celestial bodies revolved around the main world, supplemented by smaller worlds existing within its secondary dimensions, collectively forming this universe. Moreover, beyond the main world system, numerous galaxies existed, harboring intelligent civilizations. What astonished Xiyi most was that many technological theories from Earth were equally applicable in this realm. This world held little allure for Xiyi and offered no assistance in his endeavors, as he had articulated. His presence here was merely for a brief respite. His existence rendered unnecessary any entanglement within the intricate machinations of the human realm. Thus, he retreated to a desolate hilltop, where he established a modest abode. In his leisure, he cultivated a modest 2 acres of land, sowing a few crops, and beside his dwelling, he excavated a small pond, measuring less than 10 meters in diameter, to nurture some fish fry from this world. Daily, he toiled in the earth and fished, savoring tea in a state of blissful tranquility. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, centuries had elapsed. Xiyi remained unperturbed. While in the creation temple, the recently healed god Onisis seethed with rage, gnashing his teeth in remembrance of the past grievances. He could not forget the humiliation he had suffered. He yearned for retribution. He desired to devour that mortal alive. He envisioned hanging that human before the assembly of gods. Yet he found himself powerless. Such was the stark reality, the god of creation. Though he possessed the ability to pluck stars from the sky, effortlessly stirring the cosmic rivers and crafting celestial bodies, he could not overcome the mortal who called himself Xiyi. Their previous clash had shattered countless stars and obliterated entire galaxies. The mere recollection of these events filled Onisis with fury that he felt justified in his stance, believing that as the god of creation, he was meant to reign supreme, even if his adversary was not of this world. "Once I reignite the stars of the world, I shall," he declared with fervor, casting forth numerous seeds of stars. As he beheld the twinkling seeds, a modicum of his hatred was alleviated. After a century of arduous cultivation, I shall exact my revenge. Thus he mused that, in the annals of Onisis, an unprecedented war erupted. With the rapid advancement of human technology in Anisis's world, a faction of humanity turned its gaze toward their kind endowed with extraordinary abilities. According to their own theories, humans should not possess powers akin to magic. They believed that such forces created hierarchies and distinctions. The seeds of certain ideology were quietly sown. Consequently, when technology reached a certain threshold, the conflict between technology and magic commenced abruptly, marking the first industrial war of Onisis. It must be said, Xiyi had a remarkable knack for choosing his location. The wars of the human world did not encroach upon him. Recently, he had discovered a plant reminiscent of sunflower seeds and intended to cultivate it in his humble abode. At this moment, his countenance was no longer weary. He resolved to fully restore his energy before departing from this place. Rising with the sun and resting at dusk. This was the natural rhythm of human existence. When weary, one must rest. And how could one rest without a dwelling of their own? In this world where technology and magic coexisted, humanity had largely unified. resulting in the formation of the Human Federation. Comprising the vast majority of human nations, it emerged as a colossal entity. Its initial purpose was to unite all humans in a collective resistance against malevolent races. During the establishment of the Federation, various human nations, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, abolished several detrimental institutions, such as serfdom. In the beginning, the objective of resisting other races was indeed achieved. Even a superficially unified humanity displayed an astonishing strength. Though humans inherently lacked immense power, they excelled in learning. They feigned vigilance against those races while secretly engaging in subterfuge. Paying an indescribable price to acquire knowledge from other races, they pilfered the spark of technology from dwarves and gnomes, obtained the seeds of magic from elves, observed trolls and giants to harness the power of combat energy, and learned from various other races. The arduousness of this process need not be elaborated upon. However, the outcome was remarkable. The strength of the entire Human Federation surged dramatically. Thus, the Human Federation ascended to become a dominant power in Anisis's domain. Yet, in the 60th year of the Federation's zenith, it seemingly naturally welcomed its first emperor. Consequently, a reformed system emerged. The new system could be likened to serfdom, deepening the divides among various human strata and even between nations, rendering the Human Federation a mere shell of its former self. Humanity appeared to be a race inherently predisposed to intrigue and rivalry. Once staunch in their resolve against other races, the human elites, who fervently proclaimed the everlasting existence of humanity, seemed to gradually lose their vigor with age. In just a few decades, their descendants appeared to forget how their ancestors had once displayed unparalleled heroism on the battlefield. They indulged in decadence, engaging in revelry, gambling, and cockfighting, each believing themselves to be extraordinary. The once heroic figures were aging, while the majority of their progeny seemed to morph into what they had once despised. When societal contradictions reached a certain threshold, the outcome was either obliteration in the chaos or rebirth from it. Thus, a low-threshold technological measurement system garnered the support of the lower classes. Unlike the magic side, which necessitated extraordinary talent and substantial wealth, even among the nobility, the proportion of those achieving success in magic was far from high. Conversely, the technological realm differed significantly. The power of technology required only a willingness to learn. While not necessarily yielding grand achievements, it guaranteed some form of gain. The slogans propagated by the technological elite were, "Come to us, and we shall nurture you. Learn from us, and we shall teach you." It must be acknowledged that, as proponents of technology, they understood the plight of the common people. In contrast, the magical realm, encompassing powers such as combat energy, magic, holy light, and shadow, was primarily dominated by the nobility, with only a few lower-born individuals occasionally displaying extraordinary talent. Such prodigies were swiftly claimed by the noble class. Which is superior, technology or magic? In Anisis's world, and indeed in the vast majority of the universe, such a comparison is impossible. The technological realm mainly relies on technological weaponry, while the magical realm depends on its practitioners. To illustrate, the technological side wields weaponry akin to mushrooms, albeit cumbersome to deploy and susceptible to destruction by adversaries. Meanwhile, the epic masters of the magical domain are akin to walking mushrooms. After the commencement of the First Industrial War in Xiyi, the magical faction inflicted significant losses on the technological side through decapitation operations. Conversely, the technological faction primarily engaged in direct confrontations on the battlefield, inflicting considerable casualties on the noble armies with artillery, which translated into the mere death of some lowly serfs. Benefiting from the technological side's assistance, the land owned by the noble families was likely to expand after the conflict. In stark contrast, the decapitation operations of the magical faction not only instilled fear in the upper echelons of the technological side, but also resulted in the loss of numerous rare talents and invaluable information during the war. The counterattacks from the technological side, with their roaring artillery, appeared to inflict severe losses on the nobles, causing them to clutch their purses tightly. However, for the nobles, the loss of personnel could be compensated. While the loss of wealth was far more distressing, money was of paramount importance. Their so-called armies, composed of serfs, were certainly incapable of withstanding the artillery fire, due to the nobles' ulterior motives and their fear of excessive losses impacting their own interests. Despite possessing the overwhelming majority of the human race's epic-level combat power, they surprisingly ended up at a stalemate with the technological side. The technological faction found itself powerless in this situation. It lacked the foundational strength that the nobles possessed, and the rebels were not particularly exceptional talents. Additionally, their development period was too brief to fully showcase the might of technology, as many formidable weapons had not yet been manufactured. Under such circumstances, the high-ranking officials of the technological faction lacked the courage to organize a counteroffensive, opting instead to tacitly accept their losses, having effortlessly quelled the rebellion from the technological side. The nobles, for reasons unknown, began to turn against one another. Today you harm my captain. Tomorrow I shall eliminate your knight commander. Today I assist your wife, and tomorrow we become comrades. The strife among the nobles was far more sordid than the commoners could imagine. Moreover, their lives were considerably more flavorful than the commoners could conceive. This situation persisted until the ascension of the new federal emperor, who managed to impose some restraint. The newly enthroned emperor harbored ambitions that surpassed those of his father. In a bid to unify humanity once more and enhance his authority, he issued a resolute command for the nobles to adhere to military orders. After executing dozens of minor nobles, the nobles indeed became more compliant. Following the establishment of authority over some lesser nobles, the emperor then ordered the surveying of arable land within human territory and its distribution among the populace. He not only proclaimed this, but also acted upon it. Consequently, the new emperor's prestige among the people soared to unprecedented heights. Conversely, the reputation of the high-ranking officials on the technological side suffered a significant blow. In a desperate bid for solutions, the politically inept leaders made an exceedingly foolish decision. They declared their independence from the Human Federation and consolidated the technological faction's power to form an organization named Spark. This action completely severed their ties with the human race. As events unfolded, it became evident that this internal conflict among humans was approaching its conclusion, for the Spark organization lacked the capital to continue the fight. In later historical accounts, this lackluster conflict would be referred to as the First Industrial War in the Xiyi world. As Xiyi observed the world, he became aware of this event and noted the distinctiveness of the emperor. According to common reasoning, in a world where certain ideologies remained rigid, it was virtually impossible for any land redistribution to occur, let alone under the command of the emperor. After all, the nobility in this world was unimaginably corrupt. And the emperor himself was, in fact, the highest-ranking noble. This piqued his curiosity about the young emperor. In the year of the gods, year one of the new era, the First Industrial War in Xiyi concluded under the boundless wisdom of the great emperor who emerged, prompting a chorus of cheers for the rebirth of humanity. Long live humanity! Long live the emperor! The annals of the Holy Empire of Dawada, in the year one of the new era of humanity. Emperor Dawid Caesar of the Holy Empire of Dawid was formally enthroned in the imperial capital. The enthronement ceremony was extraordinarily grand, featuring a disciplined army, the inspection of dignitaries atop military vehicles, and music played on unconventional instruments such as the suona and eru. From a considerable distance, Xiyi observed this unfolding spectacle, his eyes twitching slightly, a transmigrator. This year marked the 13th year of the emperor's reign, as well as the 13th year of Xiyi's observation. From the moment the emperor first appeared in the public eye, Xiyi had taken note of him. Indeed, in this world, nothing could obstruct his gaze if he wished to see. The emperor's original name was Aurelian Bloodthorn Caesar, but in the 3rd year of his reign, he renamed himself Dawid Caesar. Following his ascension, he favored the wise and distanced himself from the unscrupulous, eschewed carnal pleasures, reallocated land, reformed the existing systems, revised the empire's laws, and significantly curtailed the power of the nobility to elevate the status of commoners. He even wed a commoner to serve as his empress, embodying the notion of loving his people as his own children. Moreover, working 20 hours a day seemed to have become the norm for this emperor. In return, he garnered the fervent admiration of the populace gathered in the capital. Should anyone dare to show disrespect to the emperor, they would likely be torn apart by these commoners. Xiyi gazed from afar at Emperor Dao-eyed Caesar, who appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an extraordinary presence with a warm smile. Though his hair and eyes were dark with a complexion that was not overly pale, amidst a sea of golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals, he appeared somewhat out of place. Xiyi mused, "What an audacious young man. It seems he has transmigrated in his physical form." He planned to pay a visit to this fellow compatriot later that evening. Meanwhile, atop the military vehicle, Dao-eyed Caesar felt a sudden tightening in his heart, as if being scrutinized by some unseen force. "System, are you capable or not? After all these years, why is this entity still watching me?" Maintaining a composed demeanor, he waved amiably, though anxiety brewed within. He was a transmigrator from the Blue Star, and a rare case of physical transmigration at that. The reason for his transmigration was even more difficult to articulate. During a visit to a massage parlor, he was startled by police conducting a raid as a novice. He found himself in a panic, and in a moment of desperation, he fled to the restroom, leaped out the window, only to forget he was on the 5th floor. In the midst of his fall, he inadvertently transmigrated, adding to the workload of the police and providing a field day for local media outlets. Upon his arrival in this world, he materialized in the chambers of the previous emperor. Fortunately, thanks to his silver tongue, which was, in fact, the system's doing, and years of experience as a keyboard warrior, he successfully deceived the already feeble-minded old emperor, who then adopted him as a foster son. Naturally, he also possessed the standard set of transmigrata perks, one of which was a system known as the Unification Emperor System. Its function was straightforward: become an emperor, and the larger the territory, the greater the rewards. As for where the territory came from, obviously, it had to be seized. No one would willingly cede their land to others. The system did not concern itself with the origins of the territory. As long as it was effectively under his control, rewards would be granted. Through his own growth and the assistance of the system, Dao-eyed Caesar concluded the industrial war among humanity and emerged as the nominal emperor of the entire human federation. While reaping the rewards of the system, he also faced some vexations, such as the gaze of an unknown entity that occasionally seemed to pierce through him. Despite being an epic-level powerhouse capable of vanquishing several others of equal caliber, he still found that gaze unnerving. Ding. Host ascension detected. Nominal unification of humanity achieved. Host receives the first phase main quest reward. System updating. System update complete. Release of the second phase main quest. Unify the main world of Xiyi. Reward. Level 1 Universal Technology Tree of Civilization. Analysis of the divine essence of the Xiyi world. Host cultivation 5,000 years. Absolute immunity to 1 extraction of stage rewards. After extracting the rewards, his strength had at least tripled, yet Caesar felt no joy. Following the conclusion of the coronation ceremony, he returned to his palace. After casually dealing with the 160 centimeters tall, 160 kg queen, he lit a cigarette and cast his gaze upon the system panel. Host. Caesar's strength. 40 epic power, capable of defeating 40 ordinary epic-level foes. Wealth. Approximately 12 million gold coins items. Cold Fusion Manufacturing Guide. Primary Civilization Development AI Analysis. History of Industrial Development. Main Quest. Stage 1 completed. Stage 2. In progress side quest. System. After the upgrade, can you locate the owner of that gaze? Caesar inquired. Ding. Affirmative. Retrieve the data for me. Caesar exclaimed with delight. The gaze that had troubled him for over a decade was finally poised to be unveiled today. Name. Strength. Wealth. Caesar. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. I see you hold me, the great Caesar, in contempt. Ding, the opponent's energy level is excessively high. Please continue, host. The system suddenly stuttered. What is wrong with you? Caesar was taken aback. Why did the star system suddenly lag? Could it be infected with a virus? Surely it can have been discovered. As far as he understood, the system should be an invincible conceptual entity. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious invitation. Please prepare for the feast. Caesar, filled with confusion, was about to inquire further when a gust of cold wind swept by, snapping him back to reality. Upon closer inspection, He realized he had vanished from the palace, now standing before a quaint courtyard that seemed oddly familiar. Caesar, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. The courtyard door swung open, revealing a tall figure. "Please, have a seat." Xiyi gestured, setting a chair down with a flick of his fingers, causing a table to materialize. Adorned with a pot of hot tea and 2 teacups, a tea this juncture. Caesar felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He lifted the teacup and took a sip, finding it to be merely ordinary mountain tea. "Are you from the same hometown?" he inquired, observing Xiyi's black hair and eyes. "Perhaps so." Xiyi did not deny. "The universe is vast. Although we speak the same language, we may not hail from the same realm. Regardless, we share a common tongue. Thus we are fellow countrymen," Caesar asserted, shaking his head with sincerity. Then, "Fellow countrymen, what do you wish from me?" Based on the narratives he had read, traversers were often embroiled in mortal combat. He doubted this enigmatic compatriot would spare him. Nothing much. Merely a desire to engage in conversation. Xiyi replied with a slight shake of his head. "You need not harbor such wariness. Had I wished to kill you, I would have acted the moment you breached the cosmic barrier. That may not be the case," Caesar retorted with a dismissive smirk. Xiyi smiled helplessly, contemplating for a moment before asking, "In what year did you traverse?" Caesar pondered. This was hardly a secret. "Around 2019. "Why do you ask?" 2019. Xiyi fell into silence for a while, then inquired, "How fares your homeland?" Caesar, taken aback by the question, replied, "Quite well." "Why do you ask?" "Quite well." Xiyi chuckled softly. "Indeed, quite well." Caesar surveyed Xiyi's courtyard. Although it was night, the darkness could not obscure the vision of an epic-level powerhouse. The courtyard was quite simple, and in the adjacent fish pond, only a few small fish could be seen swimming about. "How long have you been here?" he queried, looking at Xiyi. "According to this world's timeline, it should be several hundred years." "Several hundred years? Don't you wish to explore this world?" Caesar raised an eyebrow playfully at Xiyi. "This world is teeming with diverse species, such as elves, beast folk, fairies, and mermaids." Xiyi shook his head. "This world is merely a temporary resting place for me. A cultivator must remain single-minded. A cultivator." Caesar's eyes gleamed. "Are you a practitioner of the mystical arts? Your system must be impressive. What level have you attained? You must be at least a grand luo golden immortal, or even a saint to cause my system to lag." Xiyi was rendered speechless, gazing at the excited Caesar. "I am not the cultivator you imagine, nor do I possess a system." Before he could finish, he noticed Caesar's expression, one of disbelief, as if he were saying, "Don't try to trick me. I read plenty." With resignation, he continued, "My master introduced me to the path, but I do not possess a system." All right, but you must tell me your level at least, right? Grand luo, golden immortal, or saint?" Caesar persisted, adopting a non-confrontational demeanor. Xiyi hesitated. "When I began my journey, my master did not specify any level. However, after perusing many texts and gaining a certain understanding of myself, if I must define a level, I would say it is refining essence in a Q at as." Soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with Caesar's incredulous expression. "Brother, if you don't want to share, that's fine, but don't insult my intelligence." Caesar exclaimed, "Which refining essence in a Xiyi could possibly cause my system to lag?" Xiyi explained, "All energy cultivation that relies on essence absorption is termed refining essence in a Xiyi. The grand luo, golden immortal, or saint levels, should they cultivate solely through essence absorption, are merely refining essence in a Xiyi." Caesar paused, contemplating. Xiyi's words seemed to hold some truth. "Then what about refining Qi into spirit?" He inquired further. "I do not know." Xiyi shook his head. "Refining essence into Qi and refining Qi into spirit are not levels, but rather sequential methods of cultivation. Whether it is refining truth, cultivating immortality, or pursuing the Tao, they merely serve as means to strengthen oneself. Both refining essence into Qi and refining Qi into spirit fall within this framework. However, I have yet to reach the threshold of refining Qi into spirit. Thus I am unaware of its sensations." Caesar nodded with newfound understanding, then asked, "What of techniques? Do you possess any techniques?" In the Onisis world, techniques indeed existed. warrior techniques for fighting spirit, and mage's meditation methods that a good technique could significantly enhance one's cultivation efficiency. Caesar believed that regardless of Xiyi's level, since he could cause the system to lag, he must possess formidable techniques that he held modest expectations, merely hoping this compatriot would grant him a copy of an advanced technique like the 8 or 9 mystical arts or the Hong Meng Dao scripture. Hearing Caesar's words, Xiyi queried, "What do you think techniques are? Aren't techniques merely methods of cultivation?" Caesar was taken aback. What kind of question was this? Techniques are the Tao of their creators. The creators inscribe their insights gained during cultivation onto paper. That is what techniques are. What techniques exist in this world? Techniques are merely the cultivation methods of others. If you follow another's path, at most, you can only reach their level. If you cannot forge your own path, you will only become a reflection of that person. Caesar pondered deeply. For him, as long as he met the system's requirements, the system would bestow strength upon him in the form of rewards. Thus he held a vague understanding of cultivation, a concept that was uniquely Xiyi's out of course. He wasn't necessarily compelled to believe Xiyi's words. System, is what my compatriot's saying true? Ding, the system has not recorded relevant knowledge. Now that I'm so close to my fellow countrymen, can you scan his strength? Recalling Xiyi's earlier words, he asked, how many times greater do you estimate his energy is compared to mine? Since Xiyi claimed that all energy absorption fell under refining essence in a Qi, then allowing the system to assess the energy level should pose no issue, right? Ding, as calculations commenced, Caesar let out a silent sigh of relief. Upon raising his gaze, he met Xiyi's enigmatic, half-smiling expression. With a dry chuckle, he lifted his teacup and took a sip of the cool Xiyi. Unfazed, remarked, "You have ascended to the throne. Thus, you must remain true to your heart. I am well aware of your character, yet I must emphasize that regardless of who they may be, your subjects deserve your kindness. You, too, have traversed from that era and should treat all equally. What others fail to accomplish, you undoubtedly can." Caesar nodded, acknowledging, "I am fully aware of this." After a moment's hesitation, Xiyi ventured to suggest, "If possible, I hope you will refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. Spare those who do not deserve to die." Caesar's pupils constricted, and after sipping his tea, he replied with a dry laugh, "What do you mean by that, my fellow villager?" "During your unification," Xiyi stated. Drawing in a sharp breath, Caesar retorted, "Are you invading my privacy?" The system's second phase of the main quest was indeed to unify the continent. What other means could accomplish such a feat besides war? The matter of unifying the continent was something he had never disclosed to anyone. Currently, only he and the system were privy to it. Yet one must ponder, was this fellow villager truly so idealistic? They were not kin. If one had to kill, so be it. Not an idealist, but one must kill when necessary. Xiyi sipped his tea. Caesar stared at Xiyi in disbelief, exclaiming, "My friend, if you continue like this, I shall have to resort to legal means to protect my privacy." Xiyi chuckled lightly, redirecting the conversation. "So, have you not checked what your system has calculated?" No sooner had he spoken than a system notification chimed in. Ding. Caesar mused, "I suspect you share an unspeakable secret with my system." It seemed his head had taken on a somewhat verdant Hu.E.Ding. Name. Unknown power. Unknown. Caesar quipped system. "Do you think this approach is particularly endearing?" Xiyi shook his head with a knowing smile. As if already aware of everything, he produced a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Caesar. "Do not overly rely on external possessions. I am but a solitary being, and perhaps I shall soon depart from this place. Our meeting here is somewhat fateful. Thus, I gift you this." Caesar paused, feeling a tad embarrassed. Yet he accepted the scroll with resolute hands. Xiyi waved his hand, and before Caesar realized it, he had returned to his palace. "Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in wanton slaughter. Remember this." Shaken from his reverie, Caesar found himself lying in bed, the position unchanged, as if the previous scene had merely been a fleeting dream. He could not help but marvel at the strangeness of it all. Opening the parchment, he found no extraordinary celestial phenomena, as the legend suggested, only the familiar script of his homeland, that my surname is Li, my given name Shi. I am several years your elder, and audaciously refer to myself as your brother. In my youth, I faced adversity Yet I was fortunate to be taken in by my master, who safeguarded my life. Under his profound guidance, I embarked on the path at the dawn of the day. While my master was present, he often instructed me to never indulge in arrogance, for all things are born without expectation of reward. How could a person then be greedy? After my master's departure, I have tread cautiously, fearful of betraying his kindness. Now, upon encountering my virtuous younger brother, I am filled with joy, my master once bestowed upon me the Tao Te Ching, which I intended to gift you. But I cannot retrieve it from this realm. Hence, I have copied a version by hand, hoping you will not take offense. What followed was Xiyi's transcribed Tao Te Ching. After perusing it, Caesar felt a newfound clarity within himself. As if the colors of the world around him had become more vivid. Suddenly, he gasped in astonishment. The Tao Te Ching? Laozi? What the hell? It was rare for a time traveler not to be aware of Laozi. Yet Caesar had only ever heard of Xiyi using the Tao Te Ching as a means of enlightenment. My fellow villager has taken Laozi as his master. Caesar mused, nodding in understanding. So he is indeed an ancient soul. No wonder his speech is so eloquent. After finishing the Tao Te Ching, he noticed a subsequent note, the varying ink colors suggesting it had been written after much contemplation. I am but a rustic, unversed in the laws of the state. Please do not hold it against me. When I crossed into this realm, I was fortunate to gain insight into its nature. However, my desires were too strong, and the deities here are preoccupied with their own interests, lacking compassion. You must tread carefully regarding your faith in the deities. Do not act rashly. Although the people of this realm may appear peculiar, they are not of my kin. Yet, since you have ascended to a high position, do not alienate their hearts, nor become a predator who feasts upon the vulnerable. Furthermore, while the system assisting you in crossing realms can be utilized, your own cultivation demands your diligence. Do not grow complacent. Caesar set down the parchment, reflecting in silence before querying, System, what is your opinion of my fellow villager? The system, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, such an existence is beyond my capacity to evaluate. In his character, a benevolent individual, the system stated with gravity. Caesar chose to remain silent, carefully storing the parchment, a subtle smile gracing his features. My fellow villager is indeed intriguing. Xiyi stood outside, hands clasped behind him. A mysterious smile playing upon his lips. I, in the divine realm, the God King, ruler of thunder, held the supreme position, with the 12 main deities following closely behind, convening for a new assembly of the divine. The agenda was straightforward. As the human race had nearly completed its unification, the gods gathered to reassess the faith territories of the humans to prevent any overlap in their beliefs. The deities. The human race was merely a moderately strong faction within the Aenesis world. Although their unification had elicited mild surprise, the human's faith was but a trivial morsel for the divine. The Aenesis world was vast, with oceans covering approximately 3/4 of it, while land constituted merely a quarter. The territory of the humans amounted to roughly 7% of the land, and even within that, less than half was suitable for habitation. With a mere several billion humans, their faith held little value to the God King and the 12 main deities, and even those of moderate divine power regarded it as non-essential. Moreover, most deities had already performed miracles among the humans, establishing their faith. Hence, the focus of this divine assembly was on those of moderate divine power, while the lesser beings would be left with the scraps. Lord of Commerce, my followers require what your followers need. Declared the god of assassination, I, the god of killers, require. The powerful and great deities occupied their respective seats, observing the chaotic assembly akin to watching a troop of monkeys. Just as the God King grew bored enough to use a lightning bolt to clean his ears, a resounding bell suddenly tolled from above. The deities, recognizing the significance of this, ceased their quarrels and turned their attention to the imposing figure of the God King. The Lord of the Skies furrowed his brow and said coolly, "You may continue." With that, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from the assembly. The gods exchanged glances, and the previously tranquil hall erupted into chaos once more. The Lord of the Skies arrived at the creation temple. The creation god, Enisis, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance with an air of concern. "Father, what has transpired?" inquired the Lord of Thunder. in the Enisis world, the majority of the powerful and great deities were offspring of the creation god Enisis, including the god king and the 12 main deities. Enisis paused before responding. Not long ago, while traversing the void, I discovered a rift emanating a sinister aura. You must prepare for battle. The Lord of the Skies hesitated before asking. Can it not be resolved directly? Enisis shook his head without hesitation. The entities beyond the rift are not weaker than you, and I must maintain the operation of the entire world. I cannot intervene. He added, hesitantly, should the moment of your life and death arise, seek out a certain individual at that location. Remember, it must be at the moment of life and death, and you must treat them with respect. The Lord of the Sky acquiesced, yet for reasons unknown, a heaviness settled in his heart. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression from the Father God, as the first progeny of the creator deity. Enisis, the Lord of the Sky, possessed powers unparalleled by other deities. Even the mightiest among them required a coalition of two to contend with him. However, having been born high above, he had not engaged in battle for many years. Not only he, but the deities within the realm of the great gods had also refrained from combat for an extended period that a year later. Xiyi lifted his fishing rod, and a tiny fish, barely the length of a finger, was promptly caught. That he deftly removed it and placed it into his bucket, subsequently pouring all the fish from the bucket back into the pond. This habit had been ingrained in him for many years. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily and mused aloud, feeling quite spirited. It is time to depart. In this world, he could not claim to have garnered no rewards. Rather, it was more accurate to say he had gained little. What he now sought was a being with whom he could engage in discourse, a true exchange of ideas. Enisis, of course, would not suffice. He only understood how to accumulate divine power, while the ability to manipulate the laws of the universe was a prerogative bestowed upon him as the creator deity. As for the nature of these laws, he had never delved into such studies. He believed he would naturally comprehend them when his divine power reached sufficient levels. Gazing upward at the sun in the sky, he discerned that it was not a sun at all. Rather, it was the Lord of Radiance, the supreme deity, who appeared to be enjoying himself, reminiscent of a wealthy heir reveling in the streets at midnight. While the true sun had long since been cradled in his embrace. What a fool, he thought. What defines a world? For different beings, the space in which they exist constitutes their world. It could be an entire universe, a planet, a nation, or even a single room. Yet for Xiyi at present, only a self-sustaining world could be considered a true world to him. Only an entire universe could be deemed a complete world. Feeling that he had lingered long enough, he made no further delay and departed from the universe of Enisis. Beyond the universe lay a vast expanse, which those from his homeland referred to as the infinite space through imagination. Countless universes, like flickering candle flames, adorned this limitless space, twinkling faintly. Choosing a direction at random, Xiyi was about to set off when he suddenly discovered a universe entirely cloaked in purple, which had inexplicably appeared beside the universe of Enisis. Were it merely this, it could be attributed to the natural convergence of universes. However, Xiyi noted that the scale of this purple universe was somewhat excessive from what he had seen and heard. Ordinary universes, despite their perpetual expansion, had a maximum diameter of approximately 150 billion light-years. Even under exceptional circumstances, there would be little fluctuation beyond this range, as surpassing it would cause the light of the universe to gradually dim. The principle behind this, Xiyi did not know, yet the pale purple universe before him boasted a diameter at least 10 times that figure. What was more, Xiyi sensed a faint hint of danger emanating from this universe, which piqued his excitement. It seemed he had encountered an intriguing companion. With a slight smile, he was ready to breach the barriers of the purple universe. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to penetrate this cosmic wall. Although it appeared to be a mere thin layer, it remained impervious. Concurrently, a message resonated from within the cosmic barrier. Entry. Initially a jumble of characters, it quickly clarified. Intruder detected. Level. Insufficient authority. Connecting to Mother System. Xiyi felt a gaze from the depths of the universe fixate upon him from a great distance. A light screen materialized before him, displaying the visage of a middle-aged man with a bald head and an expression akin to that of a deceased horse. The man's voice was mechanical. Greetings, traveler from afar. The mother has sent me to convey greetings from the Void-Seeker civilization. Greetings, fellow traveler, Xiyi replied, bowing slightly. Whether by mere coincidence or fate, this middle-aged man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to humans from Earth. The man's expression remained impassive, his lips twitching slightly. May I inquire as to why you attempted to breach the cosmic barrier? Attack. Xiyi was taken aback. You misunderstand. I merely wished to enter your universe and meant no aggression. Why do you wish to enter our universe? To seek a discussion partner. The middle-aged man scrutinized Xiyi with a stoic expression, his eyes flickering with barely perceptible data. Xiyi returned his gaze with a slight smile. After a considerable pause, the middle-aged man stiffly spoke. You are far too powerful. Our world does not welcome you. Please leave. Xiyi hesitated, casting his eyes toward the universe of his compatriots, now on the verge of being consumed by the purple cosmos. What is your universe doing? The law of the jungle. The weak are devoured by the strong. There are individuals I know within that universe. I implore you to show mercy. Insufficient authority cannot disclose. Is your intent to deliberately consume their universe? Insufficient authority cannot disclose. After a moment of silence, Xiyi stated, since you cannot disclose, I can hardly stand by while you consume that universe. Are you declaring enmity against our civilization? I bear no ill will toward you. It is merely a matter of differing stances. Xiyi shook his head. I do not subscribe to the so-called law of the jungle. I should not interfere in your conflict. However, how can I remain indifferent when there are those I know within the universe you wish to consume? Though our acquaintance is fleeting, I know him to be no villain. We are all wanderers in this world. How can I stand by and watch him perish? Xiyi's words seemed to strike a chord with the middle-aged man, whose eyes glimmered with a red light, as if analyzing the implications of Xiyi's statements. After an extended period, he spoke. Engaging in war with our Void-Seeker civilization would yield no benefit to you. Xiyi shook his head. If one were to act only when there was a benefit to gain, then what is the purpose of being human? I am but an ordinary individual, guided by my heart. Our goal in consuming this universe is not to extinguish the lives within, the middle-aged man explained. His words suddenly transformed into a string of garbled text, and his previously animated visage turned rigid once more. In that case, let us commence battle. With that, the light screen vanished, and the purple cosmic barrier rippled like water, unleashing countless bizarre warships that swarmed forth in overwhelming numbers. Xiyi was momentarily taken aback by this sudden declaration of war. Before he could respond, a torrent of attacks ensued. A multitude of beams of light erupted from the warships, filling his field of vision. Each solitary beam was potent enough to effortlessly pierce a planet. The speed of the beams was indeed swift, yet in this vast expanse beyond the universe, they were not particularly daunting. Xiyi effortlessly evaded these assaults as beams of light collided in the air, transforming into resplendent bursts of fireworks. He had no intention of launching a counterattack, for the Void-Seeker civilization was the first technologically advanced civilization capable of traversing universes he had encountered. Igniting his curiosity on the hulls of the warships, a peculiar energy loop illuminated, unleashing countless black energy rings from their cannons. Xiyi raised an eyebrow. This attack, while still energy-based, was considerably more solidified, yet left him somewhat disappointed. The assault remained ineffective, and the purple cosmic barrier began to quiver once more as the warships relentlessly bombarded Xiyi. Growing weary of the display, waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling the overwhelming onslaught of energy attacks. Just as he had stated to Caesar, he possessed no particular realm. If one were to impose a classification, he was merely refining essence in a Xiyi. All realms reliant on energy absorption to enhance combat prowess fell within the category of refining essence into Xiyi. Even if one could wield an energy cannon capable of obliterating an entire universe, he understood that such attacks would not harm him. This is the path cultivated by Xiyi, if aware that mere energy attacks would not inflict harm upon him. The myriad cosmic warships ceased their aggressive maneuvers, instead parting to create a passage. A colossal cosmic battleship emerged from the cosmic veil. Its main cannon, capable of accommodating an entire planet, aimed squarely at Xiyi. An inexhaustible radiance coalesced within the cannon's barrel. Xiyi furrowed his brow. Although the energy was immense, capable of draining the energy of multiple stars in an instant, a simple energy assault would hold no effect against him. Given the technological advancement of the Void Chaser civilization, it would be impossible for them not to recognize this fact. Unless they harbored some peculiar intentions in truth, Xiyi's suspicions were not unfounded. The Void Chaser civilization was, in fact, far more formidable than he had anticipated. Due to the unique nature of their universe, they currently stood as the sole hegemon, possessing technological prowess beyond measure. However, even technological civilizations are not without their drawbacks. The middle-aged man who had previously conversed with Xiyi was not a living being, but rather an artificial intelligence integrated into the central system. The official who originally engaged in dialogue with Xiyi was a pacifist. The strategy of their civilization to engulf other universes was an unwavering tenet. However, their stance towards the beings of the invaded civilizations was, like most technological cultures, divided into three factions. The pacifists advocated for acceptance. The Hawks endorsed the implementation of a slave system, while the neutrals expressed a willingness for either approach. Naturally, the attitudes among these factions were not so rigidly defined. Prior to this, the high-ranking pacifists had dispatched individuals into the Onnesis universe, hoping to persuade them, but were predictably rebuffed. Although the envoy returned unscathed, they were humiliated by Onnesis, who derided them with remarks about how despicable mortals were unworthy to confront the visage of the Creator. The revelation of this incident incensed the higher echelons of the Void Chasers, resulting in a surge of support for the Hawks. Seizing an opportunity, a military Hawk general led a specialized unit to deliver a severe blow to Onnesis using a particular high-grade weapon. Yet, in reality, this only left Onnesis somewhat beleaguered. Nonetheless, this provocation ignited Onnesis's fury, prompting him to resolve to retaliate fiercely. From his initial encounter with Xiyi, it was evident that Onnesis was one to cling fiercely to his pride. Just as the Void Chasers prepared for combat, Xiyi emerged from the Onnesis realm. His appearance caused a moment of hesitation among the higher-ups of the Void Chasers, although they would often deride Onnesis as a simpleton in moments of anger. No one would dare underestimate the supreme combat strength of an entire universe. Moreover, the fact that Xiyi managed to breach the cosmic barrier through sheer personal might contradicted certain aspects of the Void Chasers' research, compelling them to exercise caution. Thus, they dispatched a mild-mannered pacifist official to engage in conversation with Xiyi. Contrary to their expectations, compared to the acerbic Onnesis, Xiyi proved to be quite amenable. The pacifist official was also accommodating, yet his indecisiveness irked a certain hawkish leader, especially since the Void Chasers had never compromised since becoming the sole hegemon. Coupled with the recent unveiling of a particular ultimate weapon, the hawkish leader entertained nefarious thoughts, leading to a scene of proactive aggression. However, both sides found themselves embroiled in a frenzied dispute over this course of action. Rest assured, the meteor cannon possesses neither excessive nor insufficient power, and its resource consumption is negligible, perfect for gauging the enemy's capabilities. The military leader held the pacifist leader firmly in his seat, observing the unfolding scene on the screen with a detached demeanor. What if the adversary truly transcended our understanding? The pacifist leader, in a state of helplessness tinged with a flicker of hope, gazed intently at the display. Then I shall personally seek reconciliation, for the analytical intelligence deems him a benevolent being. The military leader glanced at the rapidly fluctuating data on the screen, a peculiar smile gracing his features. The cannon, large enough to accommodate a planet, had fully charged, and the battlefield seemed to momentarily freeze. With a resounding hum, a robust beam of light emanated, exuding an aura of terrifying potency. Hurtling towards Xiyi, Xiyi furrowed his brow, fixating on the cataclysmic shot, extending his hand to gently swipe at the void, causing the beam to vanish instantaneously. It was confirmed. The energy attack was ineffectual, and the adversary possessed some capacity to nullify energy assaults. Upon hearing the voice of the superintelligence, the high-ranking officials of the Void Chasers exchanged bewildered glances. For a technological civilization, encountering an enemy capable of erasing energy is the most disconcerting scenario. If they were an untechnologically advanced civilization, Surrendering to fate would suffice, that a prominent official tapped his wrist contemplatively. Then let S test physical attacks. Orders acknowledged. The core of the star is ready on the battlefield. Xiyi refrained from initiating an attack, and the Void Chaser's warships remained stationary. Aside from the retraction of the meteor cannon, the battlefield fell silent. Until, at a certain moment, the violet cosmic barrier rippled slightly, and a dim, minuscule point of light surged towards Xiyi at astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an EYL. Xiyi narrowed his gaze, extending 2 fingers to grasp the droplet-like substance. Witnessing this scene, the high-ranking officials behind the screen were astounded. The droplet was a material weapon crafted from a specific substance, accelerated through a space-time accelerator, and fired at critical velocity to strike the enemy. After a certain duration of acceleration, it could even launch superluminal attacks within this infinite expanse at such velocity. The droplet striking power had reached an inconceivable magnitude. Yet the adversary merely pinched the droplet between 2 fingers. Some officials began to doubt the validity of their previous decisions. Scanning underway. The superintelligence seemed startled, offering a prompt before falling silent. The military leader, who had previously vowed to seek reconciliation, suddenly brightened, declaring, "Initiate the Guishu weapon." What? This is utterly unacceptable. The launch of the Guishu weapon requires a century's worth of civilization's accumulation. Do not forget our ultimate objective. I oppose this. We should perhaps not rashly engage such an unknown entity in conflict. The hall erupted in uproar at his command that, in truth, a civilization like the Void Chasers should not act so hastily. Otherwise, why would they be considered unique? A balding researcher interjected. General Arthur, while the Guishu weapon is formidable, it also harbors great drawbacks. If it fails, our civilization could suffer catastrophic repercussions. General Arthur paused thoughtfully before responding. Since we crafted this behemoth, we have yet to employ it even once. Is this not an excellent opportunity? Worry not. I shall bear all consequences. What will you bear? Arthur's rival scoffed. If we fail, it will be our doom. By then, you will be dead. How can you bear it? General Arthur remained silent for a long while before stating, "We have no path of retreat. How much longer can we endure? But we could devise a solution together. Rather than provoking an unknown existence as we are now." The rival pointed at Xiyi displayed on the screen. Devise a solution together? General Arthur regarded his nemesis scornfully. What solution takes 400 years to formulate? Previously, we could leisurely engulf other universes. How much longer do we have now? The rival retorted. Your plan is to incite this unknown being's wrath. He is a benevolent soul. General Arthur would not back down. A person? His rival laughed heartily. Have you ever encountered anyone capable of pinching a star core with their fingers? Especially after the star core has traversed a distance in this infinite void? The star core is merely an obsolete weapon to us. You might want to utilize your brain, filled with refuse. We still possess several types of material weapons with power exceeding that of the star core. The towering figures around me gazed indifferently at the dispute unfolding between the two, remaining silent in their lack of intervention. The altercation between the two appeared to bear no significance to those lofty individuals. They merely observed, apathetic, as General Arthur and his rival exchanged heated words, their spittle flying. As time wore on, it seemed the confrontation had escalated to the brink of physical violence. The researcher cleared his throat. Addressing them, General Arthur, General Klein, I must remind you both that our adversary, that so-called good man, appears to be growing impatient. The 2 old foes exchanged knowing glances, each letting out a dismissive huff, choosing to ignore one another henceforth. An elderly gentleman with graying hair adjusted his spectacles and remarked coolly, "In that case, we cannot keep our enemy waiting any longer. Prepare to launch the Ruins Ray." Surprisingly, not a single voice rose in opposition. As if the earlier scene of vitriol had never transpired, the so-called Ruins Ray was, in essence, the cosmic macro-information collected by the Void Dweller civilization at the moment of the universe's total extinguishment. Its method of attack involved a specialized apparatus designed to concentrate this information and unleash it, effectively obliterating the enemy's very concept of existence. Moreover, due to the rapid transmission of cosmic information, evasion of such an assault was nearly impossible. However, Gathering such vast quantities of information required considerable time, even for the Void Dwellers, and the resources needed for a single use were not something they were willing to expend at present, rendering this tactic infrequently employed. Theoretically, no existence could withstand such an offensive unless the opposing entity's conceptual framework transcended the informational constructs born of the universe's annihilation, a scenario the Void Dwellers had yet to encounter. This method, then, was akin to a dimensional strike against civilizations whose technological prowess had not reached a stage where they could escape the universe. Xiyi observed the violet cosmos before him with a calm demeanor, noting that the opposing force had remained unresponsive for an extended period. They had even retracted their interstellar warship capable of traversing cosmic barriers, leading him to suspect they might concede. As thoughts swirled in his mind, a familiar luminescent screen materialized, revealing an elderly man with silvery hair. "Greetings, esteemed traveler, I am Alfred, the supreme arbiter of the Void Dweller civilization," he said with a courteous "Not." Xiyi returned the gesture with a smile. "I am Xiyi. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator," Alfred continued. "If it would not be too much trouble, I hope you will refrain from obstructing us. We have long prepared for this moment. If possible, I would also prefer amicable relations with you. However," Xiyi replied, "the universe you intend to invade is home to my kin, and one must always look out for their own when abroad." Alfred paused thoughtfully before responding. "Perhaps you do not fully comprehend the nature of our civilization." Xiyi nodded slightly. "I'm all ears. Our civilization has existed for 1.35 million years. We have undergone countless technological revolutions," Alfred stated, fixing his gaze on Xiyi as he enunciated each word with conviction. "We will stop at nothing to achieve our goals. Why must you consume other universes? What is the purpose of such actions?" Xiyi inquired, a look of confusion on his face. "That I can only say that we have our own profound dilemmas, the specifics of which I cannot disclose at this time," Alfred replied with a smile. "We do not seek war, yet we are not afraid of it. You possess the ability to traverse between universes with ease, accomplishing what countless civilizations covet. Your existence is truly remarkable. If circumstances allow, I would very much like to engage in a thorough discussion with you. Wishing you the best, Xiyi. Truly, you are a riddle worthy of disdain," Xiyi thought to himself, having just finished his internal monologue when a vast and peculiar wave of energy struck him unexpectedly. Despite his considerable strength, he found himself momentarily blinded, a drop of blood spilling from his nose. As the blood fell, it transformed into a vast sea of crimson, scorching the surrounding space into inky darkness. A cosmic singularity, inadvertently intruding and radiating boundless light, was reduced to ash within this blood sea. The higher echelons of the Void Dwellers' civilization watched in awe and sorrow, slapping the table in disbelief. A single drop of such existence's blood, if properly analyzed, could lead to significant advancements in their civilization's technology. Moreover, a nascent universe held immense value for them. May the ruins' ray succeed, they fervently hoped. It must succeed. The torrent of information unleashed by the ruins' ray could obliterate the very concept of existence for even the former Lyrt civilization, no matter how powerful an individual may be. They cannot resist such an onslaught. But what if he withstands it? Then let General Arthur bear the blame. Did he not assert that Xiyi is a good man, as the words hung in the air? The atmosphere in the venue lightened considerably, save for the lone researcher present, whose expression grew grim. "That I hope," he sighed, gazing at the holographic display before him. Xiyi found himself in a precarious situation. The immense and enigmatic wave of energy struck with a speed that he had not anticipated. Even had he foreseen it, he might not have been able to withstand it. What magnitude could the torrent of information unleashed at the moment of a universe's extinguishment possess? Even the Void Dweller civilization could not answer that question. Naturally, Xiyi could not endure it either. In a daze, he felt as though he had transformed into an infinitesimal particle, aimlessly adrift in an expanse of nothingness. There were no emotions, no desires, and no superfluous feelings. He could neither close his eyes, nor speak, nor even move, merely drifting along with the current. Time passed, and even Xiyi's patience began to wane, giving rise to a flicker of anxiety within him. Anyone would find it disheartening to linger in an environment devoid of light for countless years. In this state of mind, peculiar thoughts began to materialize, manifesting as strange notions within his consciousness. Life and death. What constitutes life and what signifies death? Should a person who has achieved nothing continue to exist? Good and evil. Who determines them? How are they judged? Decades pass with no achievement. A burden to my parents. You are but a parasite clinging to your elders, feeding on the flesh of the people, consuming their essence. Without the night grass, the horse cannot grow fat. The thin must feed the fat, if one does not act for oneself. Heaven will bring ruin. Misfortune only seeks those who suffer. The heavens are unjust, though my origins are humble. I too can die on the battlefield. Fame and fortune are but sorrow. A horse's hide wraps my corpse in laughter. I am weary. Let it all be annihilated. I am not mad. In his mind, it felt as if countless voices murmured and roared, an overwhelming flood of negative emotions rendering Xiyi voiceless, forcing him to silently listen. He could not discern how long this lasted, but he felt as if he had become the very essence speaking those words, passively experiencing their lives. The information produced at the moment of cosmic extinction encapsulated the entirety of all beings within the universe, as well as the essence of the universe itself. Such a monumental torrent of information was arduous for even Xiyi to endure. After what felt like an eternity, those voices faded into silence. And Xiyi emerged from that bizarre state, summoning his resolve. Suddenly, he beheld the particle he had become. Upon reaching a certain threshold of mass, it erupted violently. Boom! In the profound silence, the great sound is unheard. The grand form is formless, and the eternal path endures in that instant. It felt as though he glimpsed something, comprehended something, yet also lost something. It was at that moment that he discerned his own path. According to his own deductions, he was in the stage of refining essence in a Xiyi before enduring the ruins ray. What does it mean to refine essence in a Xiyi? All actions that absorb energy to strengthen one's own capabilities are referred to as refining essence into energy. Naturally, during this process, the physical body undergoes transformation as it absorbs more energy, for the physical form is the foundation of all things. The next stage following refining essence into energy is refining energy into spirit. However, one can continue to refine essence into energy even after refining energy into spirit. Both are merely means of cultivation, with refining essence into energy serving as a threshold of sorts. Upon reaching a certain level, one may commence the refinement of energy into spirit. All actions that absorb energy to enhance personal strength fall under the category of refining essence into energy. What then of refining energy into spirit? As Xiyi once expressed to Caesar, there are no absolutes in this world. Each individual can forge their own path in cultivation, for everyone has their own journey. Cultivation is ultimately about walking one's own path. Each person is a unique blossom, and identical methods of cultivation cannot yield the same individual. Some may refine essence into energy merely to achieve the foundational goal of strengthening their bodies, while Xiyi, who also refines essence into energy, is capable of traversing the cosmos and breaking through the barriers of the universe. Such comparisons are indeed incomparable. Cultivation is inherently a process of continually elevating one's existence. How does one elevate? By accumulating energy and fortifying oneself. What is the aim of this elevation? Refining energy into spirit, which naturally pertains to the divine. The essence of refining essence into energy lies in absorbing energy, transforming the physical body and storing energy. Upon reaching a certain threshold, one utilizes the refined energy to comprehensively elevate their body, thoughts, wisdom, and more. This process is known as refining essence into energy, with the subsequent step being the refinement of energy into spirit. What is the divine? The divine, in its clarity, embodies omniscience and omnipotence. True divinity encompasses all knowledge and power. The false deity, Onisis, is to be disregarded. In this phase, cultivation primarily hinges on personal accumulation, which includes, but is not limited to, the accumulation of energy and personal experiences, all means of empowering oneself. derived from refining essence into energy, serve as the sustenance for refining energy into spirit. Xiyi has journeyed thus far. Although he possesses ample energy, and his physical form has undergone a certain degree of transformation, his experiences are still too shallow. Despite having decades of human life experience, this is evidently insufficient. Lacking an understanding of the suffering of sentient beings, what right has he to become a revered deity? The process of refining energy into spirit demands experiential sustenance. One must traverse the myriad facets of existence, tempering both body and will. Had he persisted in his previous lethargy, it would have taken an indeterminate amount of time to take this step. Fortunately, he is blessed with profound fortune and has encountered the great benefactor, the pursuer of shadows, who has bestowed upon Xiyi the great rocket of ascension, the return to the void ray. Although this temporarily incapacitated Xiyi's consciousness, it allowed him to make up for his past deficiencies. His body, consciousness, thoughts, and everything that constitutes Xiyi, even the very concept of his existence, began to undergo sublimation in silence. Of course, all of this is undetectable to the civilization of the pursuer of shadows. They can only observe that Xiyi has remained rigid since being struck by the return to the void ray. Had it not been for decades of high-level experience and a considerable degree of shrewdness, they might have already begun to celebrate. They must maintain the decorum of their high status, should they uncover the secrets of the other party. It would signify yet another technological breakthrough for the pursuer of shadows. Deploy a Starcatcher-class battleship and bring his body back, General Arthur exclaimed with a smile. The violet cosmic barrier quivered slightly, and a massive battleship emerged, its surface displaying the unique purple-black hue of the pursuer of shadow civilization. After leaping through multiple dimensions, it appeared above Xiyi that in truth, the technology of spatial transition is not considered remarkable for the pursuer of shadow civilization. It merely becomes prohibitively energy-consuming when employed beyond the universe. However, when compared to Xiyi's body, expending a modicum of energy is inconsequential. The Starcatcher battleship opened a section of its hull, emitting a gentle glow. This was an artificial gravitational wave. The light illuminated Xiyi's body, and under normal circumstances, he should have been drawn back to the Starcatcher by this gravitational wave, as the ship's configuration was specifically designed for planetary retrieval. However, to the disbelief of General Arthur and the other high-ranking officials, the gravitational wave capable of attracting stars shone upon Xiyi's body, yet he remained utterly motionless. "What is happening?" they exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, Xiyi opened his eyes at this moment. He appeared unchanged from before, with an ordinary visage, garbed in a robe of indeterminate age, and his long hair tied atop his head. He resembled a common farmer from ancient times. Observing the battleship above him, he effortlessly discerned its past and future. After refining energy into spirit, he had, to a certain extent and within a specific scope, become omniscient and omnipotent. To perceive the fate of a battleship was merely child's play. Of course, attempting to comprehend the trajectory of an entire universe over the course of time presents a significant challenge. The sheer volume of matter, energy, and information within the universe is staggering, at times. Even the trajectory of a single particle can influence the entire cosmos, with the data or causality involved being overwhelmingly vast. Not actively seeking to observe the fate of the pursuer of shadow civilization, Xiyi inquired, "Shall we have a proper conversation now?" The venue fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension as the smiles of the high-ranking officials froze upon their faces. "Researcher, what is the meaning of this?" someone asked. The researcher, flustered, manipulated the holographic display and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? I too wish to know. I have utilized the computational power of most of the transcenders, along with nearly all of our idle void-level observation devices. Yet I cannot detect his presence. In my calculations, he appears as if he does not exist at all. No mass, no energy." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, turning towards the enormous holographic display that projected Xiyi's figure. "You cannot observe him? Then what is this? Could be a ghost." General Arthur mused, his gaze flickering. "How many return to the void rays do we have left?" One of the high-ranking officials replied. "Only 4 remain. The energy required to artificially create one is exorbitant. My Lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, for the best is yet to come. General Arthur proclaimed. The atmosphere in the venue settled. Even Alfred, the presiding judge, did not voice any objections. This elderly figure with graying hair appeared lost in thought, oblivious to the proceedings. Why don't we utilize more powerful and formidable weapons? Someone queried. The crowd regarded him with knowing glances. The man's face flushed with embarrassment. But we do have them. But the cost is far too great, and it pales in comparison to the return to the Void Ray. With 4 return to the Void Rays, fueled by the hopes of the high-ranking officials of the Pursuer of Shadows, they surged towards Xiyi. Xiyi frowned. If the information contained within the previous return to the Void Rays resembled the primordial chaos of the universe, then these current rays felt akin to 4 oversized firecrackers crafted from refuse. Their potential for harm was minimal, serving merely as a psychic assault, having commenced the process of refining energy into spirit. If an entire universe's information were to flood his mind simultaneously, he would certainly be overwhelmed. However, a simple torrent of information attacking him would have little effect. Moreover, these 4 return to the Void Rays were merely the detritus of information produced by the Pursuer of Shadow civilization. Lacking the will of the entire universe, their incessant and ineffective onslaught had begun to wear on Xiyi's patience. Even if you are my benefactor, you cannot leverage that favor against me. He mused, contemplating breaking through the cosmic barrier to engage in a proper discussion with them. Just then, a pitch-black universe, emanating a certain jubilant frequency, drifted over Xiyi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the nearly desolate universe from before? Why not remain stationary to conserve its lifespan? The high-ranking officials of the Pursuer of Shadows turned pale upon seeing this dark universe on the holographic display. Not this group of pests again. A general's countenance was clouded with vexation. Perhaps we could divert this calamity elsewhere, someone hastily suggested. For a technologically advanced civilization, comprehensible attacks are far from terrifying in the realm of technological prowess, as long as one can grasp the nature of the threat. Countermeasures can be devised. The only true dread for a civilization reliant on technology arises from assaults of the unknown, for the unknown presents no solutions. Conversely, within the mystical domain, continuous self-improvement renders one impervious to any form of attack, or at the very least, capable of self-preservation, by perpetually elevating one's own standing. One can ultimately confront all adversities. Should one fail to achieve this, it merely indicates a lack of strength. The civilization of the Void Walkers, an advanced race capable of traversing universes and devouring others, naturally engaged in exploration of alternate realms. In their conflicts with other universes, victory led to consumption, while defeat necessitated retreat to their own domain. Secure in the advantage of home ground. However, during their explorations, this peculiar universe, infused with an eerie sense of joy, became their utmost disdain. The myriad forms of attack from the opposing side were perplexing to their civilization. It was not fear that gripped them, but rather a profound disgust stemming from the warfare with this universe. In direct confrontations, the Void Walkers were invariably triumphant. Yet, during these battles, certain individuals inexplicably descended into madness. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, with some undergoing grotesque transformations, becoming inhuman entities. Most repulsive was the fact that such aberrations were contagious. Moreover, the resources of this universe were imbued with an unsettling quality, leaving them uncertain whether their spoils would eventually morph into bizarre entities adorned with tentacles. At times, soldiers engaged in combat unwittingly assumed the shapes of their adversaries, further intensifying their aversion to this universe. The territories seized yielded no useful resources, and one had to remain vigilant against the bizarre pollution. Thankfully, this strange universe exhibited no overt aggression. Otherwise, the Void Walkers would have been compelled to contemplate abandoning their newfound domain. Xiyi furrowed his brow as he observed this uncanny universe, its peculiar modes of communication lingering vividly in his memory, particularly the so-called core of the primal universe, with its chaotic and frenzied existence, provoked a profound discomfort within him. However, considering it was a universe on the brink of extinction, such disarray was perhaps comprehensible. As the bizarre universe joined the fray, a colossal blue eye, reminiscent of a Caspian monster, suddenly emerged from the dark cosmic veil, blinking rhythmically. In an instant, torrents of chaotic information surged toward Xiyi and the Voidwalker civilization. "Greetings," was the message Xiyi received, which, after his rudimentary processing, transformed into coherent communication. "Azathoth sends his regards," Xiyi frowned. The Voidwalker civilization also received this message, igniting a frenzy within the conference hall. "Activate the highest grade filtration protocols. Quickly, initiate Level 1 defense measures. Engage battle readiness. A life-bearing planet in the southern domain of the Catter civilization has undergone aberration. Stop your prattling. Deploy the planet-destroying cannon and obliterate that celestial body to cosmic dust." After a protracted period, the conference hall finally regained a semblance of calm, though the expressions of those present were grim. This peculiar universe's mere greeting had cost their civilization over 20 life-bearing planets, in addition to countless others sprouting unsettling appendages. What is the Research Institute doing? After all these years, why have they not produced countermeasures? Someone questioned. We've sailed smoothly for so long. Expecting results from those lounging in comfort is futile. They are less reliable than hoping for a few well-groomed receptionists, came a derisive retort. Chief Judge Alfred inhaled deeply. Speaking with solemnity, reduce the resource allocation to the Research Institute by half each natural year. If no new achievements are made, resource supply will diminish annually. As the cosmic hegemon, the Voidwalker civilization's emphasis on technological advancement was beyond the comprehension of ordinary citizens. Accordingly, the privileges afforded to the Research Institute were also unimaginable to the common populace. This course of action bore both advantages and disadvantages, the primary drawback being that the absence of pressure had rendered many within the Institute complacent. No one present opposed Chief Judge Alfred's decision. Having the resources for the Research Institute meant an increase in allocation for other departments. As for ambition, a jest, how many truly possess it? Resources are paramount. Observing the reactions of those around him, Chief Judge Alfred sighed softly. He felt powerless to alter the course of events that a civilization that had evolved from tribalism through slavery and feudalism had finally reached its current state. A journey fraught with hardship too profound for outsiders to fathom. Were they now to regress? At the very least, the Voidwalker civilization exhibited such tendencies, with diminishing external pressures and the upper echelons concealing the cosmic threats. An increasing number of parasites emerged within the civilization, the various conglomerates waving the banner of civilization, along with the seemingly loyal high-ranking officials, resembled the diverse tribes of the tribal era. Humanity does not invariably progress. Some individuals resist such advancement. This narrative is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for more captivating content. The pursuit of progress inevitably brings forth elements that have been deliberately obscured, compelling certain individuals to relinquish their grasp on power. Yet, why should I surrender privileges that you cannot possess? Just because you are of lesser standing. Is your weakness justification? Not all who walk the earth are truly human. Self-interest is humanity's most primal instinct, often surpassing even the fundamental drive for procreation. Achieving global harmony, how exceedingly difficult. Those willing to contemplate such matters can easily arrive at these conclusions. Alfred was acutely aware. Once, he too had been an idealistic youth brimming with passion. Now, however, he simply sought to coexist for the sake of civilization. It was not shameful. The second wave of greetings from the bizarre universe Azathoth arrived. But Xiyi, like a gentle breeze, remained undeterred, and the Voidwalker civilization had prepared adequately, incurring no losses. Greetings, Azathoth. Though Xiyi felt a slight discomfort, he responded politely. I am Xiyi. Azathoth conveyed a wave of cheerful emotions. Xiyi's expression turned peculiar as he paused momentarily before advising. Azathoth, though your lifespan wanes, the Tao comprises 50, with one aspect evading, and heaven provides no absolute barriers. How can you succumb to despair? Xiyi regarded the entity known as Azathoth with a mix of amusement and resignation as it swayed, humming an eerie melody while departing. Through their brief exchange, Xiyi discerned that Azathoth's visit was merely a courtesy call. Seeking amusement, with the greeting extended and no entertainment in sight, Azathoth took his leave, mentioning his intention to retire for a slumber as for the matter of his impending demise. A jest. Those seeking amusement rarely concern themselves with such trivialities. Dedicating a finite existence to the pursuit of infinite pleasure is the path to experiencing joy beyond the ken of others. The Void Walker civilization harbored no intentions of obstructing Azathoth's departure, nor did they wish to initiate any form of aggression. They were eager for this instigator to make a swift exit as Azathoth departed. An air of awkwardness suddenly enveloped the relationship between Xiyi and the Void Chaser civilization. The conflict between the two stemmed from Xiyi's desire to transcend the cosmic barriers in search of philosophical discourse, which led to a confrontation upon being discovered. Naturally, Xiyi refrained from launching an offensive due to his impolite conduct. Subsequently, the opposing party presented him with an extraordinary gift, facilitating his successful transcendence and transformation, further complicating the atmosphere between them, making it even more challenging for him to take action at that moment. The rulers of the Void Chaser civilization found themselves in a quandary. Initially, they assumed Xiyi was a fool for attempting to attack the cosmic barrier, but through brief exchanges, they came to realize he seemed to possess a commendable character. After all, in their understanding, no one in their right mind would choose to oppose a civilization perched at the pinnacle of the universe for the sake of a so-called compatriot. They had even entertained the idea of exploiting his nature against him, only to discover that the true fool was, in fact, themselves. The kindness exhibited by Xiyi was rooted in his godlike abilities. For Xiyi, he felt he had not wronged anyone. What harm was there in extending a modicum of goodwill? Without such goodwill, how would he have known that the Void Chasers possessed such remarkable advancements? Moreover, as an ordinary mortal, could he truly expect to fight from start to finish? Was there any distinction between that and madness? No one would mistake a madman for a compliment. It is the possession of basic kindness that truly defines a person. Is there anything wrong with being humane? Xiyi certainly did not think so. General Arthur stroked his beard, directing a probing gaze towards the foremost Alfred, and tentatively inquired, "Shall we initiate an attack?" After a moment of contemplation, Alfred turned his gaze towards the researcher. "Mr. Cowell, I would appreciate your insights." The researcher Cowell, finally endowed with his name, hesitated as he stroked his balding head. The abilities we currently understand from the opposing side include energy erasure, the capacity to communicate with us while disregarding language, and their evident advanced intellect, as inferred from their ability to traverse bizarre universes. Additionally, their formidable physique appears to possess at least the strength of C960 Eternium alloy, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of other powerful means at their disposal. While we have revealed some of our secrets to them, we remain virtually ignorant of their capabilities. Thus, I do not recommend launching another attack, at least until we gain a clearer understanding of our opponent. It would be unwise to act aggressively. His words garnered support from some, yet others remained impassive. Alfred nodded, turning to General Arthur. "General Arthur, how much longer can the defense team hold out?" With a stoic expression, General Arthur replied, "If we cannot locate new resources soon, we might endure for approximately 42 years. To be precise, that translates to 42 natural years. In the Void Chaser's perception of time, a natural year corresponds to one complete orbit of their home planet around its star. While a single rotation of the planet constitutes a day, based on the atomic ground state of a rare element, the electromagnetic wave period generated during transitions between two ultra-fine energy levels corresponds to a second, with a day comprising approximately 86,400 seconds. This concept appears universally applicable in all human-dominated universes that a year in the Void Chaser civilization consists of 380 days, a result of excessive resource extraction from their home planet long ago, including the extraction of vast amounts of geothermal energy, which has led to a deceleration in the planet's orbital speed. When they standardized their planetary time units, their planet's orbital speed had already stabilized at 380 days. And despite subsequent resource acquisition from other celestial bodies, this situation could not be altered in this era of advanced technology. The natural lifespan of ordinary individuals, following genetic enhancements, ranges between 300 to 500 years, while those in higher echelons, despite enjoying privileges beyond the reach of commoners, cannot surpass a lifespan of 800 years. Theoretically, with genetic treatments and certain surgical procedures, one could achieve immortality, yet theory remains theory. Humans are ultimately carbon-based life forms, and their organs, including the brain, inevitably succumb to aging. The oldest among the elite barely exceeds 300 years, theoretically affording them another 400 years of life. The longer one lives, the greater the fear of death. They certainly do not wish for their existence to conclude in 42 years. Upon General Arthur's statement, the assembly erupted in a clamor. General Arthur, is your military truly this inept? The resources allocated to the military each year are countless, and this is the outcome. Chairman, I propose an internal audit of the military. Agreed. Do you think the military is easy to bully? Our soldiers are already tightening their belts. Who knows if you military higher-ups are lining your pockets? You. Arthur slammed his hand on the table. If there is to be an investigation, let it encompass everyone present. Anyone who violates the law shall face severe consequences. With this proclamation, the assembly fell into silence, and the reason was evident. Alfred cleared his throat, attempting to mediate. The military has exerted its utmost effort. We must extend our understanding that we are currently enduring the most arduous of times. And unity is imperative. The military and civilian officials exchanged glances, each letting out a disdainful huff. Alfred rubbed his forehead and suggested, I recommend intensifying our explorations into the Onisis universe. This requires strategic planning from the military. He gestured towards Xiyi on the holographic screen. He has never intended to be our adversary. He merely seeks to prevent us from resorting to force. Alfred waved his hand. Moreover, we are merely exploring. Arthur and several high-ranking military officials simultaneously frowned. Alfred continued, perhaps we could attempt to make contact with this benevolent individual. Given the power he has displayed, he might be able to assist us. He may not choose to help us. Came a dissenting voice. Making contact is not inherently a negative action. Alfred, as chairman, made his decision, emphasizing, he is a good person. The others instantly understood. Politicians, after all, can be quite flexible with their moral boundaries. My apologies for the delay, sir. The holographic projection displayed Alfred's age visage before Xiyi. With a half-smile, responded, have you reached a consensus? We are merely deliberating on the appropriate attitude to adopt towards you. Alfred replied, and what is your current stance? Xiyi inquired. The reason we have waged war against other universes is out of necessity, Alfred explained. You may observe our universe below, and you shall understand. Previously, I was unaware. Now, there is no need to look. Xiyi waved his hand, stating, all things in existence, including the universe, have their destinies. To act against fate is not guaranteed to succeed. Alfred paused momentarily. Indeed, our universe has reached the end of its life cycle, yet every being possesses the right to pursue life. That it is inconceivable for us to sit idly by, just as we firmly believe that our universe will not willingly extinguish. In the midst of this conversation, Xiyi appeared beneath the realm of the Void Chasers. This universe, tenfold the size of an ordinary one, harbors a darkness even more terrifying than a black hole directly below. It is a pitch-black abyss, perpetually expanding at an ever-accelerating rate, while the endless matter surrounding this chasm disintegrates into mere specks of dust, gradually fading into nothingness. Countless robots tirelessly feed immeasurable material into this void, attempting to slow its relentless expansion. Xiyi's observation. The lifespan of this universe has long since reached its end. The loss of matter is irrevocable. The Void Chaser civilization, in its ceaseless warfare, devours other universes in a desperate bid to replenish the material that has vanished from their Xiyi's eyes. This endeavor is akin to defying fate, yet it appears they have not succeeded. As they consume other universes to acquire boundless resources, they inadvertently increase the volume of their own universe, necessitating an ever-growing influx of material. One day, the rate at which the Void Chasers replenish their resources will inevitably lag behind the expansion of the abyss. In essence, the plight of the Void Chaser civilization resembles a dance upon a tightrope. A moment's misstep could plunge them into the boiling oil below, You are merely drinking poison to quench your thirst. Xiyi remarked, shaking his head. Alfred replied, even knowing it is poison, we have no alternative. Your Excellency Xiyi, you are a good person. For your sake, we can refrain from forcibly conquering the Xiyi world. Yet we cannot allow ourselves to be reduced to mere dust in this universe. Therefore, we hope to transfer the life of the entire universe to the Xiyi world, and we ask that you do not interfere. The idea of migrating all life was not a sudden whim of Alfred's. The Void Chaser civilization had contemplated such a decision upon discovering the abyss. Unfortunately, not all universes are suitable for their migration. Humanity is, in truth, a remarkably powerful species, exhibiting great adaptability. Yet in certain aspects, it is profoundly fragile that a hasty migration could spell disaster due to an inhospitable environment. Perhaps some might adapt, but certainly not the elderly. The Xiyi universe is currently one of the only two discovered realms deemed suitable for their migration. The previous universe they encountered contained a civilization that was fiercely proud. Upon realizing they could not withstand the invaders, they nearly ignited the entire universe in a bid to perish together. Xiyi shook his head, stating, I am but an outsider. Such monumental matters as civilization migration should not be discussed with me. Alfred was taken aback. They asked for the Xiyi universe. I am merely a guest. What authority does a guest have to speak on behalf of the host? Xiyi chuckled, gesturing towards the distant Xiyi universe. You ought to confer with the inhabitants there. Alfred was momentarily at a loss, unable to decipher Xiyi's intentions. The value of a universe is beyond estimation, for it represents boundless resources that, in the eyes of Alfred and the entire Void Chaser civilization, everything is merely a matter of survival of the fittest. He could not genuinely believe that an entity like Xiyi could truly be a good person, nor could he accept that Xiyi was incapable of making decisions. It could only be said that their thoughts were not aligned. Xiyi's gaze turned towards the cosmos, and he suddenly lamented, You people are not so different after all. Alfred remained silent. Where there are people, there exists oppression. The harshest treatment often comes from one's own kind. Xiyi's gaze pierced through the violet cosmic veil, observing the indulgent elite, the impeccably dressed so-called elites, the ordinary workers toiling in military factories, and finally, those struggling to survive on the desolate planets, labeled as criminals, as well as the truly guilty who, despite their transgressions, lived freely on a certain exiled planet. The life stories of these so-called criminals unfolded before Xiyi's eyes. A wife was taken, and the husband falsely accused and branded a criminal. Wealth was seized, and with no avenue for appeal, he was labeled a criminal. One man committed heinous acts, a true criminal. Another, who murdered for pleasure, should have faced death, yet was released after several years, only to be reinstated. That a man who seduced hundreds of other men as wives, aided by his family, was exiled for a year. One who killed 10 civilians faced merely 30 days of exile. Xiyi chuckled wryly. Of the 10 criminals, 7 were coerced into false confessions. 1 was merely a privileged individual on vacation, and less than 1 in 100 truly deserved punishment, in terms of technological advancement. It seemed to fall far short of his homeland. Was it the advancement of technology that eroded human morality, or was it simply the essence of humanity? Xiyi had no desire to seek answers to that question. For reasons unknown, Alfred suddenly felt his heart race, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. However, this feeling was fleeting, so he dismissed it. You are the supreme leader of the Void Chaser civilization? Xiyi inquired. Indeed, Alfred replied. What does the term Void Chaser signify? It bears no special meaning. How do you perceive human nature? Alfred, cautious and contemplative, responded, I believe human nature is fundamentally good, although mistakes may occur at times. It is seldom intentional. This response was crafted with consideration for Xiyi's character. Xiyi fell silent for a moment, then asked, What is your view on the common people? Alfred was momentarily taken aback. The cornerstone of civilization. Xiyi regarded him with a sigh. Merely superficial words. Alfred found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, Xiyi posed another question. How do you perceive your civilization in comparison to theirs? With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen appeared, displaying the human conditions of the Xiyi world. After observing for a while, Alfred replied, in terms of the progression of civilization, they remain far behind us, existing in a distant past, and thus they cannot be compared to us. Xiyi remained noncommittal. Look more closely. Alfred furrowed his gray brows and scrutinized the scene once more. Indeed, they fall short of us. For our civilization has embraced democracy. According to sociological progress theory, they must first endure feudalism and a series of painful reforms before achieving democracy, whereas we have been on this path for quite some time. The implication being that they are unworthy of comparison. Xiyi scrutinized Alfred, the supreme leader of the Void Chaser civilization, until Alfred felt a chill run down his spine. Finally, Xiyi sighed. You people truly lack depth. Perhaps it was the long-standing elevated perspective that caused Alfred to overlook certain vital truths, or perhaps he simply chose not to voice them. In any case, Xiyi now found himself utterly disinterested in the Void Chaser civilization. You are all the same, Xiyi remarked enigmatically, gesturing towards the direction of Xiyi before turning to leave. Alfred remained silent for a protracted period. He felt as though he had engaged in a futile conversation with Xiyi. After closing the luminous screen, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes as he addressed the eager elite below. Proceed with the plan. If necessary, we may utilize some elements from within. The implication of his words jolted the elites into alertness. Xiyi returned to his modest abode, gazing at the familiar scenery in contemplative silence. After a long while, a smile of acceptance graced his face. As an outsider, why should I concern myself with such matters? He retrieved his fishing rod, baited the hook, and began to fish. Meanwhile, within the Genesis temple, Xiyi wielded divine powers to observe those clad in peculiar armor who had arrived from the neighboring realm. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, and his expression darkened with fury. How dare they? How dare they treat this place so recklessly, to come and go as they please? He drew his sword and bellowed, It is all that wretched individual's fault. No one shall stop me. I shall seek out that insolent fool for a decisive battle. He beheld the scouts of the Void Chasers swaggering into this universe, leading him to believe that Xiyi had set a poor example. Otherwise, such rudeness would not have been exhibited by the Void Chasers. The two exquisite maidens remained utterly unfazed, their eyelids unflinching as they delicately sipped from their teacups, savoring each drop. The creations of that mortal emperor are rather impressive. He mused. Despite his prolonged bellowing, no one came forth to curtail him, which left Xiyi feeling somewhat awkward as he questioned the two maidens. Why do you not restrain me? Unrestrainable, replied Xiyi, for reasons unknown. He found himself peculiarly devoid of anger. Ever since Xiyi had engaged him in amicable discourse before the two maidens, his status within this creation temple seemed, in an intangible manner, to have diminished. In the world of Xiyi, it was the 30th year of Caesar's ascension. The middle-aged Caesar sat upon his throne, his countenance impassive, radiating an aura of authority as he gazed down at Wilsongaus, the Minister of Internal Affairs, who bowed low in submission. Throughout his years in power, he had methodically eliminated the nobility of a human race, akin to harvesting a field of chives, dispatching the disobedient and replacing them with the compliant. This world lacked many things, but it did not lack individuals eager to ascend to nobility. Initially, he had contemplated abolishing the noble system. However, it had become so deeply entrenched that any hope of change would require decades, if not centuries. Compared to the so-called feudal system, he discerned that the noble system resembled a grotesque form of slavery. Despite being a time traveler endowed with a system, altering such a world proved exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, he had not been entirely inactive over the years. Now, more than half of the nobility were those he had supported, meaning that the emerging aristocrats were, in essence, his own, through successful trade with the orc race. He had amassed a significant bounty, 23 cultivation methods for 50,000 tons of meat and various mineral resources. Suddenly, Minister Gauss was drenched in sweat. Caesar raised an eyebrow. The trade with the elven race had not yet been established. And Gauss, trembling, stared at the report in his hands, his eyes bloodshot with disdain for those beneath him. The elven court had mocked their envoy, uttering deriding remarks. Caesar raised his hand, silencing Gauss. You are just like these nobles. He scoffed. Only when you are restrained do you learn the meaning of reverence. Once your limbs are bound, you become nothing more than a seemingly loyal hound. Gauss lowered his head, drenched in sweat, yet dared not make a move. The emperor harbored an intense disdain for the nobility, with the exception of those dutiful nobles, who had been entirely absent in the previous empire. The new aristocrats, supported by the emperor, were hardly the type to embody virtue, allowing a gaggle of pretentious commoners to adhere to decorum. What a jest! Were they unaware that the greatest malice towards humanity often stemmed from humanity itself? In this world, no one dared to raise a fist against the powerful. At least, Caesar had yet to encounter anyone with such audacity. Once the commoners ascended, they did not transform into messengers of justice, but instead turned their blades upon their former brethren. They would not even dare confront the old guard of nobility. Gauss represented the entrenched noble factions that, of course, the emperor retained them not out of fear of rebellion. After 10 years as the Minister of Internal Affairs, could Gauss truly be unaware? The emperor merely sought balance, amassing strength until he could upheave the noble system. But to the zenith of power in the main world, the emperor commanded epic level might that surpassed all the nobility combined. Would such a condition incite rebellion? As these thoughts coursed through Gauss's mind, he trembled before Caesar as he descended from the throne. Upon reaching him, he heard the emperor's decree: notify the nobles to mobilize their private armies to patrol the borders of the elven race. Gauss nearly lost his composure. Your Majesty, what sustains the noble system in this world? Wealth, land, these may hold importance, but the core essence lies in each noble's private army. Nobles without private armies are mere sheep. Only those with private armies can truly be called nobles. Should the nobles send their armies to the elven borders, it would undoubtedly be perceived as a provocation, leading to war. How formidable are the elves? Gauss knew not, but he was certain that the private armies of these nobles would only serve to amuse the elves. Once stripped of their private armies, Gauss furtively scrutinized the emperor before him. Could this be the emperor's scheme? Caesar, hands clasped behind his back, approached the palace gates, turning his back to Gauss as he spoke with indifference. Those nobles who have violated imperial law over the years shall take the forefront, while those commoners guilty of serious crimes shall follow in their wake. To perish on the battlefield will be my greatest mercy to them. From tomorrow forth, enact the newly amended laws. Nobles who commit crime shall be treated as commoners. Abolish all systems of penance. Let those temples heed my warning. Abolish the slave system, restoring the identities of former slaves with clean records to that of ordinary citizens. Arrest past slave owners and thrust them into the death squads. All males aged 15 and above within their families shall join the death squads. Females aged 15 to 40 shall be conscripted into newly established factories. Females under 15 shall be sent to imperial academies to learn proper conduct. Any who transgress shall be dealt with according to the law. Gauss's frail body trembled violently with each proclamation from Caesar. He understood that this sagacious and martial emperor was poised to strike against them. Yet he felt powerless to resist, and the nobility was even more incapable of thwarting him. Time passed, and once Caesar had finished speaking, he turned to face his Minister of Internal Affairs, a smile playing upon his lips. I have waited 17 years. He paused, then added, You wretched pests! Farewell, pests! Faced with the emperor's nearly insulting remarks, Gauss dared not express dissatisfaction. He bowed his head and respectfully exited the palace. Upon returning to the inner palace, the plump and gentle Empress Clarice draped a thick coat over Caesar. Rest early. You are already the emperor. Why toil for such extended hours? She advised. Caesar scrutinized the woman who had been by his side for over 30 years. She was not a beauty. Her corpulent form, graying hair, and face that could only be described as passable, as she had yet to bear him a son or daughter. But did that hold significance? Was it truly important? Perhaps not. Beauty was inconsequential to Caesar. With a mere hint of interest, the beauties of the human race would queue to be chosen by him. With his current prowess, living for 1,000 years posed no issue, and indulging in 10 beauties a day was certainly feasible. Yet, such pursuits bore no advantage to him. Rather, they would hinder his cultivation. After all, this was a world imbued with divine beings. Without strength, all was but an illusion. The only slight concern was that the empress had not borne him an heir. An emperor without an heir would inevitably affect the mindset of his ministers and the stability of the nation. However, as long as he had an heir, the country would never rid itself of the detritus. Nor could it abolish the noble system, for once he had a child, he would become the greatest noble of the empire. His very existence would thus lose meaning. Such choices rested solely upon his shoulders. Above all, Empress Clearus was an astute and virtuous woman, and for a nation, that was the best choice he could make. The forest deity, Xiyi, was a powerful and mighty divine being, ranking just beneath the 13 foremost deities in the pantheon. In the divine realm, deities bore no distinctions of gender, nor did they possess fixed forms. At times, they manifest in human form, while at other times, they take on the guise of beasts. Occasionally, even a stone or a blade of wild grass may become an incarnation of a deity. In the realm of Dionysus, the gods do not possess singular roles. For instance, the god of the forest concurrently embodies the deity of flora and the god of the wilderness, among others, although the dominion of the forest god occupies a significant portion. To Xiyi, the world of Dionysus holds no secrets. He is well aware that this forest god is destined to arrive. He even comprehends every thought residing within the powerful deity's heart. Yet this does not deter him from preparing sweet and sour carp for the forest goddess. "Please, take a seat." Xiyi graciously gestured to the forest god as he placed the dish upon the dining table. Xiyi offered a slight smile, awkwardly grasping the chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and placing it in her mouth. After a moment of chewing, her expression changed, and she forced herself to swallow. "Delicious," she managed to exclaim, albeit with a hint of reluctance in her smile. Xiyi chuckled and remarked, "Each land nurtures its own people. The nature of a world gives rise to its own unique creations." The fish in his pond, of course, was not true carp, though it bore some resemblance. Tio prepare other fish using the method for sweet and sour carp. He was no master chef, and the outcome was unlikely to be palatable. Xiyi's smile became increasingly strained. The heavens sustain all beings, yet mortals seldom consider how to repay the heavens. Xiyi jested. The essence of this saying reflects that the world nurtures all wise beings. But these beings have never contemplated how to give back to the world. What is your perspective on this? Xiyi's countenance shifted, her heart brimming with indignation. "Your Excellency," Before she could finish, Xiyi waved his hand, dismissing her from this place. When Xiyi regained her senses, she found herself at the elven royal court, right beside the elven mother tree she had once lovingly planted. She paused for a moment, gritting her teeth in frustration. Despicable mortal, she thought, believing Xiyi to be feigning profundity and deliberately uttering nonsensical words. That mortal said nothing and simply sent me away. Moreover, the dish he made is fit only for dogs. Could it be that Xiyi truly said nothing? Such a notion seemed implausible, for his hints had been exceedingly clear. For the exalted gods, the most pressing issue facing the world of Dionysus was the invasion of the Void Seeker civilization. As the creator deity, Dionysus was naturally unwilling to cede territory to the Void Seekers, who sought to migrate into this world. However, he found himself unable to contend with the Void Seeker civilization. Their annihilation beams were sufficient to cause him considerable distress. Of course, the Void Seekers were also grappling with significant challenges. Their cosmic lifespan had reached its conclusion, and the best course of action was to seek a new universe. Traditionally, they would not engage in idle chatter with Dionysus. But the current circumstances were different. With such a prominent figure as Xiyi present, and given his somewhat ambiguous attitude, they were compelled to exercise caution. Both parties faced formidable dilemmas, each wary of the other. In light of these circumstances, the first response of the creator god Dionysus was to seek external assistance. Xiyi, with whom she had previously engaged in amicable dialogue, was naturally her chosen candidate. After all, through her observations, she deemed him a good person. Thus, she discreetly entrusted the task of winning over Xiyi to the forest goddess, for this daughter was her most obedient and trusted child. Hence, the subsequent events unfolded. As for Xiyi's assertion that Xiyi was feigning profundity, her interpretation of his deliberately unappetizing dish as a clear rejection was evident. Furthermore, his later comments had conveyed to Xiyi that this was indeed their world. They were not contemplating how to aid their own realm, but instead sought external support. Ultimately, who among them was truly divine? She or the foreigner? Perhaps this nuance contributed to Xiyi's simmering irritation. She might have comprehended, yet chose not to reveal her understanding. After Xiyi departed, Xiyi lifted the fish from the plate and approached the pond's edge, tossing it into the water in an instant. The fully cooked fish sprang back to life, transforming into a lively, complete creature. Xiyi smiled gently, stowing away his fishing rod before returning indoors, in the divine realm. Upon receiving news of Xiyi's incarnation, she furrowed her brow and made her way to the creator god's temple. Dionysus sat upon the throne, exuding an air of authority. Xiyi, my daughter, he inquired solemnly. What transpired? The response was met with silence. It matters not. Dionysus huffed coldly. My daughter, you may leave. Xiyi nodded, departing the creator god's temple. As soon as she left, Dionysus' countenance darkened. Despicable mortal, you truly have no shame. In truth, he could only vent his frustrations verbally. After Xiyi's exit, her brow gradually knitted in contemplation. One of the powerful deities directly created by the creator god Dionysus. Her strength may not rival that of the most formidable beings. But her wisdom was certainly not lacking. Thus, she could sense some of her father's emotions. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue the captivating narrative. Perhaps feelings of indignation, embarrassment, and fury were stirring within her. Perhaps I should dispatch a more sagacious incarnation, she pondered. As dawn broke, Xiyi rose and meticulously studied his handwritten copy of the Tao Te Ching. The original version bestowed upon him by his master could not be opened upon arriving in this world. Nevertheless, even his handwritten version yielded insights. With each reading, it was not until the sun reached its zenith that he began to meditate. Carefully reflecting on his learnings, he had long since ceased to require sustenance and had no desire for food. This world was not his birthplace. Even consuming a single grain of rice here would entangle him in its karmic web. Bestowing a book upon Caesar had already caused him some trouble. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he refrained from interacting with any object in this world, including the air itself. He remained in meditation until the sun set. Before slowly rising to stretch his limbs and retreat indoors, a flash of green light heralded the arrival of an extraordinarily beautiful woman at his doorstep. None other than the wise incarnation of Xiyi. She politely knocked on the door. Please enter. Upon entering, she found Xiyi seated in a chair, engrossed in a book written in characters she did not recognize, perhaps due to her heightened wisdom. She found herself momentarily entranced by the book in his hands before speaking. I apologize for my unannounced visit. Xiyi nodded in acknowledgement. I come at the behest of my father, Xiyi stated. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the room. My father merely instructed me to win you over, but said nothing further, she continued, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Was she expected to inquire, have you eaten? Her purpose for coming was simply to glean some information. However, Xiyi did not respond. Let us rewind to several days prior. Dionysus glared furiously at the unwelcome guests who had stealthily infiltrated his divine temple. As the creator god, he was well aware of their origins. You wretched mortals, with a swift strike of his sword, he dispatched one among them. Just as he was about to continue his assault, he abruptly halted. The leader was a resolute-looking soldier clad in distinctive attire, brandishing an object resembling a chip. This object sent a wave of unease through him. Lord Dionysus, I believe we need to have a serious discussion, the leader proclaimed. Despicable mortal, you are unworthy of speaking to me. Dionysus retorted, gesturing with his hand to reduce the chip to ashes, in the process, obliterating one of the leader's arms. The excruciating pain caused veins to bulge on the leader's forehead, yet he endured the agony and replied with unwavering dignity. You destroying a single void chip is futile. We possess countless such devices. You, I suspect, do not wish for the void chip to detonate in your realm. Do? You, the despicable Lord Dionysus, are greeted by Captain Hygo Bay of the First Legion of the Void Seekers. The elite Digo Special Forces. Lord Dionysus' countenance darkened ominously. Suddenly, the supreme deity of the divine realm, Helviel, received a divine oracle from the Father God, instructing the deities to seek opportunities to transmit oracles to the mortal realm, and even to send down some avatars. This left him somewhat bewildered, yet he dutifully conveyed the Father God's decree. Coincidentally, the human race in the lower realm seemed to be quite restless of late. Ding! Current world. The world line has undergone changes. Please take heed. Host. The slumbering Caesar heard the system's alert and quietly rose, exiting his chamber. What is happening? He inquired. The current universe is intersecting with other universes. You would do well to remain vigilant. The system elucidated. An intersection? What is the nature of our adversary? A divine-level civilization. The void seekers in the world you inhabit. Deities exist, but it appears that during certain negotiations, the deities of this realm have found themselves at a disadvantage. Caesar's gaze flickered. Under such circumstances, this news was certainly not favorable for him. After all, he had only recently resolved to take action against the elven race. Although the presence of deities had suppressed many of his strategies, in this collision between two universes, the existence of deities was indispensable. If the deities were to lose, what are our chances of victory? He asked. Approximately only 12, but this figure is not entirely reliable, the system replied. Caesar was taken aback. This revelation astonished him, and his mind raced with thoughts. System, how many epic-level beings can a single deity contend with? Host, I must remind you that the deities of this world are exceptional. Their powers surpass your imagination. Speak. Caesar gritted his teeth that a weak deity, lacking in combat prowess, can exert their full strength to contend with approximately 15 hosts. Or about 4,000 Gray, the foremost warrior under Caesar's command, had lived for 350 years and was an epic pinnacle fighter. As the system's words fell, Caesar was left utterly dumbfounded. A weak deity could indeed vanquish 4,000 Grays? It seemed that his plan to overwhelm the deities with sheer numbers was futile. This was utterly absurd. A mere weak deity could annihilate all living beings in the realm of Anisis. No wonder the system claimed that the deities of this world were unlike any others at this point. It was clear that even greater powers, those of intermediate and superior deities, would be pressures beyond his capacity to bear. In summary, he need not entertain thoughts of opposing the deities any longer. Please take note, host, my implication is not that 4,000 Grays could defeat a weak deity. I merely stated that 4,000 Grays could exhaust a weak deity's divine power. The system's revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him feeling dizzied. If deities wield such strength, how formidable must that so-called void seeker civilization be? He lamented. There is no need for concern, host. You are not without recourse. Caesar paused, his brow furrowing. Upon reflection, sometimes aligning oneself with those of greater power is indeed a viable strategy. After much contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes. Is my fellow countryman still around? He departed over a decade ago, Caesar lamented. However, he returned not long ago. The system supplemented. Damn it, Caesar cursed vehemently. The system retaliated, launching a counteroffensive based on family lineage and genealogy. After some time, Caesar took a sip of tea to soothe his throat. Frowning as he inquired, can my fellow countryman provide protection? What is his status? He can undoubtedly provide protection. Do you think he entered this realm without means? How did he manage that? He can slice through the cosmic barriers. The creator deity of this world is powerless against him. Do you question his ability to protect? What level of strength does he possess? I cannot ascertain his precise strength, but a being of such caliber can certainly contend with the creator deity. By heavens, your fellow countryman is as impressive as a cow performing a handstand. How dare you speak to me, your half-brother, in such a manner? Wealth deity church. The idol gleamed with golden light, and the congregation rejoiced. From this day forth, we shall amass abundant supplies. In due time, the high-ranking officials who received the oracle had their eyes transformed into symbols of wealth. Church of the Radiant Lord, my radiance, shall illuminate the land. The light of my Lord shall shine forth. Church of the Thunder Lord, with thunder, we shall shatter the darkness. Church of the Life Lord, as long as others draw breath, I shall not suffer. Church of the Struggle Lord, wherever I stand, victory is assured. Victory, Victory. Where I stand, the enemy shall surely falter. Defeat. Defeat. Supreme Council of the Void Seekers. Remember, our objective this time is not to instigate a large-scale war. The weaponry carried by our forces must not exceed the parameters set by the Creator Deity. Is there any dissent? Chief Justice Alfred surveyed the high-ranking officials, who appeared absent-minded, with no one opposing. General Arthur, expedite the transfer of material from the military to the T-20 universe. No problem. Morgan, the counselor, continued issuing commands in an orderly fashion. As the civilization of the Void Seekers functioned like a colossal machine, commencing its systematic operations, other civilizations within the Void Seeker universe also received news from the Void Seeker civilization and commenced their mobilization. A beam of green light descended before Xiyi's abode, transforming into a stunning beauty who, with a charming smile, gazed at the fishing Xiyi. The beauty performed a gesture of human etiquette. Greetings, esteemed traveler. I am the forest deity, Xiyi. Suddenly, Xiyi sprang to his feet, casting aside his fishing rod, leaping into the pond, and seizing a plump fish. Ha ha! Xiyi. The ensuing events are well known. Faced with Xiyi's demeanor, Xiyi felt a profound embarrassment. In the realm of Anisis, deities were exalted, and only those more powerful than them dared to treat them with such indifference. The so-called epic-level warriors of the mortal realm were, in the eyes of the deities, merely slightly larger insects. Yet this mortal before her, what could possibly merit the Father God's regard? What is the name of this world? Xiyi inquired. Xiyi, somewhat perplexed, replied, It is the Anisis world. My name is Xiyi. Xiyi smiled. This world is not named the Xiyi world. You deities, instead of striving to save your own realm, come to solicit the aid of an outsider? What are your thoughts on this? If the exalted deities of this world retreat at the first sign of difficulty, what justification remains for your existence? Since you indulge in the mortal realm's offerings, you must also bear the responsibilities that accompany them. Depart from here. I wish not to see you again. With a heart laden with complexity, Xiyi returned to the divine realm, conveying Xiyi's words verbatim to Anisis. Thereafter, the unfolding events bore no relation to Xiyi. His dispute with the Void Chaser civilization stemmed solely from a sense of obligation towards his compatriot. With such a bond of kinship at stake, he was reluctant to see this fellow perish. In his eyes, this compatriot had scarcely matured, lacking the qualification to partake in such grand cosmic conflicts. When venturing into the world, one ought to assist when possible. After a moment's hesitation, he flicked a strand of energy from his fingertips, silently merging it somewhere within this world, before departing from it. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Void Chaser civilization, Caesar indeed experienced a period of anxiety. Yet he swiftly immersed himself in the reforms of the empire to him. The Void Chaser civilization represented an insurmountable force. Dwelling on it was futile. Seated upon his throne, he listened impassively to the reports from his subordinates. The Duke of Dick's household had killed 2 citizens, while Count Malinkov, in collusion with the financial officer of Storm City over land transactions, had caused the demise of 13 households. Caesar stifled a yawn and remarked, Let it be handled according to the new laws of the empire. Execute those deserving of death. He then inquired about the recent activities of the ministers in the imperial capital. Understood, his subordinates replied with respect. In the imperial harem, Queen Claris was personally weaving garments for Caesar. Her hands were coarse, lacking the delicacy of those belonging to noble ladies. Before her, a white-haired elder was incessantly prattling on. Last year, our family's iron mine business declined somewhat. You must speak to Caesar about this, that we suffered a loss of a full 1,000 gold. Such a significant loss. You should request Caesar to look after our business. Claris patiently listened to her uncle's words, her hands never pausing in their work, responding with a smile. Loss is loss. We can bear it. Consider it an opportunity to gain experience. The elder immediately bristled. Let me tell you, despite being married to Caesar for so many years, you have yet to bear a child. What if Caesar is beguiled by those vixens? What if he brings them into the harem? That would not bode well for you. But if our family were powerful, things would be different. Uncle, Queen Claris interrupted, her tone devoid of warmth. I recall that the imperial laws stipulate that anyone entering the harem, apart from His Majesty, must report to the imperial guards, correct? The elder appeared bewildered. But I am your uncle, Claris. Besides, you're the only one in the harem, right? Indeed, since Caesar ascended, he had abolished the previous complicated customs. Now, only the queen resided in the harem. All necessities for daily life had to be prepared by Caesar and the queen themselves. Claris cast a detached glance at her uncle, stating, "Tomorrow, at the Imperial Assembly, donate 100,000 gold to the national treasury." What? The elder leaped to his feet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I be compelled to donate? Claris, with some difficulty, pounded her aching back and stood up. Her somewhat plump form rising. "If you refuse to donate, then the family you establish shall be disbanded." She regarded her uncle with indifference. "No, Claris, no. You cannot treat me this way. I am your own uncle. And I am Caesar's." Caesar once proclaimed, "Those who oppress citizens shall perish. Those who exploit citizens shall perish." Uncle, do you wish for me to recite the laws of the empire to you? Upon hearing the phrase laws of the empire, the elder's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. "You are now a duke of the empire. Why can you not temper your greedy disposition?" Claris turned away slightly, her voice flat. "At tomorrow's Imperial Assembly, half of your so-called family's wealth shall be donated to the empire. If you wish to enjoy a peaceful old age." The elder departed. Utterly disheartened, he could not fathom why the once gentle niece had transformed into such a cold-hearted individual. After her father's departure, Claris glanced at the half-finished garment in her hands, murmuring to herself, "Though I am your niece, I am also the queen of the empire. Moreover, I am Caesar's wife. I must set an example for the citizens of the empire." This chapter is not yet complete. Please click on the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Caesar is the only one capable of altering this world. How can people like you comprehend his greatness? I will not permit anyone to tarnish his reputation. Not even you, my uncle. The following day, at the Imperial Assembly, Emperor Caesar indeed brought up the matter of officials leading the way in donations. Under the incredulous gazes of all the officials, the notoriously stingy Duke. The Queen's own uncle, Duke Weir, donated half of his family's fortune to the national treasury. This amounted to a wealth exceeding 1 million gold, nearly equivalent to 20% of the empire's fiscal revenue. In light of this action by the stingy Duke, the politically astute officials, especially the long-standing nobles who had not yet faced Caesar's reckoning, sensed something unusual and, without hesitation, generously contributed, collectively amassing a donation equal to a year's fiscal income for the empire. Conversely, the newly supported nobles by Caesar scoffed at the situation, treating it with indifference. One count even brazenly decided to donate a mere 1 gold. In response, Caesar merely smiled in silence, uttering a perplexing remark to the ministers during the assembly. "If I cannot be a teacher, can I not be Zhu Yuanzhang?" Another day passed, and the imperial guards burst into the residences of many officials who had frequently violated imperial laws, resulting in a third of the assembly seats being vacated. Following this incident, the atmosphere throughout the empire grew markedly tense. Subsequently, His Majesty issued a new decree planning to allocate funds from the imperial treasury to assist citizens in constructing new homes and enhancing their living conditions. In essence, it conveyed a singular message. I am granting welfare to you, the common folk. The empire soon reverted to its former state. Citizens cheered, "Long live the emperor," while officials, bleeding internally, cursed for Caesar's premature demise. The joy of the common people was remarkably simple. They merely wished to live a little better, beyond the realm of Xiyi. Xiyi cast a deep gaze at the two interconnected universes before departing from this place. He could not remain here indefinitely. Perhaps he would never again have any contact with this world. Swiftly gliding through the elusive, joyfully eerie atmosphere of the Azathoth universe, Xiyi plunged into another, brighter universe. This was an unequivocally technological universe, reminiscent of his homeland. Most significantly, within this universe, Xiyi discovered a planet akin to his own, Blue Star. After a moment's deliberation, he descended upon Blue Star. The entire process went unnoticed. Upon landing, he ran his fingers through his long hair, which promptly shortened to a buzz cut. His garments transformed into a plain short-sleeved shirt and a pair of ordinary trousers from a distance. He appeared to be a migrant worker returning from afar, that he entered the city, blending into its fabric. I in the year 2301 on Blue Star, at a construction site in Guishi City, Xiyi country, the foreman's voice rang out. Mealtime! Mealtime! As the workers gradually dispersed, only the foreman and one worker remained in a corner. The foreman turned his gaze towards the worker and approached him with a hint of exasperation. Li Zheng, why aren't you going to eat? He inquired. Li Zheng scratched his head and replied, I'm resting. The foreman handed him a cigarette, taking a satisfying puff himself. You don't seem too old, nor do you appear uneducated. Why are you working at a construction site? He asked. Li Zheng lit his own cigarette and responded, What is wrong with the construction site? There's overtime pay, and the wages are quite decent. What is not to like? Get lost. The foreman laughed, scolding, Who did you learn that slick tongue from? You know, I didn't mean that. I've been laboring alongside old son until he fell ill. Li Zheng exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating the situation. The foreman, running his fingers through his graying hair, felt a twinge of sympathy. He knew old son well. He was a seasoned veteran, well-liked among the workers at the nearby construction sites. It was surprising to learn of his illness. The construction industry, after all, is merely a feast for the young, a livelihood that can only be sustained by those in their prime, as one ages and weakens. Unless one possesses a specialized skill, it becomes increasingly difficult to secure such employment. The foreman himself was 58 years old, and he realized that he too had little time left in this line of work. Yet, the thought of his own children weighed heavily on him. With a sigh, he reflected on their future. Li Zheng noticed the foreman's demeanor and asked, What's wrong? Why the sigh? It's nothing, the foreman replied, forcing a strained smile as he flicked away the cigarette butt. Tomorrow, the client will send someone for an inspection. I'll be on duty tonight, so you'd best head home early to... Li Zheng paused, muttering under his breath. What a waste of time. He was well aware that this particular client was notoriously stingy and fond of meddling, often adding last-minute demands that were trivial at best. The most ludicrous incident occurred when a woman was sent to assess the project. She feigned understanding while nitpicking at every detail. Fortunately, the worker's extensive experience prevented any major issues from arising. Brushing off the dust from his trousers, Li Zheng stood and cast a thoughtful glance at the foreman. Let us leave the lights on at the site tonight, he suggested hesitantly. After all, we never know if that woman might send someone to stir up trouble. The foreman blinked in surprise before chuckling and scolding, You rascal. Upon returning to his modest rental apartment, Li Zheng mulled over the events at the construction site, particularly the foreman's sigh, and found himself lost in thought for a considerable time. Finally, he sighed in resignation. Why can't anyone heed good advice? He stepped out of his room. As night fell over the construction site, the foreman disposed of his empty lunch container in the trash. Rubbing his aching stomach and cursing under his breath, he grabbed a roll of toilet paper and hurried to the restroom. After a while, he emerged with a pallid complexion, whether it was the lunch that had caused his distress. He could not tell, but his stomach was in excruciating pain. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against calling for an ambulance. Perhaps it was too greasy, he muttered to himself, just as his face turned green, prompting him to rush back to the restroom. In a high school dormitory in the bustling metropolis, Yichen awoke with a start. Damn it, he shouted, eyes blazing with fury as he struck the wall with his fist. Blood oozed from the wound, staining the wall. It jolted him back to reality. Have I been reborn? He surveyed his surroundings and the bewildered faces of his awakened roommates, arriving at a ludicrous conclusion. What the hell? Xiyi, what kind of madness are you indulging in at this hour? One of his roommates grumbled, while others glared at him in annoyance. The burdens of high school studies were already heavy, and no one appreciated being roused from their slumber at such an hour. What happened to your hand? The dorm leader finally located his glasses, yawned, and noticed the blood streaming from Yi Chen's hand. Immediately growing concerned, My goodness, you're bleeding so much. Yi Chen, regaining his composure, offered an awkward smile. Sorry, just had a nightmare. The dorm leader, speechless, replied, Hurry and bandage that up. I don't want to be on TV for finding you dead in the dorm. As he spoke, he got up, dressed, and told the others, You all go back to sleep. The school infirmary is definitely closed at this hour. I'll take Xiyi to the hospital for a bandage. The roommates, yawning, settled back into their beds. Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Although the dorm leader had a sharp tongue, he was truly kind-hearted. His roommates, though a bit silly at times, were reliable when it mattered. In this life, I will protect you all, he vowed silently. After some effort, he convinced the dormitory supervisor and the gatekeeper to let them out, and they made their way to the hospital, as fate would have it. Upon their arrival at the emergency department, the clock on the wall chimed. Xiyi Chen's gaze sharpened. January 2 ND, 1 a.m. His heart sank. In his previous life, the calamity had struck at 2:30 a.m. Most of the nation was asleep, which had resulted in catastrophic losses. The distant lands across the ocean had managed to avoid such a fate. The timing of his rebirth was too tight. With less than 2 hours remaining before disaster struck, there was little he could do to avert it. Even if he called the authorities, no one would believe his claims about such a monumental event. Following the on-duty nurse into the emergency room, Xiyi Chen's heart grew heavy. The foreman emerged from the restroom, his face ashen that he had taken some anti-inflammatory and antidiarrheal medication, but it had proven ineffective. However, after enduring for so long, the acute pain had lessened somewhat. Hours passed, and he returned to his bed, utterly drained, the words of Li Zheng long forgotten. Pulling up his blanket and turning off the light, he fell into a deep sleep within 10 seconds. In the early hours of January 2 ND. 2:29 a.m., Xiyi Chen sat in the police station's detention room, his expression grave. The dorm leader glared at him with hollow eyes, brimming with resentment, attempting to instill guilt in him. After leaving the hospital, Xiyi Chen had dragged him to the police station to report that an unprecedented disaster would occur at 2:30 a.m. The friendly officers had engaged in conversation with them, but when Xiyi Chen grew agitated, he was promptly detained. Xiyi Chen, while I may have a sharp tongue, I haven't wronged you, have I? The dorm leader lamented. His eyes filled with reproach. Xiyi Chen's expression remained serious. Sun Dasheng, trust me. What good is your trust? You need to persuade this officer. Sun Dasheng retorted, rolling his eyes. Across from them, a young officer sipped his coffee, his bloodshot eyes narrowing as he nodded. Come on, student, why don't you try to convince me? It was a bizarre situation. With the new year approaching, all sorts of mischief makers had emerged, putting extra strain on the police force. He had been on duty for 3 consecutive days, and now this young brat was giving him more trouble. Had it not been for Xiyi Chen's attempt to storm into the captain's office, the officer would never have dragged him into the detention room. I haven't slept in 3 days, and now you're making a mockery of me. I'll have your homeroom teacher come by tomorrow. The officer yawned, forcing himself to stay alert. You too, write a 3,000-word reflection and recite it loudly at the police station entrance tomorrow. Sun Dasheng's eyes widened in shock. Officer, you can't strip us of our right to choose our partners. Reciting our reflections at the police station entrance would be social death. The officer cast an annoyed glance at Sun Dasheng. Do I look like an uncle to you? Just as he was about to speak, Xiyi Chen's serious voice broke in time's up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ground shook violently. The officer jolted upright, throwing himself over the 2 boys protectively. Earthquake. Be careful. On the morning of January 2nd. At 2:30 a.m., according to the Daxia time zone, an event destined to be inscribed in the annals of Blue Star history transpired. A violent tremor reverberated across the entire Blue Star, plunging the sky into an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility to mere inches in an instant. The ordinary citizens found themselves unable to discern even a meter ahead. In the workers' dormitory, as the sky darkened, the foreman was jolted from his slumber by the intense shaking. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal insect burst through the dormitory, seizing him in its maw. Startled, the foreman's first thought was the outstanding payments for the project from the client. His second thought was a lament for his age, coupled with his professional circumstances that had prevented him from acquiring insurance. Before a third thought could emerge, he found himself standing on the ground. The insect that had lifted him previously had inexplicably transformed into a pile of goo, from which a faintly glowing red gemstone lay undisturbed on the rooftop of the workers' dormitory. Li Zheng gazed impassively at the pitch-black sky. The darkness, capable of blinding the average person, could not obscure his vision. The heavens appeared as shattered glass, fragile and precarious, as the fabric of space fractured. Vibrant beams of light streaked across the sky, cascading down to the earth below. Thus commenced the great calamity. The radiant beams morphed into nests for monstrous beings, firmly embedding themselves in the ground, from which a multitude of bizarre creatures emerged, roaring with excitement as they surged towards the city. Some nests descended directly into urban areas, leading to countless human casualties. The Xiyi, also known as Xiyi, hesitated momentarily before casting his gaze toward a specific location in the magical city. His raised hand slowly descending. It was futile. He vanished into the night sky. In a detention room. Amidst the frantic expressions of the police officers, a centipede, at least 10 meters long, erupted through the floor, charging towards the three of them with a menacing roar. With a deafening crash, the centipede breached the wall of the detention room. In that critical moment, Xiyi pushed the police officer and the son dashing aside, using the force of his push to evade the centipede's attack. "Quick, shoot it!" he bellowed, disregarding the blood seeping from his hand. "The on-duty officers are unarmed," the officer retorted, before rummaging for keys to bolt towards the detention room's door. "Chow!" Xiyi grimaced, slapping the ground in frustration. Seizing the opportunity while the centipede was momentarily dazed, he pulled the already frightened son Dasheng towards the exit. "Hurry, take us to get weapons." Officer Pan Xiao opened the door, pushing the two out while following closely behind. The trio sprinted through the police station. Fortunately, despite the overwhelming pressure on law enforcement, there were still 3 officers on duty. Pan Xiao and his companions encountered 2 others around a corner, and together they rushed into the armory. The now recovering centipede, having shaken off its daze, caught the scent of humans and crashed through the wall towards them. Gunfire erupted, and the expressions of the group shifted as the bullets struck the centipede with a sound akin to metal clashing. Enraged, the centipede let out a furious screech, baring its grotesque mandibles as it lunged at the group. The centipede moved with incredible speed, yet apart from Sun Dasheng, the others were agile enough to evade its strikes. Xiyi, dragging Sun Dasheng, managed to awkwardly dodge the centipede's onslaught. He set Sun Dasheng down, grasped a firearm that had been knocked to the ground, and pulled the trigger with determination. The bullet tore into the centipede's abdomen, splattering viscous fluids. The creature emitted a tortured wail, its massive body thrashing and colliding with a load-bearing column, causing the room to collapse around them, entombing the group beneath the debris. The police station was reduced to a mere ruin. Time passed unmeasured, in the darkness. Xiyi opened his eyes to find himself before a flickering campfire. Pan Xiao and his 2 colleagues sat haphazardly around the flames, their appearances disheveled. Sun Dasheng stared blankly at the fire, his body trembling slightly. Upon hearing Xiyi stir, the trio turned their gazes towards him. Pan Xiao, pale-faced, coughed softly. "You're awake?" In the firelight, Xiyi noticed blood at the corner of his mouth. One of the other officers had his arm in a makeshift sling, hanging from his neck. "Oh, you now believe what I said?" Xiyi brushed the dust from his clothes and settled beside them. Pan Xiao offered a wry smile. "I apologize for my ignorance. But what is paramount now is whether you can enlighten us about the origin of this calamity." Given their training, they had managed to huddle in a corner when the building collapsed, so their injuries were not severe. After dispatching the centipede, they ventured out to survey the surroundings, only to be met with a grim reality. The buildings within several kilometers had been utterly demolished by the monsters. With few survivors remaining, many had already fallen victim to the beasts. Among those who had survived, many suffered psychological distress to varying degrees. Only a handful remained resolute, yet few were truly capable of making a significant impact. More disheartening was the fact that, with the police station's limited firepower, their capacity for rescue was severely constrained. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. While firearms were effective, the moment they fired, they would attract an unending swarm of creatures. Xiyi coughed again, feeling a heaviness in his chest, and with a forceful heave, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Pain lanced through his abdomen. He realized he had sustained severe internal injuries from the centipede's assault. Fortunately, no rebar had penetrated his body. Drawing a deep breath, Xiyi spoke. "I need some medicine." Pan Xiao grimaced. "It's all buried under the rubble, and given our current condition, we must conserve our strength and cannot afford to excavate." Xiyi, breathing heavily, inquired, "What of the centipede's carcass?" "The collapse of the building did not harm it. Perhaps your shots frightened it away," Pan Xiao responded. "Damn it!" Chen struck the ground in frustration, feeling his temperature rise. The dire surroundings, coupled with his internal injuries and excessive blood loss, had led to the onset of inflammation in his wounds that we must devise a plan to slay a monster, or I shan't last long enough to answer a few questions. He reclined on the ground, recognizing the necessity of conserving his strength without medication. The three officers exchanged glances. After killing a monster, remember to open its head. If you find any gem-like stones, be sure to bring one to me. Chen instructed. Currently, the monsters, despite their imposing size, retain the vulnerabilities typical of carbon-based life forms. Do not fire at their armored sections. Aim for the eyes and mouth whenever possible. After deliberating for a while, Pan Xiao and another officer decided that one of the injured officers should stay behind to tend to Yi Chen and the still dazed Sun Dashan, while they would venture out to find a way to slay a monster. Although they did not fully comprehend Yi Chen's intentions, their only option seemed to be to place their trust in him. Fortune favored Yi Chen. As he began to drift into unconsciousness, Pan Xiao and his companion returned, disheveled but triumphant, bearing a pale red gemstone. Straining to sit up, Yi Chen declared, "Hand it over to me." Pan Xiao readily complied. Passing the gemstone to Yi Chen, he took the gem and held it in his mouth. This is a monster's core, generally. Only the more formidable beasts condense such a gem within their brains, he explained, albeit indistinctly. Humans who acquire such cores should ideally hold them in their mouths during their first use, allowing for gradual digestion. Once fully digested, those fortunate enough may gradually enhance their genetics and lay a solid foundation. But he paused. Of course, that is its primary function. The core can also be synthesized into medicine. We currently lack any medications, so without this core, I may not last much longer. Pan Xiao, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "I am quite curious about how you came to know all this. Of course, you need not divulge the reasons." As the effects of the beast core gradually manifested, Yi Chen's complexion improved somewhat. If you're able to contact those above, it would be prudent to inform them to swiftly hunt down the monsters currently emerging while the conventional weapons still hold some efficacy, thereby accumulating beast cores. That Yi Chen leaned in slightly, adding, moreover, the issue of social order requires urgent resolution. With such a significant crisis at hand, we cannot solely rely on the moral integrity of individuals. Pan Xiao nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Could you elaborate on the calamity you mentioned?" Yi Chen shrugged. "The true cause remains unclear to me, but it is likely an invasion from another world. Due to the disparities between our worlds, they can currently only send over creatures based on our biological genes. Given the strong adaptability of insects, the monsters we are encountering are predominantly insectoid. However, the differences between our worlds will not hinder them for long. I estimate that within 3 years, they will launch a large-scale invasion. The situation is far from straightforward. Even if it is an invasion from another world, it is not limited to a single realm, and as time progresses, the circumstances will grow increasingly dire." With a heavy heart, Pan Xiao rose to leave, needing to devise a means to contact the higher authorities and relay Yi Chen's information. Yi Chen exhaled heavily, slowly closing his eyes. The response from Xiyi country was remarkably swift. In the face of such a calamity, the typically low-profile officials of Xiyi country unleashed an unprecedented level of energy. Countless missiles soared skyward, striking various monster nests. Yi Chen's assertions proved accurate. Despite the sudden disaster inflicting severe losses upon Xiyi country, the monsters fell to humanity's firearms, reduced to scorched earth in regions distant from human habitation. Xiyi country employed long-range weaponry to eradicate innumerable monsters while dispatching personnel to collect beast cores. Within human-inhabited areas, the military was deployed to rescue fellow citizens, inevitably encountering some societal dregs, who were swiftly dealt with under the ominous gaze of firearms. In just 2 months, Xiyi country's social order had largely returned to the state it was in before the disaster. Meanwhile, abroad, the societal structure in the land of Eagle Sauce had essentially regressed to a state reminiscent of several centuries past. With nominal independence established between various regions, states fought their own battles, and once hidden vices had now become overt bargaining chips. Due to the prevalence of firearms, despite initial population losses being relatively light, various flamboyant gunfights erupted across Eagle Sauce within a month. The freedom of life and the randomness of death had become the grim reality. As for the West, it surpassed eagle sauce in chaos. A certain empire rejoiced, reportedly fully prepared, save for the absence of a failed art student from the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts. And then there was the ostentatious white elephant, a so-called miraculous nation with a population of 1.5 billion, yet only 200 million citizens. On the day after the disaster struck, news broke of a wealthy individual being attacked by a QJ monster. The northern bear, due to its sparse population and fierce culture, suffered less damage, although it is said that its domestic social environment underwent significant changes, primarily due to the oligarchs repeatedly inciting the ire of the bear emperor. As for the dark continent near the equator, there is little to say. Regarding the island nation to the east of Xiyi country, surrounded by the sea, it faced invasions not only from terrestrial creatures, but also from marine life. Furthermore, flying monsters in the skies seemed particularly fond of them. A flying monster, having ingested vast quantities of various nuclear materials, fortuitously crashed into their national mountains. The occasional eruptions of dust from these mountains appear to signal to this nation that the time for cherry blossoms to bloom is drawing near. In a secret research facility somewhere in the capital, Xiyi slightly moved his body, letting out a roar as he struck a specialized force measuring device with a punch. The alloy, specially crafted, emitted a mournful sound as it bent at a 90-degree angle under his violent force. The force output was measured to be between 4,500 to 5,000 kilograms. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses recorded observations in a notebook, his expression devoid of emotion. Your sustained strength is approximately 1,000 kilograms, with a maximum explosive speed of around 4 seconds for 100 meters, but this can only be maintained for roughly 20 seconds. He stated, "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following parts are even more thrilling." As each test concluded, Xiyi was granted permission to leave. Accompanied by a stern-faced, middle-aged man. "You did not exert your full strength," the man remarked. "Such testing is devoid of significance." Xiyi replied. He shook his head, inquiring, "What was the response to my previous proposal?" "The higher-ups have deemed it presently unfeasible to implement." The middle-aged man, Li Jun, replied. He was the head of a certain special forces unit, a man of modest rank yet considerable influence. Following Xiyi's disclosure of some information regarding the disaster, he was naturally summoned to the capital, where he faced no difficulties. After answering a few questions, he was integrated into the system. His current role was as a special advisor to the Disaster Response and National Resource Security Bureau of Xiyi country, holding a rank equivalent to that of a deputy director, yet possessing only advisory powers without real authority. It was not that a higher position was unavailable to him. Rather, he lacked the requisite abilities for such roles. His greatest value lay solely in the information regarding the calamity. The authorities would not engage in actions akin to killing the donkey after the grind, especially since no one could guarantee that Xiyi had not withheld certain information. Integrating him into a more powerful department and providing him with a high-ranking nominal position served as a form of compensation. That why Xiyi had previously proposed constructing dozens of colossal cities within Xiyi country to thwart the invasion of monsters. Such an idea might have had some feasibility before the disaster struck. However, despite having cleared the land with long-range weaponry, no one could ascertain how many monsters remained in the wild. If monsters attacked during the construction of the cities, not only would all previous efforts be rendered futile, but catastrophic losses would also ensue. Most importantly, without the use of conventional weapons, no one in Xiyi country could currently defend the cities. Monsters possess a chance to generate beast cores within their brains. By consuming these cores and combining them with certain medications, they can continuously enhance their genetic makeup. In the near future, some secret realms will emerge on Blue Star, containing ancient legacies of martial arts that anyone can cultivate. Such individuals may be referred to as martial artists. Some individuals, through the consumption of beast cores, activate certain special genes within their bodies, gaining superhuman abilities. These individuals are termed awakened ones, known abroad as ability users or superhumans. In the face of disaster, the foremost concern for ordinary individuals is safety, followed closely by the issue of food shortage. Some, in a desperate bid to avoid starvation, resorted to cannibalism, and coupled with the current environmental changes, Genetic mutations have granted them special powers. These individuals refer to themselves as new humans, though I prefer to call them mongrels. Standing atop the platform, Yi-chan spoke eloquently. The audience below consisted of influential figures who had previously only glimpsed such individuals on television during calmer times. Regarding the new humans, my perspective is singular. They must be exterminated. Annihilate them completely. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and hastily added, "Moreover, within the borders of Xiyi country, marriages with foreigners must henceforth be prohibited. For children born from such unions cannot cultivate through our methods. Within Xiyi country, they will only be able to enhance their strength through cannibalism." Some influential figures in the audience nodded slightly, acknowledging their understanding. However, whether this would be implemented remained uncertain, as it entailed numerous complexities. The chief minister seated at the front put down his pen and gently flexed his wrist. "Young Yi, in your view, is there still a necessity for technological advancement on Blue Star? This issue is one that all the esteemed individuals present are deeply concerned about. The power of technology has flourished on Blue Star for several centuries, and to abandon it suddenly would indeed be a regrettable loss out of course. It is imperative that our weaponry continues to pose a threat to the monsters. If we can walk on two legs, why should we leap on one? Given our reliance on satellite technology, I propose a temporary cessation of its use. Due to the invasion from another realm, we can no longer connect to satellite signals. And furthermore, certain flying monsters are capable of breaching Blue Star's atmosphere that if we launch satellites, there is a significant risk they may be destroyed by these creatures, rendering the endeavor futile." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several military leaders grew grim. The inability to utilize satellites is undoubtedly a grave blow to the military. At the very least, many missile systems and military facilities would remain inoperable. The power of individual combat weapons must be exponentially increased, and if feasible, the miniaturization of nuclear weapons should be prioritized as for large matches. I believe they are unnecessary. Yi-chan glanced at the documents in his hand, which contained suggestions from a certain mech enthusiast from the Summer Nation Academy of Sciences. Given our current technological capabilities, the energy supply for large mechs remains unresolved, and their agility poses another insurmountable challenge. Most importantly, even if we succeeded in constructing large mechs with our existing materials, they would quickly become obsolete. The rate of invasion from the other world is swift, and as the adversaries adapt to our environment, the monsters will only grow stronger. Moreover, in some alternate realms, there exist beings capable of incinerating mountains and boiling the seas. Nuclear weapons will be virtually ineffective against them. My recommendation is to shift our focus towards enhancing individual combat capabilities without relinquishing technological advancement. A prominent figure raised a concern. While the vigorous development of personal combat strength may yield some prodigies, we cannot ensure the character of these individuals if we were to encounter such anomalies. He did not finish his thought, but his implication was clear to all present. In fact, this was precisely where the esteemed leaders harbored skepticism towards Yi-chan's proposal. For if such anti-human cultivators were to arise, humanity would inevitably regress to an era of warlord chaos. One's character can vary greatly, leaving us with little choice. Yi-chan shrugged. Should the situation described by Liu arise, we can only ensure that we remain the strongest. As long as we are powerful, those individuals will be relegated to hiding in the shadows, akin to rats in a sewer. The chief minister pondered for a moment before offering a resigned smile. "We will certainly consider your proposal, Xiyi. Additionally, if we proceed as you suggest, some modifications to our existing laws will be necessary." Upon leaving the conference room, Yi-chan retrieved a beast core from his pocket and consumed it with the casualness of eating a bean. Crunching it with ease, with his unique breathing rhythm, he swiftly assimilated the energy contained within the core. Having been granted a second chance at life, he naturally brought back some specialties from the future, such as the method of Tianhua breathing he was currently employing. Breathing is an innate instinct present in humans even before birth, and certain specialized breathing techniques can indeed yield remarkable benefits, such as strengthening internal organs and fortifying the body from within. Prior to the onset of disaster, this process was exceedingly slow, often taking decades to yield results. However, with the addition of the beast core, the dynamics change entirely. The method accelerates the digestion of the core's energy, hastening human evolution, though the speed is not excessively rapid. In truth, Yichun had contemplated utilizing nuclear energy for his training. However, his current physical form was too fragile to handle such power. The energy from the beast core, in comparison, is considerably milder. Yet, even after Yichun's rebirth, the beast cores obtained by humanity bore little difference from those at the onset of the calamity. Regardless of how formidable the monsters may be, the energy provided by the cores within them remains the same, which serves as the greatest limitation to individual combat prowess. In the future, countless scientists would attempt to uncover the principles behind the production of beast cores. Yet none would succeed. Conversely, those monstrous beings that consume the flesh and blood of warriors or awakened individuals could rapidly elevate their combat strength. Shaking his head slightly, Yichun dispelled the distracting thoughts from his mind. Although he had achieved a modest level of fame in his past life, he ultimately perished in the beast tide. His strength was not particularly formidable, resulting in a lack of extensive knowledge beyond some basic understanding. Thus, the matter of beast cores was not one he should dwell upon. His current objective was to rapidly enhance his own capabilities and, once he reached a plateau, to seek avenues for further breakthroughs. After crushing another beast core the size of his thumb, he returned to the accommodation assigned to him by the authorities. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he encountered a man clad in a short-sleeved shirt, carrying a large box. This man had an ordinary appearance, resembling a migrant worker. "I go out shopping again?" he greeted. His residence was a rather commonplace old-style apartment. He had declined the privileges offered to him and chose to mingle among the common folk. Among those residing here, besides the man named Li Zheng, his roommates included their parents, all of whom had moved in. Thanks to his foresight, none of his roommates met with misfortune in this life, and their families remained intact. The previously shocked dormitory head, Sun Dasheng, had improved significantly, though experts noted that due to the sudden trauma he had experienced, he had temporarily lost his ability to speak. Despite having regained his sanity, perhaps only by completely conquering his inner fears would he fully recover. Li Zheng, still clutching his box, responded with a smile. "Indeed, I thought with the world changing, it would be prudent to stock up on some food. Just in case something major happens and we run out." Yichun chuckled. Hoarding food might very well be a unique kind of romanticism belonging to the people of the Summer Nation. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned inside. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiyi arrived at the supermarket, which was bustling with a throng of people. However, due to the presence of the soldiers standing tall beside the entrance, no incidents that would lower the average standard of behavior occurred. Being in the capital, there were no issues with grain reserves. After queuing for a while, Xiyi managed to purchase 2 bags of 50-kilogram rice along with some vegetables, and as a token gesture, bought a few dozen kilograms of meat. With the food in hand, he returned to his residence. The date was June 2, 2301, in the Summer Nation, within a secret research facility. The metrics of explosive power, speed, bone density, strength, and respiratory frequency were being evaluated. Yichun stepped down from the machine with a stoic expression, while Li Jun had been waiting eagerly beside him, gazing at Yichun's physical test results with astonishment. With explosive power exceeding 100 tons and a speed nearly rivaling that of a high-speed train, coupled with a bone density far surpassing that of an average human, Yichun had effectively transformed into a humanoid monster within a mere 6 months. As a witness to Yichun's metamorphosis, Li Jun could only imagine the profound impact it had on him. Yichun had not withheld any secrets regarding the breathing techniques. According to his memory, he had brought back 5 sets of them. Currently, he was practicing the Tianhua breathing technique alongside the weak water, earth, and sun wind techniques. These 4 techniques could be considered relatively advanced even in the era before his rebirth. Additionally, there was a basic breathing technique. Other techniques had faded from his memory, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, he chose not to document them. The military was naturally the first to implement these breathing techniques, allowing individuals to select based on their physical constitution. After practicing the basic technique, Li Jun opted for the earth breathing method, which, while not as explosive, offered a balanced approach. Presently, his explosive power was merely half that of Yichun's, around 50 tons, yet this was sufficient for him to effectively engage and slay formidable monsters with conventional weaponry. Did you need something? Yi Chun inquired, donning his clothing. Jun handed him a thick document filled with images of various monsters. Based on the information you provided, along with our combat experiences over the past 6 months, we have compiled this monster encyclopedia. Please review it and let us know if there are any additions needed. Yi Chun perused the document for a moment before nodding. It's comprehensive. Are you planning to lift some of the restrictions? Li Jun nodded, revealing a bitter smile. There is no other choice. The pressure on our grain reserves is overwhelming that if we continue to squander resources as we are now, it is highly likely we will not survive until next year. Although those who practice the breathing techniques possess formidable strength, their consumption of supplies is equally astonishing. While we can offset some of our food consumption with beast cores, the means of acquiring these cores remain quite challenging at this time. Consequently, the authorities intend to make the monster compendium and the breathing techniques public, delegating them to the populace, thereby encouraging ordinary citizens to venture out and hunt monsters for resources. Given that most of the current monsters are genetically based on blue star biology, the majority of them are indeed consumable. Yi Chun pondered for a moment and suggested, let us establish a martial arts guild or similar institution in every major city. Those who wish to venture outside the city to hunt must undergo a strength assessment. Only those who meet the required martial artist standard may be permitted to leave. His proposed city-building initiative could not be implemented for various reasons, yet the authorities still endeavored to facilitate population migration as much as possible. Effectively realizing this plan in a roundabout manner to be why relocating individuals from rural areas to urban centers, unnecessary population consumption was reduced. Jun inquired, how will this standard be determined? The explosive force must not be less than 10 tons. Stamina must be adequate, but most importantly, speed is crucial. The higher the speed standard, the better. Least, if one cannot win, they should be able to escape, Yi Chun replied. Soon, an announcement spread throughout the entirety of Xiyi country. In every county-level city and above, a martial arts guild was established, wherein all citizens who had consumed beast cores or practiced the breathing techniques were required to assess their strength within the guild. Those who met the martial artist standard could apply to hunt monsters outside the city. Furthermore, each guild maintained a monster hunting leaderboard, updated monthly, with the top 100 hunters receiving special rewards from the authorities. It is well known that as long as a leaderboard exists, the citizens of Xiyi country would become increasingly motivated. Upon the release of this announcement, the entire nation erupted in excitement. Damn it, this should have been done long ago. My blade has long been thirsting for action. Indeed, staying cooped up in the city has left me rusty. Brothers with blades in hand, follow me. Where are you leading us? To the belly of the monsters? I wonder what the criteria are. I look forward to the rewards. These were individuals who had practiced yet remained oblivious to the broader picture. Others lacked sufficient talent for cultivation. I understand the intention behind the official announcement, but what about those of us who lack the aptitude for cultivation? Indeed, I have consumed the beast core, yet the breathing techniques leave me utterly bewildered. I simply cannot grasp them. I share your sentiments. Get lost. In the 3rd month following the catastrophe, the authorities disclosed the function of beast cores and the fundamentals of the breathing techniques, while also dispatching military forces to each city. This served to ensure basic social order and to facilitate the instruction of the breathing techniques. Consequently, everyone in Xiyi country was required to learn. However, a portion of the populace indeed lacked the talent for cultivation, which had been a persistent headache for the authorities. It is important to note that in any situation, it is not scarcity that poses a problem, but rather inequality. If this segment of the population remains unable to cultivate, who knows what actions they might take? During a meeting, Yi Chun expressed his viewpoint. First and foremost, it is essential to ensure the absolute strength of official forces. Secondly, we must avoid any detrimental customs among our internal personnel, ensuring that corruption or injustice does not occur. Finally, we must guarantee the legal rights of every individual. The societal relationship between martial artists and ordinary citizens must be addressed, leaving no Xiyi citizen behind. He did not advocate for absolute equality, as that is inherently paradoxical. Humans are drawn to strength. When an individual becomes so powerful that others can only look up to them, even without any special intentions, others will naturally elevate them. The so-called hierarchy is partly constructed by those who preach equality, True equality can only exist if every individual possesses identical strength and resources. Thus, the authorities can only strive to maintain social order and safeguard the basic human rights of all. His proposal faced no opposition, and the Advisory Council further supplemented and refined the suggestion. Ordinary citizens could collect certain resources from the Martial Arts Guild each month in exchange for contributing tasks within their capabilities. In summary, those with abilities would bear a greater share of the workload. With this matter resolved, the Chief Minister nodded and stated, "Now, on to the next issue. The invasion from another world has also led to instability in our satellite signals. Leaving aside the impact on weaponry, how shall we address the communication issues? Communication is a vital bridge for human society. If communication problems persist, societal issues will inevitably escalate rapidly, and over time, the social structure will certainly regress, rendering previous official resolutions futile. At present, humanity's communication primarily relies on satellites, and the instability of these signals, along with the threat posed by flying monsters, must be addressed. All eyes turn to the military leaders present. There is no way. It is difficult to combat. A military leader responded succinctly. Upon discovering the flying monsters, the military had dispatched fighter jets in an attempt to eliminate them. However, regrettably, the speed of the flying monsters is extraordinarily swift, and their agility far surpasses that of fighter jets. To forcibly eliminate them would incur exorbitant costs. While feasible in the short term, it would be unsustainable in the long run. Perhaps we could try using laser weapons. Someone proposed. The military leader shrugged. Currently, our laser weapons require satellite coordination to ensure accuracy. Moreover, the greater the distance, the weaker the laser's power. We cannot guarantee how much force will remain after traversing such distances. Could we deploy multiple fighter jets to intercept the flying monsters? Another suggested. The military leader rolled his eyes. Surely you don't think there is only one flying monster in the sky? The individual awkwardly chuckled. Realizing his oversight, one flying monster poses a threat even to the most advanced fighter jets. With two or more, the jets would stand no chance, as their munitions are limited, and once they run out, the jets become vulnerable. Furthermore, aside from a few exceptionally powerful monsters, most appear in swarms. Moreover, I believe you should take a look at this footage. The military leader placed a USB drive on the table. Someone picked up the USB and began to play. Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the screen. In the footage, an immensely enormous serpent coiled around a mountain, seemingly aware of being filmed. The serpent opened its massive maw, unleashing a beam of blue light, causing the screen to abruptly go dark. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd, their expressions grave. "Lu Lao, what did you capture this snake?" Yi Chen inquired of the military leader. Lu Lao offered a wry smile. "Based on our terrain analysis, it should be in Yulong Mountain. The invasion from another world has altered the geography of Blue Star to some extent, rendering previous maps inaccurate." Lu Lao's statement caused a dramatic shift in the expressions of the gathered individuals. Yulong Mountain is located in the southwestern region of Xiyi country, with an elevation of approximately 4,000 meters. And that serpent could coil from the summit to the base. Given the footage, the length of this serpent likely exceeds 20 kilometers. An elderly man with glasses adjusted his spectacles and sighed. To maintain such a massive size under the gravity of Blue Star, nuclear weapons may not be effective. Prior to the catastrophe, it had been said that any carbon-based life form could not escape the consequences of nuclear weaponry. However, that assertion may now be difficult to uphold. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he turned to his secretary. "Zhanggu, please play it again." Zhanggu took a deep breath, still startled by the preceding scene. The footage replayed as Yi Chen scrutinized the brief video, lasting less than 20 seconds. The serpent depicted was predominantly white, and upon closer inspection, two noticeable bulges were discernible on its grotesque head, while what appeared to be a pair of claws could be seen on its body. Finally, Zhanggu instructed, "Pause at the 16th second." The secretary adjusted the progress bar to the designated point and pressed pause. The assembled dignitaries exchanged glances. Perplexed, Yi Chen's expression turned ashen as he slammed his palm onto the table, causing the solid wooden conference table to splinter. The esteemed individuals were taken aback, some bewildered. The Prime Minister furrowed his brow and kindly inquired, "Xiyi, have you discovered something?" Based on his understanding of Yi Chun, he was certain that Yi Chun had indeed seen something alarming. This snake. Or perhaps it should be referred to as a dragon serpent. Yi Chun continued, "Look at its menacing head. It has developed two prominent bulges, and does that not resemble a pair of claws?" The dignitaries examined the footage more closely and found Yi Chun's observations to be accurate. However, that was not the end of it. Yi Chun added, "Zhanggu, could you please rewind the progress bar a bit and pause?" He rose from his seat, pointing at a specific area on the projection. "What do you see here?" The bespectacled dignitary's expression shifted dramatically. That an egg. The atmosphere in the conference room turned grave. The Xiyi kingdom had been battling these creatures for half a year and had never encountered a monster capable of reproduction. While incomprehensible, this conclusion indeed brought a sigh of relief to many. The relentless struggle against the monsters was already taxing. If these creatures could also reproduce, it would spell disaster. Yi Chun inhaled deeply. In his previous life, he had merely been a somewhat notable martial artist, unaware that monsters could reproduce, but in this life he had uncovered this astonishing revelation. Lao Lu, is it truly impossible for nuclear weapons to eliminate this dragon serpent? Yi Chun inquired. Lao Lu's expression was troubled as he glanced at the Prime Minister and the bespectacled dignitary. The Prime Minister remarked, "Old He, please share your thoughts." Old He, of course, referred to the bespectacled dignitary. According to our current theoretical framework, as long as the yield is sufficient, it should be capable of killing any carbon-based life form. However, he adjusted his glasses. This dragon serpent clearly cannot be classified as an ordinary carbon-based organism. Its ability to lay these eggs under the gravitational pull of Blue Star, along with its capacity to emit lasers capable of destroying satellites, indicates that its biological structure deviates from our theories. Until we obtain data on it, I cannot draw any conclusions. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Furthermore, eliminating a creature of such massive proportions would undoubtedly require a substantial yield of nuclear weaponry, which would have a tremendous impact on the surrounding environment. Therefore, my recommendation is to refrain from acting impulsively. The Prime Minister found himself in a difficult position. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun said, "This dragon serpent cannot be regarded as an ordinary monster. It is a dragon species." Dragon species? The crowd's expressions turned peculiar. The somewhat irritable Lao Lu scratched his head and said, "Xiyi, speak plainly. Everyone here knows you have secrets, but we haven't pried too deeply. I categorize the invading monsters into two types, ordinary and special. Ordinary monsters are those we are familiar with. Despite their large size, they have little difference from blue star creatures. Special types are akin to the mythical beings described in legends, beyond their size. They possess various extraordinary abilities, such as summoning clouds and rain. Their power is immeasurable. The dragon species I refer to is among the most formidable of the special types. I initially believed we wouldn't encounter special types in a short time. Unexpectedly, it has only been 6 months," Yi Chun stated. Upon hearing his words, the conference room fell silent. Lao Lu, agitated, lit a cigarette. He was a soldier and unafraid of war, but the thought of those legendary monsters left him feeling uncertain. The Prime Minister's countenance was grave as he hesitated, seemingly making a decision, while Yi Chun glanced at the projection of the menacing dragon serpent, forcing himself to remain calm. "I was reckless earlier, given our current capabilities. We cannot pose a threat to this dragon serpent. We must also abandon thoughts of destroying those serpent eggs, as it may provoke the creature's wrath." After the meeting concluded, the Prime Minister retained Yi Chun for a moment. "Xiyi, could you elaborate further on the special types?" The Prime Minister inquired kindly. "It's hard to say, as the abilities of special types vary widely. Some may summon clouds and rain, while others may appear inconspicuous. Yet a single drop of their bodily fluid could kill hundreds of thousands. That I cannot delineate all the characteristics of special types. I can only assert that the more peculiar their appearance, the more likely they are to be special types." The Prime Minister nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "I noticed earlier that you exhibited significant emotional fluctuations when discussing that dragon serpent. Because it is a dragon species." Yi Chun did not conceal. Rather than considering it an ordinary creature, it is more fitting to view it as the divine dragons described by ancient peoples. It possesses not only immense power, but also intelligence surpassing that of humans. If it could assume human form, even the most brilliant scientists would have to yield before it. Are the invaders truly so powerful as to create such beings? The Prime Minister sighed. If a creature like the dragon serpent is indeed manufactured, then they are merely playing with fire. Yi-chun scoffed coldly. Prolonging the existence of life forms will reveal that biological genes are inherently variable, especially for creatures on Blue Star. The creation of ordinary types is merely a ploy to exhaust our energies. Yet they could never anticipate the existence of special types. They will ultimately reap the consequences, Yi-chun stated coldly. Upon returning to his apartment, Yi-chun encountered Xiyi, who was just stepping out. "Go. Are you heading out so late?" he casually inquired. Just taking a stroll after dinner. Living to 99, Xiyi replied with a smile. Why, Yi-chun chuckled and nodded. It's quite dangerous outside the city now. Don't neglect your breathing exercises, he cautioned. Xiyi also nodded with a smile, then seemingly casually remarked, imagine if we could draw upon the natural forces of heaven and earth like in novels. How wonderful that would be. Now, we rely entirely on beast cores for our training, which is quite troublesome. Why Yi-chun's body jolted, and he stared intently at Xiyi, but only saw his departing figure. Regaining his composure, he did not dwell on it and immediately entered his room, attempting to breathe in and out the natural energies, as Xiyi suggested. His first attempt at this practice, unsurprisingly, failed. He was unaware of how to harness the natural powers of heaven and earth. With beast cores, he could distinctly perceive the power derived from them. But regarding the so-called natural energies, he felt none of the ethereal chi described in novels, making it impossible to practice. However, he did not become disheartened. After reflecting on his experience, he began a second attempt. After some time, he slowly exhaled. Yet again, he met with failure. After pondering for a moment, he initiated a third and fourth attempt. Time passed, and he opened his eyes in frustration. This truly unfeasible. He muttered to himself. Breathing in and out ethereal chi is merely a fabrication of novels. How could it be taken seriously? A sudden thought crossed his mind. He shook his head vigorously. The energy provided by the beast cores is no longer sufficient for my advancement. I must seek a new path. I will give it one more week. If there are no results, I should set off to search for hidden realms. He ceased further contemplation and closed his eyes. Xiyi strolled into the park, casually stretching his joints before he could settle down. An unremarkable man approached him and whispered, "Mr. Li, the Prime Minister requests your presence." Xiyi nodded with a smile. "Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." The Prime Minister rose and extended his hand for a handshake. Xiyi responded with a courteous nod. "It seems you have ultimately found me." Having resided in this world for centuries, he had never deliberately concealed his existence. If not absolutely necessary, we do not wish to disturb Mr. Li's tranquility, the Prime Minister remarked with a smile. Personally pouring a cup of tea for Xiyi, I can speak candidly. He continued, In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony, replied Xiyi as they took their seats. The Prime Minister inquired, "What is your perspective on the current situation, Mr. Li?" Xiyi took a sip of tea, smacking his lips thoughtfully. "This is a question you ought not to pose to me," he said, shaking his head. "What are your thoughts on the decisions you have made?" The Prime Minister was momentarily taken aback. "Let's speak plainly. I will eventually leave," Xiyi stated. "Even if I were to assist you in dealing with that serpent. What would it matter? No one can guarantee that other serpents will not emerge, or that what young Yi-chun referred to as dragonkind will not appear. Ultimately, you must rely on yourselves." The Prime Minister's pupils contracted slightly as he suddenly realized that he could not treat Xiyi as an ordinary person. The implications of his words were vast, and Xiyi's abilities were somewhat elusive to him. "Mr. Li, are you truly human?" The Prime Minister asked cautiously. Xiyi, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "I am but an ordinary mortal, for some reason." The Prime Minister felt a sense of relief wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What is your opinion on the breathing technique we have made public?" This was a cleverly phrased question. After Yi-chun unveiled the breathing technique, the authorities had recognized its limitations. If the energy issue could not be resolved and they relied solely on beast cores, progress would cease after reaching a certain level. The Prime Minister's question also served as a subtle probe into Xiyi's thoughts. Xiyi smiled gently. "There is no hierarchy in the way. It is merely a means to enhance oneself. The Prime Minister found himself momentarily perplexed. The breathing technique accelerates the absorption of energy from beast cores by stimulating the internal organs. Yet your problem is that the energy from the beast cores becomes ineffective once the human body reaches a certain threshold. If that is the case, why not seek a form of energy more suitable for yourselves? The breathing technique proposed by young Xiyi is a human creation. Thus, why can you not develop a method that is more compatible with your needs? Each individual has their own path. There is no absolute strongest, only what suits oneself best, Xiyi patiently elucidated. The Prime Minister, suddenly experiencing a moment of clarity, hesitantly asked, "Mr. Li, can humanity truly overcome beings like the serpent in the end?" The martial artists described by Xiyi, with their explosive powers, while impressive, could they truly affect such creatures weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons? Given the current capabilities displayed by the martial artists, they were still far from matching those formidable beasts. Throughout its thousands of years of history, the Xiyi kingdom had faced countless adversities. A mere serpent was insignificant, even if it were a malevolent dragon. What difference would it make? Xiyi refrained from giving a direct answer. In truth, that serpent represented a critical threshold that the Xiyi kingdom must cross that he knew the outcome, yet he could not divulge it. The world is inherently full of uncertainties. Why should he determine the future of this realm? Only the path one walks themselves can be tread with assurance. Sometimes it is not that he is unwilling to intervene, but rather that he cannot. He took a sip of tea. Though it was slightly bitter at first, it soon revealed a sweet aftertaste. Such is life. After Xiyi departed, the Prime Minister gazed at the half-empty cup of tea. Lost in thought that as the highest leader of the Xiyi kingdom, he bore the responsibility for his compatriots with every word and deed. Although Xiyi eluded his understanding, he felt no need to decipher him, for it was unnecessary that in response to impending calamities, perhaps he should reconsider his ingrained ways of thinking. At Yulong Mountain, early in the onset of the disaster, the authorities organized efforts to relocate the residents living in the vicinity to the cities. Now, the nearest city was over 100 kilometers away from Yulong Mountain. Otherwise, people would surely witness the colossal creature coiled around the mountain. The sudden appearance of such a being in human sight would undoubtedly stir countless troubles. The serpent extended its forked tongue, measuring several hundred meters in diameter, and licked the eggs surrounding its body, its gaze reflecting a human-like affection. Possessing an extraordinarily advanced intellect, it naturally harbored the emotions befitting a sentient being. Xiyi stood atop one of the serpent's eggs, gazing up at the monstrous head that blotted out the sun. This serpent, exceeding 20 kilometers in length, posed no threat to him. What a pitiable little snake, Xiyi murmured, shaking his head slightly before turning to leave. Throughout the entire encounter, the serpent remained oblivious to his presence. Across the vast ocean, in the land of the free, old comrade Deng had been feeling particularly irritable. Due to his advancing age and shallow sleep, he was often awakened by the distant sound of gunfire at night. Once roused, sleep eluded him. Perhaps I should organize the military to eliminate those unruly mobs. He glared with bloodshot eyes, this thought suddenly occurring to him. Last month, a group of armed citizens had repeatedly invaded the grain reserve, stealing a significant amount of supplies. Currently, various resource reserves were facing tremendous challenges. Additionally, last month, 2 congressmen were bitten in half by monsters that suddenly emerged while they were meeting with their lovers. The director of the Intelligence Bureau was reporting to old comrade Deng. One bad news after another tumbled from his lips, causing Deng's head to throb with pain. Mr. Wilson, perhaps you should select some crucial information to share, old comrade Deng said, suppressing his anger. The Intelligence Bureau chief, Whisk, looked bewildered. Which of these is not important information? Also, it's Whisk, not Wilson. Unable to appease old comrade Deng's mood, Whisk had temporarily assumed the name Wilson. After perusing several documents, his gaze sharpened. Mr. President, you might want to take a serious look at this information. Deng impatiently snatched the document. Beast Core, breathing technique? This world is becoming interesting, Mr. Rylamp. Whisk remarked. In the Northern Bear Empire, in the Bear Palace, the Bear Emperor rose from the frigid waters, taking a towel to dry himself. Ivan, what brings you here? The head of the Bear Empire's Intelligence Bureau, Ivan, presented a document to the Bear Emperor. After a cursory glance, the Emperor's expression turned grave. Has the authenticity of this document been verified? He inquired. Ivan responded, this information was provided by our ally, the Xiyi kingdom, and we have witnessed the strength of those martial artists. The term martial artist came awkwardly from his lips. The Bear Emperor understood and displayed a resolute expression. Our allies have already surpassed us by considerable margins. We cannot afford to lag behind this time. Your Majesty, I believe this information is not comprehensive, Ivan cautioned. That is of no concern. We shall acknowledge this favor from our ally. The Emperor replied, in the White Elephant Kingdom, in the Elephant Palace, the old immortal Imo glared fiercely at the Intelligence Bureau Chief, Kirin, below him. What has become of that QJ creature's wealthy benefactor? How embarrassing. Kirin immediately responded seriously. I must remind you, that was a high-ranking individual of the Brahmin caste. You cannot speak ill of him. The old immortal was nearly infuriated, glaring at Kirin. Your glare is of no consequence. For my lineage is Kshatriya, while you are but a Vaishya. Kirin retorted, oh, you misunderstand, noble Kshatriya. My ire was directed at the creature, not at the exalted Brahmin. Mo Lausian immediately retaliated. Kirin's eyes widened in astonishment. Your glare holds no weight, noble Kshatriya. As a mere lowly Vaishya, what audacity do I possess to insult a Brahmin? Mo Lausian replied with a sardonic tone. Ever since the calamity struck, Mo Lausian had become increasingly unrestrained, particularly after the recent passing of his mother, which only fueled his abandon further. Kirin's nostrils flared with indignation as he huffed and departed from the scene in the Eastern Island nation, in the Toilet Palace. Emperor Ito and his aides were huddled in a basement, fervently shouting into the phone, we can barely hold on. We urgently require support from the Eagle. Since disaster struck, various monsters seemed particularly enamored with this not-so-large land. And monster invasions had become the new norm for this nation. Given this dire context, surviving for half a year was already an incredible feat. After all, they faced monsters not only from the land but also from the sea and the skies. You are well aware of the situation at sea. We are unable to provide you with assistance. The Eagle responded curtly, adding, perhaps you could seek aid from the Xiyi Kingdom or the Bear? Upon finishing, he couldn't help but chuckle. Listening to the busy tone following the abrupt disconnection, Ito sank to the ground in despair, yet gritted his teeth and dialed the Bear Palace. Oh, you require assistance? No problem. We can provide you with weapons that you need 50 million tons of yield or 100 million tons. Trust us, simply throw the great Ivan into your volcano, and no monster will withstand it. Ito nearly erupted in anger. Shortly after, he called the Xiyi Kingdom. What did you say? Hello? I can't hear you. My phone has no signal. Hearing the Xiyi Kingdom's dismissive response, Ito ground his teeth and bellowed. In that case, I shall reorganize the nuclear industry and drag you down with me. Oh, now, there's a signal. Ito coughed. Mr. Ito, I understand your urgency, but please don't rush. T1T help. If you stress yourself out. What then? Given the current state of affairs, as you know, all nations have suffered severe blows. Medications are scarce. If you become ill and lack medicine, wouldn't that mean your demise? The key issue is, if you die, you must. Young master, this chapter still has more. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Stars, you big star. Ito spat furiously. A muffled laugh came from the other end of the line. Ito nearly spat blood. All right, Mr. Ito, may I inquire if you have any further matters? If not, please hang up. Ito, oh, by the way, Mr. Ito, for international humanitarian reasons, I must remind you that according to our predictions, in about half a month, the satellites in the sky will be completely useless. Should you survive, you will need to consider sending your soldiers armed with nuclear weapons into the monster horde. Ito, winky face, in the alliance, ladies and gentlemen, in the face of such disaster, it is time to unite and make the alliance great again. Sir, I must remind you, during the convening of the joint meeting, please exercise some restraint. While being allies, I shouldn't have to say this, but should you not tidy up the ladies' lingerie behind you? Aha! I believe Charlie's suggestion is quite good. William, I think you should perform a live act for us. Hey, gentlemen, there are ladies present. Never mind, Ms. Jones. I think you look absolutely stunning right now. Oh, is that so? In Equatorial State, the government stated we can send you weapons, but you must pay. We can also send you food, but you must pay. Similarly, we can send you clothing, yet you must pay. We can even send you living supplies, but you still must pay. Apology, sir, we have no money and no money. Then what of your dear mother? Bah, but we do have a bit of gold and diamonds that, oh, damn it, dear God, why didn't you say so earlier? Now, gentlemen, hand over everything you have. Click, bullets chambered, wah, 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 XX in Xiyi Kingdom. In an apartment, after 7 days of arduous training, Yichin opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. It seems I've succeeded, yet perhaps not entirely. Why Yichin furrowed his brow. After 7 days of intense practice, he appeared to have gained some insight into absorbing the natural energies of the world and made certain improvements to the heavenly fire-breathing technique. Whether it was due to his rebirth, he felt his mind had become significantly sharper. In his past life, he would have never dreamed of improving this technique. However, even so, he hadn't fully perfected the heavenly fire-breathing technique. At best, he had made partial enhancements. Now, as he practiced the new breathing technique, he could indeed sense the so-called natural energies, but how to absorb them still eluded him. Time is too short, he lamented. After hesitating for a moment, he reached to take out a beast core, only to find his pockets empty. The beast cores that had sustained his daily consumption over the past week were now entirely depleted. Perhaps I should leave the city, he remarked. Although, given his status, he could easily obtain beast cores from the logistics department. Unlimited supply, no less. He felt guilty consuming what had been earned through the soldiers' sacrifices that a strong individual must possess the dignity of strength. With power in hand, to cower behind ordinary people and merely survive would be utterly disgraceful. Advisor Yi, without a superior's orders, we cannot allow you to leave the city exit. Yichin observed the steadfast soldier before him and felt helpless. Don't get me wrong, I'm not under house arrest, but the higher-ups simply do not wish for me to take risks. This could be considered a form of protection. He did not press the soldier further nor attempted to force his way out. Instead, he sought out Li Jun, who was training fervently in the laboratory. You wish to leave the city? Li Jun wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression one of astonishment. What prompted this sudden decision? I have made some progress on improving the breathing technique, but I currently lack beast cores, Yichin explained. No beast cores. The logistics department didn't provide any. Li Jun frowned. Yichin shook his head. I no longer wish to consume the soldiers' hard-earned resources. After all, I am much stronger than they are, and besides, my knowledge of the wilderness is unmatched at present. Rest assured, there is no danger. Li Jun's expression softened, looking at Yichin with admiration, yet he sighed. What you say is irrelevant. The decision to keep you from leaving the city was made by the Chancellor himself. You must speak to him. The Chancellor set down his pen, looking at Yichin with surprise that it seems you have been contemplating this for some time. After a moment of reflection, he continued, I will have Li Jun lead a special operations team to assist you. You cannot refuse this, can you? Yichin replied helplessly. Chancellor, given the current circumstances, ordinary creatures cannot possibly match me. But we cannot be careless. The Prime Minister gazed at Yichin with a profound expression. After all, you lack substantial combat experience. Why Yichin offered a wry smile. Indeed, he possessed an abundance of combat experience. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that in his previous life, every renowned warrior emerged from a veritable sea of corpses and blood. However, such truths were not meant for the Prime Minister's ears. Since the onset of calamity, the Prime Minister had aged considerably within a mere 6 months, and Yichin deemed it unwise to divert his attention with trivial matters. Reluctantly, he accepted the Prime Minister's goodwill. After acquiring equipment from the logistics department, Yichin, alongside the special operations team, led by Li Jun, departed the city. One could not help but remark that the wilderness starkly contrasted with the urban environment. Yichin could almost taste the metallic tang of blood in the air, mingled with an aura of savagery and untamed wildness. Gripping his knife tightly, he cautiously ventured into the desolate terrain. The gear provided by the logistics department included not only the requisite firearms, but also a cold weapon akin to a machete for each individual. In direct confrontations with monsters, firearms proved far less effective than the cold weapons at hand. Moreover, the discharge of a gun would inevitably attract nearby monsters, plunging one into greater peril. Thus, Firearms were to be regarded solely as a last resort. As for protective measures, the current capabilities of the Great Xiyi Kingdom could not yet produce armor resilient enough to withstand monster attacks. The armor crafted instead became a burden for the warriors. The shrinkage of human territory had allowed flora to proliferate unchecked, with towering trees reaching dozens of meters high, a testament to the fact that this world had indeed transformed. Soon, the group encountered a mass of giant centipedes, each exceeding 10 meters in length, entwined with one another. Xiyi was reminded of the harrowing night at the police station 6 months prior, when Sun Dasheng had yet to utter a word, all thanks to these formidable centipedes. Observing the mating centipedes, he stealthily approached, knife in hand. Xiyi offered no warnings, as he too wished to gauge Yichen's prowess. During mating, animals exhibit their lowest vigilance. Coupled with Yichen's remarkable control over his body, he silently closed the distance to within 5 meters of the centipede cluster. He could even sense the chilling aura emanating from the thick, robust legs of the centipedes. Lowering himself slightly, he accumulated strength, and when the moment was right, he lunged forward. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, debris scattering as Yichen almost instantaneously reached the centipede cluster, swiftly severing one centipede's head with a single stroke. The abrupt attack startled the centipedes. The decapitated one, true to its insect nature, did not die immediately, but thrashed violently, injuring several of its kin in the process. Its dark green blood dripped onto the surrounding plants, which immediately emitted white smoke and a hissing, piercing sound. Yichen did not pause or concern himself with the struggling centipede. Instead, he deftly beheaded another before sidestepping an oncoming centipede's charge and seizing the opportunity to strike. The special alloy blade clashed against the centipede's exoskeleton, producing a jarring metallic screech, and the knife's handle bent, with chips appearing along the blade. Due to the sheer girth of the centipede, Yichen's strike did not bisect it, but did cleave through its body, spilling its innards onto the ground. His movements were fluid and seamless, taking no longer than 5 seconds to deliver death to 3 centipedes. Xiyi and the soldiers of the Special Operations Team were left astonished. As his weapon became unusable, Yichen evaded another centipede's assault, crouching slightly to thrust his knife into the mouth of the centipede attempting to ambush him, then yanked fiercely. The centipede emitted a horrific wail as its white brain matter erupted forth. Another centipede seized the moment to charge, but Yichen leapt onto its head, driving his already battered knife down with ferocity. The blade penetrated deeply into the centipede's head, destroying its central nervous system. With a heavy thud, the centipede collapsed, its body twitching intermittently, a reflexive response from the insect post-mortem. Yichen rotated his neck and stretched his shoulders, directing his gaze toward the only unharmed centipede remaining. This one was an enormous female, exceeding 20 meters in length. In nature, it is often observed that many female insects are larger than their male counterparts. The slaughter of her mates jolted the female centipede from her previous state of mating. After surveying the surrounding carnage, she abruptly raised her upper body, opened her mouth wide, and let out a furious roar. Yichen's expression shifted. This is bad. She is calling for reinforcements. This was intelligence earned through bloodshed. Yet, Yichen remained unfazed. Let them come. We shall slay them all. Before he could finish, he propelled himself off the ground, his form blurring as he appeared beside the female centipede, delivering a powerful punch to its body. The female centipede, attempting to roar, could only expel its own entrails in a torrent of dark green blood. Yichen pressed his advantage, raining down blows upon the relatively vulnerable underbelly of the centipede. Though the female centipede was large and agile, it proved no match for Yichen's skill. Ultimately, through relentless assault, he forcibly split the female centipede in two, leaving it incapacitated on the ground. Simultaneously, the sound of trees snapping echoed around them. Yichen, retreat. Li Jun's face turned ashen, but it was too late. Countless male centipedes, summoned by their mate, surrounded them. The dark, menacing fangs glinted with a terrifying sheen. The Yichen returned to the group, stating, "Do not panic. We shall fight. I know we shall fight, but we are uncertain if these centipedes can summon even more monsters. We are but 14. We cannot confront them head-on, Li Jun warned, keeping a wary eye on the restless centipedes. There is no cause for concern, Yi Chen replied. Charging toward the centipedes, Li Jun let out a resigned sigh and barked, "Prepare for battle." Yes, thus commenced an earth-shattering clash. Yi Chen unleashed a tremendous force. Gripping the tail of one centipede, heedless of its anguished cries, and swung it as a weapon. With his immense strength, any centipede that came into contact with his swing was obliterated. Those fortunate enough to survive found themselves with shattered exoskeletons, collapsing under the soldiers' boots. Unfortunately, the centipede in his grasp was of poor quality, soon breaking into several pieces. However, it mattered little, as the swarming centipedes provided ample ammunition to wield Li Jun and the special operations soldiers. Witnessing the spectacle, discarded their knives and emulated Yi Chen, using centipedes as their weapons. Yi Chen's expression remained impassive as he executed a series of powerful strikes, having utilized his 20th centipede weapon when the surrounding pressure suddenly dissipated. Surveying the area, he beheld the scattered remnants of centipedes. Even though these creatures possessed little intelligence, the scent of death from their fallen kin instilled a primal fear within them. Consequently, a significant number of centipedes fled. Li Jun and the soldiers, drenched in sweat, discarded their makeshift weapons, their hearts buoyed with an unexplainable exhilaration. Thanks to their training in the earthly breathing method, each soldier displayed remarkable endurance, though they were fatigued. They recovered swiftly. Li Jun exhaled deeply. Collect the beast cores. The team members complied without hesitation. Yi Chen discarded the remnants of the centipede. Also catching his breath, we must act swiftly. Other monsters will undoubtedly follow the scent of blood. We need to seize the moment, he urged. Li Jun nodded and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Well done. I never imagined your skills were so formidable. Yi Chen chuckled. After numerous battles, how could I not improve? Besides, these centipede monsters are not particularly powerful. One must merely be cautious of their venom. The team worked rapidly to gather the beast cores. Report. A total of 110 beast cores collected? Excellent. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Yi Chen, his eyes filled with a questioning intent. Let us return. The stench of blood clings to us too heavily. We cannot linger in the wild any longer. The group made their way back to the city, where they began to cleanse themselves. It is worth mentioning that, in the aftermath of the disaster, the water supply had also encountered significant issues, primarily due to severe damage to the pipelines. Aside from the daily necessities, martial artists hunting monsters outside the city could merely rinse themselves off upon returning, while ordinary citizens were restricted to bathing no more than once a week. Completely abstaining from washing was not an option, as it would lead to various ailments. Yi Chen received 50 beast cores out of the total 110, all from the monsters he had slain. Not in need of beast cores for the moment, he returned to his apartment to refine his breathing technique. Meanwhile, Li Jun went to report Yi Chen's situation to the Prime Minister, based on his performance. Even if our physical qualities are identical, in close combat or armed confrontation, I fear I would not stand a chance against him. His composure during battle is remarkable, and his fighting prowess is undeniably high. After hearing Li Jun's report, the Prime Minister nodded in acknowledgement, then sighed. It seems that young Yi is indeed extraordinary. However, he merely expressed his admiration before his expression turned serious, saying, the Intelligence Department has uncovered information regarding Yi Chen's parents. You might want to probe gently and observe his reaction. Yi Chen's background is similar to that of Xiyi, as both were abandoned by their parents during childhood. However, while Xiyi encountered his master just before succumbing to the cold, Yi Chen was left at the doorstep of an orphanage in his early years. The orphanage was far from the warm haven it was rumored to be. Describing it as a small underworld would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, due to issues with his household registration, Yi Chen faced numerous challenges during his education. Various factors contributed to a life of hardship. In summary, he did not enjoy a favorable existence. Li Jun, being a soldier through and through, promptly visited Yi Chen's residence upon receiving the report regarding his parents, slapping the document onto the table. This is the situation concerning your parents. The Prime Minister has asked me to inquire about your thoughts. Yi Chen, without even opening his eyes, replied, I have no particular thoughts. The past is the past. If possible, I hope they can receive some slight preferential treatment. Nothing excessive, just a deduction from my share, as a means to repay them for the gift of life. Li Jun was taken aback by Yi Chen's response, but ultimately acquiesced. He conveyed Yi Chen's words verbatim to the Prime Minister, who showed no surprise. Let us proceed as he suggested. This preferential treatment shall be an additional 2 beast cores each month. Currently, the currency system on Blue Star had shifted from a gold standard to one based on beast cores, with gold now serving as a basic currency. 1 beast core is approximately equivalent to 10,000 units of currency prior to the disaster. Though this figure is limited to the Xi'an nation, while prices in foreign black markets far exceed this amount. Thanks to the timely response of the Xi'an government, the cost of living had not fluctuated significantly since the disaster. Each citizen of Xi'an could collect 1 beast core per month from the Martial Artist Guild upon presenting identification. For powerful martial artists or awakened individuals, obtaining beast cores was not a challenging endeavor, and thus they regarded a single core as inconsequential. Initially, this was indeed the government's stance, which remains unchanged to this day. However, later on, it became somewhat embarrassing for any martial artist to claim it. After all, it would be quite humiliating that, of course, ordinary citizens needed to complete certain tasks assigned by the government, such as maintaining cleanliness, though these were not overly burdensome. This measure significantly improved the living standards of the general populace. Considering that the minimum income prior to the disaster barely reached a few coins per month, as days turned into weeks, finally, when only a few beast cores remained, Yi Chen opened his eyes. What is happening? Why can I not absorb natural energy? His gaze was slightly vacant, as it seemed he was just a step away from success, yet it felt so unattainable. Natural energy lay before him, yet it seemed as immovable as a sacred mountain. What step had gone awry? Subconsciously, he crushed a beast core, and a warm sensation coursed through his body, snapping him back to reality. With so few beast cores remaining, he pondered for a moment before deciding to venture out of the city once more. Descending the stairs, he noticed Li Xiyi had somehow procured a chair and was lounging in front of the apartment, basking in the gentle rays of the rising sun. "Good morning, brotherly," he greeted. Xiyi studied Yi Chen from head to toe and casually remarked, "I haven't seen you out and about much lately." Young people should venture out more. Yi Chen nodded, then turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Xiyi sighed and mused. "Did you catch the news on television yesterday? An ordinary person, unwilling to work, attempted to rob a formidable martial artist, but failed and then complained about martial artists. What is this world coming to?" Yi Chen turned back, smiling, but his expression abruptly froze. He scrutinized Li Xiyi closely and cautiously inquired, "Brotherly, from where did you hear about that news?" Didn't I mention it? It was on television." Yi Chen hesitated before asking, "Brotherly, if you were confronted with a pile of wealth that did not belong to you, clearly within reach yet utterly unattainable, what would you do? What nonsense are you thinking during broad daylight? Is that wealth ownerless?" Li Xiyi replied casually. "Ownerless? What I mean is, what if that wealth had no owner? How could it possibly be ownerless?" Li Xiyi chuckled, gesturing toward a common person sweeping the street across the road. "Look at that person over there. He has 2 beast cores in his pocket. However, he is merely an ordinary citizen. And for martial artists like you, taking what he possesses would be a trivial matter. But if he were a martial artist stronger than you, would you still dare to rob him?" Yi Chen appeared to grasp the concept. Li Xiyi then clapped his hands, stood up from the lounge chair, and entered the apartment. "Does natural energy also have an owner?" Yi Chen murmured to himself. If natural energy indeed had an owner, it was most likely this very planet beneath his feet. If that were true, then his plan to absorb natural energy would amount to nothing more than a futile endeavor. Empathizing with others, he could not imagine anyone willingly giving away their possessions. Perhaps I should resort to electrical energy instead, he contemplated, feeling a sense of resignation. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that relying on electrical energy for cultivation would undeniably diminish his combat capabilities in the wild. Would he truly find himself battling a horde of beasts while lugging around a battery taller than himself? The mere thought of such a scene made Yi Chen chuckle softly, lifting his spirits slightly. "Very well, I shall give it another attempt." He returned to his room and settled into a meditative posture. Perhaps due to a slight relaxation of his mood, he quickly entered a state of concentration once more and sensed the omnipresent natural energy around him. He endeavored to imagine his consciousness colliding with that energy, but the outcome was evident. He gained nothing. Nevertheless, he did not surrender. Instead, he continued to strive. An hour passed, 2 hours, a whole day went by without any results. And the prolonged meditation had drained him of a significant amount of vital energy, leaving him profoundly fatigued. Just as he was on the verge of giving in, his consciousness flickered, and he felt as though he had arrived at the edge of a precipice. Not far away, a child, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, was crying. Before him lay a sheer drop. "Come here, it's dangerous over there," Xiyi shouted. The child seemed oblivious to his words. Curled up in a ball, sobbing softly, Xiyi felt a surge of urgency and moved towards the child. But at that moment, it felt as if he were burdened by a great weight. Each step a monumental effort, leaving him breathless. What is happening? This left him in a state of perplexity. However, as he glanced at the child precariously positioned at the edge of the cliff, he noticed, to his dismay, that the child had unwittingly moved even closer to the precipice. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to act without further contemplation. Each arduous step felt as though he were treading upon his own heart. Each movement weighed down by an unbearable heaviness. Yet he persevered. At last, he reached the child's side, seizing the little one in an attempt to pull him away from the cliff's edge. Yet, the child seemed inexplicably fused to the cliff. And despite exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, he could not budge the child in the slightest. The child's cries echoed in the air, causing Xiyi to pause and sit beside him. "Little one, have you encountered some trouble? Speak, and let uncle assist you," he gently encouraged. Upon hearing his voice, the child raised his head slightly, revealing a tear-streaked face. "I'm sorry," he wailed. "I can't stop them." The cliff loomed ever closer, and Xiyi's heart sank. He strained once more, yet the child remained immovable. "Who are they?" he inquired. "Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come." "I'm sorry." The child continued to Xiyi's side, his expression softening. He gazed at the cliff, now alarmingly near, and chose to sit down. "You are but a child. Whatever troubles you face, you may share with me. And perhaps I can assist you," he said. Although unruly children can be quite bothersome, Xiyi had never witnessed a child weeping so sorrowfully alone, leading him to believe that this child was likely not one of those troublesome sorts. Since he was not a naughty child, the situation was more manageable. Moreover, the child's obscured features allowed Xiyi to speculate about his identity. Perhaps his words were truly impactful, or perhaps it was due to some other reason. But the child ceased his weeping. "Really? Can you truly help me?" He lifted his head, eyes filled with hope. Of course. Xiyi nodded. The military headquarters of the Summer Nation, General Liu, and other high-ranking officials were embroiled in heated debate. "I propose we immediately disperse the Special Operations Team soldiers to various locations. We must ensure the safety of all regions. Despite their formidable prowess, the Special Operations soldiers are still mere mortals. And against the tide of beasts, how long can one individual endure? Their dispersal would significantly diminish the threat posed by the beast horde. The local martial arts guilds are weak, lacking cohesion. Thus, they're ill-equipped to confront the beast tide. And we cannot afford to abandon any citizen of the Summer Nation. Currently, the number of beasts confronting the cities of the Summer Nation is steadily increasing. Once the monster population in a particular area reaches a critical mass, they will begin to assault human cities. Just last month, 5 cities in the Summer Nation faced a beast tide. Fortunately, martial artists fought valiantly to repel them, aided by new thermal weaponry, but the losses incurred by the martial artists greatly diminished the defensive capabilities of those 5 cities in the short term. Should another beast tide strike, their ability to resist will be significantly hampered. The members of the Special Operations Team are among the strongest fighters in the military. If we distribute them across various cities, perhaps we can alleviate the situation. However, no one can be certain whether any unusual types of monsters have emerged among the current beasts. Any casualties among the Special Operations soldiers would represent a considerable loss for the military. General Liu sat quietly in his chair, not participating in the ongoing arguments of his colleagues. His brow furrowed as he examined the documents in his hands. This was the year-end report submitted by the local martial arts guilds, detailing the strength of regional martial artists and the myriad challenges they faced. Although the martial arts guilds are a newly established semi-official organization, they currently operate under military command and adhere strictly to its directives. Lu lit a cigarette, listening to the ongoing debate while perusing the documents. Page after page, suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and the act of flicking ash came to an abrupt halt. The subject exhibited bloodshot eyes, unstable mental health, and often spoke incoherently, while DNA not belonging to him was discovered at his wound site, suggesting the presence of a new breed of humanity. Irritated, Lu extinguished his cigarette and placed the documents on the table. The so-called new humanity consists of beasts that consume their kind to gain strength. Research has shown that consuming the flesh and blood of certain monsters can indeed accelerate the cultivation of the breathing technique, albeit requiring a substantial quantity. Human flesh, however, is different. Studies on captured specimens of this new breed have revealed that, under equivalent conditions, consuming human flesh can enhance the cultivation speed approximately tenfold compared to consuming monster flesh. Though the underlying principles remain a mystery to many. Grabbing the documents with frustration, Lu impatiently addressed his still arguing colleagues. Enough, we will discuss the beast tide later. First, we must address how to deal with these hybrids. Kill them, that's the solution. The crowd responded in unison. While the consumption of one's kin may be justifiable in dire circumstances, doing so for personal gain evokes no sympathy. It is met with a swift and merciless response. It should be noted that the Summer Nation differs significantly from foreign countries. After the calamity struck, nearly all surviving individuals were relocated to cities within a few months. Though conditions were harsh, no one went hungry. There was no necessity to resort to cannibalism for survival. Even outside the cities, provisions were secured through beast cores, making starvation virtually impossible. In such a context, how could anyone resort to harming others for a modicum of power? Lu nodded, observing the assembly. It is settled then. At the next meeting, you must support me and refrain from wavering. The group nodded in agreement. With a flick of his lighter, Lu exhaled a puff of smoke. Since we are all quiet now, let us discuss the issues surrounding foreigners and hybrids. This topic was particularly sensitive, prompting the assembly to maintain a solemn silence. Initially, when Xiyi raised this concern, you were skeptical. Do you now believe? Lu scoffed. The breathing technique published by the Summer Nation may be practiced by foreigners, but the results are minimal, yielding only about 1/10 the effectiveness compared to that of Summer Nation citizens. As for hybrids, they are entirely incapable of practicing it, the reasons for which remain an enigma. Under the current military governance, the cabinet has issued a clear directive prohibiting any further intermarriage in these times. We must fully utilize every available source of power. Yet, there are always some foreigners who remain oblivious to the situation, causing considerable trouble. This is also closely related to those sycophants of foreign dignitaries. However, Lu raised this issue with intentions of addressing them. Every household has its rules, and every nation has its laws. We shall meticulously account for them according to the data recorded in the information database. Upon hearing this, some expressed confusion. What about our international reputation? What international reputation is there now? Lu sneered at you think smaller nations can endure for much longer. I estimate that no more than 1/5 of the nations on Blue Star will remain. Let us not dwell on that. Before the law, all men are equal. You were the one who proclaimed this initially. Are you now going back on your word? Those who questioned him flushed with embarrassment, unable to retort. Since there are no objections, let us proceed. Lu added, send the documents to the Special Operations Team and have them patrol various regions. Good. How long has our advisor been asleep? Almost a year now. What does the Academy say? At this moment, the apartment had long been secured by the military, with only Xiyi remaining. His sudden slumber had astonished the higher-ups for some time, and after various examinations, the only conclusion drawn was that he was simply asleep. Reluctantly, they had to assign guards. Today, however, seemed to be a fortuitous day. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he suddenly exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. I have succeeded. He gazed at his palm with delight. The warrior who secretly protected him immediately reported his awakening to the higher-ups. 10 minutes later, Li Jun arrived at Yi Chen's residence. You have finally awakened. he exclaimed. Yi-chan stretched lazily and inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" 360 days. Yi-chan froze in shock. "I am not joking." Li Jun replied sternly, "The Prime Minister is currently in a meeting and cannot come." "How do you feel now? Is there anything unusual with your body? After all, you have been in slumber for such an extended period." Regaining his composure, Yi-chun moved his limbs. "I feel splendid. Absolutely fantastic." "That's good to hear." Li Jun sighed in relief. By the way, what about my roommates?" Yi-chun asked. "Don't worry, they're doing quite well. They're now living in a grand villa." Li Jun rolled his eyes. Yi-chun relaxed. His roommates had no martial prowess nor any potential to become awakened beings. If they could live their lives in peace, that would be the best outcome. "What about that brother Li Zhong?" he inquired again. Jun looked puzzled. "What Li Zhong? Are there others in this apartment besides you and your roommates' families?" Yi-chun was taken aback, but maintained his composure. "It's nothing, after sleeping for so long. My mind is a bit muddled." Jun jested. "Then you should rest well. Perhaps you might want to sleep a little longer." Yi-chun rolled his eyes. Xiyi stood beside Yi-chun, still appearing quite ordinary, and couldn't help but smile at the playful banter between the two. "Perhaps it was time for me to depart." His voice echoed in the room, yet neither Li Jun nor Yi-chun noticed the presence of another person nearby. True to his name, he was unseen and unheard. When the world no longer acknowledged him, he understood it was time to leave. Xiyi stood comfortably by the lakeside, a gentle breeze caressing his face. Ruffling his long-haired tea that moment, he had reverted to his previous guise, transforming from a modern farmer into one resembling an ancient peasant. Before departing, "Let me cast a line." He produced a bamboo fishing rod from an unknown source, casting it lightly into the water. Soon, the fishing float began to bob, and Xiyi smiled, calmly lifting the rod to rebait the hook. Yi-chun emerged from his seclusion and met with the Prime Minister, presenting the improved breathing technique to the officials. Theoretically, the new method had no limits, allowing for the continuous absorption and exhalation of natural energy to enhance oneself while also granting certain special abilities. He was not concerned about being surpassed by a prodigy. If it happened, so be it. It was no great matter. Currently, he was not overly fixated on strength, unlike those tragic protagonists in stories. Of course, in this world, greater strength was undoubtedly advantageous. The days ahead promised simplicity. Yi-chun accompanied the special operations team, patrolling the nation while clearing out various monster nests. Generally, their strength made it challenging to eradicate common monster lairs. But after the newly designated advanced breathing technique had been officially named, their powers steadily increased, making the destruction of these nests increasingly effortless. Moreover, with Yi-chun's extensive experience, the special operations team always targeted the easier foes first, thus avoiding any casualties. Prolonged combat had allowed him to fully integrate into the special operations team. Boom! A punch shattered the skull of a frog towering over 10 meters in height, marking the successful clearing of this monster lair. Yi-chun shook the blood from his arm and seated himself on a stone, pulling out a piece of jerky to eat. This cave-like monster nest had turned into a mountain of corpses, with severed limbs strewn about. The blood of the monsters had corroded the ground into pits, creating an unbearably pungent odor within the lair. "Advisor, we have received the latest orders from above." A soldier saluted and handed Yi-chun a piece of paper. The satellite system on Blue Star had long since deteriorated, and communication now relied on telegrams from decades past. The special operations team, led by Yi-chun, had one such telegraph machine. Swallowing a mouthful of jerky, he accepted the intelligence. There appeared to be signs of a beast tide near Linshan City. The advisor Yi-chun was requested to lead the special operations team to ascertain the situation and make decisions accordingly. Linshan City was approximately 100 kilometers away. At their speed, they could arrive in half an hour without compromising their combat capability. Inform the team to rest for half an hour and recover their stamina. Understood. In a small city named Mo Chung in Xia country, within a drainage pipe. How many people have joined us today? One. Why so few? At least one, but that's because his son was accidentally killed by a martial artist. What happened? His son had poor martial talent, but a penchant for petty theft. He ended up trying to pickpocket a high-tier martial artist, who instinctively pushed him away, causing him to crash into the city wall and become a pancake. 5 years had passed since the Great Disaster, and to facilitate planning and management, the authorities had implemented a simple classification system for martial artists. Those capable of short-term explosive power of 10 tons were classified as low-level martial artists, while 50 tons designated them as mid-level martial artists. The high-level martial artists were held to a higher standard, requiring explosive power of 500 tons and the ability to reach half the speed of sound in a short time. Above high-level martial artists were the martial kings and martial sovereigns. However, the official criteria for these two ranks had not been disclosed, nor had the number of martial artists at these levels throughout Xiyi country. High-level martial artists were already considered formidable. An ordinary person encountering a high-level martial artist could only be deemed unfortunate. Is he expecting us to help avenge his son? Well, I used that as an excuse to bring him in. Are you out of your mind? How can we help? Among us new humans, only 3 have reached high-level martial artist status. Do you expect these few esteemed individuals to risk their lives for an ungrateful fool? I never said agreeing meant we had to act. Isn't that just pure fraud? So, how have I fared in my business these past few years? Get lost. But speaking of which, the higher-ups have been too harsh on us. I heard some foreigners say their government doesn't care about this. If you have strength, you can do whatever you want. Exactly. It's just a few bites of those lowly people's flesh. Is it really necessary to come down so hard on us? Forget it. Let's not discuss that. The higher-ups want us to make contact with that ogre. If possible, recruit him, but do we have to go? What? Are you scared? Of course. That SA creature that dared to eat people before the disaster. If you're not afraid of your boss, what's there to fear? That's true. Had been the highest meeting of Xiyi country. Current military statistics indicated that there were 45,326 high-level martial artists, 626, 788 mid-level martial artists, 12, 116, 778 low-level martial artists, approximately 113,804,396 non-ranked martial artists, and the remainder, with power data below 5 tons, were classified as ordinary people. Moreover, this data should only be considered a reference, as hidden strengths were quite common in our nation, and it was challenging for statistical personnel to differentiate between hybrids and humans. According to our latest census, our total population stands at 936,054,833, a reduction of approximately 41.36 compared to pre-disaster figures. Currently, our grain reserves are about 15 billion tons. Upon hearing this, everyone in the meeting turned their gaze toward old Zhang. What in the world are you bragging about? Do we even have that much land left? Lu Lao cast a discontented glance at his counterpart. The Prime Minister also furrowed his brows in concern. Zhang, the head of the Grain Reserve Bureau, offered a wry smile. The figures are only increasing, yet the overwhelming majority consists of monster meat, rendering storage a significant dilemma. Moreover, as you all know, the appetites of martial artists are ever-growing. Were it not for the breathing technique improved by consultant Xiyi, which has greatly diminished their demand for ordinary food, our meager reserves would scarcely last. Upon hearing his explanation, the gazes of all present softened. It must be acknowledged that Yi Qin's contributions to the nation are indeed commendable. The Prime Minister inquired, based on current consumption, how long can this food sustain us? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang replied candidly, for ordinary people, less than 6 months. The Prime Minister was momentarily taken aback and asked, how long can our grain reserves last under the current consumption rates? Zhang hesitated again, but ultimately responded truthfully, less than 6 months. Are the citizens of Xiyi such hearty eaters? Someone queried in confusion. Zhang smiled helplessly. We need not worry about the daily consumption of martial artists. They can procure their own sustenance. Even if they feast daily on monster flesh and blood, it poses no issue. However, ordinary individuals cannot afford such luxuries. The common person relying on meat as their staple would find themselves in dire straits within a week. The remaining rice and wheat we have can sustain ordinary people for merely 6 months. The Prime Minister pondered for a moment and asked, how much arable land do we currently possess? Approximately 100 million hectares, came the reply, but we have paid a steep price to safeguard this land. The emergence of monster layers is random, and their density across Blue Star is alarmingly high. Monsters do not distinguish between fertile land and otherwise. Once their numbers reach a certain threshold, they will launch indiscriminate attacks. The martial artists of Xiyi are thus under immense pressure to protect these vital lands. Food security is of paramount importance. We cannot afford any mistakes. The Prime Minister issued a directive. Deploy the Special Operations Group and ensure that a martial king is assigned to safeguard these lands. The assembly exchanged astonished glances. The title of martial king, recognized as a rank above high-level martial artists, is seldom seen in public speculation. However, the official ranks of martial kings are far from scarce. With no less than 4 figures in existence, the government had kept their existence hidden to conserve strength against the unique breeds of monsters mentioned by Xiyi. It must be noted that the footage captured by the military of the Yulong Mountain Serpent had rekindled the memories of those present, reminding them of the frustrations stemming from insufficient firepower. Hence, although the government has disclosed the ranks of martial artists, it has never acknowledged the existence of martial kings or martial emperors, all in the interest of quietly accumulating power. Addressing the curious gazes of the assembly, the Prime Minister stated resolutely, "Our foundation lies with the common populace. Should that foundation crumble, no amount of power will suffice." The room fell silent. Very well. Let us proceed with the meeting. Recently, international tensions have reignited as Western nations have turned their focus back upon us, someone remarked. Before he could finish, Lu Lao interjected, "Let them target us. It is of no concern to us. Given the current circumstances, why cling to past tactics? Can we ascertain the number of martial artists they possess? We cannot determine their martial artist reserves. Their situation can be likened to a quagmire," lamented the newly appointed head of the Intelligence Bureau. Li Jun, after all, we cannot sift through a pile of mud to pick out every single pebble. In contrast to Xiyi's dual systems of martial artists and awakened beings, the latter having been derogatorily labeled as mongrels in official communications. Western nations broadly categorize their power structures into several types. Those with formidable physical prowess are termed fighters, warriors, knights, and samurai, among other titles, with ranks mirroring those of Xiyi's classifications. The higher tiers are varied and numerous. But I shall refrain from elaborating to avoid excessive verbosity. Their emergence is due to the global appearance of various secret realms containing unique cultivation methods. Longua also possesses such realms. Yet none have yet demonstrated efficacy comparable to Yi Qin's breathing technique. Awakened beings are referred to as mages, sorcerers, meditators, prophets, and so forth in Western nations. Their numbers, both in Xiyi and in the West, are exceedingly sparse, and the difficulty of cultivation is considerable. Except for their exceptional capabilities and special effects, their role in current combat scenarios pales in comparison to that of martial artists. The sheer scale of their abilities often attracts monsters from vast distances during battle. Thus, they're currently excluded from calculations of individual combat prowess that, in contrast to Xiyi's relatively stable social environment. The West, particularly Eagle Sauce, is rife with chaos. It is uncertain what kind of warriors or mages may lurk in the shadows. Consequently, it would be a formidable challenge for Li Jun's intelligence department to ascertain the martial artist reserves. Nevertheless, we have managed to glean some information regarding the publicly acknowledged martial artist reserves of various nations at a cost. He opened the documents in his hands. First, concerning Eagle Sauce, the number of high-ranking knight martial artists is approximately, with around 86,000 mid-level martial artists and 2,354,000 low-level martial artists, with unrecorded figures being impossible to tally. Based on our estimates, their total martial artist count should not exceed double this number. The situation in the Alliance is significantly more complicated. For brevity, I shall present the aggregate data that high-level martial artists number. Mid-level martial artists 120,000 and low-level martial artists 400,000, mirroring the circumstances in Eagle Sauce. The numbers from the Bear Country are slightly lower. High-level martial artists, mid-level 64,000 and low-level 800,000 in the countries of the White Elephant and Equatorial State. The individual martial strength at the levels of Martial King and Martial Emperor is currently minimal due to their late start, totaling less than 100. However, the possibility of hidden figures cannot be ruled out. Though it is unlikely to exceed double that number for those above the rank of Martial Emperor, they should not exist there. By the way, due to the dire situation in the island nation, which is besieged by colossal marine monsters, we have been unable to gather any information from there. Li Jun added, the island nation is being relentlessly battered by massive oceanic beasts, particularly in areas previously contaminated with nuclear waste. Ultimately, half a year ago, their national mountain erupted catastrophically, and the current state of the environment remains unknown. In truth, the eruption of that volcano has also had repercussions for Xiyi, as the ash clouds it expelled have dispersed numerous aerial monsters, some of which have drifted into Xiyi. According to the Intelligence Department's reports, in terms of martial prowess, they collectively do not pose a threat to us. Why should we concern ourselves with their trivialities? Lu Lao remarked. One of the advisors chuckled and said, Lu Lao, please remain patient. Let Zhao Lao speak first. In the West, spearheaded by the Eagle Nation, there is talk of convening a conference on Blue Star Energy Exchange. Ostensibly, the agenda is to discuss energy-related matters. However, the underlying motive is to extract the ancient breathing technique from us, as articulated by old Zhao. Moreover, certain Western nations have been spreading unfounded rumors, slandering us by claiming that we treat ordinary people as mere beasts of burden. The presence of Yi Chun has significantly elevated the current state of personal martial prowess on Blue Star, that a martial artist of comparable rank from the Summer Nation can typically overpower 3 knights. Though in a life-or-death battle, the outcome may differ. In terms of physique, strength, and agility, knights are inherently inferior to martial artists of the same tier. Additionally, both knights and mages possess combat effects that draw significant aggro, a phenomenon that the Western nations find intolerable, leading them to covet the unique breathing techniques of the Summer Nation. It is worth noting that some Western individuals have previously acquired these techniques from the Summer Nation. After all, breathing techniques have long been publicly available in our realm, accessible to everyone from the elderly to young children. While not all may master them, the foundational techniques are certainly within reach. What the West finds regrettable, however, is that without proper guidance, even if they obtain the breathing techniques, they cannot truly grasp them. This so-called energy exchange conference is, in essence, a cunning ploy of the West. Naturally, such a scheme can only be deemed as such when it is directed at a nation that can be manipulated. Given the current landscape of Blue Star, the Summer Nation has no obligation to engage with them. After patiently absorbing the information provided by old Zhao, the strategist smiled faintly. If they desire the breathing techniques, that is certainly within their grasp. However, their inability to cultivate them means they will require qualified instructors. Correct? As educators, we must, of course, charge a fee. Old Lu furrowed his brow. If we relinquish the breathing techniques, are we not aiding the enemy? The strategist chuckled. Last year, the Research Institute successfully simplified the breathing technique, naming it the Savage Breathing Method, inspired by the formidable Manticore. In any case, this technique holds little utility for us, as its cultivation is inefficient, and even upon successful mastery, the resulting strength merely parallels that of a knight. Furthermore, it bears a striking resemblance to our widely disseminated breathing techniques, allowing us to barter this for certain advantages. Old Lu fell silent, acknowledging that this strategist possessed a remarkable acuity. What is the efficacy of this so-called savage breathing method once cultivated? Someone inquired. Rest assured, the cultivation efficiency is merely 1/3 that of the foundational breathing technique. Upon successful cultivation, with the same resources, the resultant strength will also only amount to 1/3 that of the foundational technique. And within the same realm, the physical enhancement is approximately half that of a martial artist. The strategist stroked his graying temples. Thus, investing 9 times the effort yields strength equivalent to merely half that of a martial artist. We can leverage this to demand a hefty price, exchanging it for food suitable for ordinary citizens, and we must also acquire their nightly cultivation method for our own research. Furthermore, we can sell this to each nation only once, while informing them that we have only sold it to their country. The assembly regarded the strategist with newfound admiration. You are truly cunning. Li Jun frowned and asked, what if they refuse? That is simple, replied the strategist. During the conference, we can orchestrate a situation where our special forces inadvertently create discord with the knights they bring, then decisively deal with one of those knights. I have no objections. Li Jun chuckled awkwardly. If, as Zhang the strategist suggests, they notice something amiss after cultivation, what then? Another queried. The strategist shrugged. In the Summer Nation, cultivating the breathing technique also hinges on one's innate qualities. Not everyone possesses the same aptitude, that if their talent is lacking, what does that concern us? The questioner gave the strategist a thumbs up, refraining from further inquiries. The strategist, facing the so-called schemes of the West, had devised a counter-strategy. Martial artists are superior to knights, and the latter's flamboyant methods exhibit significant shortcomings against monsters, a reality the West cannot accept. Thus, they are bound to covet the Summer Nation's breathing techniques, especially under the guise of clandestine transaction, making it impossible for them to decline. Even if they suspect that these so-called breathing techniques might be flawed, they cannot help but ponder the possibility that they might be genuine. They are left with no choice but to acquiesce. Zhang the strategist smiled and turned to Elder Zhang to AS for their claim that we treat ordinary citizens as livestock. Where else can one find livestock earning a monthly salary equivalent to a beast corps? He remarked calmly. The think tank's recommendation is to disregard such allegations that, of course, should they be overly aggressive, we could take the opportunity at the international conference to showcase the plight of one nation's ordinary citizens, striking a decisive blow to prevent a multitude of retaliatory strikes. The global landscape has shifted. It is now time for the Summer Nation to demonstrate its strength. The Chancellor nodded in agreement, and the assembly erupted in applause. Moving on to the next agenda item, the issue of aid to equatorial states. Upon the introduction of this topic, furrowed brows adorned the faces of all present. We are barely managing our own affairs. How can we spare the resources to address these? Old Liu waved his hand dismissively. Let us move on to the next question. The Chancellor cleared his throat. Old Liu makes a valid point. We must first stabilize our own situation before considering others. Next question. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to provide an update on our nation's Beast Corps reserves, announced the logistics chief responsible for managing these resources. Currently, we are receiving approximately 150 million cores daily. This figure is quite meager when compared to the vast number of martial artists in the Summer Nation. It can even be described as pitiably low. Not every monster possesses a beast core, after all. Frankly, the ability to conserve and accumulate such a quantity of cores is beyond what anyone anticipated, due to the impact of the otherworldly invasion. Many advanced technologies on Blue Star have become obsolete, resulting in a significant regression of technological capability over several decades. Consequently, the value of beast cores has surged far beyond expectations. While we currently have no shortage of cores, let us not rejoice prematurely. The cost of acquiring these cores has also been substantial. Thus, we must earnestly discuss the issue of compensation for martial artist casualties. According to previous regulations, if injuries occur while undertaking official missions, our policy stipulates a uniform compensation of 50 beast cores. In the event of death, this figure doubles. There have already been instances in cities where individuals intentionally injure themselves to acquire beast cores. In the Summer Nation, the value of a single beast core can procure goods equivalent to what one could purchase before the cataclysm. Ordinary citizens of the Summer Nation receiving one beast core monthly are already enjoying what can be considered a substantial salary. Consequently, some individuals have turned their attention to exploiting martial artist compensation. Those present were left exasperated by such occurrences that is there any martial artist involved in this? The Chancellor inquired. Yes, the most powerful among them are a few intermediate martial artists. Severe penalties will be imposed. Each intermediate martial artist shall be fined 500 beast cores. For lower-tier martial artists, the fine will be 100 cores, and for those of lesser skill, 50 cores as for ordinary citizens. Let us issue a warning for now. Should a second warning prove ineffective, we shall impose a fine of 53 beast cores. The Chancellor rubbed his temples in exasperation. Such matters are truly difficult to manage. It is of no concern. Once individuals find themselves devoid of basic survival needs, they will inevitably begin to pursue things that allow them to stand out from the crowd, suggested a member of the think tank. Sometimes, inducing social ostracism can serve as a form of punishment. Moreover, the people of the Summer Nation generally place great value on their reputation. However, should they encounter those with no sense of shame, we are at a loss. Our current policies are rife with loopholes, but this is the best approach to managing the situation without causing undue offense. This proposal has also been passed. The next agenda item concerns the reserve of martial artists in small and medium-sized towns. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their helplessness. With such a vast human population, there exists a myriad of peculiarities, including a fair share of obstinate individuals. The obstinacy of the people in Xiyi country is particularly well known. In some more remote areas, there are always individuals who, for various reasons, are unwilling to migrate to urban settings, be it attachment to their homeland, difficulty in adapting to urban life, or even paranoia of persecution. Among others, ensuring the basic rights and safety of these individuals incurs a significant cost for the authorities. However, to completely abandon these people would contradict fundamental principles that, in a sense, it can be said that the authorities have been morally coerced by these individuals. Given the small population and the predominance of the elderly in these areas, the number of beast cores they can obtain is naturally limited, which hampers the strength of martial artists and renders them incapable of confronting the beast tide. Thus, the issue of safety must be brought to the forefront. This matter can only be addressed through persuasion, as we cannot compel them, suggested an advisor. Indeed, we cannot compel them. The assembly fell silent. The Prime Minister clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. How is the dissemination of Xiyi's advanced breathing technique progressing? The situation is quite favorable. It has alleviated much of our pressure, replied Old Liu. Thanks to Xiyi's advanced breathing technique, the reliance of martial artists on beast cores has significantly decreased. After all, we have long been concerned that the emergence of beast cores is part of an invasion conspiracy from another world. Continuous reliance on beast cores for cultivation may pose certain risks. That is indeed reassuring. The Prime Minister cleared his throat, glanced around, and said, "Let's adjourn today's meeting and continue tomorrow. Everyone may return, except for you, Old Liu." After the others departed, the Prime Minister turned to Old Liu and inquired, "You must provide me with a clear account. How many martial kings do we currently have?" The martial king is a rank above advanced martial artists, defined by the authorities as a martial artist capable of acting independently. While the meaning is somewhat vague, the internal definition specifies a martial artist able to repel minor beast tides single-handedly. Minor beast tides refer to those with a quantity between certain thresholds. Old Liu hesitated, saying, Prime Minister, why do you ask this? We truly do not have many martial kings. The Prime Minister responded, You are aware of the current situation. It has become increasingly severe, with only advanced martial artists in various cities and the scarcity of martial kings. We are nearing an inability to confront the escalating crisis. We must have more martial kings to maintain order. Currently, we have a total of 3,563 registered cities or towns that I ask you this. Can we ensure that at least one martial king is dispatched to every location? Old Liu visibly sighed in relief, responding, That should not be a problem that in fact, prior to this, the military had dispatched martial kings to serve as presidents of the martial artist associations in every major city. The Prime Minister looked at Old Liu in surprise that we have fewer than 50,000 advanced martial artists, yet there are so many martial kings. Cough, cough, I have spoken with consultant Xiyi. Although martial kings are formidable, they are evidently incapable of inflicting damage on that serpent. Only martial sovereigns can do that. Therefore, our internal focus has been on cultivating stronger martial sovereigns. Old Liu explained, I must also inform you that the military currently has just over 10,000 martial kings, which is still insufficient to contend with that serpent. The Prime Minister appeared speechless, recalling that during the last report, you mentioned there would be no fewer than 4 digits, not 5. Cough, cough. Old Liu forced a dry laugh. And the martial sovereigns? The Prime Minister inquired again. The cultivation of martial sovereigns is quite challenging. Only about 1 in every 100 martial kings can advance to become a martial sovereign. Therefore, if we do not count consultant Xiyi, we currently have just over 100 martial sovereigns, Old Liu stated. The Prime Minister pondered for a moment and asked, What level does Xiyi currently belong to? Old Liu shrugged, saying, I do not know at present. It is impossible to calculate his strength purely based on machines, but judging by some of his performances, he should be at least 1 level above martial sovereign. The Prime Minister was not surprised by this answer, as the breathing technique was propagated by Yi Chun, and it was expected that he would possess such abilities. Speaking of Xiyi, he has been away for more than a year now. Hasn't he? Why hasn't he returned? Oh, yesterday, Li Jun received news that traces of beast tide had recently appeared near Linshan City. So we requested consultant Xiyi to assist as he and the special operations team were in the vicinity. Outside Linshan City, in an area that has long since transformed into a primeval forest. When did Li Jun's message come through? Yi asked, frowning as he examined a pile of peculiar monster excrement on the ground. As for what is peculiar, would at least 60 kilograms qualify? The deputy answered that Yi was participating in a nationwide inspection mission with the Special Operations Team. Due to his formidable strength and unique status, he had obtained the qualification to lead a team of Special Operations soldiers. The Special Operations Team consisted of 12 members, including the team leader, capable of addressing the vast majority of situations encountered on the battlefield. Each team comprised a primary and a secondary leader, along with 10 members. The primary leader was required to be a martial sovereign, while the secondary leader had to be at least a martial king, with the team members also needing to be on the threshold of becoming martial kings. Yi-chen's team, due to his ability to periodically guide his team members in cultivation, had a total of 5 martial sovereigns besides himself, while the remaining 6 were close to attaining martial sovereign status. Furthermore, after experiencing the improvements in the breathing technique, Yi-chen had effectively distanced himself from others. Such a power configuration left old Lu salivating. Returning to the main topic, Yi-chen observed the excrement on the ground and stated, "The timing does not match. We have basically grasped the situation in this forest, but besides the 2 small monster nests that produce this excrement, they are insufficient to prompt Linshan City to send a distress signal. Linshan City is a large city with a total population exceeding 8 million. In such a large city, the president of the Martial Artist Association must be a martial king or a stronger individual. Moreover, given the vast population base of a large city, it is not inconceivable for a few martial kings or even a martial sovereign to emerge from the populace." Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. With merely 2 small monster nests, it is impossible to pose a threat to a large city. Look, judging by the changes in the excrement and the surrounding environment, it was likely produced approximately 14 hours ago, meaning this monster arrived around 7 o'clock last night. The distress signal had already reached the capital before this monster arrived. Which indicates what? The deputy captain, Zhang Xiaofeng, was no ordinary person. Upon hearing Yi-chen's analysis, he frowned and said, "Someone deliberately lured this monster here." Yi-chen nodded, prodding the excrement with a branch, and remarked, "It is still a carnivorous monster. The individual who brought this monster here likely believes it possesses the strength to address Linshan City, or even to come here for support. It should be a beast king," the deputy captain suggested. "Among monsters, although beast cores are similar, their strengths are not constant, and the combat capabilities of monsters are greatly influenced by their species. After all, a monster created using the genes of small organisms could not possibly match the combat strength of those with genes from large carnivorous animals. How could a sheep contend with a ferocious tiger? Moreover, within the same species of monsters, there occasionally arise particularly powerful individuals, known as beast kings, that a single beast king can rival some of the weaker special breeds. And the strongest beast kings can even compare to dragon species. Even the Special Operations Team must maintain the utmost vigilance when facing a beast king. All personnel remain alert and ready for combat at any time." Yi-chen commanded. Yes. In the depths of Linshan City, within the confines of the Warrior Guild, President Lin Yun found himself ensnared by ropes crafted from the unique sinews of certain beasts. Binding him to a pillar, at the opposite end of this pillar lay a small girl, unconscious and vulnerable. Even though he had been administered a special drug developed by their organization, all present feared that should its effects wane, President Lin would not hesitate to transform into a merciless executioner, snapping the necks of those around him. It is essential to note that they had paid a hefty price to successfully deceive the president of the Warrior Guild into consuming that peculiar substance. President Lin Yun, there's an ancient saying in our country, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes." You must surely understand our objective, so hand over the breathing techniques of your nation. The speaker was a short and scrupulous man, appearing to be around 40 years of age. Lin Yun remained silent, his eyes closed. Why waste words on this captive? A man clad in a ninja outfit approached and seized the face of the girl bound to the pillar. "Lin Yun, look at her. She appears to be merely a child of 10. Surely, you do not wish for her to come harm?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of Watanabe and the others present. Lin Yun surveyed the room. then suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Watanabe and his companions were elated, believing that Lin Yun had capitulated. "How could the island nation send such fools as you?" Lin Yun retorted. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the man dressed as a ninja, causing a stir among Watanabe and his associates. To their astonishment, the girl, who had previously been unconscious, had awakened and delivered a swift kick between the ninja's legs, executing a rather painful maneuver. "You know nothing about warriors," Lin Yun declared, no longer wasting breath on idle chatter. The girl exerted a powerful tug, snapping the specially designed ropes that could restrain a frenzied beast. And with a swift motion, she severed the bindings that held Lin Yun captive. Both were instantly freed. Lin Yun cracked his neck, advancing step by step toward Watanabe and his cohorts, who gazed on in despair. No. In another part of the city, Yi Chun held a dossier detailing the information of Lin Shun City's warrior guild president, Lin Yun. The document highlighted his numerous injuries sustained before the disaster, his commendations of 3 second-class merits and 1 first-class merit, as well as accolade from special forces. His strength was rated as a martial king, with a record of single-handedly slaying a beast king. "Impressive," the vice captain remarked, understanding well the might of this colleague. The man had garnered such honors before the disaster and survived, a testament to his formidable prowess, while many in the Summer Nation were martial kings. Fewer than 20 held the record for killing a beast king. Such individuals should not be easily controlled, Yi Chun pondered aloud. Perhaps he was coerced or threatened, the vice captain suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun instructed Zhang Xiaofeng, "Take half the team and infiltrate Lin Shun City. Your mission is to ascertain the current situation there. Once you have successfully infiltrated, make your own decisions." "Understood," Zhang Xiaofeng replied, departing with his team. Yi Chun felt an inexplicable unease and glanced at the monstrous excrement nearby. "Hopefully, it's just a figment of my imagination." Discarding the branch in his hand, he followed the footprints on the ground. "All units, prepare for combat." Based solely on the monster's tracks, it was difficult to ascertain whether it belonged to a beast king, but one could roughly determine its type. The paw prints on the ground were shaped like plum blossoms, suggesting it was likely a solitary beast, and thus it could very well be a feline monster's beast king. Such beast kings possessed immense fighting power and warranted caution. Lin Yun sat heavily in a chair. Exhaling deeply, he had underestimated the potency of the drug administered by the islanders. His body felt weak and drained. Yet he had no choice. Feigning compliance and consuming the drug was the only way to draw out these fools and gather valuable information. Before him lay a thin sheet of paper, inscribed with numerous confidential details. He resolved to pass this material to the capital. Silently channeling the advanced breathing technique, Lin Yun began to regain his strength. Beside him stood a comrade from his military days, who, upon hearing this, picked up the documents from the table and left the room. An hour passed unnoticed, though his strength had somewhat returned. He still felt weak overall. Just as he completed another round of cultivation, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Zhang Xiaofeng entered. "President Lin, it is an honor to meet you at last." Lin Yun glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng's uniform and recognized him as a brother from the Special Forces. "Please take a seat. How may I address you?" Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng made himself comfortable and inquired, "President Lin, was it you who sent out the distress signal?" "Distress signal?" Lin Yun was taken aback. "What distress signal?" "Yesterday, the Intelligence Bureau received a distress signal from Lin Shun City, citing the possible emergence of a beast tide nearby," Zhang Xiaofeng explained. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, feeling a sudden headache. "How could this be?" "I can assure you, the distress signal did not originate from the Warrior Guild of Lin Shun City. You may not be aware, but the signal received by the capital contained codes exclusive to the Warrior Guild," Zhang Xiaofeng stated bluntly. "Wait a moment." Lin Yun rubbed his temples, feeling dizzy as the drug's effects returned. Shaking his head vigorously, he retrieved his communicator. "Vice President He, please come to my location." When the Warrior Guild was established, it was recognized that the warriors were unaccustomed to handling various affairs and lacked familiarity with political matters. Thus, the capital had dispatched 2 individuals to assist the president. Lin Yun typically immersed himself in cultivation and paid little heed to the guild's intricate operations, only stepping in when a beast tide was detected. Normally, the guild was managed by the two vice presidents. Before long, an elderly man with thick glasses entered. "President Lin, you summoned me?" "Vice President He, have you sent out a distress signal to the capital?" Lin Yun inquired. Vice President He appeared bewildered. "President, I have been in a laboratory. I am unaware of any such signal. Moreover, we have not encountered any danger here, so why send a distress signal?" Lin Yun gestured toward Zhang Xiaofeng, saying, "This is Zhang Xiaofeng from the Special Forces, here specifically regarding the distress signal." Zhang Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. Vice President, he returned the gesture and scratched his head, "That I'm not sure about this matter. Perhaps we should ask Xiao Li." Lin Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Zhang Xiaofeng scrutinized the elderly man before saying, "We discovered two undeveloped beast nests outside Linshan City, along with a creature suspected to be a beast king." Upon hearing about the two undeveloped beast nests, the expressions of both men remained unchanged, but the mention of the beast king immediately sobered them. Generally, a beast king was not merely a powerful individual, but also possessed the ability to summon other monsters of its kind. The presence of a single beast king could herald a large-scale beast tide. The horror of such a tide was a nightmare that those who had experienced it wished never to recall. "Do not panic. As I mentioned, it is merely a suspicion," Zhang Xiaofeng assured them. Both men exhaled in relief, but Lin Yun suddenly stood up. "In that case, I shall dispatch personnel to scour the city for that beast king." Zhang Xiaofeng hesitated before politely declining. For those warriors who have not yet reached the martial king level, a beast king is an insurmountable challenge. "President Lin, it would be wise to focus on fortifying your defenses. Leave the beast king to our captain." Though Linshan City is a grand metropolis, even with the addition of concealed powers, it is likely that the martial king possesses little strength. Moreover, even advanced martial artists find themselves at a disadvantage against the beast king, rendering it unnecessary to squander the lives of these warriors. Lin Yun nodded, about to speak when suddenly the world around him began to spin violently. "President Lin?" Yichun gazed at the boundless expanse of the lake before him, his expression profoundly contemplative. They had pursued the creature suspected to be the beast king, only to find its footprints vanish around this very lake. "Is this lake marked on our map?" Yichun inquired. "No," replied a team member. Considering the time, Zhang Xiaofeng and his group should have already entered Linshan City. "Contact them and inquire about the situation regarding this lake," Yichun commanded. Understood. The team members dispersed in search of higher ground. Yichun focused intently on the slightly darkened waters of the lake, as if perceiving hidden eyes lurking beneath the surface. "Linshan City Central Hospital, that we discovered a significant quantity of controlled substances in President Lin's blood, primarily anesthetics. Additionally, his gastric fluid contained a considerable amount of KUN toxin. At this point, the attending physician scratched his head in confusion. KUN toxin is a newly emerged poison within the last 6 months. Theoretically, just 1 milliliter can lethally poison 1,500 elephants. The 50 milliliters extracted from President Lin's gastric fluid could potentially kill 100 advanced martial artists. Such a potent toxin should mean that President Lin ought to be lying in a coffin made of lead and mercury." Zhang Xiaofeng frowned deeply, contemplating the sight of Lin Yun lying in a state of profound coma on the hospital bed. "Can we trace the origins of these toxins?" he asked. The attending physician adjusted his glasses. "Theoretically, it is possible that in Xia country, while anesthetics are controlled substances, their applications are extensive, making it challenging to pursue leads from that angle. As for KUN toxin, its primary ingredient is derived from a formidable monster's venom, and the other components are equally difficult to obtain. In theory, only a small number of individuals within Linshan City possess the capability to manufacture KUN toxin. In theory, you should be more familiar with their identities than I am." Zhang Xiaofeng glanced helplessly at the physician, who seemed fond of theoretical discussions. "Deputy Captain, there is a directive from the captain." A special operations team member entered, handing Zhang Xiaofeng a note. The physician discreetly exited the ward. "Not on the map?" Zhang Xiaofeng pinched the note between his fingers, crumpling it into a ball. "It appears the situation in Linshan City is quite complex. In a luxurious mansion somewhere in Linshan City, a group of affluent individuals was engaged in discussion. Upon closer inspection, these tycoons were the very magnates that ordinary people could only glimpse in the media before the calamity. The onset of disaster significantly disrupted the existing monetary system, leading to a substantial reduction in the fortunes of these magnates. Once the basic order in Xiyi country was restored, previous currencies continued to circulate, maintaining a relatively stable exchange rate with beast cores. Those whose assets were primarily in tangible industries fared better. With the stabilization of cities in Xiyi country, they were quickly regaining their wealth. However, the tycoons in the virtual online industry faced far graver challenges. These magnates now wore smile for the youthful figure seated at the head of the table. President Li truly deserves the title of youthful prodigy. I raise a glass to you, President Li. Indeed, indeed, President Li is a dragon among men, exuding charisma. Before the speaker could finish, President Li abruptly crushed the cup in his hand and adjusted his glasses. Gentlemen, please speak candidly. There is no need for such formalities, he said, his expression impassive as he regarded the magnates. Then I shall speak plainly, began a portly magnate, known as Zhang Defa, a prominent figure in Xiyi country's manufacturing sector, whose wealth once soared into the hundreds of billions before the disaster struck. Please proceed, Mr. Zhang, President Li replied, still expressionless. Currently, the management of Linshan City is roughly divided into two factions. One is the existing system, and the other is the Martial Artists Guild. In fact, this is the situation throughout Xiyi country. There is no need to elaborate on the original factions, but as for the Martial Artists Guild, I am uncertain if all guilds are like Linshan cities, where the responsibility for management lies solely with President Li. President Li interrupted Zhang Defa's impassioned speech, calmly stating, Mr. Zhang, it is essential to be sincere with titles. I am merely a vice president. If you wish to show me courtesy, you may refer to me as vice president. If my youth bothers you, feel free to call me by my name, which is Li Wenwu. Zhang Defa paused, awkwardly chuckling. The expressions of the surrounding magnates varied. Vice President Li appeared to be a difficult figure to engage with. Indeed, he had swiftly asserted his authority over them. Li Wenwu, a soldier, favored directness and eschewed circumlocution. Gentlemen, if you have summoned me here, please speak your mind. There are numerous documents awaiting my attention within the guild. The group exchanged glances, ultimately leaving it to Zhang Defa to speak. Vice President Li, you are aware that Xiyi country has gradually stabilized over the past 2 years, that we believe it is time to revive our former industries for the benefit of Linshan City. Before he could finish, Li Wenwu interjected. If this pertains to commercial matters, I must regretfully decline to assist. Zhang Defa responded with a smile. Of course, we do not wish to trouble you. Vice President Li, we merely believe that in the process of development, interaction with the Martial Artists Guild is inevitable. The jurisdiction of the Martial Artists Guild pertains solely to martial artists. Matters related to martial artists fall within our purview. Li Wenwu stated, This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Certainly, Zhang Defa nodded. Thus, we convened to discuss the matter, as we are all not ordinary individuals. Meeting one another can only yield benefits. Additionally, Zhang Defa left the statement incomplete, and another magnate quickly chimed in. Furthermore, Vice President Li, you are undoubtedly busy. Aside from our modest fortunes, we cannot offer much assistance. But we would like to donate some supplies to the Martial Artists Guild as a token of our goodwill. As he spoke, he handed over an envelope. Li Wenwu waved his hand dismissively. No need. The Martial Artists Guild is currently in excellent condition and lacks for nothing. There is no need to trouble yourselves with financial contributions. He glanced at the magnate who had just spoken. Moreover, with the year-end approaching, if you possess the means to donate supplies, it would be wise to first resolve the wages of your workers. That he stood up, stating calmly, Times have changed. In this era where individual martial prowess has been significantly elevated, it is prudent to exercise caution and not provoke the ire of the common man. With that, he departed from the gathering, leaving the atmosphere icy. Damn, this cursed world, someone muttered resentfully. I have dined with the cabinet before. If it were a few years ago, Li Wenwu wouldn't have dared to speak to me in such a manner. He relies solely on his martial prowess, disregarding us. Indeed, this young man shows us no respect. We were all renowned figures in Xiyi country and even globally before the disaster. Who among us does not hold a prominent position? I fear our days ahead will be challenging. Li Wenwu, standing tall, exited the mansion and approached his vehicle. Just as he was about to enter, he turned back to glance at the mansion shrouded in darkness, shaking his head slightly at a businessman. To the hospital. Yes, upon arriving at Lin Yun's hospital room, he was taken aback to see Zhang Xiaofeng seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. Xiaofeng? Wenwu. Zhang Xiaofeng was equally surprised, yet his heart brimmed with joy. I never imagined you would become vice president. He stepped forward and clapped Li Wenwu on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Li Wenwu shook his head. If given the choice, I would prefer to battle against the beast tide rather than sit in an office squabbling with these people. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded in deep agreement. After a brief exchange of casual conversation, he inquired, Our special operations team has discovered a vast lake in the heart of the forest outside the city. Do you have any insight into this matter? Li Wenwu appeared taken aback and replied, I am unaware. You would need to consult the Land Bureau. Geological surveys have always been their responsibility. Isn't it the duty of the warriors to explore dangerous terrains? Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. Warriors are still human, each with their respective duties. The authority of our Warriors Guild is merely to oversee the warriors. In reality, our power is not as extensive as you might believe. And the management of warriors does not fall under our purview. Li Wenwu shrugged. In truth, the majority of people assume that the Warriors Guild governs the warriors, when in fact its role is merely that of enforcers directed at them. Zhang Xiaofeng cursed silently and patted Li Wenwu on the shoulder. I must inquire further. Keep a close eye on your president. Be wary of anyone harboring ill intentions. Li Wenwu nodded in understanding. Captain Zhang, greetings. The courteous head of the Land Bureau welcomed Zhang Xiaofeng and several team members into his office. Zhang Xiaofeng briefly outlined his purpose. The head of the Bureau slapped his forehead. We have yet to reach a conclusion regarding the origins of that lake. All we know is that it suddenly emerged approximately 6 months ago. Suddenly emerged. Zhang Xiaofeng frowned. Then why does the map not indicate this lake? The significance of maps is universally acknowledged. In this tumultuous era, an accurate map could potentially reduce casualties among warriors. Captain Zhang may not be aware that our current maps in Xiyi country are updated annually at the beginning of the year, and we are still a few months away from the next update. Additionally, the geographical location of that lake lies deep within the forest, a place most warriors would neither venture nor possess the capability to reach. The official explained. Zhang Xiaofeng contemplated this information. None of this is of primary importance. What truly matters is swiftly uncovering the reason behind the lake's appearance, he asserted. The official nodded with a bitter smile. As Zhang Xiaofeng glanced back at the nameplate, his emotions grew somewhat complex. Deputy, what course of action should we take next? In Linshan City, we must refrain from intervening in matters that do not violate the laws of Xiyi country. Zhang Xiaofeng stated that we are not only warriors but also soldiers. Our focus should not be on engaging in petty contests of wits with these individuals. Let us rendezvous with team leader Yi and resolve the situation there. As for the remaining issues, let them trouble you. He chuckled, his gaze revealing a mix of emotions. The team members remained silent. Soon, Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions exited the city and encountered a one-armed man outside the city gate. My name is Du Jinwu, secretary to President Lin Yun. The one-armed man handed over a document, saying, previously, President Lin Yun intended to send a document to the imperial capital, since you are the dispatch special operations team. I believe this information may be of some use to you. Zhang Xiaofeng took the document and, upon glancing at it, felt his pupils constrict slightly as a surge of rage brewed within him. Thank you, he nodded at Du Jinwu. Before long, the group followed the markers left by Yi Chun and others to the lakeside, where they met up with Yi Chun. After briefly discussing the general situation in Linshan City and observing Yi Chun's impassive demeanor, he handed the document from Du Jinwu to Yi Chun. Yi Chun opened the document and, after reading for a few minutes, pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. I see you're trying to put me in a difficult position. Fat tiger, he glared at Zhang Xiaofeng irritably. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately adopted a composed demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun remarked, as a special operations team patrolling the nation, we are indeed capable of addressing certain extraordinary incidents. Engaging in collusion with the island nation to execute some sort of convoluted plan and to ambush a president of a warriors guild? Quite the talent pool, isn't it? His tone was chilling. Everyone mentioned in this document shall be dealt with according to the laws of Xia country. Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback. Captain, won't this have significant repercussions? The document included individuals of considerable stature. Addressing them all at once could yield consequences beyond estimation. Repercussions? What repercussions? Yi Chen shook his head. That I cannot predict the future. But Xia country has only recently stabilized. We must not allow internal collapse. We must set an example. Xiaofeng, we are no match for these individuals in a battle of wits, and our focus should not be expended on such trivialities. Yi Chen patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Our current mission is substantial. Foremost is the mysterious Beast King. Secondly, since Linshan City has not sent out a distress signal, who transmitted the information to Li Jun? Lastly, he gestured towards the lake. How exactly did this lake come to exist? These inquiries fall within our responsibilities. Since we are here, we shall address them all. Zhang Xiaofeng watched Yi Chen's retreating figure. Muttering to himself, I am aware of these matters. I merely hoped you would relay them to the higher-ups. Yet you choose to lecture me. What are you mumbling about? Cough. Nothing. In Linshan City, Li Wenwu entered the hospital room with a stoic expression, gazing at Lin Yun, who lay pale and unconscious on the hospital bed, his eyes vacant and lost in thought. Du Jinwu sat in a chair, frowning deeply, his expression growing increasingly somber as he perused the document. Vice President, he was absent, as he was likely engaged in experiments in some laboratory. Meanwhile, officials from Linshan City, upon learning of Lin Yun's attack, dispatched personnel to inquire about the situation and provided Li Wenwu with some confidential documents. After examining them, Li Wenwu was profoundly shocked, nearly losing control of his rage. Coupled with the information left by Zhang Xiaofeng, he felt overwhelmed and disoriented. We must now work to mitigate the negative repercussions of Lin Yun's assault. You must pull yourself together, Du Jinwu urged, patting Li Wenwu's shoulder. Uncle Du, please do not mock me. My mind is a chaotic mess devoid of any clarity. How can I possibly gather myself? Li Wenwu grumbled, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Indeed, this situation is quite troublesome, but you need not burden yourself with it. Du Jinwu instructed patiently. The most pressing external threat is the monster suspected to be the Beast King. But that matter is under the purview of the Special Operations Team, so you need not worry for now. What you should focus on is stabilizing the situation regarding warriors in Linshan City and await Lin Yun's recovery. Everything else is not your concern. I Wenwu nodded absent-mindedly. While it sounded simple, he soon realized that the execution was far more complex. As for the remaining issues, consider who currently holds sway in Linshan City. Du Jinwu added meaningfully. That would be President Lin, correct? Li Wenwu's eyes suddenly brightened. Assistant Li, Lord Li. The responsibilities of the Warrior Guild have always been merely to oversee the warriors. Du Jinwu, with profound insight, remarked, the gravest folly is to meddle in affairs that ought not to concern us. One should simply focus on their primary duties and refrain from fretting over matters that are not their concern. At this moment, Li Wenwu had attained complete clarity. He glanced at Du Jinwu with a smile, acknowledging, as expected of Uncle Du, experience is indeed invaluable. While his mind wandered in contemplation, Du Jinwu offered no response. Furthermore, this opportunity may allow us to compile information on high-ranking warriors or those above within the populace. Generally, the people of Xia country prefer to maintain a low profile, hence every assessment of a warrior's strength is often a mere formality, as those with true power tend to disregard the meager stipends. While this might not reveal any immediate drawbacks, in the face of a significant crisis, it could pose considerable challenges for the authorities. There is seldom a reason to probe the strength of these warriors, yet the recent attack on the president of the Linshan City Warrior Guild provides a perfect justification. Fully grasping this information would greatly benefit Linshan City, as it could effectively address many latent public security issues. Deep within the forest beside a tranquil lake, Yi Chen remained fixated on the waters before him, while Zhang Xiaofeng yawned, idly perusing the documents in his hands. The other Special Operations Team members maintained vigilance around them. Captain, why are we overthinking things? Zhang Xiaofeng inquired. Strictly speaking, we are considered martial generals. Why burden ourselves with such thoughts? Yi Chen, however, continued to ponder the sudden appearance of the lake. It was possible that this lake bore no connection to the mysteriously manifested Beast King that he stated. Yet, as I said, since we have discovered it, we bear the responsibility to resolve it, the very least. We must ascertain what creatures inhabit this lake. With that, he set aside some of his weapons and shed his clothing. Keep watch for me. I shall investigate the lake. Understood. With a splash, Yi Chun plunged into the water, immediately sensing something amiss. The color of the water, while observed from the shore, appeared somewhat dark, leading everyone to assume it was simply deep. However, upon immersion, the water retained a faintly black hue. Without further thought, he swam downstream. Generally speaking, for an ordinary human to dive 10 meters without any equipment is quite an achievement, and reaching depths of 30 meters or more typically requires extensive training. However, Yi Chun's physique had long transcended the mundane, allowing him to be treated as anything but ordinary. His diving speed was unmatched by mere mortals. But 100 meters, 500 meters, and then 1,000 meters. Darkness enveloped him entirely. Straining to see the lake bed, it appeared akin to a black hole. With no discernible depth, after a moment of contemplation, he continued his descent. Time slipped away, and even with his exceptional constitution, he felt his oxygen reserves dwindling. Yet the darkness persisted. This depth is beginning to impair my capabilities, and I am not yet at the point of being able to hold my breath indefinitely. As he touched his arm, he could distinctly feel goosebumps forming that if my instincts are unsettled, it is prudent not to descend any further. With a powerful thrust of his palm, he surged upwards like a rocket. With a splash, he emerged from the water, droplets cascading off him as he landed on the shore. Inform Linshan City. I care not for their concerns. But from this day forth, no one is to approach this lake, Yi Chun declared. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others jolted to attention. What lies beneath? I do not know, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. I descended for over 10 kilometers without sighting the bottom. Yet I sensed danger below, and the depth significantly affected my strength, compelling me to surface. If you cannot manage it, then we are equally helpless, Zhang Xiaofeng remarked. Send a report regarding the lake's situation to the cabinet, and let them grapple with it. Yi Chun stated, in a narrow alley of Linshan City. An urgent discussion ensued. What transpired? How did the information about the Beast King leak? The warrior guild is formidable. It is only natural they would discover this. No. Do you believe yourself to be amusing? Is it not the case? Considering the timeline, we were still luring the Beast King when the Xiyi Intelligence Department received word of it. Does that seem normal to you? It must be information leaked by those little Deities, boss. I warned you long ago not to trust them. Now look at the mess. Our plan has been thwarted. Silence. What failure are you referring to? This Beast King is no ordinary foe. Even with special operation support, a single team combined with Linshan City's warrior strength may not suffice. Our plan might yet prevail. Wise words, boss. Also, keep a close watch on Old Gua. I have a feeling he is not as he seems. Boss, if he is not a good person, then isn't that just perfect? After all, we are not good people ourselves. What is the difference? It is like a turd falling into a cesspool. Shit goes home. Be quiet. I'm trying to eat here. My point is I suspect this leak is due to that old rascal. Boss, you're overthinking it. That old scoundrel's son was killed by a high-ranking warrior from the guild. How can he possibly harbor resentment against his own son to leak information? We are avenging him, a great figure once proclaimed. Everything is possible. The little Days are oblivious to the Beast King's affairs. This is knowledge shared only among the three of us. If it isn't Old Gua, could it be you? Boss, that's unjust. You know my intelligence level. If I could leak information right under your nose, I would have been promoted to the headquarters by now. You personally brought me in. In any case, keep a close watch on Old Gua. Remember, stay vigilant. Do not trust his words. Yes, boss. In a humble eatery, an elderly man with a rugged demeanor lit a cigarette with his remaining arm, indulging in the smoke that he inhaled rapidly, almost desperately. Soon, the cigarette was reduced to a mere stub. Unsatisfied, he retrieved 2 more and continued to smoke. Old Gua, you great chimney, get outside to smoke, the owner chided with a laugh. Old Gua forced a stiff smile, disregarding the owner's words, yet he extinguished the stub. "Bring me a plate of stir-fried kidney and a bowl of rice," he ordered. "You should smoke less. At your age, it's detrimental to your health," the owner advised before retreating to the kitchen. Occasionally, customers arrived, and the owner diligently noted their orders with composure. Soon, a plate of fragrant stir-fried kidney accompanied by a bowl of rice was served. Old Gua ate leisurely, taking his time until all the other patrons had departed before finishing his meal. Remarkable. In such times, ordinary people need not fret over sustenance, Old Gua remarked as he set down the clean dishes. The owner shared a sentiment of reflection, following the announcement of the Xiyi country's cultivation methods. Although the populace engaged in collective training, a significant portion remained ordinary individuals without such talents. While their physicality had transformed drastically, they could not yet be classified as warriors. Ordinary folk had once been troubled about their futures, fretting over this and that, yet the authorities had ultimately not let them down. Each ordinary citizen could now receive a beast core monthly, which could be traded for currency. Such days were indeed better than before. More crucially, basic necessities had not diminished. Nowadays, the common people of Xiyi need not worry about food or clothing, nor toil for a lifetime for a home. Is this not remarkable? The future will be even brighter. Old Gua stated firmly. "It certainly will," the owner replied with hearty laughter. "I, along with all the people of Xiyi, wholeheartedly agree. How wonderful it would be if it weren't for those scoundrels." A hint of sorrow flickered in the boss's eyes. Lao Gua fell silent for a moment. "Fear not." He managed a stiff smile. "Those so-called new humans do not merely consume human flesh. They have forsaken even the most fundamental moral principles of humanity. Brutality, cruelty, and inhumanity are their truest reflections. 2 years ago, the boss had a happy family, but now..." Lao Gua departed, moving like a specter through the narrow streets of the city. Though these streets were small, they no longer bore the previous atmosphere of tension and indifference. Instead, Lao Gua observed the faces of most people filled with hope for life. Occasionally, he would see someone cradling an urn, wearing a countenance of both sorrow and pride. Lao Gua understood that the urn likely contained the remains of a warrior who had perished outside the city. These warriors, though dead, were still honored. Their families would not face oppression or disdain. Instead, they were regarded as paragons. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a young man, perhaps around 15 years of age. The youth wielded a wooden spear, practicing an unknown set of techniques with fervor. Sweat trickled down his cheeks. Yet it could not diminish the resolute gleam in his eyes. "San Air," Lao Gua stared at the boy, seemingly seeing the shadow of someone familiar. The unintended call startled the youth, prompting him to halt his practice. "Grandfather, my name is not San Air." Lao Gua regained his composure and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry to have interrupted your training." The boy scratched his head bashfully. "Well, it's not really an interruption. I am just practicing haphazardly. I lack the talent to become a warrior, but I've heard that those new humans are quite rampant now, so I can only train a bit with the spear. I also wish to protect others like a warrior." The boy's mind was devoid of any profound thoughts, his expression radiating sunshine. Lao Gua gently ruffled the youth's hair and smiled. "What is your name?" "I am by Xiyi," the boy replied with a shy smile. "That Wu Jun is the person my father admires most. He hopes I can become like Wu Jun." Lao Gua inquired. "Where is your father?" Bai Chi's eyes dimmed slightly, yet he spoke proudly. "My father is a warrior to protect ordinary people. He lured many monsters away alone. The teachers at school tell me he is a hero, and I too want to be an extraordinary hero like him." Lao Gua was momentarily taken aback, a genuine smile gracing his face, no longer stiff. "Well said. Your father is indeed a remarkable hero, and you shall undoubtedly become an extraordinary hero as well." He extended his single arm. "Come, hand me your spear. I will teach you a set of techniques, and you must practice diligently. Become the Wu Jun of the entire Xi'an nation." "Thank you, grandfather. Please call me master. I am in the hospital." Lin Yun suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. He rolled over and coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his previously pallid face now tinged with a hint of color. Drawing a heavy breath, he exerted all his strength to remove the needle from his hand. Strangely, after the needle was withdrawn, his complexion improved significantly. The needle drooped, and the liquid dripped onto the floor. With a hiss, a wisp of green smoke rose, followed by an abrupt blaring of alarms throughout the ward. 2 men. one tall and one short, entered the room. Lin Yunjun, you are truly remarkable, the shorter man remarked, surveying the scene with an appreciative clap. Lin Yun cast a glance at the shorter man before turning his gaze to the taller one. Director, I didn't expect it to be you. Fan, the director, squinted his eyes like a serpent. I have conducted many experiments, and logically, with 50 milliliters of KUN poison, along with the toxins you were injected with, even a warrior of the king level should not withstand it. You should be in a deep coma by now. Lin President, it seems you have concealed your true self quite well. Lin Yun inhaled heavily and replied calmly, You are correct. Had I not fortuitously broken through recently, I would likely be in the state you described. Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. So, you mean to say that Lin President has now achieved the legendary status of a martial sovereign? He licked his lips in a perverse manner. I have grown weary of experiments on the king level. I have long desired a living specimen of the sovereign level. Might Lin President be able to fulfill this wish for me? The shorter man expressed his discontent. Director, our agreement did not stipulate such terms. Fan regarded the shorter man with disdain. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a dog, and your words hold no weight here. The shorter man, Zhong Chuan, erupted in fury, his hair igniting with green flames. He was, astonishingly, unawakened. Fan's gaze sharpened, and the air erupted with a deafening crack. In an instant, Zhong Chuan's body was cleaved in two. His organs scattered across the floor. Unfazed, Fan dismissed the act as if squashing a mere insect. Lin President, what do you think of my proposal? He inquired. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. Of course, but I still wish to ask. What is your purpose? Fan responded promptly, catching Lin Yun off guard, and then continued with equal candor. My purpose is quite simple. Prior to the disaster, I am sure you're aware of some of the unspoken rules in Xiyi. At that time, I would not dare claim to be exceptionally talented, but to say I possessed remarkable abilities would not be far from the truth. Fan pulled up a chair and sat down. Slicing an apple for Lin Yun. The Human Gene Perfection Project. I wonder if Lin President has heard of it. Lin Yun's pupils constricted. ISD or Dake Yun Wang's Human Gene Engineering. How did you come to know? This project was proposed and refined by me. Fan smiled. Lin Yun's expression turned to one of shock as he regarded Fan. Not only that, but prior to this, I even developed a specific remedy for leukemia. Fan gestured with his fingers, about this big, costing merely 5 yuan, capable of curing the vast majority of leukemia cases that in particularly severe situations. Around 4 doses are needed, but it will never exceed 6. Lin Yun's gaze trembled in disbelief as he looked at Fan. Even though he was not an expert, he understood the weight of Fan's brief statements. At that time, I was filled with fervor and, without much thought, entrusted this research outcome to my teacher, Dr. Ku Yung Wang, whom you mentioned that I believed I could benefit humanity, but I waited for 6 years. Until just before the disaster, I had not heard of this remedy being brought to market. Lin Yun fell silent. During the waiting period, I repeatedly hypnotized myself, believing that the importance of the remedy meant it could not simply be released. I should learn to wait and trust my teacher and everyone else. I then redirected my energy toward the Human Gene Perfection Project, the human gene engineering you spoke of. Fortunately, I completed this project in just 3 years and chose to trust my teacher once more. Lin President should have heard of the project contents. Modern humanity's genes harbor various deficiencies, some trivial, while others seem to limit certain human abilities. The project intention is to rectify these unique genes. I conducted live experiments on myself, and afterward, tests showed that my brain activity, cognitive response speed, increased approximately 6-fold, and my IQ, according to previous measurement methods, should exceed 1,000. Moreover, my cellular vitality surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several times. A more powerful physique, a more profound intellect. That is the essence of what humanity should embody. Alas, I have yet to receive any feedback from Ku Yongwang until a year before the catastrophe. By mere chance, I learned from a classmate who is a supporter of the Eagle that the Eagle was secretly conducting an experiment on human genetic enhancement. Even more coincidentally, the technology employed in this experiment was identical to my own philosophy. President Lin, can you fathom the anger I felt at that moment? Faced with Ivan's inquiry, Lin Yin could only remain silent. Why parents are ordinary people, mere farmers. I am the son of the common folk. Ivan sighed. In the months leading up to the disaster, I saw on television that Ku Youngwang had become a figure celebrated by the masses, a great benefactor of humanity. President Lin, what do you expect me to think? And what are your thoughts now? He deserves to die. Lin Yin replied succinctly that I know everything. I am fully aware. Ignoring Lin Yin's words, Ivan stood up, pacing restlessly around the hospital room. From the very beginning, I should never have trusted human nature. History has shown that only fame and fortune are recorded, which proves that human nature has always pursued these desires. If there were deeds worthy of eternal renown, who would still remember the bonds of teacher and disciple? If Ku Youngwang merely claimed what I entrusted to him, I could understand. But why did he hand it over to outsiders? The miracle cure for leukemia cost just a few dozen yuan to produce. Once revealed, the inventor would instantly become a figure vividly depicted in history. Can such temptation truly be overshadowed by mere filthy lucre? Must the betterment of humanity yield to capital? Ha ha! Ivan suddenly burst into laughter. Then it struck me why I remained just a mere office director. The revered Dake enjoys a life of superiority, with countless individuals seeking to shower him with money and women, that I am indifferent to such matters. But later, I discovered that my meager salary of 4,000 yuan a month is insufficient to purchase a home for my parents. Perhaps you're unaware, but my girlfriend, who is at the stage of discussing marriage, has belittled me merely because a well-spoken foreigner can charm her with his words. Because I lack wealth, she is even willing to invest in that foreigner, and they seem to be enjoying themselves quite well. Why are there so many who take pride in foreign cultures? I do not comprehend what has become of us, or of Xiyi country on the day of the disaster. I sat alone in my office, contemplating for an entire day. Ivan took a seat, his expression calming. That I have decided to give Xiyi country a chance, that I am a citizen of Xiyi. The blood that flows within me is that of Xiyi. And I take pride in this identity, that I wish to see how far Xiyi can go in the face of disaster. If I am satisfied, I will serve Xiyi wholeheartedly. If not, I may very well take its place. At this point, Ivan's face reflected some uncertainty as he gazed intently at Lin Yun on the hospital bed, that I cannot tell if it is merely my illusion, but upon witnessing the decisions made by Xiyi after the disaster, I suddenly feel that there must be individuals within Xiyi who possess foresight. Lin Yun's gaze flickered slightly. Observing him closely, Ivan burst into laughter. It appears my intuition was not mistaken. President Lin, you need not regard me with such eyes. When I noticed the official response from Xiyi exceeded my expectations, I began to suspect that the emergence of the martial artist system and the breathing techniques was the primary reason for my conclusion. After reaching this deduction, I knew Xiyi must be in good hands. Ivan abruptly displayed a sinister grin. Since there are no significant issues within Xiyi, I naturally feel compelled to serve my country. I easily located a number of foreign spies and extracted a wealth of information from them, along with acquiring many intriguing live specimens. Among them were even those referred to in the West as knights, akin to Xiyi's martial kings. Through my research on these live specimens, I regrettably concluded that the West seems devoid of those with foresight. Compared to martial artists, the so-called knight system, at the same level, is approximately 30 weaker in life and death battles according to the data I have obtained. If they had individuals with foresight, the disparity would not be so vast. This disappointment cost me a valuable live specimen with foresight. Ivan clicked his tongue in regret. Originally, I felt that even if life continued in such a manner, it was not unbearable. However, by chance, I learned from a live specimen from the so-called Little Sun that there were individuals within Lin Shunsheng colluding with foreign forces. Upon my investigation, I must say, President Lin, I find your martial artist association quite disappointing. Ivan shook his head. That a martial artist who knows nothing but cultivation, an old man solely focused on experiments, and a young friend who only knows how to act cool. If it were not for that old man, Du Jianwu's feeble support, the Martial Artist Association would have already become a sieve. Lin Yun's face flushed with shame, guilt gnawing at him, but he retorted nonetheless, as president, I must maintain absolute personal martial prowess. Otherwise, the losses faced by Lin Shunsheng in the face of the Beast Tide would be catastrophic. Ivan paid no heed, merely smiling faintly. Upon learning of your circumstances and considering the spy situation in the city, I felt compelled to probe your thoughts, upon discovering that the islanders seemed intent on secretly controlling this city. I decided to play along, informing them that the Martial Artist Association in Lin Shanxiang was formidable, and that ordinary beast hides could not pose a threat. Only beasts of king level could endanger this city. Master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following content is even more thrilling. As for what transpired next, I trust you are already aware. The little son colluded with those scoundrels, attracting what seemed to be a beast king. Lin Yun's gaze burned with fury. Do you understand how great the threat posed by a beast king is to an entire city? That would be a major beast tide. Do not speak to me of such matters. Is the threat of a beast king greater than that of those parasites and the invading vermin? You are well aware of the answer, are you not? Ivan taunted Lin Yun. Water that is too clear has no fish. Do not claim that water that is too clear has no fish. You are humans, not fish. This world is no pristine water. Ivan sneered. If it becomes clear that you lack the ability to protect this city, I shall take over. Lin Yun opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. However, it seems fortune favors you. Ivan smiled. It appears that there are traitors among the little son and those scoundrels, and the Intelligence Bureau has received news ahead of time. What surprised me even more was the swift arrival of reinforcements, whose strength exceeded my expectations. That Zhang Xiaofeng's prowess may surpass yours, and crucially, he does not seem to be the leader of this reinforcements. Lin Yun glared at Ivan. Ivan chuckled. Do not look at me like that. If I had not placed some eyes within your ranks, how would I have the confidence to take over Lin Shanxiang? He clapped his hands, and a small figure pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lin Yun's gaze sharpened. He recognized the newcomer. Allow me to introduce this little girl, Ilalai. She is 10 years old and was rescued from the beast tide. Ivan patted the little girl's head. Lily's talent for cultivation is astonishing. After only 2.5 years of training, she has attained the strength of a martial king. Lin Yun's pupils widened in shock. Perhaps at that moment, you were perplexed about where those islanders captured their hostages. Now you should understand. Lin Yun's gaze was complex as he regarded the timid little girl before him. The little girl offered him a sweet smile. Lin Yun then turned his gaze back to Ivan. Is all this worth your considerable effort? He inquired. You may very well face repercussions. For me, if I am willing, then it is worthwhile. Do you think it is not worth it? Ivan countered. Is there anything unworthy about being loyal to one's homeland? Ivan declared emphatically. I am a citizen of Xiyi. I am human. I'm not a beast. I am merely doing what I believe is right. Are you aware that, just for instigating the islanders to lure the Beast King here, I could execute you on the spot? Lin Yun fixed his gaze upon Ivan. You cannot do that, Ivan replied, shaking his head. Neither would you dare. Lin Yun continued to scrutinize Ivan, who remained utterly unfazed. Your living specimens include any individuals from Xiyi country. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yun inquired suddenly. Ivan revealed a chilling smile. Every nation has its own parasites. I merely repurposed this refuse. By acquiring the bodily information of so many martial artists, I can enhance the breathing techniques. Moreover, I have aided you in eliminating the pests within your city. Should you express gratitude? Some of those pests hold significant identities. Without serious charges, it would indeed be impossible to deal with them. Lin Yun sighed, his brow furrowing increasingly. You have transmitted all my information to the higher authorities. Haven to you, do not overthink it, Ivan remarked. Lin Yun responded, somewhat taken aback. You not realize that I am uncertain of your confidence. But if you send all your information intact, you will almost certainly meet your demise. Do you think you can contend against the entirety of Xiyi country? How foolish of you to think in such a linear manner. Ivan regarded Lin Yun with a condescension reserved for lesser beings. Just proceed with your tasks. As for the rest, it is beyond your brutish intellect to comprehend. Furthermore, out of consideration for your tenuous ties to Linshan City, I must caution you. The crisis in Linshan City is not solely due to that suspected Beast King creature. It also lies within the city's parasites. Unless these parasites are eradicated, the crisis will only escalate. Lastly, let me offer you a piece of advice. It would be wise to heed the words of the reinforcements and avoid letting anyone approach the central lake in the forest outside the city. At this juncture, Ivan spoke with gravity. Based on my assessment of the current martial strength within Xiyi country, that location is temporarily beyond our capabilities. Do not send people to their deaths needlessly. With that, he took the hand of a little girl named Ili Li and departed. By the way, President Lin, do not forget that you still owe me a living specimen at the martial sovereign level. Lin Yun glared at the blood and entrails within the infirmary, his teeth clenched in anger. You are the fool. May you tear the toilet paper when you go to the restroom. Nevertheless, Lin Yun understood that he could never outsmart Ivan. From start to finish, he had been led by the nose. Thus, he proceeded as Ivan suggested, informing the imperial capital of the situation in Linshan City through some urgent measures from the Martial Artists Guild, while also emphasizing the presence of the 10-year-old martial king named Ili Li beside Ivan. Everything unfolded as Ivan had predicted. The imperial capital had no intention of executing him. This individual possessed immense talents. And since the Beast King had not attacked the city, what harm was there in converting some refuse into living specimens? The head of the research institute, upon learning of Ivan's situation, sought an audience with the prime minister that very night. The prime minister nodded. Though his actions were somewhat extreme, they were ultimately in the interest of Linshan City. His crimes do not warrant death. He showed no concern for Ivan's living experiments, nor for the mere 10-year-old martial king. Director Zhou Kunlun of the Research Institute breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing of Ivan's experiences, including human genetic engineering and that miraculous drug, he resolved that he would spare no effort to protect this individual. His capabilities were too formidable. To eliminate him would be an extravagant waste that, of course. Most importantly, aside from those living specimens, Ivan had not truly violated any laws. At most, he was guilty of fraud, foreign espionage, attempted poisoning, the drug incident involving Lin Yun, and the intent to lure the Beast King, which had failed. However, the Prime Minister furrowed his brow as he looked at Zhou Kunlun. What is the matter with Kuyun Wang? How did such a person gain entry to the Research Institute? Zhou Kunlun explained. Kuyun Wang did not enter through connections. He indeed possesses some genuine skills and had participated in many significant projects before the disaster. Then tell me, what is the situation with the genetic engineering program over in Eagle Country? The Prime Minister cast a deadly glare. Prior to the disaster, Eagle Country was undoubtedly the most powerful nation in the world. However, technologies such as genetic engineering were still confined to the realm of science fiction. Although they had conducted numerous clandestine experiments, they fell far short of the standards required for sudden project initiation. Zhou Kunlun was left speechless. Xiyi country required individuals of extraordinary caliber. In the eyes of the law, everyone is equal, the Prime Minister declared with displeasure, signaling the end of the meeting. Zhou Kunlun complied and took his leave. The following day, the illustrious Dr. Yun Wang was sentenced to death by the Supreme Court for multiple legal violations, including treason, obtaining research results under false pretenses, bribery, and various other infractions. His assets were confiscated, and his family underwent rigorous scrutiny. Surprisingly, however, his family remained completely unaware of his actions. Even his son served as the president of the Cultural Association of Xiyi Country, quietly engaging in numerous charitable endeavors. This incident left many people feeling a sense of sorrow. As dawn broke, Lin Yun dispatched personnel to invite Yi Chen's special operations team into Linshan City. Advisor Yi, I have long admired your reputation, Lin Yun said, shaking hands with Yi Chen before introducing Ivan. This is Ivan. Though he may be somewhat foolish, he is currently a Level 2 researcher at the Xiyi Country Research Institute and has already been nominated for the next academician. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Yun and noted that his expression had returned to normal. Only then did he direct his attention to Ivan. Researcher Ivan, it is an honor to meet you. Yi Chen extended his hand to shake Ivan's. In the future he envisioned, it seemed that among the strongest in Xiyi Country during that period, there was indeed an individual named Ivan. However, at that time, his own status and power were insufficient for him to grasp deeper insights and honor. Ivan suddenly smirked knowingly. It appears I am quite renowned in the future. Yi Chen's pupils constricted and his muscles tensed involuntarily. No need to be nervous. Ivan leaned closer to Yi Chen, whispering in his ear, I have high hopes for you. Advisor Yi. To outsiders, the interaction between the two appeared rather intimate, eliciting strange expressions from the onlookers. Yi Chen regained his composure, stepping back 2 paces to scrutinize Ivan more closely. His strength was likely approaching the level of a martial king nearing martial sovereign, and his intelligence seemed exceptionally high. Yi Chun mentally assessed Ivan. Ahem. Lin Yun cleared his throat, interrupting the peculiar atmosphere. Advisor Yi, researcher, Ivan has some inquiries for everyone. Pray tell. Yi Chun replied that I trust that Advisor Yi and the others have a general understanding of the current situation in Linshan City. Ivan surveyed Yi Chun with keen interest. I have some understanding. Yi Chun nodded. There is no need for you all to be distracted by the city's myriad affairs. Ivan smiled. I wonder if you have located that suspected Beast King creature? Not yet. Yi Chun shook his head that we tracked the creature's footprints and discovered they vanished near that lake. Ditto. Ivan's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered before asking. Advisor Yi, do you have any insights regarding the suddenly appeared lake? It is very dangerous. Yi Chun did not conceal his thoughts. Yesterday, I descended into the lake, diving roughly 10 kilometers without reaching the bottom, and my instincts warned me that it was perilous below. And I noted that the water itself exhibited a faint black hue. Ivan remarked. From a chemical standpoint, if the water contains a significant amount of iron, it could indeed appear black. In aquaculture, excessive nutrients might also result in this phenomenon. Could it be that someone has dumped a considerable amount of waste into the lake? The group stared at him, expressionless. I was joking, Ivan quickly added, noticing their unamused gazes, shrugging in acknowledgement of his misstep. My recommendation regarding that lake is to refrain from any contact, provided it does not pose a threat to Linshan City. Yi Chun stated. Lin Yun instinctively cast a glance at Ivan. Ivan regarded Yi Chun with a knowing look. Captain Yi, I have studied numerous specimens, yet I remain entirely ignorant of information pertaining to martial sovereign-level warriors. Might you enlighten me? Yi Chun frowned and hesitated slightly. Fear not. There are certain inconsequential details Captain Yi need not elaborate upon. Ivan remarked. There is indeed nothing that cannot be said. Our definition of a martial honor-level expert is one who can decisively repel a large-scale beast tide. Yi Chun shook his head for the specific physical data. The Research Institute has established certain criteria. The maximum explosive power must reach at least 10,000 tons. The speed must exceed 10 times the speed of sound. And this velocity should be maintained for no less than 2 hours, alongside a self-healing rate approximately 1,600 times that of an ordinary person. In essence, if one is stabbed, the wound would heal in a remarkably short time. Ivan appeared somewhat taken aback. I possess some information about the martial king, but how does it differ so greatly from that of a martial honor? He cast a skeptical glance at Lin Yun. Although Ivan himself was a martial king, his maximum explosive power hovered around 2,000 tons, and he could barely break the sound barrier while running, a speed he could not sustain for long. Lin Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. I have only recently broken through. My foundation is not yet stable. According to the Research Institute, Yi Chun added, a martial king must undergo a transcendence of life to become a martial honor. Thus, the vast disparity in data is to be expected. Ivan chuckled. Then Chairman Lin must be the first martial honor to be transformed by the medicine, correct? Yi Chun looked at Ivan. Why is researcher Yi asking this? I am perplexed. Based on the data you provided, a martial honor level warrior should be able to confront the current situation with ease in my estimation. With merely 50 martial honors, we could effortlessly eradicate these monsters. Correct? Ivan inquired. The monsters currently within sight are classified as ordinary species. They possess only brute physical strength, as you say. They can indeed be easily eliminated. However, besides the ordinary species, there are also special types. Special types not only possess formidable strength, but also exhibit various bizarre abilities. Much like the creatures depicted in films, there are some powerful special types that we are utterly incapable of dealing with at present. We can only temporarily avoid contact with them. Special types? Ivan furrowed his brow. You may understand them as monsters, Yi Chun succinctly explained. According to Captain Ye's perspective, is there a possibility that special types exist within the lake outside Linshan City? I do not know, but it is highly probable, Yi Chun did not deny. After a moment of contemplation, Ivan's expression shifted slightly as he abruptly inquired, Captain Yi, could it be that the Beast King you have been unable to locate actually aims to awaken the special types within the lake? The Beast King possesses a certain level of intelligence. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed. It is not impossible. Yi-chun fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts of Lin Shan City from his previous life. Unfortunately, the region where he resided was far from Lin Shan City, and information could not be conveyed, leaving him completely ignorant of the post-catastrophe state of Lin Shan City. Suppose those islanders were aware from the very beginning of the existence of a special type in the lake that surpasses even the Beast King. Ivan postulated, but how could the islanders know? He muttered to himself, realizing that this point was evidently illogical, that if their objective was indeed this special type, then our immediate task is to locate the Beast King and those islanders you mentioned. Yi-chun interrupted Ivan's train of thought. Since they are the source of the problem, we shall address them first. Researcher, since you possess information about those islanders, please share it with us. Ivan did not hesitate. Follow me. The group trailed after Ivan to a laboratory situated 20 meters underground. The door of the basement bore a peculiar inscription, Cozy Waste Utilization Room. Contrary to the clean and orderly laboratories filled with high-tech apparatus that they had envisioned, Ivan's lab resembled a slaughterhouse. Everywhere lay severed limbs and dismembered humans, while several glass jars filled with unidentifiable liquids contained heads that, upon closer inspection, appeared to be faintly breathing, their nostrils subtly twitching. Though Yi-chun and the others were accustomed to the sight of life and death, the gruesome scene still left them feeling uneasy. They continued onward until they reached a rack where pork had been hung before the catastrophe. Several islanders, transformed into human pig hybrids, were suspended by iron hooks piercing their collarbones, akin to cuts of meat, while nearby stood bottles of nutrient fluids sustaining their lives. Upon seeing Ivan's arrival, the remaining islanders, barely clinging to life, widened their eyes in terror, tears streaming down their faces. Ivan, repulsed, sidestepped a stream of unidentifiable liquid emitted from one islander, wielding his sharp scalpel to slice away the flesh beneath the man's waist. The islander let out a bone-chilling scream, his mouth stretched wide, the corners torn, as he experienced excruciating agony. Merely raising his voice resulted in Ivan carving off 2 more pieces of flesh from his body. The unbearable pain ravaged the nerves of this island spy, and having been injected with a special substance by Ivan, he could neither faint nor die, easily one of his eyes dislodged due to the sheer force of his widened gaze. Ivan skillfully severed the nerve tissue connecting the eyeball and then delivered 2 resounding slaps to the island spy's face. Apologies, this test subject is rather uncooperative. I hope you find it amusing. Ivan turned to the others with a smile. Lin Yun's lips twitched slightly. This place is hardly cozy. Unperturbed, Ivan replied. This is merely the last semblance of dignity I afford these wastes. With a casual flick of his wrist, he bestowed a hefty blow to each of the 4 spies hanging on the rack. For where did you obtain your information? He inquired. We do not know, the spies replied weakly. You might as well ask a normal question. If you do not speak, how can we ascertain what information you possess? A flash of the blade saw several spies lose precisely 2 young of weight. No more, no less, they wished to scream. But the chilling gleam of Ivan's small scalpel stifled their cries. Why patience is limited. Ivan stated, Why Yi-chun and the others observed Ivan's interrogation with furrowed brows, but remained silent. Point 1 should possess compassion for humanity, but not for refuse. Point 1 spy gasped heavily, laboriously scanning Ivan and the others behind him, before suddenly breaking into a peculiar grin. You will never understand. You will never comprehend what you are about to face. With that, he attempted to bite his tongue to end his life. Previously, to prevent them from doing so, Ivan had placed something at their gum line, although biting off one's tongue would not result in immediate death. The subsequent bleeding could indeed be fatal, and Ivan certainly had no intention of babysitting these wastes for an extended period. Yet miraculously, this spy suddenly found the strength to bite down fiercely, his gums tearing as his teeth fell in line with the force. Severing his own tongue, that a bloodied segment of flesh plummeted to the ground. Ivan chuckled, quite impressive. However, you are overestimating your situation. I specialize in human biological research, although it may be a bit of a hassle. I can reattach your tongue. Dying is not so easy. As blood gushed forth, the spy's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the approaching demon. Before the witnesses, Yi Chun and the others. Ivan spent 10 minutes sewing the spy's tongue back on, thickening and widening the padding in his mouth, and then hung him back in position. Speak up, and I might grant him a quick end, Ivan offered. The spies hung their heads, as silent as the grave. Ivan shrugged and turned to Yi Chun and the others. Is it typical for islanders to have such resilient bones? The otherwise silent Zhang Xiaofeng replied, in previous encounters with spies, we did not employ such elaborate methods. We would typically give them a beating, wait some time, and then administer a truth serum. Regardless of the secret, they would spill it like beans. Why? Yi Chun glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng in surprised at I believe that truth serums are too compassionate, thus unsuitable for refuse. Ivan chuckled, nodding at Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng returned the gesture with a smile. By the way, Ivan, it seems you have yet to ask them anything, have you? Lin Yun uttered a remark. Ivan shook his head, saying, that scoundrel was just observing Captain Yi and the others, seemingly confirming something before displaying such behavior. So he undoubtedly knows what I wish to inquire, as a prodigy in the field of human biological research. His understanding of micro-expressions is profoundly intricate. The crowd remained indifferent. Why? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and grasped the spy's face, pulling back the eyelids to inspect the individual's eyeballs. That he must be a hybrid, he stated. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and Ivan gazed at Yi Chun with astonishment. I found no traces of hybridization on him, he remarked. This hybrid is rather unique. He likely consumes the flesh of his direct relatives. Yi Chun elucidated. Such hybrids appear almost indistinguishable from normal humans. During examination, one must pry open their eyelids. If there are black veins upon the eyeball, then one cannot be mistaken. Ivan's face lit up with excitement as he produced a small notebook to jot down Yi Chun's words. He then reached out, extracted an eyeball, and upon inspection, immediately discovered the dark veins. Amidst the spy's agonized groans, he replaced the eyeball. It appears they are all novel hybrids, he remarked, shaking the blood from his hands. Yi Chun continued to examine the nape of these spies' necks and noticed a rather inconspicuous pattern, if not for prior knowledge. One might have mistaken it for merely a birthmark. It was an eye composed of various tendrils. His gaze sharpened. This, Ivan and the others gathered around. This emblem signifies an organization of hybrids known as the Omniscient Society. Judging by the appearance of this emblem, this spy has likely been brainwashed. He himself may be unaware of the organization's true objectives. Yi Chun explained. The Omniscient Society was infamous in Yi Chun's previous life, its origins now shrouded in mystery, seemingly tracing back to before the calamity. It sufficed to know that the organization was comprised entirely of hybrids. Numerous inhumane acts were attributed to them, such as deliberately provoking powerful special species and luring them into human-populated cities, or the gruesome act of devouring the living, among countless other abhorrent deeds. Speculation suggested that their stronghold resided near the equatorial regions, as that area suffered the most from food shortages post-catastrophe. The impoverished would find it difficult to survive without resorting to cannibalism, in such a societal context. The Omniscient Society found fertile ground to take root. Yi Chun had also eliminated some hybrids from this organization in his former life. Their brainwashing techniques were formidable, far surpassing the fervor of medieval Western zealots. Akin to the thought control depicted in novels, Yi Chun provided a brief overview of the organization's circumstances to the group. Are we to conclude that we currently cannot obtain any information and can only react passively? Lin Yun inquired with a frown. In response, Yi Chun could only remain silent. If I were to clone this spy, would it be possible for him to extract information? Ivan looked toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun shook his head. That is impossible. The emblem on the back of his head signifies his status within the Omniscient Society. He ranks lower than a mere lackey. Merely a cannon fodder, incapable of possessing any significant information. The remaining spies, seemingly on the brink of madness, cackled and shouted. What are you saying? What are you saying? Ha ha ha. Are you afraid? Ivan frowned, contemplating a course of action. Yi Chun shook his head. Do you know where the individuals colluding with these spies are? Ivan replied. They are all in a laboratory. He added, a few of them couldn't withstand the pressure, despite my gentle handling. Some went insane. He then guided the group to a chamber. The room was approximately 20 square meters, its floor coated with a thick layer of blood, the acrid scent of carnage assailing their senses. From a ceiling hung 7 individuals, each pierced with tubes. Only these few remained sane. These individuals conspired with outsiders before the calamity, specifically luring people from Xiyi Nation abroad for organ harvesting. So I removed their organs. Ivan stated. Xiyi Chun approached, inspecting each one meticulously. They're not hybrids, he declared. Nor are they members of the omniscient society. How could they become entangled with spies from those island nations? Ivan shrugged. Perhaps you are unaware, but there has always been a high demand for organ transplants in those island nations. These individuals represent merely a fraction within Xiyi. The profits from organ transplants are substantial. As long as there is profit, they will rush in like moths to a flame. It seemed they were equally ignorant of any valuable information. Xiyi Chun looked upon these wretches with disdain. Lin Yun and the others mirrored his expression of revulsion. The black market trade of luring individuals abroad for organ harvesting, though vehemently suppressed by Long Nation, remains persistent. These wretches truly deserve a fate worse than death, seeing that no useful information could be gleaned. The group departed from the grim disposal room. What are Captain Ye's plans moving forward? Ivan inquired, locking the door behind them. First, let us communicate the situation to our superiors, Yi Chen replied, that if there are no alternatives, we shall remain vigilant here. After all, we cannot allow you to confront an unknown special species. Reacting passively is not my style. Ivan chuckled. Xiyi Chun cast him a glance. Linshan City is a metropolis with millions of residents. Ivan remarked, the larger the population, the greater the refuse generated. Lin Yun hastily interjected, you mustn't act recklessly. We are still unaware of the situation. We cannot afford to act impulsively. You are such a coward. Afraid of this and that. No wonder, even after becoming a martial arts master, you can still be defeated by drugs. Ivan rolled his eyes. Lin Yun's face flushed crimson. Can we please refrain from discussing drug matters? Not possible. Meanwhile, in the capital, Lu Lao, having received information from Yi Chun, wore a pained expression. Why has another special species suddenly emerged? Lu Lao irritably lit a cigarette. Call Xiyi back. We cannot allow him to encounter any danger. The high-ranking officials of Xiyi Nation had heard whispers of the omniscient society, but Lu Lao was more concerned about Yi Chen's safety. Xiyi Chun held a unique position within Xiyi Nation. Without the intelligence he provided and the nurturing method, Xiyi Nation might not enjoy such ease. From this perspective, he could be considered a monument of the new era, a benchmark, and the authorities were inclined to support him as a paragon for all martial artists in Xiyi Nation. A colleague nearby remarked, what we should prioritize now is dispatching support forces. Xiyi, when confronted with special species, is currently an indispensable asset in the entirety of the Xiyi Kingdom. It has become evident that only Yi Chun has transcended the realm of martial sovereigns. The profound impact of the unique species of dragon snake from Yulong Mountain has left an indelible mark on the Xiyi Kingdom. Currently, the military's general staff unanimously believes that to contend with this dragon snake, it is imperative to have a warrior who surpasses the martial sovereign level as a deterrent, while deploying a contingent of martial sovereigns to assist, seizing the opportunity to deliver a high-yield nuclear weapon directly into the creature's maw. The crux of the matter lies in the sheer enormity of the dragon snake. No one can ascertain whether a warrior surpassing the martial sovereign level can withstand its assaults, should they falter. All efforts would be rendered futile. This elucidates the immense pressure that this unique species exerts upon the Xiyi Kingdom. Had they not yet attained the martial sovereign level, even Elder Lu had proposed that he himself could deliver the nuclear weapon into the dragon snake's mouth. The mere contemplation of such a strategy by Elder Lu reflects the gravity of the situation from the perspective of the Xiyi Kingdom. In stark contrast, the West, which prides itself on its advanced civilization, often regards certain unique species with an almost divine reverence. Following the demonstration of power by these unique entities, any residual spirit of resistance among them evaporates. Those who maintain a fighting spirit are predominantly seasoned soldiers, battle-hardened and familiar with the specter of death. Regrettably, they are few in number. The dragon snake of Yulong Mountain represents an unprecedented form of oppression upon the entire Xiyi Kingdom throughout history. The rarity of unique species complicates the Xiyi Kingdom's ability to accurately gauge the strength of each entity. thus leading the upper echelons of power to treat every unique species as if it were a dragon-snake to combat such a creature. Warriors of the martial sovereign caliber are deemed absolutely essential. Moreover, the Xiyi kingdom does not harbor high hopes for the threat level posed by martial sovereigns against the dragon snake. Can one truly fathom the strength of a serpent exceeding 20 kilometers in length? Within the environment of Blue Star, no one can ascertain the true physical prowess of such a colossal serpent. Though the explosive power of a martial sovereign surpasses 10,000 tons, the dragon snake might expend a similar or greater force merely by flicking its tongue. The significance of Advisor Xiyi is self-evident. Elder Lu flicked the ash from a cigarette. He is a pioneer on the path of warriors in the Xiyi kingdom, a beacon for the higher echelons of martial practitioners. We cannot ascertain the strength of the unique species beneath that lake. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to summon him back. Colleagues exchanged glances, some appearing troubled. After all, Advisor Xiyi is no ordinary individual. And presently, he is the only martial saint we possess. The combat data regarding martial saints in relation to unique species is sorely lacking. Martial saint is the official designation assigned by the Xiyi kingdom to warriors above the level of martial sovereign. Yet currently, only Yi Chun holds this title. The physical data of a martial saint is also an area where the Xiyi kingdom is deficient. Unfortunately, due to material constraints, the Xiyi kingdom is temporarily unable to produce instruments capable of measuring the physical data of a martial saint. It is undeniable that while individual martial prowess is vital when confronting monsters, the power of technology plays an equally crucial role. Even if many weapons are rendered inoperative, having data on the monsters would facilitate the development of specialized weaponry tailored to combat them, such as singular fusion strikes or various high-powered individual combat weapons. Humanity's innate talent for destruction far exceeds its capacity for protection. Listening to his colleagues, Elder Lu remained silent for a protracted moment before extinguishing his cigarette. How many idle martial sovereigns do we have at our disposal? The situation across the regions is not as optimistic as we had envisioned, an elder remarked. As long as the issue of the monster nest remains unresolved, we can only continue dispatching martial sovereign-level warriors to cleanse those nests. Since we cannot ascertain when the monsters emerging from these nests might coalesce into a large beast tide, we currently have no idle martial sovereigns, aside from those who must remain stationed in the imperial capital. All available martial sovereigns are deployed externally. This pertains to the official martial sovereigns. The official channels cannot fully grasp the situation regarding the martial sovereigns in the civilian sector. The creators of these monster nests may stem from civilization of another world. Regrettably, despite the formidable strength of the Xiyi kingdom, it remains in the dark regarding the details of this potentially existing otherworldly civilization. Thus far, their only tactic has been to deploy monster nests, leaving the Xiyi kingdom scrambling to cope. Elder Lu clicked his tongue, a hint of exasperation evident. Does this mean we are powerless to act? We cannot even summon Advisor Xiyi back. The elder replied, theoretically, yes. In practice, we truly have no viable options, as that lake is perilously close to Linshan City. Elder Lu lit another cigarette, descending into contemplation. After a considerable time, he spoke, we shall dispatch a team of martial kings to deliver the latest developed nuclear weapon to Advisor Xiyi. This constitutes the greatest assistance we can provide. Martial kings are perceived as unparalleled warriors in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet in truth, they are not nearly as formidable as one might imagine. They too remain vulnerable to being engulfed by large beast tides. They remain human. The elder's expression turned grave. Apart from the guards in proximity, we have no idle martial kings left. Then let us send the guards. Elder Lu raised his eyelids. As long as they have hands and feet, as long as they can wield a weapon and are not too old to move, why should they require protection from others? The elder smiled wryly. Old Lu, your stance may offend many. If offending is the price, then so be it. Elder Lu replied solemnly. As long as we can weather this storm, what does it matter if I am cast into the frying pan? Enjoying such privileges should naturally come with commensurate responsibilities. Very well. But you must be prepared for potential impeachment at the next central meeting. The elder warned, I remain ever ready. Xiyi stood atop the world's highest peak. Casting one last glance at this world, a faint smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he vanished from the atmosphere of Blue Star. The next moment, his speed of flight surged to an astonishing realm, hurtling towards the edge of the universe. This universe, by and large, belongs to the domain of technological advancement, where everything adheres to the principles of science. Science serves as the foundational operating rule of this universe. Thus, he cannot rend the fabric of space unless he desires to see the collapse of this universe, culminating in a singularity. However, he can opt to open a wormhole, slightly accelerating his journey, albeit at the cost of foregoing the scenic vistas along the way. With no urgency compelling him, why rush? Yet, after traveling for a considerable duration, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. A yellow star emerged in his view. Most crucially, among the planets orbiting this star, he discerned a slightly blue-hued world. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he halted just outside the atmosphere of the blue planet. His spirit seemed to brush against something intangible that a dreamlike environment materialized before Xiyi. Here, mountains and rivers coexisted, teeming with a variety of animals, a beauty so surreal it felt unreal. Not far from him, a small wooden cabin stood, where a child sat with their back turned, weeping inconsolably. "Little one, why do you cry?" Xiyi approached, gently stroking the child's hair. "That I'm sorry, truly sorry, I just can't defeat them." The child, with tear-filled eyes, looked up and clung to Xiyi. Xiyi gazed upon the child's face, his pupils constricting sharply in surprise. "How can it be you?" he exclaimed. Ignoring Xiyi's words, the child continued to cling to his leg, unleashing a wave of sound-based attacks. Xiyi was well aware of the child's identity. It was the very presence he had sensed that led him to suggest modifications to Yi Chen's breathing technique. Yet he had never anticipated that the child's appearance would be so intriguing. He regarded the child with a stoic expression, his thoughts veiled. The child sobbed violently, leaving a trail of snot and tears down Xiyi's pant leg. After a lengthy pause, the child choked out, "Please, I beg you, save me." Xiyi maintained his impassive demeanor. Lost in contemplation, "I cannot die. If I die, what will happen to them? Please, I beg you, save me," the child wailed anew. After a prolonged silence, Xiyi finally spoke with an indifferent tone. "You are not yet in a position to forge a bond of causality with me. Dear child, the weight of your humanity is excessively burdensome. This is not a favorable circumstance for either you or them." Xiyi remarked with indifference. The child, sobbing and wiping away tears, stammered, "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Truly, I apologized." He resembled a forsaken little beast, akin to a young student bullied by peers, timid, helpless, and utterly humble. Xiyi gazed at him for a prolonged moment, his expression one of profound detachment. He then surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "There is little I can do to assist you. This is a trial that you, along with them, must confront." With that, he retrieved 2 somewhat worn tomes from his breast pocket. "This Tao Te Ching was imparted to me by my master, though I may be of limited intellect. Every time I copy and read it, I glean some wisdom. This hand-copied edition is now a gift to you. Perhaps it may prove beneficial," he continued. "The other book contains my observations and musings gathered throughout my travels. Though it is but a fragment, it may serve to alleviate your solitude." That he placed the 2 books into the child's hands, affectionately ruffling his hair. "I hope to see you again in the future." Yi Chen observed the weary, blood-stained group before him, a warm current flowing through his heart. "Is this what old Lu sent us?" he marveled, gazing at the formidable weapon that stretched over 20 meters in length. This was the Dragon S roar developed by the Research Institute, a product of significant breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion technology, theoretically possessing an explosive yield equivalent to 75 million tons. "Use it judiciously," the commanding officer stated with utmost seriousness. Yi Chen nodded in understanding. The proximity of the lake to Linshan City necessitated careful consideration. Otherwise, with such an explosive potential, a careless misstep could obliterate the city and its inhabitants, leaving little chance for survival for anyone below the rank of Marshal King. This gesture from above signified their absolute trust in Yi Chen. "Thank you for your hard work," he expressed gratefully. The leading soldier snapped to attention and saluted. "Advisor Yi, We wish you the best of luck. Yi Chun returned the gesture. Retreat. After securing the powerful weapon, he returned to the Martial Artists Guild, where President Lin Yun, members of Yi Chun's team, and the special advisor to Lin Shin City, Ivan, had assembled. Yi Chun recounted the details regarding the weapon, leaving everyone in awe that I never imagined that the higher-ups would place such trust in Captain Yi. Lin Yun exclaimed, relieved that Lin Shin City could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others felt a sense of pride in Yi Chun's endorsement. Ivan, however, doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Let us not celebrate too soon. The fact that they sent such a weapon indicates their deep concern for us. It may not even be of use. Lin Yun paused in surprise, and Yi Chun nodded in agreement. The equipment sent is merely a means of self-preservation, not an invitation to provoke that special breed. It seems this special breed is far more formidable than I had anticipated, Ivan mused, eyeing Yi Chun with an amused smile. Why Yi Chun remained silent, seated in a chair, devouring the processed monster flesh. Ivan, undeterred, grinned at Yi Chun. Captain Yi, I possess considerable knowledge regarding martial king-level warriors and have gleaned some basic data on martial sovereigns from you that I personally believe you have surpassed the martial sovereign level. Could you share some insights on the statistics of those above martial sovereigns? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng and the others maintained blank expressions, while Lin Yun gazed at Yi Chun in astonishment. The official designation for those above martial sovereigns is martial saints, but specific data remains elusive, as our current materials cannot produce instruments capable of testing martial saint statistics, Yi Chun replied while eating. Ivan, unfazed, inquired, under normal circumstances, the gap between martial kings and martial sovereigns is vast. What do you believe the disparity is between martial sovereigns and martial saints, having undergone gene enhancement prior to practicing the breathing techniques? Ivan was stronger than his peers, his strength approximately 1.5 times that of an average warrior, with a maximum explosive power of around 2,000 tons. Therefore, an average martial king would not exceed an explosive force of 500 tons, while even the weakest martial sovereign would possess an explosive strength exceeding that. These figures are merely theoretical. They do not truly represent an individual's prowess, but serve as a minimum standard. Surpassing this standard grants one a corresponding rank, as this is not akin to transcending a bottleneck in cultivation. To qualify as a martial sovereign, one must exhibit explosive power exceeding a certain threshold, not merely a capability to strike with a ton of force. Ivan expressed a keen desire for accurate data, a trait likely stemming from his researcher's instincts. There is no comparability between martial sovereigns and martial saints. To me, a martial sovereign is indistinguishable from an ordinary warrior, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. He felt this intuitively, but could not quantify the gap. Years after the calamity, the authorities only completed the dissemination of breathing techniques. And as this occurred rather late, the nation had devolved into a fragmented feudal landscape. A mere martial king, even with a hint of notoriety, held no merit in discussing martial sovereigns or even martial saints. Yi Chun realized he had become a martial saint because each individual experiences a unique sensation of joy during the elevation of their life essence, a feeling that distinctly marks the transition. In contrast to the ascent from martial king to martial sovereign, the leap from martial sovereign to martial saint could perhaps be more accurately described as a leap in life essence. Given the considerable disparity between these levels, it is indeed quite vast, he concluded. Receiving Yi Chun's vague response, Ivan contemplated for a moment, his playful demeanor fading. Captain Yi, is it true that even the might of a martial saint cannot contend with special breeds? He asked, his gaze intense. The strength of monsters lacks a definitive description. Special breeds are but one category of monster, with weaker variants akin to mere light bulbs, while the powerful can cleave mountains and boil seas. Perhaps even more formidable special breeds exist. Our current knowledge is limited, thus we cannot provide an accurate answer, Yi Chun stated, taking a sip of water. After a moment of reflection, he added, I have ventured into the lake beyond the city. It exuded a sense of danger, suggesting that whatever lies beneath may indeed be stronger than I. You cannot place all your hopes upon me when you entrust everything to a single individual. You have already set yourselves up for failure, that we must acquire some useful information, Ivan insisted, looking directly at Yi Chun. If I assist you in enhancing your genes, your strength would likely improve as well. Would you be willing to venture once more into the lake? Yi-chan shook his head. The path of our martial cultivation inherently involves the continual refinement of our genes, that be why the time one reaches martial sovereign. All essential genes are already perfected, that a martial saint can be viewed as a martial sovereign who has completed a leap in life essence. Therefore, I appreciate your kind offer. I've been out in the depths of the forest outside Linshan City. By the lakeside, a robust figure patted a massive, rusty steel cylinder beside him. Isn't it said that the island nation has no nuclear weapons? What then is this? He observed the chilling missile, a modified variant. And questioned, you'd be better off trusting them to shoulder their responsibilities than a man of similar stature stood beside him, clutching a human leg and perpetually wearing a goofy grin. Little brother, you truly are a remarkable talent. The elder laughed heartily. The younger brother took a bite of the leg, chewing thoughtfully before asking, Big brother, are we really going to detonate this thing? Not quite, the elder replied, shaking his head. And no matter how inhuman I may be, I was raised on this land. Then, big brother, I've never played with a nuclear bomb before. I S&T this a perfect opportunity to encounter it, the elder declared. Shall we head over to little brother's place for some fun? The youngest cautiously ventured to speak. Smack! The eldest swiftly delivered a slap to the back of the youngest's head, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going? Off to the sea to feed the fish. Are you unaware of the dangers lurking in the ocean right now? The youngest rubbed the back of his head and replied, I didn't think much of it when I wanted this thing. However, it's rather strange that it could be delivered here from that place. The eldest stroked his chin and remarked, Judging by the appearance of this nuclear bomb, it seems that place has been preparing for quite some time. The youngest fell silent, gnawing on the leg in his hand. Thinking was not his forte, as he lacked the capacity, but by the way, what did you find out about monitoring Lao Gua? Did he exhibit any unusual reactions? The eldest snapped back to attention and inquired. The youngest shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary right? It seems Lao Gua has taken on an apprentice and is even teaching him marksmanship. An apprentice? The eldest paused in surprise, then scoffed. How is he any different from you? After all, he's already tasted human flesh. Yet he still seeks to be a mentor. Shaking his head, he added, Forget it for now. Have you prepared what I asked you to? It's ready. The youngest produced an item resembling a television remote from his pocket and handed it to the eldest. After inspecting it, the eldest suddenly let out a cold laugh. That place still harbors ill intentions toward me. The orders I received are not something I can refuse, but I can certainly throw a wrench in their plans. Pressing a button, he instructed, Take this with you, and when the opportunity arises, deliver it to that place. But it's so large, how am I supposed to carry it? Just lug it. All right, what about Lao Gua? What about him? If he wishes to take on apprentice, let them both meet their end together. At least he won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. How generous of me, right? So generous, indeed. The laughter faded as the two departed, in the depths of a lake. Shrouded in mystery, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the dark waters, causing them to boil violently. Meanwhile, at the Martial Artists Guild, Yi-chun, who had been conversing with Ivan, suddenly furrowed his brow and sprang to his feet. Captain, what's happening? Zhang Xiaofeng inquired. Prepare for battle. Yi-chen's voice was grave as he turned to Lin Yun, President Lin. How is the mobilization of the martial artists in Linshan City? Lin Yun's expression was equally serious. They are ready to engage at any moment. Good. Yi-chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a dragon or a tiger, reverberated throughout Linshan City, in the southwestern region of Xia country. Yulong Mountain, a coiled serpent, previously languid, suddenly snapped to alertness, opening its immense golden eyes and rising to gaze toward Linshan City. A hint of sorrow flickering within its gaze, it lowered its head, flicking its tongue, and licked several eggs beside it that resembled small hills, the Inyan Valley. A pair of colossal pure white eyes, each over 100 meters in diameter, opened in a secluded corner, displaying a moment of hesitation before shifting to indifference. The eyes closed, and soon after, the winds in Yin Valley began to stir with increased intensity, as the resounding roar echoed across Xia country. Subtle changes unfolded in desolate regions, the nature of which remained uncertain, neither good nor bad. The ominous energy carried by the roar instilled a sense of panic throughout Linshan City. Fortunately, The Martial Artists Guild had anticipated this and dispatched warriors to maintain order. Preventing any chaos. President Lin, have there been any reports of a beast tide? Yi Chun inquired. Not at the moment, but why Yi Chun hesitated. At this point, words are futile. It's time to let our fists do the talking. Let's move. Ivan glanced at Yi Chun, his eyes filled with uncertainty. But soon that uncertainty transformed into resolve. He followed closely behind Yi Chun and the others. 5 years had passed since the calamity, and cities had established sniper zones around their perimeters. That IT was essential to prevent monsters from encroaching upon the cities, as defending them was merely a last resort. The entire forest seemed to come alive, the ground trembling and the soil shifting. The once towering trees that blocked out the sun now swayed in the wind like fragile grass, feeble and vulnerable, while Yi Chun stood atop a watchtower. His expression grim as beads of sweat formed in his palms that in both his past and present lives, he had never engaged with any special species, leaving him uncertain of their capabilities, which heightened his anxiety. The members of the Special Operations Team, along with Lin Yun, stood behind him, their gazes fixed anxiously on the undulating forest ahead. They were the strongest individuals in Linshan City at that moment and could not afford to falter. The peculiar roar sounded once more, shaking the very earth. Suddenly, a section of the forest began to sink, and a hole approximately 1 kilometer in diameter rapidly formed, while Yi Chun's focus sharpened as he observed the gaping hole. His muscles tensing in anticipation. Dust erupted from the cavity, obscuring the sky and significantly worsening air quality. With a thunderous crash, the earth surrounding the hole bucked upward as a colossal appendage, seemingly capable of reaching the heavens, shot forth from the depths and slammed down with great force. The ground trembled violently for over 10 kilometers in every direction. The shockwave swiftly engulfed Yi Chun and the others in the sniper zone, the dust obscuring their vision. Yi Chun dismissed the dust that could not impede him, leaping down from the watchtower and charging toward the protruding limb. Zhang Xiaofeng clapped his palms together, unleashing tremendous force that cleared the surrounding dust, providing a clearer view. What lay before them made their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Half of the forest had vanished, the ground resembling a field that had been diligently plowed. Old ox, don't drag me into your bragging. Most crucially, as the appendage writhed, they discerned its form that it was a tentacle, predominantly blue, reminiscent of an octopus, with its full length still buried underground, but the portion visible exceeded 5 kilometers as the tentacle undulated. Numerous eyes of varying sizes opened and closed upon its surface, creating an eerie and grotesque spectacle. Zhang Xiaofeng, the strongest among them, felt as though simply gazing into those eyes altered his very consciousness. "Beware! Do not look at those eyes!" Zhang Xiaofeng exclaimed in alarm, swiftly warning the others. Awakened by his urgency, the group quickly averted their gazes, feeling the unsettling sensation within their hearts diminish considerably. This special creature is likely extraordinary, a type we have yet to encounter. Lin Yun, during the upcoming battle, you need not participate, but you must document the events and ensure they reach the Imperial Cabinet, Zhang Xiaofeng stated solemnly. Having followed Yi Chun into battles across the nation, he had gained some insight into special species, yet the tentacle elicited a sense of dread. Regardless, he mentally prepared himself for the possibility of dying in battle. Lin Yun hesitated momentarily. "I am a martial venerable. And a soldier, what kind of soldier merely observes others fight? This intelligence is of utmost importance." Zhang Xiaofeng locked eyes with Lin Yun that we will strive to gather as much information as possible. "Lin Yun, your task is not trivial," he insisted. Lin Yun fell silent for a moment, then placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder, solemnly regarding each member of the Special Operations Team. "Xiaofeng, and all my brothers, ensure you return alive." He saluted earnestly. The Special Operations Team returned the salute, and Zhang Xiaofeng led them as they leaped from the watchtower, charging toward the tentacle. Yi Chun quickly reached a point 1 kilometer from the tentacle. "Halt!" he commanded succinctly. The tentacle paid no heed, perhaps unable to comprehend or simply indifferent, and instead quickened its writhing motion. "Halt!" Yi Chun raised his eyebrows slightly, and for a brief moment, the tentacle hesitated before he felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. In the next instant, the enormous tentacle descended upon him with overwhelming force, casting a shadow that darkened the sky. His pupils constricted slightly as he let out a fierce roar, feeling his blood surge through his veins at an astonishing speed. His body temperature skyrocketing and his muscles swelling with power, he crossed his arms in front of him, striving to minimize his body's profile to reduce the impact. In a heartbeat, the tentacle collided with the ground, creating a thunderous roar that reverberated for hundreds of miles, shaking the earth as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck. The tremors reached Linshan City, causing the entire metropolis to sway perilously. Ordinary people, lacking martial prowess, huddled in shelters, silently facing the calamity that had befallen them. Martial artists stood vigil outside the city, swaying precariously as they plunged their weapons into the earth, desperate to maintain their balance. The Special Forces team, charging forward, stumbled momentarily but quickly regained their footing to continue their advance. They had never encountered such a colossal creature and were at a loss on how to combat it. Yet they pressed on without hesitation. Xiyi was struck deep into the ground, embedding himself hundreds of meters below the surface, landing within a cavern. Gasping for breath, he spat out a mouthful of blood, rising to his feet and wiping his lips as he began to climb up through the tunnel. However, midway through his ascent, an even more intense tremor surged through the earth. An unparalleled pressure from the surrounding soil and stone bore down upon him. Xiyi's expression remained impassive as he clenched his fists tightly and then swung them. The encroaching earth was pushed aside, and he continued to punch through the debris, clearing the soil and rock. He finally emerged back to the surface. The tentacle loomed above, its immense weight compressing the hardened ground beneath it, and an enormous black eye, exceeding 30 meters in diameter, opened ominously, fixating on Xiyi through the passage. In the next moment, a thick beam of destructive black light shot forth from the eye, aimed directly at him. Taking a deep breath, a thin layer of crimson energy enveloped his fist, and in the next instant, he swung it. The collision between the beam and his fist unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave that cracked the earth, sending Zhang Xiaofeng and others, who were close by, hurtling nearly 10 kilometers away, crashing against the walls of Linshan City and causing them to crumble. Cursed, the crowd roared in fury, striking the ground before charging forward again. Yet, those who had not reached the level of martial sovereign coughed up blood, momentarily robbed their strength to rise. Linyan, who had stood atop the watchtower, leaped into the air, soaring over the city walls and crashing into numerous buildings before finally alighting. With a pained expression, he attempted to utter a curse, but was abruptly forced to spit out a copious amount of blood. A heart-wrenching pain throbbed his chest as his internal organs were pierced by broken ribs. After all, he was merely a newly anointed martial sovereign and could not be compared to seasoned experts like Zhang Xiaofeng. Especially after suffering far worse injuries. Xiyi, too, was in dire straits, struck once again by the tentacle and plunged into the molten rock below. Emerging from the magma, he bore a grave countenance. Unlike others, he who had directly faced the tentacle could truly comprehend its formidable strength. Strong, far stronger than I am. He stomped the ground, propelling himself upward like a missile. However, it was futile. The passage suddenly brightened, and an overwhelming pressure halted Yiqi's ascent, forcing him downward. Raising his head, he focused intently, witnessing the robust tentacle forcefully displacing the surrounding earth and rock as it lunged toward him, with no leverage in midair. He felt the weight of despair. Yet, he was the first and only martial saint of the Xian nation. With a powerful thrust of his foot into the air, he produced a sound akin to an air cannon. Harnessing this fleeting power, his entire arm turned blood red as he leaned back slightly. He could see the moment the tentacle tip approached. He swung his fist with all his might. Boom! The ground seemed to lift as the two forces collided, creating a massive pit over 10 kilometers in diameter and hundreds of meters deep. The debris erupted into a colossal mushroom cloud, spreading outward. Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions, who had just surged forward, beheld the overwhelming aftermath and instinctively cursed, quickly digging a large pit to hide within. Yiqi's eyes brightened as the surrounding earth and stone were cleared, allowing him to return to what could be considered the surface. The molten rock gushed forth and the waters from the black lake poured into the newly formed pit. Standing naked amidst the lava, Yi Chun's right hand, which had clashed with the tentacle, now presented a grotesque angle. Evidently broken, he coughed up blood, his breathing technique activating passively. As his arm began to heal slowly at this rate, it would take about a minute for him to return to normal. The tentacle, however, fared much better. Despite being thrown into the air by Yi Chun's power, not a single drop of blood was seen. If momentarily dazed by Yi Chun's strike, the tentacle paused in mid-air, and a vast will emanated from it. I acknowledge you, young warrior. I am known as the First, a sovereign beneath the world of Hefik. You may refer to me as the sovereign of the First. What is your name? Yi Chun regarded the tentacle that obscured the sky, his expression grave. That I am Yi Chun. The sense of foreboding washed over him. This creature was far too powerful. Why have you come to our world? A booming will seemed to chuckle darkly. The weak are unworthy of knowing the truth, young being. Your strength has yet to earn my acknowledgement. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the colossal tentacle swept toward Yi Chun with ferocity. From his perspective, it resembled a mountain-sized wall barreling toward him. He refrained from further words, driving his foot forcefully into the ground. Thud! The earth erupted as stones and soil flew into the air. The rhythm of his heartbeat echoing like the clash of drums, a layer of faint crimson energy coiled around him as he unleashed his fists with indomitable resolve. Before the collision, the multitude of eyes upon the tentacle opened wide, and a terrifying will surged toward Yi Chun's heart. An indescribable fear gripped him, causing his body to momentarily falter, halting his offensive. Boom! The sky trembled violently, and the ground shattered. In an instant, Yi Chun was reduced to a bloody figure, hot blood gushing forth and tracing a long crimson line through the air, unknown where he had been flung. Advisor Yi. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes widened in fury as he let out a roar, his blood igniting instantly. That moment, his spirit, energy, and essence coalesced into one, resulting in a wondrous transformation. He became a blazing inferno of blood, crashing into the tentacle with fervor. Boom! The tentacle stood unmoved, yet Zhang Xiaofeng made no retreat, his fists striking like meteors against the eyes of the tentacle. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed as the air was torn apart, producing a series of muffled thuds. Yet the tentacle remained overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the deformation of its eyes, not a drop of blood was shed. Impressive will, the vast consciousness remarked, then shifted its tone. Alas, still too weak, the countless eyes upon the tentacle ignited with a dark light, illuminating Zhang Xiaofeng's resolute face. In the next heartbeat, endless beams of light erupted from the tentacle, engulfing Zhang Xiaofeng's form. Moments later, the beams also consumed the soldiers of the Special Forces team who had approached too closely. As the columns of light erupted, the entire sky turned black, plunging the world into an unnatural night. Far away in the capital, high-ranking officials frowned, their expressions betraying their concern. Nations such as Maoxiong and Yingjiang went on high alert, probing the mysterious celestial phenomenon. The black beams of light blazed fiercely, overshadowing the sun's radiance. Within one of the beams, a faint red flame flickered, appearing as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet it stubbornly persevered, growing defiantly. A terrifying will loomed large. The resounding voice could not help but express admiration once more. In the next moment, a colossal sonic boom cloud erupted in the darkened sky. A figure slicing through the air, shattering a beam of light as it descended from above, crashing forcefully upon the tentacle. An unprecedented power caused the tentacle to stagger abruptly in the blink of an eye. The myriad beams of light shattered, and the tentacle bore down heavily upon the earth. The vast will hesitated momentarily. Yi Chun, drenched in blood, stood atop the tentacle, his gaze sweeping across the scene in the distance. Zhang Xiaofeng burned with a fiery aura, seemingly unscathed, for the interval from the moment the beam erupted to when Yi Chun interrupted its casting was but a mere 2 seconds. Yi Chun was well acquainted with Zhang Xiaofeng's current state. It was a hallmark of having ascended to the martial saint level, the blood flames engulfing him, which Yi Chun referred to as the power of vitality, surged and boiled through his veins after reaching the martial saint realm, amplified by the breathing techniques that summoned physical strength, yielding a formidable force that was contingent upon the individual's prowess. However, as Yi Chun's gaze shifted, he caught sight of the remaining members of the elite team. At that moment, they appeared charred and blackened, their faces contorted in fury, fists clenched tightly, and within their hollow eye sockets, one could still perceive the embers of their rage. Despite the dire circumstances, Yi Chun could still sense the faint life force emanating from several comrades. Ultimately, it was due to Yi Chun's timely interruption of the tentacle's dark beam that they were spared, for even if his teammates were martial lords, their fate would have been grim otherwise. Observing the pitiful state of his companions, a coldness deepened on Yi Chun's countenance. The weak possessed no qualifications, not even the right to survive. The vast will spoke again, seemingly imbued with a tone of gentle guidance. In the presence of a being more powerful than yourself, would you utter such words? Yi Chun twisted his neck, muscles rippling as the congealed blood dripped to the ground, revealing his bare body. This was not due to any peculiar proclivity, but rather because his garments had been reduced to tatters after repeated collisions. If such a being truly possessed this kind of will, I too would have no choice but to bow my head and await death, the vast will stated calmly. Why Yi Chun fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaofeng. Old Zhang, take the team back, he commanded. Zhang Xiaofeng paused momentarily. Captain, I'm also. This is an order, Yi Chun replied coolly. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at the teammates lying on the ground and then down at the overwhelming tentacle. Gritting his teeth, understood. The vast will chuckled lightly, offering no further obstruction. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others departed. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Are you ready? Interesting young being? Come. The sky darkened once again. Zhang Xiaofeng, completely bare, returned to the already ravaged Linshan city with four severely injured teammates, where they encountered Lin Yun, wrapped like a mummy. Beside Lin Yun were several high-ranking officials from Linshan city's political sphere, typically seen only on television. What is the situation outside? Lin Yun handed Zhang Xiaofeng some clothing and then coughed lightly. He had sustained grave injuries, having been on the brink of death himself. Zhang Xiaofeng donned the clothes, his expression grave as he said, Quickly organize everyone and leave this place. Advisor Yi is buying us time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered officials varied. The lord of Linshan City furrowed his brows and said helplessly, Team Leader Zhang, our city has a population of millions. We cannot simply relocate at will. There are many factors involved. Noting the growing agitation in Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes, he hastily added, I will only ask you one question. How will we resolve the food supply for the citizens if we leave? We can take the food reserves from the city, given everyone's physical condition. Even if we bring some clothing, it should not pose a problem. Zhang Xiaofeng replied impatiently. Lord Feng, what other issues are there? Lord Feng sighed. Team Leader Zhang, have you considered how much food would be required to relocate millions of people? What about safety on the road? The martial artist reserves of the Linshan City Martial Arts Association number only in the tens of thousands. How could they protect hundreds of thousands? Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. We cannot adopt a survival of the fittest mentality like the West. Every person in Linshan City is a citizen of Xi'an Nation. Lord Feng stated earnestly. The others nodded in agreement. Ivan suddenly interjected. Team Leader Zhang, you still haven't informed us of the situation outside. Lin Yun added, Yes, old Zhang, please share the situation with us so we can brainstorm together. There were over 100 shelters in Linshan City, all built several dozen meters underground and treated with special scents to deter monsters from tracking them. However, no shelter had been constructed with the expectation of facing monsters that could easily span several kilometers. Such creatures were beyond the capabilities of human architecture to withstand. Zhang Xiaofeng led the group, cautiously hiding behind a cover, observing the earth-shattering battle occurring over 10 kilometers away. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep through, causing the already battered rock before them to tremble. Lin Yun and Ivan maintained serious expressions, while the officials appeared somewhat pale. In this dire situation, retreating was impossible, nor could they remain. They were caught in a dilemma. Lord Feng spoke solemnly. Ivan pondered briefly. scrutinizing Zhang Xiaofeng. Team leader, your condition upon return does not resemble that of a martial lord. He had witnessed the tragic states of several martial lords. During the recent battle, my essence, energy, and spirit merged into one, ascending to a new level of life. And by some stroke of luck, I broke through to become a martial saint, Zhang Xiaofeng admitted without reservation. As they observed the distant battle, although they could not clearly see the events, they could only speculate about the scene through the ripples of the combat. The two martial saints are not matched against that special kind? Ivan inquired with furrowed brows. The one fighting advisor Yi is merely a single tentacle. Zhang Xiaofeng described the situation he had witnessed. Ivan frowned, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Zhang Xiaofeng fell silent, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed into the distance. Prime Minister, according to our calculations, the tremors from Linshan City have affected a radius of several thousand kilometers. Even the cities farthest north have experienced slight tremors, remarked a middle-aged man with graying temples. He was the previous chief of the think tank, named He Zhongxing. The peak of a person's cognitive vitality typically occurs between the ages of 35 and 45. After this period, most individuals begin to decline, merely accumulating experience, which is why the think tank of Xiyi Nation is not static. That if we cannot halt these tremors swiftly, the ecological balance of Xiyi Nation will be significantly impacted within a few hours, placing an unbearable strain on our logistics, He Zhongxing stated. The Prime Minister gazed at the enormous map of Xiyi Nation on the wall, his weary eyes fixed on the Linshan City area. Though no news had yet arrived, it was likely that Xiyi and his team were engaged in battle against that special kind. The Prime Minister wearily pointed to Linshan City on the map. He Zhongxing contemplated the map for a moment before saying, the special kind should possess considerable intelligence. Is negotiation with them possible? The Prime Minister shook his head. I trust Xiyi to make his own judgments. He Zhongxing fell silent, seemingly calculating something. Prime Minister, can we contact Advisor Yi and suggest he maneuver the battlefield toward the coast? The Prime Minister pondered for a moment, understanding He Zhongxing's intention, yet shook his head. Linshan City is over 1,000 kilometers away. We can feel the battle's intensity even from here. If we rashly shift the battlefield, what will happen to the other cities? Moreover, there is no guarantee that other unforeseen circumstances won't arise that do not forget. Xiyi Nation is not limited to just one special kind. If others become involved, it would undoubtedly increase the pressure on Xiyi and his team. Furthermore, given the considerable size of those special kinds, what if they affect other cities during the relocation of the battlefield? The battle had persisted for so long without resolution. Xiyi must be fighting desperately, the Prime Minister murmured to himself. Fighting desperately? No. Yi Chun is fighting with all his might. In previous encounters, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. But after Zhang Xiaofeng and others left the battlefield, it seemed that the tentacles had finally unleashed their true power. The enormous appendages appeared to tear through space, moving with an otherworldly agility, and their strength had multiplied beyond measure. A mere brush against Yi Chun sent him hurtling backward. Most crucially, the countless eyes along the tentacles occasionally emitted beams of pitch-black light that struck him with relentless force. Yi Chun exerted every ounce of his strength, yet could barely hold his ground. That is a martial artist powerful. Indeed, aside from lacking the ability to control energy for long-range attacks in close combat, they are a hexagonal powerhouse. An extraordinary physique bestows upon the martial artist immense strength, agility, endurance, and defense, facilitating a transcendence in the hierarchy of life. Upon becoming a martial saint, they undergo an unbelievable elevation, with recovery speed from physical exertion and injuries that defies reason. Thus, Yi Chun stands as a formidable, armored assassin, equipped with 18 pieces of ultimate divine gear. However, despite his prowess, the tentacles are even more formidable, possessing a physique superior to Yi Chun's and wielding unparalleled energy attacks. Akin to a warrior proficient in all forms of combat, adorned with at least dozens of divine artifacts. Red steam emanated from his body, a manifestation of the intense battle and the rapidly rising body temperature causing the blood within him to evaporate. As he gasped heavily, his specialized advanced breathing technique worked swiftly to alleviate his negative states. Yet the tentacles offered him no respite. The myriad eyes blazed with intensity, unleashing a torrent of light beams. Yi Chun lunged forward, his body flickering crimson as he shattered beam after beam with rapid punches, but the tentacles struck him with ferocity. The earth groaned under the burden, and Yi Chun was once again driven into the ground. Endless magma enveloped him, rendering him momentarily immobile. The impact from the tentacles had fractured his spine, plunging him into a state of temporary paralysis. Boom, boom, boom. The tentacles' energy seemed inexhaustible, evaporating the magma and bombarding the immobilized Yi Chun, driving him deeper into the earth. Without granting him any chance to breathe, the tentacles writhed and swiftly closed in on him, their tips piercing his body. Boom. A jolt coursed through Yi Chun's mind, plunging him into a void. Every organ within him cried out under the unbearable strain, and his heart, succumbing to the relentless pressure, emitted a faint explosion, causing several major blood vessels to rupture. His skull contorted grotesquely, and milky brain matter spilled forth. Even as a martial saint, such injuries were sufficient to claim his life. His heart ceased to beat, and all his internal organs turned to a mushy mass. "It is over," the Vast will declared, sensing the vanishing life force of this tenacious being. Not yet. Amidst the tremors of the earth, a grotesquely deformed body erupted from the depths, delivering a punch to the unsuspecting tentacle. From his already severed arm, exposed bone spikes penetrated the eye of the tentacle, causing one to burst forth in a spray of blue blood, trickling onto the ground. The Vast will regarded the entity with a hint of confusion. The once unrecognizable body of Yi Chun now resembled a wild beast, its twisted form riddled with protruding bone shards, the obliterated eye sockets fixated on the tentacle. "You are already dead," the Vast will proclaimed. "If dead, then what is there to fear?" Yi Chun retorted. For the first time, the Vast will explicitly expressed its bewilderment. Why? As long as the heart does not perish, what fear is there in a broken body? Yi Chun, akin to a zombie, crawled frantically, his bone spikes aimed at the tentacle. Alas, in his current state, he had lost the colossal strength he once possessed, for he could no longer even rise to fight. The irreparable injuries to his body had diminished his capabilities by several tiers. Tiny tentacles sprouted from the larger ones, effortlessly binding him. In response to Yi Chun's frantic struggles, the Vast will reiterated its confusion. "You are dead. Why can you still fight against me? Is death a barrier to combat?" Yi Chun countered. "With your limbs rendered useless, how can you battle?" "The Vast will inquire that I still have my teeth," Yi Chun asserted, sinking his teeth into a smaller tentacle, causing blue blood to splatter. "I do not wish to be your enemy. Your existence poses a threat to this world. Is it worth it for those insignificant beings?" "It is worth it, even if it means death and obliteration of the soul." "Even if it means death and obliteration of the soul." The Vast will fell into a long silence. "I have never encountered a being like you. Such beings are numerous in my realm. They are inconsequential. Yi Chun replied. The Vast will fell into a complete silence. The eyes on the tentacles gazed at Yi Chun, as if grappling with some inexplicable emotion. After a prolonged silence, the bound Yi Chun fell utterly still. "Remarkable being," the Vast will finally spoke. "Perhaps I should not have come to this world. Remarkable entity, you will has moved me." With its words, a roar reminiscent of dragons and elephants erupted, the sky-shrouding tentacles retreating back into the earth, following the underground passageway back to the obsidian lake, stirring up towering waves. Before long, the water of the lake began to clear. The battlefield, ravaged for hundreds of kilometers, remained in disarray. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's grotesquely contorted body was left behind by the retreating tentacles. As the wind swept by, the temperature seemed to plummet, enveloping the scene in an indescribable desolation. Confirming the cessation of battle, Zhang Xiaofeng, Lin Yun, and Ivan could no longer contain themselves and charged forward. The city lord, having exhausted nearly all his energy attending to administrative matters, was now merely an intermediate martial artist, unable to keep pace. Yet he silently surveyed the endless desolation around him, feeling an inexplicable sting at the corners of his eyes. Zhang Xiaofeng abruptly halted, staring at the twisted corpse, incredulity washing over him as he rubbed his eyes. His voice trembling involuntarily. Yi advisor? He rushed forward abruptly, intending to help Yi Chun to his feet. Yet, inexplicably, the strength that once seemed capable of moving mountains and filling seas appeared to vanish without a trace. He stumbled and collapsed onto the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. After a moment, Lin Yun and Ivan arrived, surveying the lifeless body on the ground, as well as Zhang Xiaofeng, who sat silently, tears streaming down his face. A profound silence enveloped them. After a while, Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to recall something, hastily stripping off his tattered clothing and draping it over Yi Chen's corpse. "Advisor Yi, let us return home," he murmured, lifting the body and wandering towards the ruins of Linshan City. His spirit shattered. Old Ivan grasped Lin Yun's arm, shaking his head to silence him. Lin Yun fell into a contemplative silence, having experienced the battlefield himself, resonating deeply with the loss of a comrade. As the battle concluded, though Linshan City lay in ruins, miraculously, no fatalities were reported among the millions of inhabitants. Only a few unfortunate souls in the shelters had sustained injuries from the aftermath of the fighting. The members of Yi Chen's special operations team departed without bidding farewell. Zhang Xiaofeng carried Yi Chun's lifeless form, while the other team members bore their 4 blind comrades, hastening toward the capital. Initially, there had been 12 of them, but now, their leader Yi Chun lay slain, for the Wuzuan team were blind and grievously injured, and though the vice-captain Zhang Xiaofeng had fortuitously ascended to become the second Wuxing of Xia country amidst the clash with the special species, he too was wounded. Only 6 of the Wuwang team remained unscathed, consumed by anger and shame for their inadequacy and strength, unable to stand shoulder to shoulder with their commander. For soldiers, hiding behind others on the battlefield was a profound disgrace. In the capital, the earth finally settled into a calm, and the Prime Minister, having gone far too long without sleep, managed to rest well for a night. The following day, during the central meeting, discussions concerning the Western invitation were underway. Have we decided on our representatives? Has there been any request for aid from Modu? What about supply support from the Northwest? The meeting proceeded in an orderly fashion. At that moment, old Lu's secretary suddenly pressed his earpiece and leaned in to whisper something to him. "What did you say?" Old Lu's thunderous roar nearly shattered the conference room's ceiling. The other ministers turned their astonished gazes toward him, as the Prime Minister also looked at old Liu in a fit of agitation. Old Lu yanked the earpiece from his secretary and bellowed, "Bring the detailed account of events to the meeting room." His eyes reddened as he spoke. Observing old Lu's demeanor, an inexplicable weight settled in the Prime Minister's heart, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy and somber. Within 5 minutes, a document was brought into the meeting room. Old Lu, trembling, picked up the thin A4 sheet, yet his gaze faltered, unable to meet its contents. The man known for his iron resolve was overtaken by a fear he could not comprehend. "Old Lu," the Prime Minister inquired, seeking his attention. Old Lu struggled to raise his gaze, and on September 24th, Advisor Yi Chun engaged in battle outside Linshan City against a mysterious special species. After 4 hours and 23 minutes of combat, it has been confirmed that Advisor Yi has perished. Zhang Xiaofeng, the vice-captain of Ye's team, has become the second Wuxing of Xia country. 4 members of Ye's team are severely injured and currently en route back to the capital. The mysterious special species has vanished without a trace. Old Lu's eyes fixated on the words, "Yi Chun has perished," his hand trembling uncontrollably. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" He slammed the document onto the table, rising to seize his secretary by the collar. "This is a lie. I assent to it. It must be false. Speak up. Tell me." The secretary remained silent. The Prime Minister hastily stood, snatching up the document and scanning it briefly. Boom! A wave of heat surged through his mind, and he felt dizzy. Disbelieving, he read it again. The paper slipped from his grasp, unnoticed as it fell to the floor. His usually resolute eyes now reflected a profound confusion. Though Yi Chun was no longer as pivotal to Xia country as he once was, everyone present held him in high esteem. Without Yi Chun, the nation would have faced exponentially greater losses at the onset of the calamity. Most critically, the breathing techniques he had imparted had granted Xia country the means to confront the beast tide with relative ease, a monumental contribution. Moreover, Yi Chun was known for his courtesy and cheerful demeanor, never having quarreled with anyone. His unique status had fostered strong relations with the ministers, many of whom regarded him as a beloved junior. Old Liu had lost a grandson on the battlefield years prior, while the prime minister had also lost both son and grandson in similar circumstances. The news of Yi Chen's death struck these aged men, who had long since passed the age of carefree exuberance, with an unbearable weight. After a moment's hesitation, Old Liu's secretary spoke. According to reports from Linshan City, this incident appears to have some connection to the island nation. We will need to wait for Zhang Xiaofeng's return to the capital for further details. I will raise that place to the ground, Old Liu exclaimed, his eyes ablaze, gritting his teeth. The prime minister, appearing as an ordinary old man at that moment, picked up the document from the floor, scanning it once more. What about the Beast King mentioned earlier? He asked, his tone indifferent. Nothing has been found as of yet. The secretary hurriedly replied. The prime minister fell into silence, passing the document to the minister seated nearest him. Examine it thoroughly and discuss your thoughts on how we can ensure that place feels the full brunt of our fury. His voice, filled with righteous indignation, seemed to reverberate throughout the room. Issue orders. Starting today, the nation shall fly flags at half-mast for 7 days in mourning for Yi Chen. Furthermore, we will pursue those from the island nation within our borders with utmost severity. There will be no mercy, and those wretches, I will see them exterminated from Xiyi country. That night, in the prime minister's residence, he sat alone in the empty living room, clutching 3 beast cores in his left hand, while a simple suitcase containing Yi Chen's belongings lay beside him. The secretary stood nearby, concern etched on his face as he regarded the prime minister. Outsiders, Yi Chen, as the strongest of Xiyi country, seemed to possess wealth beyond measure. After all, with such formidable strength, one could easily venture outside the city to hunt monsters and amass fortunes. Yet, in truth, he had little leisure to seek beast cores, spending most of his time in diligent cultivation at home. The 3 beast cores in the prime minister's hand were the only possessions found by the secretary and the military personnel dispatched to Yi Chen's residence. Aside from 2 sets of combat uniforms issued by the military, his aged hand unconsciously clenched the beast cores, veins bulging as his gaze fixated on a pale yellow envelope on the table before him. This was a letter found among Yi Chen's belongings, dated 3 years prior, and no one knew why he had penned that letter at that time, or under what circumstances time trickled by. The prime minister finally opened the envelope, revealing a single thin note inside that I do not know who may find this letter, but at that time, I should have been dead. The prime minister fell silent. I am but an ordinary person who has returned from the future. In my time, the world was shrouded in darkness, and it is best left unspoken, whether a rebirth, a crossing of realms, or a fleeting dream. It matters not when this letter is opened, that if I can bring even a minuscule change to Xiyi country, that will suffice. The nation belongs to all its people. Likewise, its development should rely on the collective efforts of the populace rather than a select few individuals. Although I have contributed certain advancements to the Xiyi kingdom, I should not be deemed one of those few. I am not as formidable as you may envision. Prior to my rebirth, I completed my education in my 20s and only then entered society, only to be met with calamity, a life squandered. I ultimately became but a minor figure among warriors, possessing a modest reputation in my city, and I perished amidst the beast tide, a sacrifice in the defense of my homeland, which I suppose is a fitting end. By a stroke of fortune, I have been granted the chance to live again. While I have not significantly aided my nation, I believe I have done what I could within my means. In the realm of martial cultivation, perseverance is essential, but innate talent is equally crucial. Regrettably, my aptitude for martial arts is rather poor, though I possess some foresight regarding future events, which afforded me a slight advantage in the years leading up to the disaster. It will not be long before I am surpassed by the warriors of the Xiyi kingdom. Despite this, under the benevolent favor of the cabinet, I have become a benchmark for Xiyi's warriors. A recognition I feel unworthy of. Return to the matter at hand. Prior to my rebirth, the prevailing belief regarding the origins of the monsters was that they stemmed from an invasion by a foreign world, rooted in a powerful alien civilization that engineered them using the genetic samples of blue star life forms, serving as a vanguard for their incursion into our realm. However, even before my rebirth, this theory had not been confirmed in this life. I have yet to encounter any foreign civilization. Thus I refrain from baseless speculation. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Indeed, there are instances of intelligent civilizations invading from other worlds. Approximately 5 years hence, a cosmic civilization known as Narvale will serve as a vanguard, entering this planet. Their technology is formidable and may offer us some assistance, yet regardless of who receives this letter, they should not entertain notions of establishing diplomatic relations with this civilization. They are not benevolent beings. The civilizations of the cosmos can best be described by the principle of survival of the fittest. The prolonged journey through the universe has transformed Narvale into a civilization akin to cosmic pirates, bringing with them nothing but unending warfare. Furthermore, their biotechnology is not advanced, and they lack the resources to create monsters. Thus, I do not believe they can be the masterminds behind the invasion. Numerous intelligent civilizations exist in the universe, and many more will inevitably arrive in this world. Concerning this matter, I cannot offer any sound advice. But I trust the Xiyi government will not disappoint its citizens. Additionally, I have documented all that I know about the trajectory of the future on the back of this letter. In truth, my knowledge is limited, and I have already conveyed most of it to the authorities, but upon reflection, I thought it prudent to leave this record as a precaution. And on a lighter note, I must say that the meals prepared by Old Son from the logistics department are truly dreadful. I hope to have a chance to savor them once more. May the Xiyi kingdom weather this crisis and endure eternally. Signed, Yi Chun. The Prime Minister stared blankly at the letter. The writing was utterly atrocious. In the past, such a style would have ensured a lifetime of unremarkable employment. This lad surely did not take my gift of literature seriously. Otherwise, how could his writing be so lacking? The Prime Minister chuckled with reproach, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary spoke. Prime Minister, according to the Intelligence Department's investigation, Advisor Yi Chun had previously funded a charitable foundation during his lifetime. This foundation focuses on aiding impoverished children and has garnered significant donations from various sectors. To our knowledge, a considerable portion of the B scores obtained by Advisor Yi Chun was donated to this foundation. However, investigations have revealed substantial discrepancies in the foundation's financial records. The Prime Minister meticulously stored the letter, his gaze sweeping over Yi Chun's belongings. Is this something I need to teach you? The secretary hesitated. The Prime Minister then turned to the secretary. Is there anything else? The founder of this charitable foundation is the grandson of Old Ma. Ma Fu, the secretary replied. Old Ma. The Prime Minister sighed. Did his son, Ma Fu, have any involvement? Not at all. The secretary shook his head. Ma Fu was injured in a major beast tide 3 years ago and is currently confined to a wheelchair. Since then, the foundation has been managed by his wife. Compile the information into a report and send it to Old Ma. The Prime Minister instructed, granting Old Ma a measure of respect. Let him handle it himself. Old Liu also spent a sleepless night, much like the Prime Minister, alone in his home. His son had perished in battle at a young age, leaving no descendants behind. His spouse, grieving for decades, had passed away before the disaster, leaving him the sole inhabitant of his household. Yi Chun's death struck him with a profound blow. His aging yet robust body sat in the cold, dark living room throughout the night. When dawn broke, his once dark hair, rejuvenated by his ascension to martial king, had turned entirely white overnight. S1 ages. One becomes more prone to sentimentality. He solemnly donned his military uniform, gazing at the sky where snowflakes began to fall. And sighed as he departed his home. Old Ma's residence. The elderly man, his hair as white as snow, sighed repeatedly while examining the documents personally delivered by the Prime Minister's secretary. Fu. Take a look, he said, passing the materials to his son, who sat in a wheelchair. Ma Fu, a pure soldier, reviewed the documents with a hardened expression. Let the law take its course. Deal with them severely. Whether by execution or otherwise, there shall be no dissent. Old Ma stared blankly at his son, tears streaming down his face. Heaven has betrayed my son. Heaven has betrayed my son. Send Xiuzhen and Ma Hongzhen to the court. He commanded the guard stationed outside that on September 26, a wave of fury swept across the Xiyi kingdom to protect Linshan City. Advisor Yi Chun had sacrificed himself in a desperate battle against the special breeds. and his remains were being transported back to the imperial capital. Yi Chun, male, 21 years of age, was the founder of the Xiyi Kingdom's martial arts breathing technique and played a crucial role in post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Investigations revealed that the Linshan City incident was linked to collusion between illegal foreign forces from an island nation and cannibal factions, as officially termed, with the revelation of Yi Chen's information and the Linshan City incident. The entire Xiyi Kingdom was engulfed in outrage. Many clamored for retribution against the foreign illegal forces. Of course, there were also those with nefarious intentions, secretly engaging in unsavory dealings. Spies and informants lurking within the Xiyi Kingdom found themselves in dire straits. High-ranking spies from the island nation, who had not yet celebrated the demise of Yi Chun, were swiftly met with the wrath of the Xiyi people and met violent ends. Ordinary citizens from the island nation residing in Xiyi prior to the disaster also suffered the consequences of this unprovoked calamity. Those foreigners who had not managed to return before the disaster found themselves living in constant fear under the collective ire of the Xiyi populace. Fortunately, most Xiyi citizens exhibited rationality and refrained from engaging in unlawful activities. Driven by a certain force, the Xiyi Kingdom initiated a purge of spies and traitors. On September 27, Yi Chen's team, including Zhang Xiaofeng and others, returned with Yi Chen's remains. The body was discreetly taken to the highest standard funeral home to receive the utmost honors. Regrettably, Yi Chen's formidable physique made it impossible for the morticians to restore his appearance to that of his living self. In the tear-filled eyes of most cabinet members, Yi Chen's mangled remains were interred, preserved in the form he had taken at the moment of his heroic death. He was only 21 years old. Old Lu exclaimed, his eyes reddened as he looked at the resolute military personnel before him. They were currently in a secret research facility, confronted with an object measuring a mere 5 meters in length that, in an age when the satellite systems had collapsed, delivery could only be accomplished through the most primitive means of human effort. The Prime Minister furrowed his brow and said, "Old Lu, I know you are enraged, and we all share in that anger, but have you considered how these soldiers will return after delivering this item? As the Supreme Commander, you must be responsible for the lives of each soldier." The Prime Minister concurred with Old Lu's thoughts, yet he vehemently opposed his methods that not forget. He stated that if Yi Chun were still alive, he would never condone your actions. After a brief silence, Old Lu suddenly chuckled. If Yi Chun were alive, he would likely not intervene either. Why Yi Chun typically presented a reticent demeanor in their presence. But Old Lu was well aware that Yi Chun was not the type to seek vengeance at the expense of others' lives. I have acted recklessly. He shook his head. From now on, our military will devote its utmost efforts to cultivate warriors capable of contending with the special breeds. This statement bore two implications. Firstly, Yi Chun had perhaps sacrificed his life to repel the special breeds, and the remnants of that battlefield allowed them to envision the strength of these foes. In such confrontations, only the martial saints exhibited a modicum of resistance. Thus, by nurturing more martial saints, they might gain some confidence in future encounters with these special breeds, avoiding the need for another individual to fight alone. Secondly, since they could not avenge Yi Chun with their lives, they would instead send forth a legion of invincible martial saints to that place, to eliminate the wretched beings once and for all. After returning Yi Chen's remains, Zhang Xiaofeng sought out a towering peak over 1,000 meters high. Each day, he could feel the tremors of the earth nearby, a reminder of the catastrophe that had transpired. Yi Chen's demise had dealt a significant blow to him, igniting a fervent desire to enhance his strength. The members of the Special Operations Team likewise strove diligently, aspiring for the day they could avenge Yi Chun. Upon receiving the news of Yi Chen's death, Li Jun from the Intelligence Department locked himself in his room for an entire day, and no one knew what transpired within those four walls. However, when Li Jun emerged the following day, he had ascended to the rank of a martial saint, the third martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen's passing seemed akin to a whale fall. In the brief time following his death, the Dragon Kingdom witnessed the emergence of multiple martial saints. This was a cause for celebration, yet tinged with sorrow. On October 20, the so-called Blue Star Energy Exchange Conference convened in the West. The Western nations insidiously chose a venue over 10,000 miles away in Nyonyo. Nyonyo was reluctant, yet had no choice but to comply. The officials from the Dragon Kingdom, typically composed, exhibited an unusual irritability as they dispatched Li Jun. Everyone knew that he was ill-suited for diplomatic endeavors, and the implications were unmistakable. Accompanying him were Zhang Xiaofeng, Li Linxin, Lei Ming, Niu Daolong, Zhang Daoxian, Zhang Huairan, Wang Rue, Dong Fengming, Master Hong Yuan, and Lu Qi. The first four were newly elevated martial saints from the military, clad in somber attire. As the Summer Kingdom continued to mourn Yi Qin's departure, the middle two, Zhang and Wang, hailed from the Daoist sects of the Summer Kingdom, while Dong Fengming belonged to the civilian martial community, now integrated into the ranks. Master Hong Yuan was a figure from Buddhism. All of them were martial saints. Lu Qi's situation was unique. He was not merely a martial artist, but an awakened, possessing formidable healing abilities. Although these powers offered little utility to a martial saint, whose self-healing capabilities were already substantial, it was prudent to be prepared. Moreover, Lu Qi himself was no weakling. He was a prodigious talent, currently at the martial venerable level, making him a top-tier figure in the West. The Summer Kingdom had adopted the breathing techniques introduced by Yi Qin and subsequently promoted his advanced modifications nationwide, while the West cultivation methods required seekers to venture into elusive secret realms. In terms of time, the Summer Kingdom had gained a lead of at least 5 versions. The group departed the imperial capital in silence. In the depths of the forest city, Old Gu affectionately ruffled his disciple Bai Qi's hair. "No feast lasts forever, Bai Qi. I must take my leave." He turned and departed with an air of nonchalance, though one might sense a certain lightness in his steps. Bai Qi's expression was resolute as he gripped his spear tightly. On October 27, in the capital of Nyonyo, Li Jun and his party entered the city where the conference was to take place. Having endured a catastrophe, the ancient city seemed to have reverted to a medieval Western state, filthy and chaotic. Some individuals bore an inexplicable pride, while others exhibited a numbed demeanor, as if years had passed without a flicker of life. The Western nations had never anticipated that the Summer Kingdom would indeed send representatives to this conference. Thus they had not arranged for any welcoming party. After all, the dangers on the ground were far more pressing. Although the distance from Eagle Sauce to Nyonyo was considerable, the sea routes largely traversed cold regions, where the monsters of the deep were not as prevalent as one might imagine. Consequently, the representatives from Eagle Sauce arrived in Nyonyo in relative safety, amidst the myriad of astonished gazes. Li Jun's party, dressed in attire that clashed with the conference's decorum and appearing travel-worn, made their entrance. "Get on with the meeting," Master Hong Yuan bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. This venerable monk, known for his fierce disdain for evil, had learned of Yi Qin's fate and, understanding the underlying circumstances, had defied the temple's opposition to join this expedition at over 100 years of age. From his youth, he had harbored a profound aversion to these well-dressed individuals who paraded around in suits. "Those from the Summer Kingdom are simply impolite," exclaimed a man with 2 thin mustaches, who introduced himself as Kuang Shi Sanlang, representative from the island nation. None knew what calamities had befallen the island in recent years, allowing them to send representatives across such vast distances. Though his name was somewhat peculiar, it was not uncommon for islanders to possess odd names. As his words fell, curious glances from other nations were cast their way. Master Huan's temper flared, and his loathing for the island nation reached its zenith. Upon hearing the remarks of this peculiar individual, he flipped the table with one swift motion, appearing beside Kuang Shi Sanlang in an instant. With a hand the size of a fan, he seized the man's head. What reason is there to converse with beasts? He gripped tightly, lifting Kuang Shi Sanlang as if he were a mere child, preparing to pry open his eyelids. "Bakiaro," Kuang Shi Sanlang stammered, roaring in defiance, but it was of little consequence. "Ha! Indeed a beast!" Master Hong Yuan cackled upon seeing the blackened blood vessels in the man's eyes. Pressing Kuang Shi Sanlang's face against the table, with a crack, the table shattered under the strain, and the sounds of bones striking the ground echoed as Kuang Shi Sanlang's face met the granite floor. What terrible luck, he thought. This action rendered the conference hall utterly silent. Li Jun remained composed, inwardly hoping Master Hong Yuan would exert a bit more force, finishing off that little pest, observing the expressions of the Western representatives. He could not help but smirk internally. They should not presume ignorance of the misdeeds committed in their nation. This time, they would learn that the wrath of the Summer Kingdom was not to be taken lightly. He reflected on the various insidious strategies the Western nations had employed against the Summer Kingdom in recent years, and he had endured their provocations for far too long. No one could have expected that. At this solemn assembly, someone would dare lay hands on a representative from another nation, especially a monk. With his head being crushed, Shi Sanlang struggled desperately, yet that withered hand remained as immovable as a mountain. Just as it seemed he would be crushed to death, the representative from Eagle Sauce could no longer contain himself. Esteemed members from the Summer Kingdom, are you here to conduct a meeting or to engage in violence? Master Hongyuan glared at him, his voice booming. Speak in human language. Little one, at over 100 years old, how could he possibly know the language of the other party? At best, he could only guess their words by their expressions. The representative from Eagle Sauce was left speechless. The representative of Eagle Sauce was evidently furious, and the consequences could be dire. He turned his head towards Li Jun, who was unmistakably a representative from the Summer Nation, and glared at the other man's composed demeanor, which only fueled his anger. This representative from the Summer Nation, please instruct your people to cease their actions. His gaze was menacing. Li Jun slightly tilted his head and responded. Are you going to defend this little brat? The Eagle Sauce representative retorted. Have you taken leave of your senses? Why are you speaking so harshly? Li Jun chose to ignore him, instead slamming his hand on the table and declaring, Master Hongyuan, enough. Let us finish this meeting first, and we will deal with this little troublemaker afterward. Master Hongyuan glanced at the nearly unconscious Shi Sanlang in his grasp and scoffed. Since it's little Li who has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the bloodied Shi Sanlang beside the Eagle Sauce representative, splattering blood all over him. The Eagle Sauce representative exclaimed, Are you looking for a fight? The other representatives observed the Eagle Sauce representative's expression of suppressed rage, their gazes shifting slightly. Li Jun cleared his throat and raised his voice. The true purpose of this meeting is clear to all present. It concerns the distribution of energy resources, is it not? This is straightforward, given the current state of the world, where personal might reigns supreme. Let us hold a global combat tournament where the victor decides. What say you? I object. The Eagle Sauce representative was the first to voice his dissent, not out of any deeper motive, but simply for the sake of opposition. After all, how could a subordinate heed the words of a superior? Bang! Master Hongyuan, who had just taken his seat, slammed his hand on the table. I demand you speak plainly. Do you not comprehend? With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront. The Eagle Sauce representative's expression darkened abruptly. He realized that the individuals sent from the Summer Nation were here to cause trouble. Do you not understand manners? He retorted in the Summer tongue, glaring at Master Hongyuan. The other representatives maintained an aloof demeanor, secretly wishing for a conflict to erupt. The representative from the Bear Nation wore a cryptic expression, casting a knowing glance at Li Jun, who was casually reclining with his legs crossed. I am a man of the cloth. How could I lack manners? If you agree to enter the ring, I shall treat you with respect. Do you consent? Master Hongyuan shot a sidelong glance at his opponent. Come, sign the death warrant. Once in the ring, life and death shall be determined. As he spoke, he indeed produced a scroll from his sleeve and presented it before the Eagle Sauce representative. Sign here. The Eagle Sauce representative was enraged. You old, bald donkey. What do you mean by this? I merely inquired if you understood manners, and you wish to strike me. My wife has more sense than you. With a huff, he turned abruptly, refusing to regard Master Hongyuan any further as a representative at this meeting. He had received no information regarding Master Hongyuan. In fact, he only possessed minimal details about Li Jun among the Summer Nation's delegation. Even though he was a knight of the realm, martial king, he had no desire to risk engaging in combat with a brute like Master Hongyuan. Come now, don't be shy. Master Hongyuan's imposing figure squeezed in, kicking aside the still recovering Shi Sanlang, and plopped down beside the Eagle Sauce representative, as if embracing a chick. When I was your age, I feared neither heaven nor earth. I dared to toss cockroaches into the abbot's bowl. Youth must have vigor. To be timid is unbecoming. It's merely a contest. What is there to fear? At worst, One dies. He attempted to incite the other to join him in the ring. The Eagle Sauce representative struggled fiercely. But it was of no avail. His heart raced with terror as he wore a look of indignation. His current posture and expression reminded him of a young girl he had encountered not long ago, rendering him almost comical in comparison. The other representatives looked on at the outraged Eagle Sauce representative, their faces blank yet inwardly amused, savoring the unfolding drama. What should have been a global conference had become a farce due to Master Hong-Yuan's antics. Creating an awkward atmosphere, Xiyi remained silent, observing Master Hong-Yuan's performance with an air of calm. In truth, any individual with a modicum of understanding of the current global situation would recognize that this meeting was nothing short of a joke. What era were they in? Still squabbling over resource distribution? What are the ravenous monsters lurking beyond? Not to mention, the once precious oil, now a mere commodity, served mainly to fuel the laboratories and factories within the cities. Outside the cities of the Summer Nation, transporting goods relied solely on human effort, lest the sound of machines attract the monsters, triggering a catastrophic beast tide. For the Summer Nation, the most vital resource at present was high-level warriors. All other resources could take a back seat. Moreover, even before the calamity, there had been no true concept of resource distribution, and the reasons were well understood by those in the know. This so-called resource distribution conference. It was merely an attempt to humiliate the Summer Nation, taking advantage of their distant location. This Master Hong-Yuan continued to try and persuade the Eagle Sauce representative with his brawny arms. The host representative from the Nyonyo Nation began to look displeased as the atmosphere shifted towards a more tense direction. Mr. Li, could you please ask your elder to desist? The Nyonyo representative had some information about Xiyi. After all, he had been an outstanding soldier even before the calamity. Xiyi shrugged. Master Hong-Yuan and the Eagle Sauce representative seemed to be getting along splendidly. Why not let them continue? The Nyonyo representative replied. The Eagle Sauce representative is on the verge of frothing at the mouth. Is this what you call harmony? He sighed, continuing, Mr. Li, please instruct this elder to cease. If there are grievances, let them be voiced, and we shall resolve them together. He recognized the Summer Nation delegation's discontent, and though unaware of the reasons, he wished to act as a mediator. If this continued, the Eagle Sauce representative would become a laughingstock, and he, as the host, would be left with no dignity. Xiyi regarded the Nyonyo representative as earnest expression and finally adopted a more serious demeanor. Last month, the island nation instigated an unprecedented disaster in our country, attempting to lure a special breed, referred to in your confidential documents as a divine beast, to assault our cities, causing us severe losses that we do not know if you were involved, but you must demand accountability from the island nation. In truth, the great battle that had occurred in Linshan City had yet to be fully investigated, as the battlefield was vast and the terrain devastated beyond recognition. But that was of little consequence. Many matters do not require knowledge of the details, only the cause and effect. That Xiyi must not have died in vain, and the losses suffered by the Summer Nation could not simply be overlooked. He then cast his gaze toward the edge of the conference room, where a group of dark-skinned representatives from the equatorial states gathered. You must be aware of the all-knowing society, that cult organization. They have a hand in inciting special breeds to attack our cities. I implore the representatives from the equatorial states to hand them over, since the disaster had originated from the island nation within the Summer Nation. It was only right for them to demand an explanation from the esteemed representatives of the equatorial states. The Nyonyo representative initially nodded in agreement, albeit insincerely, before expressing confusion. The all-knowing society? To my knowledge, this is a benevolent organization. They even distribute food, clothing, and other necessities in various cities that I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The all-knowing society is a band of cannibals masquerading as a cult. Xiyi glared at the dark-skinned representatives, enunciating each word with conviction. Hand over their high-ranking members. The atmosphere in the conference room fell silent, all eyes now fixated on the representatives from the equatorial states. Apart from a still entangled Master Hong-Yuan and the Eagle Sauce representative, Mr. Li, when you speak of cannibalism, what do you mean? The Nyonyo representative's expression turned peculiar. In the most straightforward terms, Xiyi replied succinctly, they consume human flesh. The Nyonyo representative appeared unfazed. Perhaps your nation has misjudged the situation. Based on the current global average moral standards, I believe no one would resort to cannibalism. Such a statement was utterly nonsensical. Even before the calamity, such depravity existed, let alone in the aftermath when some nations face severe food shortages, making cannibalism far from rare. Even in Western lands, such acts were not unheard of, yet they would never admit to such things. Nor would they allow the nations of the equatorial states to acknowledge it. This is a severe blow to their own prestige, for within the upper echelons of Western nations, there are indeed individuals hailing from equatorial regions. Thus, in the name of their laughable dignity, they can only resolutely deny it. After all, no one would consume their own kind, at least not in Western nations. I am not addressing you, that June gazed expressionlessly at the representatives from the equatorial regions. Perhaps you are unaware that, in this era, anyone who has consumed human flesh will experience bloodshot eyes and mental instability. Yet, those who have feasted upon the flesh of their own kin exhibit none of these signs, save for the emergence of dark veins in their eyes. Observing the representatives from the equatorial regions, whose expressions now bore signs of panic, Jun spoke gravely. I shall reiterate my demand. Surrender the higher-ups of the omniscient society. One representative, visibly alarmed, exclaimed, Mr. Li, we truly have no knowledge of this omniscient society. You will come to know it. Jun asserted emphatically, his gaze akin to that of a ferocious tiger, fixating on them. Under the weight of his piercing stare, the equatorial representative began to tremble. In truth, upon reaching the level of martial sage, unless one consciously restrains themselves, there exists an innate oppressive aura directed towards those beneath this rank, a pressure stemming from the hierarchy of life itself. You cannot act in such a manner. Hasn't Xiyi nation always been known for its civility? You cannot coerce us. Another representative from the equatorial regions interjected. Jun remained silent, directing his gaze toward a tall elder seated nearby. Zhang Daoxian, the celestial master of the Taoist sect in Xiyi nation. His eyes shimmered like jade, and though he bore the visage of an elder, he exuded a vibrant vitality. The old master, without uttering a word, stood and, with his posture fully erect, was suddenly before the representatives of the equatorial regions. Like one would grasp a chick, he seized a representative and pulled open his eyelids. Indeed, a mixed breed, he remarked nonchalantly. Then repeated the action, inspecting each representative in turn. After a thorough examination, he stated, Little Li, they have all partaken of human flesh. Thank you for your trouble, master. Jun replied with courtesy. Not all. Not at all. The old master was equally polite. Casually discarding the representative he had held, he returned to his seat, closing his eyes in meditation. Jun did not cast a glance at the representatives, now collapsed on the ground. Instead, he turned his attention to the representatives from Nyo Nation. I shall take them with me. Mr. Johnson, you wouldn't dare to obstruct me, would you? After a moment of silence. Johnson shook his head. Mr. Li, why must it come to this? What purpose does it serve for Xiyi nation? The actions of the Xiyi delegation have merely torn away a veil that should not have been lifted. Henceforth, the relationship between our two parties is bound to plummet. That we merely seek an explanation. Jun replied with a hint of profundity. We have extracted information, but it yielded little of value, Zhang Xiaofeng stated as he closed the door, shaking off the blood from his hands. The origins of the omniscient society remain shrouded in mystery. Although entrenched in the equatorial regions, with some collaboration with their officials, even these individuals are unaware of the identities of the society's upper echelons, as they have been conducting their own investigations in secret. His expression was cold. Jun exhibited no surprise. It appears the omniscient society is more formidable than we had anticipated. The Western nations must possess knowledge. We ought to inquire with them. Zhang Xiaofeng suggested that it is unlikely we will glean any useful information. Jun responded, shaking his head. How could they possibly acknowledge any affiliation with a cannibalistic organization? They would merely assert that the omniscient society they are familiar with has been distributing supplies free of charge, and that it is not the same as the cannibalistic omniscient society we refer to. Zhang Xiaofeng ceased to elaborate further. Jun rubbed his temples. What is your perspective on the exchange of cultivation methods proposed by the representatives of the Western nations? Indeed, though this meeting is ostensibly labeled as an energy distribution conference, it is in truth driven by the envy of the Western nations towards Xiyi Nation's unique cultivation techniques. They have also proposed to exchange their cultivation methods for Xiyi Nations. Although the Central Council of Xiyi Nation had already reached a decision to exploit the Western nations with a rather useless cultivation method developed by the Research Institute. Following the incident in Linshan City, the attitude of Xiyi Nation's higher-ups towards the island nation and its collusion with the Western nations has drastically shifted. Li Jun is now disinclined to engage in any exchanges. Let them dream of such arrangements. Zhang Xiaofeng provided his response. If they desire it, they must abide by our rules. Very well, Li Jun nodded. What is the status of the martial arts competition? Have they agreed? Zhang Xiaofeng inquired. Each time he closes his eyes at night, he is haunted by the distorted and gruesome image of Yi Chen's corpse. He cannot fathom the strength of will required for Yi Chen to endure such torment. More critically, Yi Chen is only 21 years old. He is still so young, undoubtedly burdened with many unfulfilled aspirations. Zhang Xiaofeng now only wishes to slay a few titled knights or holy knights, martial lords, to avenge Yi Chen. If it weren't for that island nation and that wretched omniscient society, how could Yi Chen have met his demise? They did not consent, Li Jun replied, shaking his head. Here, the status of high-level martial artists is far greater than we had imagined. Though they have not explicitly stated it, I sense they are currently unable to command those high-level martial artists. We could apply their own methods against them. I could lure a few special breeds here. Compel them to divulge information about the omniscient society. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression was cold. Consider the numb, ordinary people we observed upon entering the city. These individuals are not at fault. Li Jun countered. They are beasts. We are not. I can act as this beast, Zhang Xiaofeng declared without hesitation. You are a soldier. A soldier must charge towards the strong, not wield a blade against the weak. Li Jun patted Zhang Xiaofeng on the shoulder. Since Yi Chen's death, he has sensed that Zhang Xiaofeng's psyche has been somewhat troubled. Such thoughts are not uncommon, but he cannot permit Zhang Xiaofeng to act on them. Zhang Xiaofeng refrained from further comment, touching the badge on his shoulder before turning to leave. Where are you going? To slay a few beasts for a thrill. Zhang Xiaofeng soon returned, reeking of blood. There were too many. I did not know whom to slay. He confessed. Li Jun, in exasperation, patted his shoulder and then seated himself. The members of the Xiyi delegation were also present. This meeting's so-called resource allocation is merely a facade, Li Jun stated. The cultivation systems of other nations yield only about one-third the strength of Xiyi Nation's martial artists upon successful cultivation at the same level. Moreover, their cultivation systems are ill-suited for battling monsters in the wild. Thus, their ultimate objective is our unique cultivation method. The think tank proposed that we could exchange this method for some essential resources. No sooner had he spoken than the hot-tempered master Hong Yuan slammed his hand on the table. We cannot concede. Even the usually placid Taoist trio furrowed their brows. The old master, Zhang Daoxian, declared, the cultivation method is an invaluable legacy left by advisor Yi and represents the hope of Xiyi Nation. It should not be surrendered. Li Jun nodded. There is no need for concern. The cultivation method we initially intended to use for trade is the one produced by the Research Institute, which bears little difference in effectiveness compared to the existing systems of these nations, and is laborious and time-consuming, rendering it useless to us. He shifted his tone. However, in light of the incident involving advisor Yi, the higher-up stance towards the West has shifted somewhat, thus the original plan has been rescinded. However, since they have initiated the first move, we may as well retaliate. I plan to require these nations to exchange substantial resources for the right to participate in the martial arts competition. In simpler terms, to exploit them. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others remained silent. The old master nodded slightly, no longer voicing any objections. Master Hong Yuan scratched his head. After the exchange, how shall we transport the resources back? All present are martial sages, with the exception of Lu Qi, who is slightly weaker, being merely a martial lord. Yet their strength remains formidable. However, the resources beneficial to the entirety of Xiyi Nation will inevitably be vast in quantity, making it impractical for just a few individuals to carry them back. That Li Jun chuckled. ISNT their plan to hold a martial arts competition domestically. This event serves not only to establish authority, but also carries a hint of seeking vengeance for Yichun. Presently, they're in need of us. Therefore, the venue for this martial arts competition shall be set in Xian Nation, thereby allowing them to deliver the resources as well. There were no objections from the crowd. The following day at the international conference, Li Jun proposed this suggestion. I am aware of everyone's intentions. It is none other than the art of breath control. I also believe that all of you present should be familiar with our Summer Kingdom's method of breath control. And some among you may have even adopted it. He cast a meaningful glance at the more powerful nations. However, without a competent teacher, mastering the art of breath control is exceedingly arduous. Hence, our Summer Kingdom has decided to host a martial arts competition, where the top 10 nations will receive our meticulous guidance. Naturally, the breath control technique we impart will be merely the fundamental principles. For those seeking more advanced techniques, a small price must be paid. At this juncture, Li Jun smiled enigmatically. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity of resources that troubles us, but rather the inequity in their distribution. Among the nations present, very few maintain a good relationship with the Summer Kingdom. Ostensibly, we only teach the top 10 nations the breath control technique, but behind the scenes, the actual number we instruct is at our discretion. Moreover, in any martial arts competition, some casualties are inevitable. Once their contestants clash and injuries occur, who can say whether these nations will still unite, to divide and conquer, and to provide them with a few obstacles? What's there not to gain? As for the so-called advanced breath control techniques, only a fool would believe such claims. Mr. Li, the art of breath control is a treasure of the human world and not to be shared with all humanity, said the representative of Eagle Sauce discreetly. Upon hearing this, some nations with poor relations with the Summer Kingdom cast malevolent glances in its direction. In the era preceding Calamity, they had often used such excuses to embarrass the Summer Kingdom on the international stage. Isn't it the same now? Sharing is one thing. Come, defeat me, and I shall speak favorably on your behalf. Sitting beside him, the monk Han Yuan extended his hand and pulled the representative of Eagle Sauce into an embrace. He exerted considerable force, and it seemed as if the sound of bones cracking resonated in the air. The representative of Eagle Sauce turned pale, and for a fleeting moment, he envisioned his mother, who had passed away decades ago. Oh dear. I'd have become Sauce? Li Jun remarked with a half-smile at the representative of Eagle Sauce. Han Yuan is correct. If you wish for us to share the breath control techniques, it is quite simple. Sign a waiver of liability and engage us in a life-and-death battle. Once on the arena, there will be no distinction of skill, only the determination of fate. This declaration promptly dissipated much of the ill intent directed at him. Yet a few representatives still sneered at Li Jun. The representative from Kangaroo Nation scoffed. You're not suggesting that after defeating your people, we'll be held responsible, are you? We refuse to engage in ambulance-chasing diplomacy. He laughed exaggeratedly. Other representatives joined in the laughter, and the atmosphere seemed to revert to that of the time before the Calamity. The representative from Bear Country furrowed his brow, recalling the instructions of his emperor. He drained the remaining contents of his bottle and smashed it to the ground. Kangaroo, are you looking for trouble? Come, I shall challenge you one-on-one. If you have guts, don't run after the meeting ends. The representative from Kangaroo Nation's expression shifted. Are you drunk? Who wants to challenge you? Such a disgrace to decorum. Disgrace. You disgrace. The atmosphere of the meeting became increasingly peculiar after the outburst from the representative from Bear Country. Li Jun looked at the representative from Kangaroo Nation and said, Our Summer Kingdom has never been known to go back on its word, even when faced with some unscrupulous individuals gaining the upper hand. Even in our most arduous times, we have never breached a contract. You think you can intimidate us? Who do you think you are? If this were before the Calamity, such words would have been unthinkable. The representative from Kangaroo Nation's face flickered between shades of green and white, struggling to articulate a response to Li Jun. If you covet our knowledge, be prepared to pay a price you cannot bear. If you have the capability, return to your old ways and rob us like thieves. Li Jun suddenly stood up, approaching the representative from Kangaroo Nation, looking down at him. But if you lack the ability, you would do well to remain a mere fence-sitter. However, do not be surprised if we casually uproot you from your perch. He extended his hand in an extremely insulting manner, ruffling the representative's hair. Akin to petting a dog, the conference hall erupted in an uproar. No one had anticipated that the previously mild-mannered Summer Kingdom would send such a diplomat to the meeting. This assertive demeanor had not been seen from the Summer Kingdom in many years. Did this diplomat not realize that his every action represented his nation in such a gathering? Or was the Summer Kingdom planning something? The representative from Kangaroo Nation's face flushed crimson, ready to retort. But an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from Li Jun, sweeping through the entire hall. The previously noisy venue fell silent, as the representatives from various countries regarded Li Jun with a mix of fear and astonishment. Once again, it is said that while there exist those who dare to strike at the stronger, they're certainly not the so-called elite of the Western nations. Although they possess strength that surpasses the majority of their citizens, they would never stand up for their people and shield them from calamity. Their might is confined to times of peace. The aura Li Jun displayed at that moment transcended their understanding. The representative from Bear Country also shifted uncomfortably, the effects of alcohol vanishing without a trace. As he regarded Li Jun with uncertainty, is the Emperor's decision truly correct? The representative of Eagle Sauce, nestled against the monk Han Yuan, murmured, "You lack the reverence due to true strength." Li Jun surveyed the room, leaving behind a resonant statement. 3 days hence, our delegation will return to the Summer Kingdom. If you have anything to say, you must do so promptly. Time waits for no one. Yi Chun felt as if he were but a fragile leaf adrift upon the vast ocean, invisible to sight, sound, or scent. He could only drift with the tide. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly sensed a great hand pulling him from the ocean's depths. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a paradise filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. A child was bound like a rice dumpling, suspended high in a tree. Beneath the tree stood a table, behind which sat a face that startled him. Brotherly, Xiyi set down the book in his hands, lifted his eyelids, and gestured toward the chair in front of the table. "Sit." Filled with confusion, Yi Chun took a seat. "Brotherly, what is this?" He glanced around the environment, then directed his gaze toward the child dangling from the tree. "Teach him a lesson. At such a tender age, he should not be learning the art of moral kidnapping." Xiyi shook his head, surveying Yi Chun from head to toe. That moment, Yi Chun was dressed in the uniform of a Special Forces unit, showing no signs of injury. After a long pause, Xiyi shook his head. "What a disgrace!" Yi Chun looked bewildered. "How can it be a disgrace not to be able to defeat even a single tentacle?" Xiyi replied casually, "You still dare to call yourself a martial saint?" Huh. His mood seemed rather foul. Yi Chun thought to himself, then suddenly realized, looking at Xiyi in shock. A single tentacle? So I exerted all my effort and could not even defeat a single tentacle. Tell me, why do you cultivate? Xiyi interrupted him, but Yi Chun froze, blurted out, of course, for his words trailed off. "What is the purpose of my cultivation?" His expression turned bewildered, as if he were to speak grandly. One could say it was to protect the homeland. If he spoke modestly, it would be to safeguard those he cares for. But is that truly the reason he cultivates? Protecting the homeland is a shared responsibility of all citizens of the Summer Kingdom. He cannot bear that burden alone to protect those he cares for. Are there even people in this world that he cares for? His biological parents abandoned him. Although he now knows their whereabouts, he is unsure how to face them. As for his relationships with the high-ranking officials and classmates, he need not protect them. So, what then is the purpose of his cultivation? He had never contemplated that one day someone would pose this question to him. Look, he doesn't even know his own aspirations, and yet he speaks of martial saints. Which martial saint is as bewildered as you are? Xiyi shook his head. Only those who are flesh and blood can truly be called human. To live, one must possess their own goals. Without goals, how does one differ from a mere walking corpse? Xiyi remarked, even ants strive to survive. For them, living is their pursuit. And what about you? What is your pursuit? To have lived a life only to die in such confusion, unable to identify one's own goals. Have you lived in solitude? Yi Chun looked at Xiyi in astonishment. How did he know about his rebirth? He shouldn't have known. Everyone who arrives in this world should have their own aspirations. You should too. Reflect deeply on this, ye martial saint. Once you have come to a conclusion, Xiyi smiled knowingly that in the blink of an eye, Yi Chun found that Xiyi had vanished. leaving only a child swaying gently on the tree, dancing in the breeze. After a moment of silence, he stood up and suddenly noticed a book that had appeared on the table without him realizing. The cover bore only a few words: Advanced Breathing Techniques, Revised. Yi murmured it to himself. He recognized that this was a gift from the enigmatic Brother Li. What is my pursuit? He pondered, caressing the book. This question, it seems, would have an answer only he could provide. After a while, he shook his head, setting aside his scattered thoughts, and turned his gaze toward the child in the tree. Though much time had passed, he still recognized this child. During his improvement of the breathing technique, in a fleeting moment, his spirit had entered a mysterious realm and encountered a child weeping bitterly. As so much time had elapsed, yet he had started to speculate on the child's identity, never expecting that Brother Li could suspend him in the tree. Moreover, it appeared that the child was too timid to resist. Noticing Yi-chan's unwavering gaze, the child playfully blinked, his mouth muffled by a piece of cloth, rendering him unable to speak. For some inexplicable reason, Yi-chan felt an urge to laugh. Li-jun and his party returned to their temporary lodgings, trailed by what seemed to be a drunken representative from the Bear Nation. Mr. Li, Xiyi Country intends to report on this martial arts competition. We from the Bear Nation will certainly lend our full support, exclaimed the bear representative, thumping his chest with a booming sound and a simple-minded expression. To be honest, our Bear Emperor is immensely grateful for the breathing technique you sent. It has been tremendously helpful to us. I have also practiced that technique, but encountered some difficulties. I wonder if Mr. Li could assist me. Li-jun shook his head in response. I'm sorry, I am merely a martial artist. How could I possibly help others resolve their training challenges? Perhaps you might consider participating in our martial arts competition. If you emerge victorious, assistance will surely come your way. The bear representative was momentarily taken aback, looking at Li-jun with disbelief. You can practice but not guide? Though my inquiry is not entirely innocent. Do you take me for a fool? Surely even the representatives of those nations you just intimidated wouldn't fall for such nonsense. My lord, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. He coughed awkwardly, forcing a smile. I will definitely participate when the time comes. Li-jun nodded affirmatively. Not only the bear representative, but the other national representatives, upon reporting Li-jun's performance at the venue to their superiors, found themselves resigned to the reality that his firmness was not without reason. Li-jun's personal martial prowess had evidently reached an incomprehensible level for them, and the members of the Xiyi Country delegation appeared no less formidable. The representative from Eagle Sauce, suffering from severe psychological trauma, was still in a state of depression. It should be noted that he was a titled knight, martial king, coupled with some information relayed from Xiyi Country. The various nations sadly realized that the strength of Xiyi Country's martial artists had seemingly surpassed their wildest imaginations. Hundreds of millions of martial artists. How could they contend with Xiyi Country? Furthermore, they now faced those incomprehensible monsters appearing from nowhere. As previously mentioned, outside of Xiyi Country, the cultivation systems were overly flashy. A high-ranking knight's energy strike could attract monsters from dozens of miles away, let alone a titled knight. Would you dare to engage in a free-for-all like Xiyi Country's martial artists in the wild? That would certainly lead to being titled. Moreover, this ostentatious fighting style inevitably heightened their defensive pressure far beyond that of Xiyi Country. Compared to Xiyi Country's martial artists, their knights and mages could be likened to excessive special effects, epitomizing superficial damage. Furthermore, they were hardly united across their regions. Through collective brainstorming, they could only sorrowfully conclude that the era of dominating Xiyi Country was over. It was now Xiyi Country's turn to dominate them. They possessed the foundational breathing techniques of Xiyi Country. Yet for them, the difficulty of cultivation was overwhelming. Without guidance, it would be better to cultivate their own methods. Thus, they had no choice but to participate in the martial arts competition hosted by Xiyi Country. Even knowing that Xiyi Country would undoubtedly take advantage of them, they had no alternatives. Either they would allow Xiyi Country to dominate them and struggle to survive in this world, or continue cultivating their own system, only to be submerged in the tide of beasts in the new era that a person's name possesses an incredible power. When you reach the end of your life and reflect on your name, you will find that it is a reflection of your entire existence. Xiyi set down the book in his hands, feeling a lingering sense of unfulfillment that Xiyi Chun had not found his pursuit. How could he have? His master had guided him along the path, and he merely followed his heart, doing what he believed was right. Yet in asking Yi Chun that question, he too had inquired of himself. What is my pursuit, or what is my path? Wandering through various universes, among the people he encountered, none could provide him with an answer. Perhaps only his master could. However, in the pursuit of the Tao, only one could walk their own path. Xiyi pondered his own name. Though you were born into this world, unloved by father and mother, now that we have met, consider it fate. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiyi. His master's words echoed in his ears. What does Xiyi mean? He asked himself, is it truly the unseen, the unheard, the unnoticed? The wind gently swept by, leaving only its whisper in the expanse of heaven and earth. Yi Chun sat in his chair, gently closing the advanced breathing techniques revised in his hands. Within this book, Xiyi had refined the advanced technique he had created, incorporating his own understanding, and in some aspects, Yi Chun experienced an enlightening revelation. Brother Li, who are you truly? He murmured to himself, my pursuit. As night deepened, Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly awoke from his dream, having just envisioned the fierce battle in the Linshan city, where he saw Yi Chun standing before him, covered in blood, wearing a peculiar smile. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he clenched his fists tightly, letting out a low growl of frustration. Zhang Xiaofeng, you are utterly useless. You worthless fool. In the adjacent room, the venerable master Zhang Daoxian, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Yi Chun. In his room, Li Jun heard Zhang Xiaofeng's anguished growl and remained silent for a while. Snap! A flame ignited as he lit a cigarette. The swirling smoke obscured his face. Xiaofeng, why must you torment yourself so? In Master Hong Yuan's chamber, the sound of reciting scriptures filled the air. Unlike some masters in the secular world, he was a straightforward individual, always speaking his mind. That he genuinely lamented Yi Chun's plight, thus dedicating his nightly prayers for Yi Chun's well-being. This was the only thing he could do for him. Xiyi sat on a cliff, deep in contemplation. After a long while, he sighed, I have gained nothing. Just as he prepared to rise, a spark of inspiration struck him. Wind, do you know what Xiyi truly means? A gentle breeze caressed the air. Indeed, you are Xiyi. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as though a mischievous little sprite joyfully whispered in his ear. Xiyi chuckled heartily. Playful. The wind appeared to dance with even greater glee. He leaped into the air, landing upon the earth, prostrating himself. Oh, mighty earth, do you know what Xiyi is? Indeed, you are Xiyi. A resonant voice echoed in his ears. Xiyi gently patted the ground, saying, thank you. He approached a nearby stream. Oh, flowing water, do you know what Xiyi is? Indeed, you are Xiyi. The clear, melodious voice rang with delight. Xiyi cupped his hands to drink from the stream. Oh, sweet. Thank you. He continued his journey, ultimately arriving at a small hill ablaze with flames. He extended his palm, softly stroking the flickering flames. Oh, fire. Do you know what Xiyi is? Indeed, you are Xiyi. This time the response was rather irritable. Xiyi's smile broadened as he laughed heartily, gazing skyward. Pray tell, what is Xiyi? Silence enveloped him. Unperturbed, he asked once more. Still, no reply came. Undaunted, he posed the question for a third time. At last, a response emerged that a figure identical to him materialized before his eyes. The truest Xiyi, the kindest Xiyi, the most sincere Xiyi, the greatest Xiyi, the most enlightened Xiyi, the one who embodies heaven and earth. Xiyi. Xiyi burst into laughter, performing a respectful bow to his counterpart, who reciprocated with a smile. Xiyi opened his eyes, revealing a genuine smile that seemed to resonate throughout the universe. Congratulations, congratulations. A familiar voice echoed in his ears that he smiled and nodded in response, returning to that idyllic paradise filled with birdsong and fragrant blossoms. He glanced at the child he had suspended from a tree, who now appeared less bothersome. Originally, he intended to leave, but this little rascal had ensnared him with a moral bind. You are so powerful. You can assist Yi Chun. Why not help me? A person like you cannot be hypocritical, can you? The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page for more captivating content. If you do not help me, I shall die before you. This proclamation irked Xiyi to no end. He had nearly retorted, if you wish to die, then do so quickly, only to realize that the cause and effect of this world had somehow intertwined with his own fate. Despite his best efforts to avoid it, his earlier words in the imperial capital had inadvertently inspired Yi Chun, resulting in the discovery of advanced breathing techniques at least 5 years earlier than destined. Consequently, the power of the Xia kingdom had far exceeded its originally fated level, directly leading to Yi Chun's enhanced strength and an early encounter with a tentacle, thus causing the protagonist of this world to be brutally defeated once. In other words, he had altered the destiny of this world and the universe itself. Should this little creature truly take its own life, he would bear some responsibility. Reluctantly, he resolved to stay and rescue Yi Chun from a certain unspeakable place, lest this peculiar little being cling to him indefinitely. However, having found his own path in this world and feeling quite content, he decided to let the little one off the hook. He gently set the child down. "Will you still employ moral coercion?" he asked with a smile, ruffling the child's hair. "Of course. That tactic is truly effective," the child replied without hesitation. Xiyi raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening, before swiftly hoisting the child back up. Seated once more, he glanced at Yi Chun, who was diligently studying, and, in a somewhat irritable tone, asked, "Have you not made up your mind yet?" "Huh." Yi Chun looked up in confusion. "What do you mean by huh?" "With your capabilities, if you were to butcher a pig, it would surely perish." Xiyi shot a sidelong glance at Yi Chun. "Are you venting your frustrations on me?" Yi Chun retorted. Xiyi waved his hand impatiently. "Quickly be gone. Your presence vexes me." Yi Chun felt as if the world were spinning around him. That night, in the martyrs' cemetery of the Xia kingdom, as the soil was disturbed, a figure emerged. Cough, cough, spit. He spat out a mouthful of dirt, brushing off the dust from his body. Then, discerning the direction, he made his way home. Zhang Biao was a martial artist who had recently returned from the front lines, having lost an arm in battle against a beast tide, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Upon his return, the military assigned him to guard the apartment where Yi Chun resided, and although his position was that of a protector, his treatment was considerably better than that of security personnel prior to the calamity. Due to Yi Chun's unique circumstances, the authorities had sealed his apartment after his death, forbidding anyone from entering. Just as Zhang Biao took a moment to relieve himself, he suddenly noticed that the room belonging to Yi Chun had lit up. Initially taken aback, a flicker of rage ignited in Zhang Biao's eyes that I shall see who dares to defy death. In the brief period following Yi Chun's demise, the chief minister had aged considerably. Yet, he tirelessly labored deep into the night, neglecting his own health. When the door swung open, the chief minister, engrossed in reviewing documents, looked up irritably and inquired, "What is it? What has happened?" The one who entered was old Lu, his face alight with excitement. "Chief Minister, look who this is." He stepped aside to reveal Yi Chun standing beside him. "Old Lu, you brought Yi Chun?" The chief minister removed his glasses, a mix of surprise and joy washing over him as he gazed at Yi Chun. "How wonderful! You have returned. How splendid!" In the span of a single night, it seemed as though the entire imperial capital had undergone a tremendous transformation, with the most significant changes occurring within the cabinet. Numerous ministers gazed at Yi Chun, seated at the end of the table, their eyes glimmering with delight. "Little Yi, we plan to hold a martial arts competition in the imperial capital on the 20th of next month. What are your thoughts?" The chief minister inquired warmly. "What about the security concerns?" Yi Chun replied. The chief minister had already addressed this issue with him the previous night. The martial artists from Western nations do not observe the same decorum as those from the Xia kingdom. "I would like to hear your perspective." The chief minister smiled at why Yi Chun pondered for a moment before responding. "Can we ascertain the strength of the participant from the competing nations?" Old Lu burst into laughter. "According to our estimations, there should be no martial sovereigns among them, so the main competitors will likely be martial kings and no martial saints?" Yi Chun questioned, puzzled. Old Lu shook his head with a grin. "Perhaps a few may come from the larger financial conglomerates, but they would never part with such powerful individuals. Whether knights or mages, those from the West are generally inferior to martial artists of the same rank." Sending a martial king is already a considerable risk. It is inconceivable that they would send a martial saint. If one were to perish here, it would be a calamity they could not endure. Yi remained silent for a moment, then declared, "Let me take charge of the security matters." His statement elicited some confusion among the ministers. "Little Yi, will you not participate?" The chief minister asked. "The battles between martial kings and martial sovereigns hold little benefit for me." Yi replied, shaking his head that, The chief minister sighed with resignation. "Then I must trouble you with the security arrangements. It is no trouble at all. In the Nyo kingdom. Mr. Li, may I inquire what conditions are required to participate in your country's arena competition?" asked Johnson, the representative of the host nation. "Quite simple," Li Jun replied, producing a document from his attire and handing it over. Johnson took it, glancing at it briefly, and exclaimed, "This is impossible. Mr. Li, your conditions are utterly excessive." The representative from Eagle Sauce brandished a gun to seize the documents. The rice allocation was set at 50,000 tons, alongside meat and various vegetables of the same quantity. There was no need to consider the subsequent conditions, as the preceding terms were already quite outrageous in this current era. One must recognize that grain is more valuable than gold. To produce such a vast quantity of food at once is something most countries present could manage. However, should news of this leak, the domestic rabble would surely incite rebellion. "Why don't you go seize it?" the representative from Eagle Sauce exclaimed with Jun shrugged his shoulders. "Are we not already seizing it? Is this not precisely what you once did?" Several representatives glared at Li Jun with indignation. "Participate or not, without participation, the tuning method will cease to exist." Li Jun lit a cigarette for himself and departed the assembly, leaving behind a host of furious representatives. What on earth do they wish to achieve? The Eagle Sauce representative growled. In his view, Li Jun did not seem to be engaging in diplomacy. Rather, he appeared to be seeking conflict. Ever since Li Jun's arrival, his demeanor had exhibited a level of firmness they had never anticipated, evoking both their anger and an inexplicable flicker of fear. "What about the representatives from Equatorial State?" Johnson inquired. "We have no idea. After they were taken away that day, we never saw them again." The representative from Gala shrugged, and I noticed the expressions of those summer country individuals were rather displeased. Johnson hesitated for a moment, glancing at the representative from Bear Nation, who sat comfortably on the dais. "What is your perspective?" The Bear Nation representative, slightly inebriated, burped. "My perspective is simply my perspective. If you inquire about my perspective, then what does your perspective mean? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content." Representatives? "Do not mind him," the Eagle Sauce representative scoffed. "What? Mind me? Do you still intend to mind me?" As the Bear Nation representative seemed ready to roll up his sleeves and throw a punch, Johnson hastily intervened to play the peacemaker. After considerable effort, he managed to calm the seemingly furious Bear Nation representative, leaving him feeling utterly drained. "It seems the times have changed. What should our esteemed country do?" He surreptitiously glanced at the Eagle Sauce representative. Night fell. The Bear Nation representative arrived at the summer country's outpost, carrying 2 bottles of life-giving water. "What are your thoughts?" he asked Li Jun directly as he poured a glass for him. "We merely seek accountability." Li Jun drained his glass in one gulp, his expression unchanging. "Our investigation reveals that the island nation colluded with the Omniscient Society, attracting a special species near a city in summer country with a permanent population exceeding 8 million, causing us tremendous loss. The casualties number in the millions. Several of our martial artists, those above the martial sovereign rank, also perished in battles against that special species. You inquire about my thoughts?" Li Jun boasted without batting an eye. The Bear Nation representative's pupils constricted. Several martial artists above the martial sovereign rank perished. "What rank is that? How come I have never heard of it?" As the first nation to receive the tuning method after the catastrophe, the Bear Nation was naturally well-versed in the grading of martial artists in summer country. "Then you should hold the island nation and the Omniscient Society accountable, rather than confront Nyonyo and the others head-on." He awkwardly shifted the subject. "Should I then comply with their wishes and present the tuning method on a silver platter?" Li Jun refilled the Bear Nation representative's glass. "Oh, my friend, you should know that is not my intention." The Bear Nation representative held his glass, his expression bitter as he watched Li Jun down it in one gulp. This is, after all, life-giving water. He silently cursed, then closed his eyes and downed it as well. After consuming a glass of life-giving water, the Bear Nation representative's face flushed and his head felt slightly dizzy. Lijun remained unfazed, pouring another glass. Our intention is merely to secure our own territory. What about you? What does your Bear Emperor think? Burp. The Bear Nation representative shook his head. I'm not quite sure, but before I departed, the Emperor instructed me to befriend you. This is not something that cannot be disclosed. The Bear Nation's diplomacy has always been rather straightforward. We share a relatively amicable relationship. Lijun patted the Bear Nation representative on the shoulder. We shall return tomorrow. As friends, I must advise you to be cautious of the omniscient society. They are filled with vicious individuals who take pleasure in devouring others. The Bear Nation representative was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Regarding Yi Chen's return, the cabinet did not disclose this news. In this era, the passing of a hero might better ignite the fighting spirit of the people of Summer Country, urging them to strive for improvement. This was also Yi Chen's own request. Consequently, the higher-ups arranged a new residence for Yi Chen. They initially intended to provide him with a lavish villa, but Yi Chen declined. I have never considered myself particularly remarkable, so there is no need for such preferential treatment. Let those truly heroic individuals enjoy these houses. He smiled and established a simple tile-roofed house in the suburbs. The accompanying Lu Lao could not help but sigh. You are the true hero. I am merely doing what I ought to do. With great power comes great responsibility. He poured Lu Lao a cup of tea, a humble brew of starry night tea leaves. You have always been quite busy, Yi Chen remarked. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? He felt immense gratitude towards Lu Lao, especially upon hearing that after his demise, Lu Lao even planned to send a substantial offering to the island nation, which deeply touched him. Lu Lao, undeterred by Yi Chen's simple tea, raised the cup and took a sip, nodding. Indeed, I do have a matter to discuss. The cabinet plans to establish a martial artist school in the imperial capital first. And based on its effectiveness, they will determine whether to implement it nationwide. Despite the changing times, education must not be neglected. The Prime Minister asked me to inquire about your thoughts that IT is a splendid idea. But you may have the wrong person, Yi Chen replied helplessly. If it involves me charging in a battle, I have no objections. But if you expect me to provide suggestions on such matters, is that not putting me in a difficult position? In the previous era of Summer Country, did Lu Lao tentatively inquire. He was also one of those who had read Yi Chen's farewell letter. Thus aware of Yi Chen's uniqueness, why Yi Chen shook his head, smiling wryly. The Summer Country of the previous era, where I resided, was quite dismal. Commoners found it exceedingly challenging to rise above their circumstances. The martial artist schools of that time were merely intended for the offspring of the powerful warriors. Lu Lao fell silent for a moment, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. This day had been abruptly brought to a halt by Yi Chen's remarks. Yi Chen remained unperturbed. If you must insist that I propose a suggestion, it would be that our current martial artist schools must ensure equality, regardless of whether one is a martial artist's offspring or a commoner's child. All should have the right to enter and learn that we cannot forsake a portion of our compatriots for the sake of certain matters. Why Yi Chen sipped his tea with heartfelt conviction. Lu Lao chuckled. Rest assured, the previous era was indeed our fault, but this time it shall not be so. Why Yi Chen nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he posed a question. Lu Lao, do you know Li Zheng? Lu Lao paused. Li Zheng? Who is that? Yi Chen smiled helplessly. The brotherly from the previous apartment. He described Li Xiyi's general appearance. Lu Lao furrowed his brows in thought. For this matter, you should consult the Prime Minister. I certainly do not know. Very well. In the evening, Yi Chen arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. It must be said that the Prime Minister is a truly remarkable individual. At his doorstep stood only a disabled veteran serving as a guard. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the veteran did not impede his entry, but instead offered him a solemn salute. After returning the gesture, Yi Chen entered the house, ultimately encountering the Prime Minister in the study. The Prime Minister appeared slightly surprised upon seeing Yi Chen, but he quickly smiled, setting aside his documents, and inquired, Little Yi, what brings you here today? Yi Chen smiled as he replied, I came to inquire about Brother Li Zheng. Li Zheng? The Prime Minister was taken aback for a moment. Then after a thoughtful pause, he suddenly realized, Are you referring to M.R. Li Xiyi? Li Xiyi. Yi Chen was also taken aback. Come, sit, the Prime Minister said, leading Yi Chen to the living room and settling him on the sofa. In fact, Mr. Li has been known to the government of Xiyi for several centuries now. The Prime Minister continued. Why Yi Chen remained silent. He had already harbored suspicions about this matter after encountering Li Xiyi in the mysterious space. He doubted whether Li Xiyi was even human, but we are unclear about his origins and intentions. He has always been an enigma to us, the Prime Minister remarked with a hint of melancholy, then added with some confusion, but weren't you living together all this time? Why the inquiry? Actually, I have indeed died once. Yi Chen admitted candidly, recounting some of his experiences in the mysterious space. After listening, the Prime Minister expressed mild surprise, but remarked, as it stands, Mr. Li seems to be quite amicable towards us, so there need not be excessive caution. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Being vigilant is futile. This is a refinement, Mr. Li, also known as Li Xiyi or Brother Li, made to my advanced breathing technique. It should be beneficial for Xiyi. He said, producing a book, the very one Li Xiyi had gifted him in the mysterious space. The Prime Minister was momentarily taken aback, then patted Yi Chen's shoulder with a sense of admiration as he accepted the book. Meanwhile, Li Jun and his companions found themselves in dire straits. On their return journey, they passed the infamous Bald Sea and encountered a massive beast tide in a nearby city. Out of humanitarian concern, they decided to assist the city, thinking it would be a simple matter. However, unbeknownst to them, one overly enthusiastic individual charged into the beast tide, clutching a missile as a mushroom cloud rose. The beast tide temporarily retreated. But this earth-shattering commotion awakened a slumbering giant in the Bald Sea, a colossal octopus referred to by the local nations as the Kraken. Its numerous tentacles, stretching for miles, emanated an overwhelming aura and an eerie sense of oppression, marking it as a truly extraordinary species, a so-called divine beast in the eyes of Western nations. Amidst this chaos, one member of the Xiyi delegation was filled with rage that I am a martial saint now. He was engulfed in a surge of blood energy and roared as he charged towards the grotesque octopus. I am indeed a martial saint. If one were to inquire what Zhang Xiaofeng despised most, it would be the octopus. Since Yi Chen's demise, it had become the embodiment of his hatred. He had often fantasized that had he been the one to remain and fight, perhaps Yi Chen would not have perished. To encounter a special species, and by coincidence, an octopus at that, was a cruel twist of fate. Observing the long tentacles and the massive body, Zhang Xiaofeng felt transported back to the battlefield of Lin Shen City, chaotic ground. Twisted corpses with blood-red eyes, he charged forward. His speed was such that even the venerable Zhang Daoxian, the old master, could not grasp him in time. It was well known that the cabinet had long been aware of Zhang Xiaofeng's fragile mental state and had specifically summoned the old master to restrain him should he pose a danger to himself. Old age has rendered me ineffective, Zhang Daoxian sighed, following suit. His junior, Zhang Huairan, without hesitation, also charged forth, as did Wang Rui, a fellow Taoist of their generation, albeit reluctantly. Witnessing this, Li Jun could only shake his head in disbelief. Glancing back, he found the monk Han Yuan stroking his bald head, muttering, now that I've got my nose in this, if I don't join, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? And thus, he too joined the fray. Jun shot a sideways glance at the bewildered Lu Qi. Aren't you going up? Huh. Am I supposed to go too? Lu Qi stammered, caught off guard, and dashed forward. Jun quickly seized his shoulder. What are you doing? You're a martial venerable. Are you going to throw your life away? Lu Qi sheepishly scratched his head. Jun, observing Zhang Xiaofeng nearly at the Kraken's tentacles, patted Lu Qi's shoulder. You retreat for now. We'll be right back. Brothers, follow me. With a commanding shout, several military martial saints charged alongside Li Jun towards the Kraken. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes blazed crimson as he recalled Yi Chen's final moments. Unleashing a furious roar, blood-red energy enveloped him as he struck the Kraken's tentacle with his fists, which were now drenched in crimson. To the Kraken, the attack of a mere insect was insignificant. Although it had been slumbering at the bottom of the Bald Sea as a special species of octopus, its intelligence was formidable. having assessed the martial capabilities and destructive potential of the nearby human nations. It dismissed the notion that these insignificant insects could pose any threat. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by the recent explosion, it would have had no inclination to emerge and teach these insects a lesson. In response to Zhang Xiaofeng's assault, the Kraken lifted one of its tentacles and swung it down with ferocity, intent on delivering a memorable lesson to this audacious insect daring to strike at a god. The tentacle, extending for thousands of meters, descended like a mountain upon Zhang Xiaofeng. The Kraken mused, back in the day, I stood with my hands in my pockets. Zhang Xiaofeng grinned malevolently. Come, come, today it is either you perish or I do. As blood flames surged, he propelled himself from the ground like a nail, shot into the sky. In the next instant. Boom! The collision unleashed an unparalleled shockwave, generating colossal waves that toppled human structures several kilometers away. Countless terrified humans were hurled into the in an instant. The human casualties were catastrophic. In a secluded corner of the city, two shadowy figures stood together, exuding an aura of menace if they remained silent. One could only wonder, damn it, why is Zhang Xiaofeng everywhere? One figure exclaimed in exasperation. Boss, don't be angry. Look, I found a firm thigh, the other figure said innocently. Get lost, the boss roared, his expression shifting as he caught sight of the human leg in his companion's grasp. As if recalling some unspeakable event, with a slap to his subordinate's head, he exclaimed, What the hell? Couldn't you find one with less hair? To the uninformed, it looks like you've got a monkey's leg. The subordinate looked aggrieved. The boss sighed, forget it, if you want to eat, hurry up. As he regained his composure, he glanced towards the distant battlefield. Damn it, Zhang Xiaofeng, do you have a grudge against me? Every time I set off fireworks, you show up like a pesky fly. These two figures were, of course, the instigators of the Linshan City conflict, though the people of the Western nations could be somewhat absurd at times. They were clear-headed in matters of life and death. Their original combat methods were already sufficiently flamboyant. Had the situation not escalated to the point of city annihilation, they would not have resorted to detonating a missile capable of creating a mushroom cloud. It was imperative to note that their typical battles required utmost caution to avoid attracting other monsters. The noise from conventional weaponry far surpassed the commotion caused by their combat theatrics. Thus, there was but one conclusion. The detonation of the missile was not a decision made by the people within the city, but rather the doing of these two individuals. The control over cannibalism was exceedingly stringent, far stricter than before the disaster. Being caught almost invariably led to immediate execution. Consequently, the time spent by these two in Xiyi was quite arduous, with their opportunities to indulge scant, often leaving them to endure hunger, following the Linshan City incident. Upon departing Xiyi and venturing to the west, they discovered it to be a veritable paradise. Aside from the fact that the inhabitants here were rather hirsute, they thrived in this land, able to feast on whatever they desired. To be continued. Please click to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Firstly, due to the intricacies of their power hierarchy, acquiring beast cores and sustenance here proves to be significantly more arduous than in the Xiyi Kingdom. Consequently, they require merely a handful of beast cores, coupled with a modicum of human food that holds no utility for them, to perpetually elevate the prestige of the omniscient society. Covertly brainwashing a few expendables for their purposes is an effortless endeavor. Furthermore, owing to the disparities in the power structure, they have discovered that they can indeed challenge opponents beyond their ranks. Both individuals, possessing the strength of martial kings, are able to engage in combat with some formidable holy knights, whose level is akin to martial sovereigns. This has rendered them quite active within the city. Damn it! I hope that colossal octopus lends us some strength. Otherwise, my mission will be in jeopardy, the leader exclaimed with great frustration. The younger one, seemingly indifferent, nonchalantly groomed the leg of a human in his grasp while savoring his meal, mumbling, I wonder if the peculiar species here are hindered by environmental factors, boss. I suspect your mission is doomed. Shut up, the leader bellowed. The younger one recoiled slightly. If my mission fails, you won't have it easy either, the leader threatened menacingly. The younger one muttered, well, it's not like we're faring much better, the leader retorted. Damn that old gua. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have crossed paths with Zhang Xiaofeng here. When I return, I'll make him pay. Boss, that old Gua has already risen to the upper echelons. You have to heed his words. Silence. Suddenly, the Kraken let out a mournful wail. One of its tentacles erupted in a cascade of crimson. A blood-red figure pierced through its tentacle, treading upon the air, grinning menacingly as it charged toward its massive head. Die. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes blazed with crimson fury as he propelled himself toward the Kraken's cranium. The Kraken, momentarily stunned, neglected the pain from its tentacles as several of them recoiled before its head, attempting to thwart the impending strike. However, it was utterly futile. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaofeng, akin to a shooting star, pierced through its tentacles and collided violently with its forehead. The Kraken emitted a lamentation, its colossal weight flipping over, unveiling its fearsome maw hidden among the tentacles. Before it could catch its breath, four resplendent golden figures descended from above, striking fiercely upon its head, as the earth shattered. Its massive form sank deep into the ground. In a daze, it seemed to glimpse paradise. But that was not the end. In the next moment, for towering figures, shrouded in blood energy, materialized before its eyes. Their fists crashing down upon its large, eye-like meteorites, shattering it into a rain of crimson. This was truly unbearable pain. Its immense body convulsed violently, and as its tentacles contracted, it attempted to retreat into the bald sea. I can't fight back, damn it. There are too many filthy things. Originally, one Zhang Xiaofeng was already overwhelming, and now there were so many more that don't think you can escape. In a flash, Zhang Xiaofeng delivered a powerful punch to the Kraken's tentacle, seeking to halt its movements. The Kraken, however, decisively severed its own tentacle, leaving behind a river of blood, before retreating into the depths of the bald sea. You can't get away. Before it could even catch its breath, a tremendous wave erupted from the bald sea. Zhang Xiaofeng roared as he burst through the surface, transformed into a figure of blood, charging toward the Kraken. The remaining eye of the Kraken nearly bulged out, and engulfed in shadows, it dared not retaliate, swimming deeper into the water. The four blood figures pursued closely behind, each grasping a tentacle, attempting to drag it upward. Zhang Xiaofeng joined in as well. Unfortunately, the Kraken was already paralyzed with fear. Upon realizing it was being held, it unhesitatingly severed its own tentacle, leaving behind a pool of dark ink before vanishing without a trace. Regrettably, it underestimated Zhang Xiaofeng and the others, as well as the formidable old master on the shore. Three resplendent golden figures transformed their golden radiance into robust ropes, plunging into the sea at an astonishing speed, ensnaring the Kraken. Goodness! Mage Han Yuan scratched his head in disbelief. The golden light surrounding him served only as protection and could not transform like that of the old master and his companions. Indeed, after the advanced breathing techniques of Yi Chan became widespread, some individuals from the Tao and Buddhist sects utilized this technique as a foundation, merging it with legends passed down within their schools to create a new system, rivaling that of pure martial artists in combat prowess. Zhang Daoxian, Zhang Huiran, and Wang Rui from the Tao sect wielded the golden light spell from the 8 great divine spells, while Mage Han Yuan possessed the Buddhist diamond body. Typically, during battles against beast tides, they refrained from employing such techniques due to their profound effects, which could easily lead to unnecessary destruction. However, now faced with a peculiar species like the Kraken, they set aside their reservations. At the moment when the Kraken attempted to burrow into the seabed, Zhang Xiaofeng and the others finally caught up with it. Without hesitation, each took hold of the tentacle, coordinating with the old master and his companions to pull the Kraken out of the bald sea. Now, this colossal octopus could no longer escape. The creature, known as the Kraken in Western realms, lay motionless on the ground, as if lifeless. Only then did the crowd come to their senses, the atmosphere turning somewhat eerie. Are we really saying this thing is a peculiar species? Mage Han Yuan, dispelling the golden light enveloping him, asked incredulously. The others remained silent. The battle had been far too effortless. It should be noted that Advisor Ye's previous confrontation with a peculiar species had turned hundreds of miles into ruins. How could they manage to capture a peculiar species so easily? It was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Most importantly, the environmental destruction caused by this battle was far less severe than that of the Lin Shan City encounter. At this moment, the crimson hue in Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes had diminished somewhat as he declared, "This creature is far too weak. It pales in comparison to the peculiar species we faced against Captain Yi. You all should remember, the battle in Lin Shan City affected the entire Blue Star. The sky turned completely dark." Saying this, he kicked the now pale kraken. That tentacle was significantly larger, capable of unleashing immensely powerful beams and influencing human will. Even when I was merely a martial sovereign, I was nearly affected. Yet, this creature seems devoid of such abilities. It is merely large in size. Most importantly, it appears to lack any will to resist. As the only martial sage present who had engaged with that unknown entity on the battlefield of Lin Shan City, he was fully justified in making such statements. The others suddenly grasped the situation. "Kraken, I truly appreciate your presence." Li Jun and several military personnel exchanged glances. "How should we handle this creature?" Li Jun inquired. "Let us kill it." Zhang Xiaofeng replied without hesitation that we cannot possibly bring such a massive creature back. It would be far too troublesome. Upon hearing this, Li Jun noticed the kraken seemed to turn even paler. "Oh, can this creature actually understand human speech?" He quipped, "Certain octopuses turn white when startled. Captain Yi once mentioned that any special species possesses remarkable intelligence and can comprehend human language," which Zhang Xiaofeng casually remarked upon. Suddenly, the venerable Zhang Daoxian interjected. "Given that this creature can understand human speech, we might attempt to ride this special species back to Xiyi country. That a representative from the Research Institute previously informed me that if we had a special species as a sample, they could potentially develop weapons specifically targeting such entities." The group exchanged glances, finding this suggestion quite appealing. Upon realizing that it might not face immediate demise, the kraken gradually reverted to its original hue. Li Jun and his companions departed atop the kraken, leaving behind a devastated city. Following this revelation, the high-ranking officials of the Western nations convened over 20 urgent meetings, ultimately concluding, "Oh, our friend from Xiyi country are indeed formidable. We feel reassured having such allies." The kraken's perceived weakness was relative. Li Jun and his companions considered it weak due to the comparison with the great battle of Lin Shan City. To the Western nations, however, the kraken represented a natural disaster. Even their concealed transcendent beings, surpassing the level of holy knights, equivalent to martial sovereigns, could not withstand the kraken. Yet this very kraken had been captured alive by a handful of Xiyi nationals and seemingly tamed within a short span, leaving them restless. Humanity often holds a peculiar mindset. It is acceptable to acknowledge a weaker counterpart, even one slightly stronger, as everyone possesses formidable weapons. I can drag you down with me if need be. However, if you can utterly overpower me, then I must either surrender or fight to the bitter end. Clearly, the current Western leadership lacked the courage for the latter. The following day, a group of fair-haired, blue-eyed individuals clad in medieval armor arrived in this city by the Bald Sea. Observing the desolate surroundings, a middle-aged man with golden locks expressed indignation. "With such immense power, why can we not preserve our city?" "Mind your words, Lance," the leader replied coolly. "Regardless of the circumstances, they did assist us. The Knights Order, a collaboration of nations from Europa, parallels Xiyi country's martial artist guild. However, the threshold for entry into this organization is significantly higher. Firstly, one must be no less than a titled knight in strength. Secondly, background matters. One must be of pure European descent, with a respectable lineage. Fall short in this regard. Even if you are a holy knight, entry is denied. Thus, this organization can be viewed as an alternative affluent club of the state. For these reasons, membership comprises merely a few hundred individuals. Among them, the 12 strongest from different nations form the supreme authority. The Round Table Knights.it is said that the leader has surpassed the level of holy knights. The Round Table Knights answer only to the true masters of Europa, those hidden financial magnates. Typically, they do not appear unless under significant circumstances. Their dispatch this time was prompted by the notable actions and astonishing achievements of Zhang Xiaofeng and his associates, in response to Lance's grievances. The leader could only admonish, "Lance, remember that this world has always revered the strong. Their power far exceeds ours. Thus we must maintain our respect." Hearing this, Lance begrudgingly fell silent. Another member of the Knight's Order surveyed the surroundings, his expression growing grave. Noticing this, the leader quickly inquired, "Hermes, have you discovered something?" Hermes pointed to his head and replied, "Alan, you know my ability allows me to reconstruct the battlefield and roughly visualize the combat scenario. I must say, this battle was utterly beyond belief. If I were to speak of it, I might be deemed insane." His emotions were somewhat heightened, prompting Alan to offer soothing words until Hermes calmed down. "In my reconstruction, the Kraken had no capacity to retaliate." Hermes indicated towards the severed tentacles and the river of Kraken blood. "It suffered inhumane assaults, and the adversary brutally tore its tentacles from its body." He gestured towards the blood-red waters of the Bald Sea. "They even submerged to dismember the Kraken. Oh heavens, this is truly horrifying." "Poor Kraken," he lamented, burying his face in Alan's embrace as he wept softly. Alan's eye twitched as he fought the urge to deliver a stern reprimand, instead offering a resigned comfort. Setting aside the discomfort, a weight settled in his heart. Hermes' analysis, while not infallible based on past experiences, bore a high degree of accuracy. The Xiyi delegation's triumph over the Kraken was now an undeniable fact. What was astonishing was that, even when submerged, the Kraken could not escape. What was the Kraken known as? The North Sea Giant. While the Western nations might occasionally exaggerate, they surely deliberated deeply before bestowing names upon special species. The combat prowess of a Kraken on land and one in water is entirely different. The Knights Order dispatched their members with a sense of unwarranted hope. If the Xiyi delegation had defeated the Kraken on land, it would be somewhat acceptable. However, if they had bested it in the water, they could scarcely fathom the strength of the delegation from Xiyi. Following this realization came despair. How can we contend with such a powerful Xiyi country? After a moment of reflection, Alan regained his focus. "Lance, Hermes, let us investigate the city and conduct further inquiries." Meanwhile, the Xiyi delegation stood atop the Kraken, moving swiftly as if traversing a small mountain. Despite its diminished state, with only 6 tentacles remaining, the Kraken still counted as a special species, and its presence deterred any beastly hordes along their journey. However, upon nearing the border of a nation, they encountered another special species, a colossal python exceeding 3 kilometers in length, adorned with 5 heads and peculiar antennae. Upon sighting the Kraken, the massive serpent emitted an excited hiss. Swiftly approaching with a flick of its tail, Li Jun, head of the intelligence division, tightened his expression. "This is a Naga, another special species, known for its volatile temperament and combativeness. It has previously obliterated 3 major cities of the White Elephant." Zhang Xiaofeng and the others grew wary, while Lu Qi muttered, "Aren't we in that whatever stand? How could a special species from the White Elephant appear here? Special species possess their own intelligence and do not adhere to fixed habitats." Li Jun replied casually, his muscles tensing in preparation. Even though the Kraken had diminished the stature of special species, they would never underestimate any of them. Zhang Xiaofeng stamped his foot, commanding the Kraken, "Charge ahead. Engage in direct combat." Despite its reluctance, the Kraken could only sway its pale body forward. Just as they were within mere kilometers of each other, a thunderous cry resonated across the vicinity. Accompanying it was a shadow that blotted out the sun. "Little Master, there's more to this chapter ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." The previously exuberant Naga now recoiled in fear, akin to a grandchild encountering a grandparent, curling into a ball. The Kraken too frantically burrowed into the earth. Li Jun, Zhang Xiaofeng, and the others atop the Kraken felt a palpable tension as they eyed the unexpected guest. It was a massive avian creature, roughly estimated to have a wingspan exceeding 7 kilometers. "The Pung bird." Li Jun gritted his teeth and called out the name. The beast, resembling a majestic eagle, was entirely crimson, its claws forged as if from divine iron. With a single leap, the once mighty Naga was seized and lifted into the sky. Emitting a mournful cry, the tremendous wind pressure generated a colossal storm, wreaking havoc upon the earth. The old master and his companions tensed, gravely observing the retreating giant Pung. If the Kraken had seemed unimpressive, and the Naga had posed a tangible threat, Then this extraordinary creature, known as the giant Peng, instilled a suffocating dread within them. It was not until a long while later that they collectively exhaled in relief. Zhang Xiaofeng clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes filled with an unquenchable yearning. The martial saint was still insufficient. He kicked the kraken, which was nearly buried in the mud, and growled, "Let us move quickly." The already pallid kraken trembled violently, its tentacles writhing as it hastily retreated from this ominous place. Perhaps sensing the threat to its life, the kraken's speed more than doubled. On the third day of encountering the giant Peng, they returned to the borders of the Xiyi kingdom. Jun produced a finely crafted device from his pocket. This was one of the Research Institute's achievements. Akin to a super-enhanced walkie-talkie, with a communication range ample for use within the Xiyi kingdom. Given the ranks of Li Jun and his companions, returning to Xiyi kingdom would ordinarily not require such cumbersome procedures. However, with a kraken in tow, meticulous notification was imperative. Such a colossal creature, without any communication, would only incite panic among certain individuals. Upon receiving a response from the cabinet, Li Jun and his companions transported the kraken to an uninhabited area, awaiting the arrival of designated personnel from the cabinet. Occasionally, new monster nests descended from the sky, landing on the ground, from which emerged various creatures. Thanks to the establishment of special operations teams, every region in the Xiyi kingdom had an indeterminate number of these teams, conducting periodic sweeps of the wilderness to control monster populations. Presently, the wilderness of the Xiyi kingdom was relatively safe, with large-scale beast tides being rare. Moreover, medium and small-scale beast tides only required a martial king to lead, posing little danger. Additionally, barring a few unstable elements, the standard of living for the people of the Xiyi kingdom was unparalleled across the Blue Star. Incidents of theft and robbery had become virtually non-existent. Warriors would not resort to theft, and ordinary citizens, even if they engaged in illegal activities, would find no escape. Furthermore, every ordinary citizen received a subsidy of a beast core each month. Unless one had a particularly unusual interest, they would refrain from breaking the law. Of course, regarding the claims of some that high-ranking warriors enjoyed privileges, this was an unavoidable reality. Reasonable privileges were acceptable, and the officials could only strive to ensure that no oppression of ordinary citizens occurred. The cabinet did not keep them waiting long. Merely an hour had passed when a man clad in ordinary combat attire appeared before them. "Advisor Yi? Captain?" The military leaders gazed incredulously at the man before them. With Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes glistening with unshed tears, Yi Chan smiled as he patted his shoulder. Didn't he die after all? Zhang Xiaofeng snapped back to reality, wiping away his tears, overwhelmed with joy. "It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive," he stammered in excitement. Yi Chan then turned his attention to the old master and the others. "Esteemed guests, I have long admired your reputation." He nodded with a smile. While he exchanged pleasantries with the military representatives, the old master and his companions were also observing him. His aura was repressed, giving little away. This advisor, Yi, was truly remarkable. A thought that simultaneously crossed the minds of the three members of the Taoist sect, who then smiled and signaled in acknowledgement. "It is indeed an honor, Advisor Yi." The forthright master Hong Yuan boomed. "So you are the young Advisor Yi. I have long held you in high regard. I heard you fell in battle for Linshan City. No words can describe your valor. It was merely my duty." Yi Chun humbly replied. He then patted Lu Qi's shoulder. "You've worked hard." Lu Qi, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I didn't do much. Just went out for a bit. Didn't help at all." After some further pleasantries, Yi Chun finally directed his gaze toward the large white octopus, which was doing its utmost to minimize its presence. Unfortunately, its immense size made concealment impossible. "Did this the kraken?" he inquired. "I recall octopuses have 8 tentacles. Why does it only have 6 left? And what of its coloration?" Li Jun shook his head, speechless. "This creature is cowardly. In its attempt to escape during our battle, forcibly severed 2 of its tentacles. Later, on our way back, it encountered a few extraordinary species and was scared white. Such a timid creature." Yi Chun remarked, somewhat astonished. Having never traveled abroad in his previous life, he was naturally unfamiliar with foreign extraordinary species. "Well then, since we are back, let us return to the capital," he declared. "And this creature, Li Jun glanced at the Kraken. Why Yi-chan waved his hand dismissively. Let us take it along. Do not look at me like that. This is a decision made by the cabinet. Very well, T.O. be honest. Yi-chan found it difficult to comprehend and disagree with the decision to bring the Kraken back to the capital. Regardless of its capabilities, it was still an extraordinary species. Should it go berserk in the capital, the consequences would be incalculable. He planned to return and persuade the cabinet elders properly. Soon, they arrived outside the capital, which was currently a bustling sea of humanity. Warriors and ordinary citizens alike packed the city walls to the brim. The authorities had announced the capture of an extraordinary species, prompting everyone to come out and witness the spectacle. Gazing at the Kraken, which resembled a small mountain, they erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. My goodness, such a large octopus. How many octopus balls could one make from it? Oh, come on. This is an extraordinary species. It is said to be the North Sea giant monster from the myths of Europa. Well, now that you mention it, I'm even more inclined to try it. Should we consider how powerful our government must be to bring back such a large octopus? Who cares how strong it is? The stronger, the better. I just want to eat some seafood right now. The flesh and blood of monsters are considered a tremendous tonic for warriors. Consuming the flesh of an extraordinary species could very well elevate one to the rank of martial king with a single bite. With your frail physique, can you handle it? Come to my place tonight. Remember to wear a dress and stockings and put on a wig. I'll show you just how well I can handle it. The Kraken, understanding human speech, trembled in fear at their conversation, perhaps soon to become a whitewashed octopus. Why Yi-chan disregarded the Kraken, which had turned as pale as paper, and sought out Lu Lao, who had come to greet them. As the first extraordinary species captured by the Xia Kingdom, the cabinet had shown significant responsibility. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Lu Lao, as the foremost figure in the military, led 5 special operations teams to maintain order. These teams were exceptionally strong. Yi-chan noticed that several team leaders exuded an aura akin to dragons. All evidently at the martial saint level, no one knew just how many high-ranking warriors Lu Lao had concealed. Regardless, Lu Lao's words carried weight. Cough, cough. Lu Lao, I still suggest we do not house the Kraken within the city. Yi-chan stated. Lu Lao chuckled and patted Yi-chan's shoulder. You rascal. We all know what you're worried about. Don't worry. It won't be allowed into the city. At this point, he glanced at the throngs of people surrounding them and whispered. We've excavated an underground laboratory on the Western Hill. This fellow is to be sent there. The Western Hill was a small mountain, over 50 kilometers from the capital, and since the Kraken was an aquatic creature, even if it were to go berserk, its displayed combat prowess would not affect the capital from such a distance. Why Yi-chan felt relieved that the same moment, the leader of the Eagle Sauce faction, Comrade Old Deng, also received information from Europa. The battle lasted no more than 15 minutes, and the North Sea giant monster Kraken was suspected to have been subdued. Smack. Old Deng slapped the table. Mike, is the Xia Kingdom delegation truly that formidable? He turned his head to glance at his bodyguard. The man, towering over 2 meters tall, donned a sleek black suit and sunglasses. Mike, with an impassive expression, stated, Your Excellency, I must remind you that I am unaware of the prowess of the Summer Nations delegation, as I lack experience in combat with their warriors. The Beihai giant demon was easily vanquished by them. Can you achieve the same, Mike? Old Deng paid no heed to Mike's tone. According to the description in this document regarding the Kraken, I am not a match for it. Mike shook his head. But Your Excellency need not worry. If there were 10 of me, defeating the Kraken should pose no difficulty. Point 10. Biden exclaimed, somewhat begrudgingly. Our entire nation has only managed to cultivate 5 demigods. How does Summer Nation possess so many? Your Excellency, do not forget that their warriors are superior to ours at the same level. Mike replied expressionlessly, dousing any optimism. Damn it. Old Deng vented his frustration before breathlessly sinking back into his chair. Before long, he slipped into a sweet slumber. Mike hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the documents on the table. There have been riots in D-State, and there are suspected sightings of Chuan Jiangwo. As for Comrade Chuan Jiangwo, cough, it shouldn't be of much importance, he mused, ultimately deciding not to disturb the peacefully sleeping Old Deng. After all the arrangements were made, Yichen entered the mysterious space. Since his near-death experience, his connection to this realm had deepened. Xiyi turned his head, casting a weary, sidelong glance at Yichen, and grumbled, "What is it now?" Yichen quickly glanced at the child spinning from a tree and hastily replied, "I would like to inquire about the path beyond becoming a martial saint." Sensing Li Ji's increasingly irritable demeanor, he opted for brevity to avoid being strung up like the child. "The path is one you must forge yourself. Do you truly require others to teach you how to walk?" Li Xiyi raised his sleeves, his gaze unkind. "Have you resolved that previous question?" Having spoken out of turn, he realized he would be unable to leave this world for the time being. If he engaged this fated child in further conversation, the child hanging from the tree would undoubtedly kneel and beg him to be his adoptive father. But Yichen discreetly stepped back. "That cannot be," he said, his voice tinged with unease. "That I merely wish to seek guidance. Seeking guidance is simple. Since you wish to walk, come. I shall teach you." Li Xiyi smiled, stepping forward and delivering a punch through the air. 10 minutes later, Li Xiyi nodded in satisfaction. "Well, have you learned?" Yichen lay on the ground, bruised and battered, struggling to open his swollen eyes. "What a waste. This child is indeed teachable." Li Xiyi nodded approvingly, waving his hand to dismiss Yichen. For Li Xiyi, the moral coercion from that little creature in the tree would naturally be attributed to Yichen, the protagonist of this world. Upon returning to reality, Yichen gasped, nearly sucking the air from the surrounding area into a vacuum. "Why does it hurt so much?" He touched his swollen eye and pinched the blood flowing from his nostrils. Such brutality! Sitting on the ground, he attempted to recover from his injuries. 10 minutes later, whether it was merely his imagination or not, he felt increasingly bloated. Yichen mused, "The abnormal recovery ability of a martial saint proves utterly useless against such seemingly simple injuries. Where does all this resentment stem from?" he whispered to himself. Assessing his injuries, he realized he would have to sleep standing tonight. The following morning, Li Jun arrived. Upon seeing Yichen's injuries, he paused in astonishment. "Did a wild boar attack you?" Li Jun blurted out instinctively. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yichen cleared his throat. "I'm fine. I just had a minor mishap during my training last night. Nothing serious." Cough. "Did you come here for something specific?" He awkwardly changed the topic to Li Jun. Not overthinking it, replied, "We captured a group of extraterrestrials last night." Yichen was taken aback. "That timeline doesn't add up. How were they captured?" "Over by Yulong Mountain," Li Jun said, seemingly recalling something, laughing and shaking his head. "These extraterrestrials must have been quite bold. They launched an attack on the Jiao snake while piloting their spaceship, only to be shot down. Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Where are those extraterrestrials now? In a research institute. Today, the research institute buzzed with activity, as nearly all the prominent figures congregated in a spacious laboratory. Notably, Ivan was among them. Everyone was keenly observing the peculiar humanoid creatures within the isolation chamber, with beady eyes, no noses, and small mouths, merely 2 centimeters in diameter. Their heads were horizontally oval, while their stout bodies resembled squares. Their limbs, however, were slender, with hands featuring only 4 fingers and feet shaped like spheres. Their skin exhibited an adorably pink hue, and standing at less than 1.3 meters tall, they resembled something cobbled together from building blocks by a child. Is this truly the legendary extraterrestrial? It is not at all what I envisioned. Have their anatomical structures been examined? Not yet. We should first observe if they harbor any viruses. Are they carbon-based life forms, or... No X-organs have been detected thus far. Perhaps their X-organs are unlike anything we know. How do they reproduce? No excretory organs have been identified either. It's a pity we didn't bring back the wreckage of their spaceship. The group engaged in lively discussion. Director Zhou Kunlun turned to Ivan. "Ivan, what are your thoughts?" After spending time together, everyone acknowledged Ivan's research capabilities, particularly in biology, without a doubt, in terms of raw intellectual prowess. Ivan was the brightest of the institute. A cursory observation cannot yield useful information. If we could dissect them. Zhou Kunlun hastily interrupted, "You mustn't act recklessly. We only found these 5. These little creature spaceship was obliterated by the Jiao snake. It's a wonder they survived at all." Ivan sighed regretfully. "Yet, As far as I know, they possess the ability to pilot spaceships for interstellar travel, indicating they're a highly advanced technological civilization in that case. Why not communicate with them? Young master, Zhou Kunlun replied helplessly, we have attempted to communicate, but they disregard our efforts. Their survival habits and common knowledge seem to be completely unrelated to ours, no matter what we do. They remained silent, and, given the limited time, well, Ivan pondered. Just then, Yi Chun and Li Jun arrived. After exchanging greetings, Yi Chun gazed at the extraterrestrials in the isolation chamber. With just one look, he shook his head. I do not recognize them. In his previous life, he had never encountered such unique extraterrestrials. Let's attempt to communicate, he suggested, stepping forward to tap on the glass enclosure. Hello? The group of extraterrestrials, heads bowed, lifted their eyes. Their beady eyes blinked, seemingly acknowledging him before dropping their heads. Once more, Yi Chun furrowed his brow, striving to recall the alien languages he had heard in his past life. Uka, Kaku, Gua, Hida. The extraterrestrials remained motionless. Wu Kuin Kuin. Imo, 11ya. Goo Goo Goo. Alien. Zhou, Kunlun, Ivan, and Li Jun gazed at Yi Chun with peculiar expressions, as if silently questioning his actions. Yi Chun felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. I'll think it over some more. Ivan cleared his throat. Let's isolate them for a while. Once we ascertain there are no issues, we can examine their physiological structures. Perhaps we could replicate their vocalization mechanisms, which would facilitate communication. Zhou Kunlu nodded in reluctant agreement. It seems we have no other choice. Despite their unusual appearance, we must remember that they pilot spacecraft and traverse the cosmos. In other words, considering their technological prowess, if they were to invade Blue Star before any calamity struck, we might not withstand their assault. Thus, the knowledge residing in these little beings' minds is a priceless asset, capable of propelling the technological advancement of Xiyi Nation. Yi Chun spent several hours at the research institute, yet despite his utmost efforts, the aliens in the isolation chamber paid him no mind. As time began to slip away, he bid farewell to those present and returned to his lodgings. Initially intending to seek counsel from Xiyi in the mysterious space, he wisely abandoned the thought upon feeling the lingering swelling around his eyes. Now that there are numerous martial saints in Xiyi Nation, perhaps it would be prudent to engage with them. This notion flickered through his mind, and Yi Chun began to formulate a plan. The following morning, Yi Chun made his way to a special operations team base, where he found Zhang Xiaofeng in the midst of training. Following the Linshin City incident, the cabinet had recognized Zhang Xiaofeng's deteriorating condition and temporarily suspended his duties, rendering him somewhat idle. The two exchanged greetings and settled into the lounge. Old Zhang, how do you feel since becoming a martial saint? Yi Chun inquired. Zhang Xiaofeng shook his head. I feel as though I could defeat 100 of my former self. Is that all? Yi Chun pressed. Yes, that's all, Zhang Xiaofeng replied. Yi Chun pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, what is your purpose in cultivating your skills? This had been a question posed to him by Li Xiyi when he awoke in the mysterious space. To bravely defend my homeland, Zhang Xiaofeng stated without hesitation. Yi Chun fell silent, seemingly grasping something profound. After a brief pause, he placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Continue your training diligently. As he departed the base, Yi Chun felt a sense of disorientation and lost the inclination to seek out other martial saints. What is my purpose in practicing martial arts? He mused, having lived through the apocalypse in his previous life. He had long since lost certain aspects of himself amidst the struggle for survival. Wandering through the streets of the capital, he observed the city now brimming with warmth and humanity, lost in thought. Families burdened with worries, others steeped in sorrow. Households filled with joy and laughter. He suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. As if he had never truly belonged to this world, he wished to articulate his feelings. But the words caught in his throat as twilight descended. He found himself standing before a dilapidated library, its entrance unguarded. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured inside. The library appeared old and indeed was aged. Yet the rows of books were devoid of dust, suggesting a diligent caretaker. He casually picked up a book titled Introduction to Basic Mathematics. After a brief perusal, he set it aside and turned to the philosophy section. The first title that caught his eye was Zhuangzi. He settled into a corner and immersed himself in its pages, wholly unaware of anyone entering the library. the same moment, in the East Sea of Xi'an Nation. The giant rock that Zhang Xiaofeng and the others had encountered on their return journey appeared above the ocean. Its formidable claws, forged like divine iron, grasped a half-devoured Naga. With a piercing cry, it discarded the Naga's remains into the sea, creating tremendous waves that surged across the surface. In the next instant, an ethereal call resonated as a colossal black figure, far surpassing the rock's size, emerged from the depths of the ocean, opening its maw wide and swallowing the remains of the Naga whole. The camera pulled back to reveal a creature reminiscent of a blue whale, its immense form largely submerged, rendering its size unfathomable. Yet even the portion visible above the water's surface dwarfed the rock in flight. With a sudden screech, the rock flapped its massive wings, ascending swiftly until it vanished into the clouds, while the enormous sea creature disappeared without a trace. This scene went unnoticed by anyone on Blue Star. Smack! A dust-covered broom struck Yi Chen's head, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air, effectively stunning him. Yi Chen, bewildered, turned to see an elderly cleaning lady glaring at him. "Who are you? How did you get in here? Did you register?" she demanded, her round eyes wide as she pointed a sturdy arm at him. "I've called out to you several times. Did you not hear me? I thought you were trying to steal books." Yi Chen rubbed his dusty head, regaining his composure and offering an apologetic smile. "I am sorry. I was so engrossed in reading that I didn't notice that you're not here to steal books." The cleaning lady eyed him skeptically. After an extended explanation from Yi Chen, she finally set aside her broom. "You know, it's commendable that you enjoy reading, but you really ought to register first," she admonished. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" Yi Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Who would have thought that a seemingly inconspicuous cleaning lady in a library could be a martial king? She retrieved a thick notebook from the counter and, with Yi Chen's cooperation, recorded his information. "Young man, it's quite late now, and I see you haven't had dinner yet," she said. Feeling guilty for her earlier actions, she insisted on preparing a meal for him. "Thank you, Auntie." Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. The cleaning lady waved her hand dismissively. "Hurry and eat," as he savored the meal, which consisted of meat and vegetables, beast meat and freshly grown greens. He noted that there were no absurd regulations preventing home gardening anymore. The cleaning lady sat nearby, watching him with a smile. "You seem like a martial artist as well, right?" she inquired. Yi Chen replied vaguely, "Yes, I am." "Then you must eat well. Though the world has changed, our lives seem to improve day by day," she remarked. "The government is indeed doing well, but it's a shame my spouse passed away too soon." As she continued to chatter on, Yi Chen noticed she refrained from mentioning any children. "What about your offspring?" he probed cautiously. After a moment of silence, she responded, "I have a son who died 5 years ago during a major beast tide." Yi Chen was taken aback and quickly apologized. "I am sorry." She waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unaffected. "Oh, it's all in the past. Besides, my son died a hero's death, rescuing others. The authorities even commended him. As his mother, I cannot bring shame upon his name. I take pride in him." Though such words were spoken, Yi Chen distinctly observed the glistening tears cascading from her reddened eyes. Which mother in this world does not feel a pang of heartache for her children? Even if a child sacrifices themselves for a remarkable cause, becoming a hero etched in the annals of history, they remain a mother's child. For reasons unknown, a heaviness settled in Yi Chen's heart. He opened his mouth, wishing to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. The fragrant dishes before him seemed to have lost their flavor, after hastily swallowing a couple of bites. He almost fled from the place. As night fell, Yi Chen did not return home. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself unwittingly leaving the city. What should I do? He lifted his gaze to the myriad stars above. In the flickering starlight, it seemed to respond to his unvoiced queries. In a mysterious realm, Xiyi observed Yi Chen, perceiving the turmoil within the young man. "Your life boils down to choices," he chuckled. "What have you chosen? And what have you relinquished? Are you merely human, or something exalted? Each individual treads their own path. Your journey is dictated by the choices you make," as he murmured to himself. He waved his hand, urging the child suspended from a tree to spin faster, be more aware in the future. "Don't make me intervene." The child merely complied, Perhaps Yi Chun was burdened by myriad emotions of unknown origin. That night, he gained nothing to dawn. He returned to the city, his body glistening with morning DW as the sun ascended. People emerged from their homes. Commencing their daily routines, he approached a humble breakfast stall. The vendor was a stern-looking elder, his hair a mottled gray, appearing to be in his 70s. "Sir, I would like a bowl of rice noodles, please." The elder nodded, sizing him up, and with deft movements, soon presented a steaming bowl of noodles. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback by the generous serving of meat. "Sir, it seems you've added quite a bit of meat, hasn't it?" According to his estimation, there must have been at least 2 taels of it. The elder waved his hand dismissively and took a seat across from Yi Chun. "Young man, you seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulties?" Yi Chun hesitated for a moment. The elder, noticing his demeanor, chuckled softly. "If it's inconvenient to share, then let it be. You're still young, and, judging by your attire, you must be a martial artist." "Yes." Despite his sternness, the elder's smile exuded warmth. "It's not that I can't share." Yi Chun nodded, contemplating for a moment. "Sir, what do you believe is the purpose of our cultivation?" The elder burst into hearty laughter, teasing, "Have you lost your way on the journey of life?" Yi Chun felt a flush of embarrassment. "Before I answer that, may I ask, what are you?" the elder inquired. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. "I am but a human." "You are human. Then what should humans endeavor to do?" the elder replied with a knowing smile. "Humans are meant to survive in this world. Look, our government promotes the breathing technique to enhance the strength of our people, right? No, that's merely to ensure that we, the citizens of Xiyi, possess the ability to protect ourselves when confronted by monsters and beasts. All of us practice this technique. Let us not look too far ahead. As a human, your foremost duty is to survive, to endure amidst the beast tides. Once you've survived, surely one must have some aspirations, right? Regardless of who you are, striving to live a better life is not a fault, is it? The purpose of cultivation is simply to improve one's quality of life." The elder patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. "Hurry and eat. It will be cold soon." He returned to his stall, bustling with activity. Yi Chun, deep in thought, began to consume the overflowing bowl of noodles. Soon, he wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth. "Sir, how much do I owe you?" Without turning around, the elder replied, "If you can ask such a question, you must also be a martial artist, correct? The cost is waived. If you can, help me slay a few more monsters." Yi Chun gazed at the elder's busy figure, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you." After he departed, the elder finally set down his work and looked towards the direction Yi Chun had left. So young, yet so lost. Shaking his head, he served the noodles to another customer. "Sir, why is there so little meat in this bowl?" the customer asked weakly, staring at the meager slices of meat atop the noodles. "Is it so? Have you also lost your way in life?" The elder's eyes widened. "If you desire more, you must pay extra." The customer fell silent, yet refrained from further complaint. After all, a bowl of noodles priced at 10 coins was a rarity in the capital. What puzzled the esteemed elders was that Yi Chun, who typically shunned meetings, had chosen to attend today. The Prime Minister was also slightly taken aback, but paid little heed. The next agenda item concerns the planning of the Beast Core market. The elder in charge of finance stated, as previously discussed, the issues surrounding the trading of Beast Cores. Since Beast Cores can accelerate a martial artist's cultivation, the rampant inflation of their prices has become a pressing concern. We must establish regulations swiftly. Ordinary individuals find it exceedingly difficult to acquire Beast Cores, as they receive only one from our monthly subsidies. If they begin practicing the breathing technique, a single Beast Core will prove utterly insufficient, necessitating purchases from a market where prices are artificially inflated by certain individuals. In the long run, this complicates the ability of ordinary people to enhance their martial prowess, indirectly diminishing our reserve strength. Even though Yi Chun's advanced breathing technique has been widely disseminated, Beast Cores remain indispensable for lower-tier martial artists and common folk. Before the elders could voice their opinions, Yi Chun, perplexed, remarked, "As long as we secure a dominant position in the Beast Core sales market, shouldn't that suffice?" "Young master." The elders exchanged glances, a mix of helplessness and amusement in their expressions. The Prime Minister cleared his throat. "Young Yi, you typically do not concern yourself with these matters. Perhaps you are unaware of the current situation. Our government's primary source of beast cores is still the Martial Artist Association, that we acquire beast cores from unofficial martial artists at a rate of 1 yuan per core. However, the number of civilian martial artists who refuse to join the association far exceeds those within it. Thus, the stockpiled beast cores among civilians is significantly greater than ours. The regulations imposed by the Martial Artist Association are quite stringent, which can be stifling for some, leading to discontent that high-level martial artists are preoccupied with their training, and acquiring beast cores still relies on mid-level and low-level martial artists. Currently, an average mid to low-level martial artist can obtain at least 1 to 2 beast cores daily. The high-ranking martial artists accumulated by the government must maintain their energy, clearing monster nests nationwide to procure beast cores while also guarding against special species. Their tasks are quite burdensome. Why Yi-chan's understanding deepened, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his earlier ignorance. His surprise, he had made a faux pas the moment he spoke. The elder from the logistics department smiled kindly. Everyone knew Yi-chan was not adept in these matters, so they did not take offense. Can we ascertain the main suppliers of beast cores in the current market? The Prime Minister inquired. Are there organizations deliberately hoarding beast cores? Most transactions occur spontaneously among civilians. With the current exchange rate hovering around 1 yuan per beast core, the logistics elder responded. While distributing beast cores to ordinary citizens, we must also cater to the military's training needs, which places considerable strain upon us. Even if we intervene in the market, the impact will be minimal. However, if we do not act swiftly, this figure will continue to rise sharply. Thus, we urgently require regulations. Lu Lao waved his hand nonchalantly. What is the difficulty? Isn't our martial arts competition about to commence? We can boldly demand a hefty price from those nations. Upon hearing this, the esteemed ministers exchanged silent glances, rendered speechless. Old Lu, we have only just signed an agreement with them, having already extracted a significant amount. Should we impose further demands, it may incite rebellion. One minister remarked, bewildered. Let them rebel if they wish. I have recently attained the title of martial sovereign, and it is high time to put my old bones to work. Old Lu replied, pinching his nose. Ever since Yi-chan's near-death experience, Old Lu had become increasingly indifferent to his own image. At that moment, the think tank also provided their counsel. The issue of beast cores essentially pertains to supply and demand. Currently, there exists a shortfall, resulting in soaring prices that we could domesticate less aggressive monsters, which would facilitate our collection of beast cores. Additionally, the Research Institute might explore methods to enhance the yield of beast cores from our domesticated creatures. Not every monster produces beast cores. It is largely a matter of luck. However, if we succeed in domesticating them, the difficulty of obtaining beast cores will indeed diminish, albeit we must carefully consider the quantity of creatures to be domesticated. This approach demands considerable time, yielding long-term benefits. What shall we do in the interim for the ordinary populace? Questioned a minister from the finance department. A strategist chuckled softly. We have also contemplated this. The beast core market is vast, and undoubtedly, there are illicit activities taking place. We can enforce strict measures, seizing illegally obtained beast cores, such as those hoarded with malicious intent. Furthermore, do we not have some unscrupulous officials among us? Seizing a few should suffice. The assembly responded with a knowing smile, acknowledging the cunning nature of such strategies. Nonetheless, this method could indeed sustain us for a time. Given the sensitivity of the topic, further discussion was curtailed. The official exchange rate of beast cores to currency must remain fixed at the current ratio. For warriors, beast cores are merely resources for cultivation. Yet for ordinary people, they represent their very livelihood. Many depend on the monthly allocation of beast cores for survival. Thus, they cannot appreciate in value nor depreciate under any circumstances. Any fluctuation would only bring suffering to the common folk. The strategist's words placed a comma on the discussion, with future actions remaining to be seen. The meeting proceeded, and the various challenges were swiftly resolved through the collective efforts of the high-ranking officials. Leaving Yi-chan in awe, lacking knowledge of politics, he realized, after witnessing the wisdom of the ministers, that some issues could indeed be addressed in such a manner. After the meeting, Yi-chan joined the ministers for a meal. The formalities were not overly stringent, and the ministers engaged in conversation freely. Why, isn't Li Jun here? Yi Chun inquired of old Lu. Old Lu, heartily devouring a large piece of meat, remarked casually, "He has pressing tasks. Unless absolutely necessary, he has no time to attend." As Yi Chun took a few bites, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the flavor. Old Lu, who prepared this meal this morning?" "Old son, why do you ask?" "I can't quite pinpoint the issue. Despite having numerous seasoned chefs in the logistics department, I am particularly unaccustomed to old son's cooking." "Wait, that doesn't sound right. Old son's dishes aren't that peculiar, are they?" He snatched a piece of meat from old Lu's plate, tasted it, and his complexion turned pale as he scrutinized the meat on his own plate. "Why is mine moldy?" Old Lu burst into laughter. "Who told you to speak ill of old son behind his back? But do not waste food. Eat up." Yi Chun had indeed criticized old son in his farewell letter, stating how unpalatable his meals were. The ministers stifled their laughter as they watched Yi Chun, with a grim face, finish his plate. "I hear old son has a little grandson in kindergarten, right? Just wait. I'll snatch his lollipop." Yi Chun wiped his mouth, indignant. After becoming a warrior, consuming slightly spoiled food was hardly a concern, but it truly was distasteful. Lunch concluded, and everyone departed. Yi Chun returned home to commence his training. Each person had their own tasks to attend to. Just as the old man selling rice noodles proclaimed, "I assent to the essence of effort to lead a better life," his heart seemed less burdened with confusion. Time flew by. 1 week before the martial arts competition, delegations from various nations, having endured numerous hardships, finally arrived in the imperial capital with a vast array of supplies, within the territory of Xiyi country. Various cities held selection competitions to choose representatives for the grand contest. To everyone's astonishment, even the island nation dispatched representatives. Their true intentions remained a mystery. However, their objectives were likely unattainable, for the official reception of the delegations was none other than Zhang Xiaofeng. In the reception hall, Zhang Xiaofeng sat, diligently recording the participation details of each country. Eagle Sauce, 3 participants, 2 knight ranked and 1 paladin ranked. Bull Country, 3 participants, 2 from Gallus. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed slightly, casting a disdainful gaze at the obsequious representative from the island nation. "Xiyi country does not welcome you. Leave." An overwhelming pressure erupted from him, causing the island representative to tremble, barely managing to remain standing. "Mr. Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding," pleaded the representative, named Xiyi, bending low, his head nearly touching the ground. "We express our deepest sympathies for the disasters your country has faced, but truly, this matter has nothing to do with us." Zhang Xiaofeng regarded him with indifference. "I grant you one last opportunity. Take your competitors and depart Xiyi country." With that, he turned his cold gaze upon the 3 island competitors, who appeared as terrified as quails, and ominously declared, "Should you fail to leave, you shall become mere fertilizer." Xiyi trembled uncontrollably, rushing to cling to the leg of the Eagle Sauce representative. "Mr. Cluss, please help us. You must assist us." Just as Cluss was about to speak, he was met with Zhang Xiaofeng's chilling glare. "You intend to stand up for him?" Cluss shuddered violently. Misunderstanding, Mr. Zhang. I absolutely did not mean that." As he spoke, he kicked vigorously, attempting to pry Xiyi off. But the latter clung on like a stubborn piece of taffy, refusing to budge. Get off! Get off!" Faced with Zhang Xiaofeng's increasingly terrifying aura, Cluss was on the verge of tears. Had he not been experiencing this firsthand, he would never have believed such a formidable presence could exist, one whose mere aura plunged him into despair. "Mom, I want to go home." He suddenly drew a specially crafted long sword from behind him. Flame cross slash. Flames engulfed the long sword, radiating brilliant light as it transformed into a cross slash, aimed at the horrified Xiyi. Xiyi screamed, rolling away just in time to evade the attack. Then in Cluss's despairing gaze, the slash veered towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng simply extended a finger, effortlessly shattering the attack. "You dare to challenge me?" he asked, regarding Cluss with indifference. Cluss, overwhelmed, could only stammer, "Misunderstanding. This is entirely." Zhang Xiaofeng observed Cluss's trembling legs, opting not to elaborate further, merely jotting down a note. "Eagle Sauce delegation, for participants. Team Leader Plus request to challenge the Dragon Country Special Operations Unit Zhang Xiaofeng. After writing, Zhang Xiaofeng strode toward the cowering Xiyi. I shall not grant you any semblance of dignity. In the face of Xiyi's terrified expression, he raised his fist. I shall not grant you any semblance of dignity, as his words fell. Zhang Xiaofeng's fist, enveloped in a faint aura of blood, descended like a divine mountain with a thunderous crash. Xiyi, in a state of utter despair, shut his eyes tightly, cursing the high-ranking officials of the island nation in his heart. Just as his fist was about to strike Xiyi's face, a tremendous gust of wind distorted his features. Suddenly, a hand gently intervened. Boom! A violent tempest erupted in the reception hall, wreaking havoc on the decorations within. The delegations from various nations swayed precariously in the storm, resembling weeds, as they gazed in terror at Zhang Xiaofeng. Old Zhang, try to temper your anger, Yichun said, releasing his grip and patting Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Zhang Xiaofeng paused. Captain, but they were the ones who harmed you initially. Why? Yichun waved his hand dismissively. Whether large or small, they are merely chives. Cutting them down is not too wasteful, is it? He glanced at Xiyi, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, a wretched sight, and then at the quivering delegation from the island nation. Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth in resentment. That is too lenient on them. National affairs take precedence. Personal interests must be set aside, Yichun replied, shaking his head. Neither of us can afford to act on emotions. We must explore every possible avenue. After all, the pressure on the elders is immense. Question: what is the fastest way to develop? Answer: by consuming chives, utilizing them, and ultimately harvesting them. For the development of the Xian nation, relying solely on itself is insufficient. That would place an undue burden on the ordinary citizens. Hence, the optimal strategy is to cultivate a batch of chives and reap them periodically. Was this not how the eagle sauce operated before? Given the chance, everyone would aspire to emulate the eagle sauce. Observing the trembling delegations, a smile crept onto Yichun's face. Just now, this representative from the island nation had a minor conflict with our staff. Now that the issue is resolved, let us proceed. Next came the call as Zhang Xiaofeng returned to his seat, his expression impassive. The representative from the White Elephant Nation hesitated. The number of participants is... Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brow at the timid White Elephant representative. Please be quick. There are many countries waiting to register behind you. With eyes tightly shut, the representative stammered. There are 354 participants. 1 at the Saint Knight level, 15 at the Knight level, 30 advanced knights, 104 intermediate knights, and 204 lower knights. After delivering his report, he timidly inquired, "Is that acceptable?" Zhang Xiaofeng. Yichun, the delegations from various nations. Is it any wonder that wherever there are white elephants, there is joy? The representatives from other nations merely brought Saint Knights and Knights, but the White Elephant delegation brought a whole array. One might think they had come to feast. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaofeng recorded the information for the White Elephant and stated, "Next." After several hours, the registration was finally complete. Zhang Xiaofeng closed the registration forms and surveyed the assembly of individuals from around the world. This competition featured 67 nations, with participants comprising 15 martial lords, 203 martial kings, 30 advanced warriors, 104 intermediate warriors, and 204 lower warriors. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the diminutive White Elephant representative hiding within the crowd. The rules for this grand event were few. 1. The competition will commence in 7 days. Once on the platform, life and death are at stake. 2. No killing after the opponent surrenders. Otherwise, instant execution will follow. 3. Aside from the Xian Nation, the 10 nations with the best results will receive guidance in the breathing techniques from the Xian Nation. 4. The top 3 competitors will be awarded superior breathing techniques, the ones developed by the Research Institute. 5. All registered delegations are to proceed to the Martial Artists Union in the Imperial Capital to pay the registration fee. At this point, Zhang Xiaofeng scanned the crowd, his tone stern. If there are any objections, feel free to voice them, and I shall provide clarification. However, the tone of his words implied a clear warning. Any dissent would not be tolerated. The delegations exchanged glances, and the representatives from Europa simultaneously cast knowing looks at the Eagle Sauce representative. The Eagle Sauce representative, fully aware of Zhang Xiaofeng's implied threat, understood the weight of his former status. He could not afford to lose face before his former subordinates. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zhang Xiaofeng with a serious demeanor. Mr. Zhang, the representative from Moscow has some uncertainties. The Moscow representative interjected, You are Eagle Sauce, not dog sauce, feeling the oppressive gaze of Zhang Xiaofeng upon him. The Moscow representative's legs trembled. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I have not provoked you. I refuse to believe you can do anything to me. With that mindset, he inquired, Mr. Zhang, may I ask if this competition, unrestricted by life and death, poses an excessive danger? Danger? Did you consider danger when you collected tolls? Zhang Xiaofeng shot him a cold glance. The purpose of this competition is to cultivate warriors capable of combating monsters. This is not child's play. If you consider it too perilous, Moscow is welcome to abstain. Upon hearing this, the inherent contrarian nature of Moscow reared its head, and the representative, feeling emboldened, retorted, What nonsense! How could our warriors possibly fear anything? Ah, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting, Zhang Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, then asked, Any further questions? The Eagle Sauce representative discreetly signaled to the South Stick representative. The latter felt a lump in his throat, while he wanted to heed his grandfather's advice. The fear of being annihilated by Zhang Xiaofeng loomed larger. With a nervous chuckle, he cautiously asked, Mr. Zhang, may I inquire about your nation's arrangements for our basic needs? Self-funded, Zhang Xiaofeng replied impatiently. Questions answered. Now go pay the registration fee. The various delegations could only watch helplessly as Yi Chun and Zhang Xiaofeng departed, afraid to speak. Truly, they fear power but not virtue. Did you see how desperate they looked just now? Zhang Xiaofeng commented as they walked. Yi Chun chuckled. Hasn't our ancestor always said that? Recalling the representative's quail-like demeanor, Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh. If I hadn't needed you for something, would you have killed those islanders? Yi Chun remarked helplessly. Killing them would have been a mercy. After the incident in Lin Shunsheng, they have yet to provide us with an explanation. Zhang Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. They did provide an explanation. Yi Chun shook his head. When the islanders arrived, they communicated with the cabinet. What explanation? Zhang Xiaofeng inquired. 100 million beast cores, 100,000 tons of meat, along with a unique cultivation method from the island nation. Yi Chun shrugged. The cabinet hasn't yet conceded. The think tank is evaluating these offerings' value to the island nation. How generous of the island nation, Zhang Xiaofeng scoffed. While the cultivation method from the island held little value for the Xiyi nation. The preceding resources were indeed of considerable worth. Enough, the cabinet has its own judgments. We shall focus on our own tasks. Yi Chun patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Come with me to the research institute. It is said that the aliens we captured last time have begun to speak. 10 beast cores for one night's stay? In a double room. The Eagle Sauce representative, Kruss, felt his head spinning, but he longed to ask. Is your establishment made of gold? Do you have any idea how much a single beast core is worth? How dare you make such demands? Moreover, how could this three-story dare to claim itself a 5-star hotel? The receptionist, a sweet-faced young lady, spoke in a tone laced with impatience. Are you going to stay or not? If not, please leave. Do not hinder my business. The Eagle Sauce delegation. Kruss was furious. How could this be considered business? It was one thing to be pressured by Zhang Xiaofeng, but how dare a mere innkeeper attempt to do the same? Frustrated, his knightly aura instinctively surged forth, radiating a brilliant light that blinded those around him. The young lady's eyes sparkled. Are you looking for a fight? Clenching her small fist, she unleashed a presence far surpassing Kruss's, a saint knight. A chill coursed through Cruz's heart as the special effects surrounding him abruptly ceased. With remarkable agility, he darted behind the strongest member of his team, a true paladin among the Eagle delegation. Don't run away. Let us spar a bit, exclaimed a young lady, her fists raised in exhilaration. In truth, she was not a paladin of equal rank to a martial sovereign. Rather, she was merely a formidable martial king. How unfortunate. Why am I so unlucky? Cruz lamented inwardly and quietly inquired, Morgan, do you have confidence in subduing her? Morgan, his expression grave, scrutinized the seemingly harmless hostess and replied somberly, I think you should take a look around. Instinctively, Cruz turned his head and was startled to see a group of imposing men with gleaming eyes crowding at the entrance, seemingly urging him to take action. What are you staring at? If you're going to fight, just do it. Stop being so cowardly. One of the burly men grumbled discontentedly. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Cruz chuckled nervously. I merely found this young lady too adorable and wished to tease her. What? You want to flirt with her? No. Cruz shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum. It was truly a misunderstanding. We're leaving now. Morgan, let us go. The group hastily departed from the establishment, almost fleeing. Cruz, why do the people of Xiyi country harbor such animosity towards us? Morgan, the paladin, queried in confusion as they walked. I recall that the people here used to be quite friendly. Cruz offered a bitter smile. Morgan, as the Xiyi people would say, the tides of fortune turned in the past. We too held great hostility towards them. Morgan fell silent. Cruz forced a smile. Let us find a place to stay. I hope the prices aren't exorbitant. Otherwise, we may have to rely on Xiyi's goodwill to permit us to hunt those monsters. This was a historical legacy, and Morgan's identity was not simple. Thus he could not articulate it plainly. They entered another inn, looking for lodging. The receptionist was a bespectacled gentleman who appeared quite cultured. A single room is 1 beast core per day, while a double room costs 5,000 Xiyi yuan. The gentleman seemed quite amiable. Although the price was steep, it still brought a sigh of relief from Cruz and his companions. Please prepare 4 rooms, Cruz began, but before he could finish, a youth entered, carrying a dark long spear on his back. Sir, I would like to check in. The gentleman assessed the youth, and his demeanor became enthusiastic. Are you here for the competition as well? The youth shyly nodded. Ha! Splendid. I have 6 rooms available. Choose any you like. No need to be polite. The gentleman said, handing the youth a set of keys. Cruz and his companions were taken aback. The youth scratched his head in embarrassment. Isn't that inappropriate? Not at all. The gentleman insisted, pushing the keys into the youth's hands. What are you saying? There's nothing inappropriate about it. However, the gentleman had his own request. If you happen to encounter any foreigners during the competition, particularly those like them, could you lend me a hand and give them a good thrashing? That would satisfy me. With that, the gentleman turned to Cruz and his group, performing a rapid change of expression. My apologies, gentlemen, but I have no rooms left. Cruz and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment. The youth glanced apologetically at Cruz and his group before being led away by the gentleman. The group wandered disconsolately down the street, their demeanor utterly desolate. Meanwhile, representatives from other countries faced similar predicaments. From Ñoño country? Looking for lodging? Certainly. 1 beast core per day. From a white elephant? That won't do. What? You didn't bring any lizards. No lizards, no deal. Oh, from the bear country? I won't exploit you. 450 yuan for the night, or 700 for a full day. What? From the island country? Brothers, let us take them down. The delegation from the island country fled in disarray. Except for a few nations with favorable relations with the dragon country, the remaining delegations received a harsh lesson in the shifting tides of fortune. Some fence-sitters were promptly shown the door. While the island delegation was pursued down several streets, a night fell. Dozens of delegations, famished and desperate, arrived at the headquarters of the Martial Artist Association in the imperial capital seeking assistance. That we are here to participate in the competition. You cannot treat us this way. We demand fairness. They were met by a martial sovereign named Ma Fu, known for the scandal involving his family misappropriating charitable funds. Although he was unaware and his family had faced appropriate consequences, he voluntarily returned to the Martial Artist Association to start from the grassroots level. Thanks to his elevation to martial sovereign, his disability had been cured. Please state your demands, Ma Fu said expressionlessly. We need lodging and food. Otherwise, we shall protest. The representative from the White Elephant declared loudly. Ma Fu tilted his head. Protest? Ha! In the end, these delegations were detained by the Martial Artist Association under the pretext of attempting to incite a riot, and they were sent to the police station in the imperial capital. Considering their failed attempt at rioting, the police merely detained them for 7 days as a form of punishment. This incident quickly became known among other delegations, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of rebellion. The cabinet, however, remained silent on the matter. In the Research Institute, Director Zhou. What's the situation? Yi Chun inquired as he observed Zhou, Kunlun, and Ivan busy at work outside the isolation chamber. Listen for yourself, Director Zhou said, his expression peculiar as he handed Yi Chun the headphones. Confused, Yi Chun donned the headphones. Yoshio. The voice was childish, akin to that of a 4 or 5-year-old. Yi Chun questioned it. Ivan remarked, this seems to be their language, but it is yet to be deciphered. Why does it sound like they are cursing? Yi Chun asked, his expression bewildered. Zhang Xiaofeng curiously donned the headphones, soon displaying a similarly perplexed demeanor. Ivan continued to fiddle with the components in his hands. Whether they're cursing or not will have to wait until I finish this brainwave analyzer. Everyone placed their hopes of communicating with extraterrestrials on the brainwave analyzer. Ivan worked swiftly, and once assembled, he instructed Yi Chun and Zhang Xiaofeng to enter the isolation chamber, placing a metal plate densely embedded with contacts on one of the extraterrestrials' heads. Who are you? Ivan inquired. Chao Xiao. What is your purpose in coming to our planet? Chao. After a round of nonsensical dialogue, Ivan connected one of the brainwave analyzer's interfaces to a computer. The screen immediately filled with a myriad of codes. After a thorough examination, Ivan stated, Director Zhou, may I borrow the quantum computer? The sheer volume of codes on the screen was overwhelming. Deciphering them manually would take an inordinate amount of time. Zhou Kunlun did not refuse. Come, follow me to the machine room. With the aid of the quantum computer, the speed of code decryption accelerated significantly. Who are you? We come from Juxing. What is your purpose in coming to our planet? To seek resources. Is this your first visit to our planet? Yes. The dialogue between Ivan and the extraterrestrial was translated by the quantum computer, but it remained a series of mundane inquiries, leaving Yi Chun and Zhang Xiaofeng feeling exasperated. After bidding farewell to Director Zhou, the two exited the research institute. So, the goal of finding me is merely to attach a metal plate? Zhang Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. Why Yi Chun chuckled. After all, the personnel in the research institute lack formidable personal martial prowess. Having us here is simply a precaution. Indeed, Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, then, with a hint of curiosity, turned to Yi Chun and inquired, Captain, if I recall correctly, aren't you responsible for maintaining public order? You seem rather unoccupied. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. It's not that I'm idle. After all, the research institute has summoned me as well. It seems that Director Zhou wields considerable influence to have managed to summon Captain Zhang. Xiaofeng jested. Not at all. He has also invited you, hasn't he? Just as the two were exchanging banter, within the intelligence department, Li Jun, who was overwhelmed with paperwork, received a piece of exceptional intelligence. The all-knowing society plans to shatter the Jiao snake eggs on Mount Yulong on the 20th of this month, coinciding with the commencement of the martial arts competition in Xia country, provoking the Jiao snake. Ensure this information as source is thoroughly investigated, Li Jun urged while rubbing his temples that we haven't been able to ascertain it. The methods used by the informant are quite peculiar, reminiscent of tactics employed by a special operations team several decades ago. His assistant replied helplessly. Which special operations team? Li Jun queried. The Falcon Special Operations Team. Investigate the whereabouts of personnel from the Falcon Special Operations Team since its establishment to the present. Li Jun scrutinized the intelligence on his desk. That I suspect that the group responsible for relaying information during the last Linshan City incident was indeed this lot. Understood. The Falcon Special Operations Team was among the elite forces of Xia country prior to the disaster, with a full complement of 420 personnel, exceptionally equipped and possessing combat awareness and capabilities that rank among the best in the world. The information regarding the national team members was well known. However, following the disaster, these special forces were assimilated into the existing Special Operations Team framework. Shortly thereafter, an assistant entered carrying a document, excluding those who have retired normally or have fallen in action. We have found no anomalies. Li Jun frowned. Have you checked the whereabouts of these retired personnel? The assistant responded with a wry smile. Minister, this would have been straightforward before the disaster, but now investigating such matters is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. There are far too many freelancers now. It is common for martial artists to leave the city to hunt monsters, compounded by the number of cities and environmental issues. Tracing these individuals is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Li Jun felt an intense headache. Handling paperwork was never his forte, And now he had this added dilemma. Send the documents to the cabinet. Let the elders deal with the headache. Perhaps the military would be more suited for me. He silently mused. The cabinet, upon receiving the documents from the intelligence department, responded promptly. Deploy 5 special operations teams to Mount Yulong. We must safeguard those Jiao snake eggs, regardless of the veracity of this information. We cannot allow the all-knowing society to succeed. When discussing the Jiao snake, the cabinet members appeared visibly pained. Eliminate it? They pondered, setting aside whether we can accomplish that. Merely engaging in battle could pose environmental hazards, causing Xiyi country to hesitate. Conversely, if we do not eliminate it, that enormous serpent has taken residence atop Mount Yulong, presenting a significant threat to the southwestern region and surrounding cities. Moreover, it has laid several eggs. It has been years, and even Neza should have emerged by now, yet these snake eggs remain silent. Everyone is aware that once these snake eggs hatch, Xiyi country will be faced with additional special species. Yet no one dares to take action, not to mention the formidable combat potential of such a massive creature. The last individual who attempted to act is still confined in an isolation chamber. Considering the potential chaos that might ensue if the eggs are destroyed and the Jiao snake goes berserk, the cabinet reluctantly assumes a caretaker role. However, this matter cannot be brushed aside. Assign 2 strategists to assist the intelligence department. We must ascertain who has been consistently relaying information to us. We cannot remain passive any longer. Furthermore, the all-knowing society has been particularly active lately. The Prime Minister smiled faintly. Old Liu, dispatch 2 additional special operations teams to globally hunt down the all-knowing society. Regardless of the authenticity of the information, the all-knowing society is certainly no benign entity, and if we can eradicate them, that would be ideal. Lu Lao pondered before tentatively asking, are 2 teams sufficient? Should we not add 3 more to make it 5? The cabinet members regarded Lu Lao with astonishment. It is essential to note that the current special operations teams are required to have at least 1 martial saint and 2 martial lords leading them. Do we have enough martial saints? Currently, considering all special operations teams deployed across the nation, along with the 10 at hand, there are at least 30 known martial saints within Xiyi country. You old Liu, keeping such secrets from us all this time. One elder feigned indignation. Lu Lao waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what secrets? I've truly revealed everything this time. The elders exchanged skeptical glances. The Prime Minister, chuckling helplessly, acquiesced. Very well. We shall follow Lu Lao as suggestion. Dispatch 5 special operations teams to guard the Jiao snake eggs, while sending another 5 to globally eradicate the all-knowing society. Moreover, organizations like the all-knowing society are the common enemy of all nations and peoples worldwide. Dealing with them should not rest solely on our shoulders. Let the Foreign Affairs Department liaise with other countries to ensure they respond as well. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned, with no significant events unfolding. Captain Yi Chun, responsible for public order, felt quite at ease until the 20th arrived. The martial arts competition, eagerly anticipated yet anxiously awaited by representatives from various nations, commenced, under the judgment of martial lords. Aside from a few foreign contestants who met their demise before they could surrender, no unusual incidents occurred in a stark display of dominance. The top-ranking competitors were predominantly from Xiyi country. Before long, the competition reached the championship match. Now, presenting the contestant from Linshan City, Bai Qi, a young man bearing a long spear ascended the stage. The once bashful youth had now emerged as a formidable contender for the title of strongest martial king. His opponent hailed from Dechuan City. After exchanging respectful gestures, the match officially began in the forbidden zone of humanity, known as Yengu, a colossal beam of light, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, suddenly shot into the sky. Accompanying this was a thunderous roar. As the sound reverberated, a massive golden kirin appeared at the heart of Yengu, materializing alongside the beam of light. You are courting death, it bellowed, articulating human speech. And with a swift claw, crushed a swarm of insects. A terrifying cloud of energy swirled ominously between its twin horns, seemingly poised to unleash a dreadful attack. Kirin, hold on. A group of figures raced through the air. Landing before the Kirin. Yi Chun, accompanied by four martial saints, appeared, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the towering Kirin, which resembled a divine mountain. "I at you," as Yi Chun and his companions approached. The Kirin hesitated momentarily, its form rapidly shrinking until it stood merely at human height. Alighting upon the clouds, it confronted Yi Chun and the others. "I ask you, have I done anything to harm you?" The now diminutive Kirin retained its imposing presence, the swirling energy above its head causing discomfort to Yi Chun and his companions. Among the recorded special species in Xia country, the Kirin of Yingu is undoubtedly the most extraordinary. Not only can it speak, but it also reached an agreement with Xia country several years prior, assisting significantly in the documentation of special species information. In response to the Kirin's inquiry, Yi Chun hastily clasped his fists and bowed. "No. Then why do you harm my descendants?" The Qilin roared with fury. Yi Chun paused momentarily and implored, "I beg you to quell your wrath for the time being. We are not responsible for this." Indeed, the intelligence that previously reached the cabinet proved futile. The aim of the Omniscient Society is not the serpentine beast, but rather the Qilin residing in the Flame Valley. To be precise, it is the descendant of this Qilin, possibly the last remaining juvenile Qilin. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Yi Chun recounted the information from the Omniscient Society. A plume of hot air escaped the Qilin's nostrils. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Yi Chun sensed that the Qilin's anger seemed to be somewhat tempered. "Guarding the Summer Kingdom is your duty. Allowing the enemy to infiltrate the Summer Kingdom without a trace constitutes a dereliction of your responsibilities." The Qilin's authoritative voice resonated, causing Yi Chun and his companions to feel a twinge of shame. "I must test whether you truly possess the qualifications to bear this responsibility." With the Qilin's words, it opened its great maw, and a bolt of lightning streaked through the sky, striking Yi Chun, who was unable to evade in time. The marshal's sage-level physical form, bolstered by vitality, could not withstand the assault for even a fleeting moment. Yi Chun fell silent and promptly lost consciousness. Several military martial sages bellowed in outrage. "What are you doing?" They hurriedly shielded Yi Chun with their bodies. The Qilin snorted dismissively, uninterested in responding. "Why consultant is unharmed." One of them remarked as he felt Yi Chun's pulse. Yet, the others remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the Qilin. Just then, with a youthful roar, a fluffy little head peered out from among the Qilin's thick mane. Ahem! The Qilin cleared its throat, and amidst the flurry of its mane, it pressed the little head back down, locking gazes with the onlookers. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward a month later, as Yi Chun and his companions returned from the Flame Valley. He stroked the fluffy creature nestled in his arms, his emotions a complex tapestry, in a mysterious realm. Xiyi observed all of this, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He gently lowered the child who had been dangling from a tree. Disoriented, Yi Chun, "I must take my leave," he murmured, and his figure vanished. Meanwhile, on the road, Yi Chun turned back as if sensing something. "Until we meet again, Brother Li." The ties of fate were fulfilled, and Xiyi's silhouette glided swiftly through the cosmos. Life, after all, is defined by outcomes, but the scenery along the journey holds equal significance. Rather than tearing through space to exit this universe, he chose to fly in a particular direction, savoring the vistas of the cosmos. After an undetermined span of time, he arrived before the cosmic barrier. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Are you not coming out to greet me?" The cosmos remained eerily silent. After a while, Xiyi chuckled and shook his head. "With such timidity, how could you possess the audacity to scheme against me? I shall make a note of this." With that, he dove into the cosmic barrier, vanishing from sight. After some time, a clandestine, luminous sphere emerged from a distant corner of space, flickering erratically. After a brief pause, a mechanical voice resonated from within. "Departure confirmed. Departure confirmed. Commence planning. Deployment." Years later, Xiyi reappeared in the grand expanse of space. "The scenery here remains delightful," he remarked with a smile, and his gaze swept over, spotting a shadowy universe lurking behind others. Surreptitiously observing him, but a corner of this universe revealed a large, adorable eye peering at Xiyi with curiosity. Xiyi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Just having some fun. Xiyi shook his head in resignation. Your remaining lifespan is limited. It would be wise not to wander about. But I want to join you. Brother, it is not that I refuse to bring you along, but your very existence poses a threat to other universes. Azathoth is a universe on the brink of extinction, constantly emitting chaotic and distorted radiation that can contaminate neighboring realms. Thus, no sane universe would welcome it. However, one should not feel pity for this entity. In Xiyi's eyes, it merely seeks amusement. Your charms will not work on me. Xiyi envisioned an array of indescribable tendrils attempting to charm him. A shiver coursing through him as he hastily departed. Azathoth, imbued with an eerie yet inexplicably jovial aura, pursued him. Yet, its speed paled in comparison to Xiyi's current pace, and soon it fell behind, rendering the entire universe seemingly frozen in place. Having deliberately suppressed his presence, Xiyi resumed his journey. Wherever his heart desired, there he manifested. Each universe unfolded a tapestry of vibrant beauty, yet he chose not to linger this time, fixating on a specific direction as he departed. After an indeterminate duration, he beheld a desolate river, one that transcended both the material and spiritual realms, existing merely as a conceptual entity that I in this river. Xiyi witnessed countless beings and universes sinking, ultimately drifting toward an unknown destination. Wangchuan, he murmured, pronouncing the name of this river. It embodies everything, the final destination. When Yichun had perished, Xiyi had expended considerable effort to locate him within Wangchuan, ultimately retrieving him at great cost. After quietly observing the scenery of Wangchuan for a while, Xiyi endeavored to traverse its surface. However, to his astonishment, as he approached Wangchuan, an indescribable weight suddenly bore down upon him. The entire river seemed to boil, and countless obsessions coalesced in a myriad hands, grasping at Xiyi. We have suffered throughout our lives. By what right do you stand above us? You are but a mere mortal, fortunate enough to catch the eye of the heavens. How is this fair? How is this just? Why should you roam freely among the cosmos while we languish in Wangchuan? I refuse to accept this. By what right do you possess such freedom? Why can you frolic at will? Why? The obsessions in Wangchuan transformed into countless hands, attempting to pull Xiyi into their depths, seeking to ensnare him for eternity. By what right? Xiyi's head emerged from Wangchuan as he murmured to himself, I do not know by what right. I understand that I am merely immortal. I am acutely aware that I am nothing remarkable. He struggled to wave his hand, akin to an ordinary person floundering in an endless sea, desperately striving for survival. Were it not for my master's mercy, I would have perished in the depths of winter. I possess no rights. The winds and waves of Wangchuan surged, colossal torrents crashing down upon Xiyi, submerging him. An overwhelming tide of obsession surged toward his every orifice, forcing a stifled groan from him. Struggling to break free from the encircling obsessions, he emerged above the surface, gasping for breath like a drowning man. I am but a mortal. All that I possess today is merely a stroke of fortune. He stammered, Then let all that you have be returned to the heavens. The obsessions erupted in maniacal laughter. Xiyi coughed once and began to laugh. Take it all. Take it all. He ceases resistance, allowing these obsessions to consume his cultivation entirely. Your physical form is a gift from the heavens. One of the obsessions proclaimed that my body, my flesh and blood, is a gift from my parents. It cannot be given to you. Xiyi struggled to wave his hand, swimming forward. All things are born of the earth. How can you refuse? The obsessions roared in fury, having devoured Xiyi's cultivation. They now sought to consume his flesh. Yet, even though Xiyi was bereft of any cultivation at that moment, his will remained unbroken, his path still intact. I have not endured the suffering you have experienced, nor can I empathize, but you may seize my body. Perhaps I can help you find liberation. He breathed heavily, yet his gaze was resolutely unwavering. Lies, lies. The river of oblivion stretches infinitely. How dare a mere mortal utter such grandiose claims? Countless obsessions roared, transforming into towering waves, intent on submerging Xiyi to the depths of the river of oblivion, ensuring he would never find solace. Yet, the will of Xiyi was terrifyingly steadfast, even when repeatedly plunged into the depths. Even when utterly exhausted, he always managed to rise to the surface. And why words are the truth, he declared with conviction, continuing to swim forward. Then we shall not hold back. The obsessions coalesced into an immeasurable divine mountain, crashing down upon Xiyi, forcing him deeper into the river of oblivion. However, from some unknown source, an incredible strength surged within him, lifting the divine mountain with sheer force. Time lost all meaning as he swam. Yet he still could not see the far shore of the river of oblivion. Give up. You cannot cross. The river of oblivion knows no boundaries. What you speak of is mere pretense. Mortal, you deceive yourself. The obsessions crowded around him, some grasping his hands, others tugging at his legs, some whispering softly in his ear, while others transformed into blades, piercing his body, bearing the weight of the divine mountain. Xiyi spoke with unwavering resolve. If the river of oblivion is boundless, then I shall swim on endlessly. My words remain true. Your body is already beginning to drown in the river of oblivion. Before long, you shall become a mere skeleton. Accompanying us, even as a skeleton, I shall continue to swim. The obsessions fell silent, surrounding him completely, seeking to halt his advance. Time passed, and Xiyi became a skeleton. Yet even in this form, he could not be deterred. Do you see? You have become a skeleton. What do you still persist in? I do not cling to anything. I merely walk my own path. The bones clash together, emitting a jarring sound. Stop! Stop! Your oil lamp has run dry. Join us and cease your struggle. The skeleton did not halt, its hand gliding steadily through the river of oblivion, propelling its body forward. If this continues, your bones and spirit shall dissolve into the waters of the river of oblivion. It is endless, and you shall never escape. How can one know without trying? The skeleton of Xiyi seemed to emit a sound of laughter. Time continued to elapse. Xiyi's skeleton and spirit were fully absorbed into the river of oblivion, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, burdened by the divine mountain of obsession, struggling within the depths. This was his true essence, the concept of his existence in this world. If this essence were to be obliterated by the river of oblivion, then no one would ever remember Xiyi again. From that moment forth, he would vanish entirely. Stop. You are nearing death. I am still walking my path. How could I die? You truly are close to death. To hear the Tao in the morning, to die in the evening, what a blessing. As Xiyi moved, his true essence became increasingly insubstantial. Endless obsessions clung to him, forming an interminable line. The burden of the divine mountain grew ever more formidable. The path was arduous and long, stretching beyond Xiyi's ability to perceive its end. Countless universes and worlds were sinking into the river of oblivion, and the throng following Xiyi grew ever larger. One day, his true essence had nearly vanished from sight. Yet, the river of oblivion remained boundless. He felt no despair, nor did he harbor any complaints. He continued to swim forward with unwavering determination. You are truly on the brink of death. The endless obsessions revealed their true fangs. They descended upon Xiyi like ravenous beasts, gnawing at his remaining essence. They were obsessions and malevolence, manifestations of all the ugliness in the world, and now that they had an opportunity to emerge, they would not relent. Yet, no matter how fiercely they bit, Xiyi's flickering essence remained unmoved. What is mine. How could you possibly take it? His true essence chuckled that if we cannot take it, then you shall take ours. The obsessions laughed maliciously, flooding into Xiyi's essence in an attempt to assimilate him. Yet, it was all in vain. They could not seize this essence on the brink of dissolution. To take without asking is to be a thief. To ask and take is to be a petty person. The true essence smiled. In the end, you seek to gain something. You are but thieves. You are petty souls. Nonetheless, I thank you for accompanying me thus far. With that, he ignored the obsessions and continued on his journey. Vile, I am Xiyi, the one of absolute truth, the one of absolute goodness, the one of absolute sincerity, the one of absolute greatness, the one of absolute Tao, the one of absolute heaven and earth. His true essence erupted in laughter, specks of light emanating from his being. All beings suffer. I am but a mortal. To enter the Tao from humble beginnings, now sinking in the river of oblivion, is only natural. He laughed heartily, waving his hands joyfully. Oh, behold the vistas of various worlds. What a life well lived. What a life well lived. Xiyi has no regrets. The obsessions cackled wickedly. Sinking. Eternal sinking. Just as Xiyi's true essence was on the verge of dissipating, a crimson flower appeared amid the vastness of the river of oblivion. The flower appeared fragile, swaying precariously before the relentless waves of obsessions. The flower of the other shore, the true essence murmured. S's words fell. The seemingly delicate flower suddenly burst forth with a sacred radiance, illuminating the entirety of the river of oblivion. The other shore. Under this brilliance, the endless obsessions retracted their ferocity. The light enveloped Xiyi's true essence. First his spirit emerged, then his physical form gradually manifested. And finally, even his cultivation and Tao returned. Once this was accomplished, the once sacred flower of the other shore seemed to lose its power, transforming into an ordinary red flower, drifting into the river of oblivion. The petals, carried by the current, were lost to the unknown. Xiyi, coming to his senses, found himself inexplicably on the other side of the river of oblivion, standing upon a patch of dark earth. Glancing back, the previously fearsome river of oblivion appeared as nothing more than a gentle stream, trickling softly. Everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. After a long contemplation, Xiyi shook his head, casting aside the recent events and focused on this new world. Indeed, regardless of the veracity of his prior experiences, he had now left that grand expanse behind, entering a new realm. This world imparted but one feeling upon him: grandeur. An immeasurable vastness, so vast that Xiyi could not discern the boundaries of this world. Even a single mountain dwarfed the size of an ordinary universe. This left Xiyi uncertain of which direction to take. Yet, such a world was surely no ordinary one. Just as Xiyi found himself at a loss, a cloud drifted down from the heavens, transforming into a streak of light that landed before him. It was a delicate young Taoist. Mr. Li, my master requests your presence. Xiyi was taken aback, but offered no further thought. Thank you. The young acolyte chuckled merrily, shaking his head and waving his tiny hands to summit cloud, upon which the two ascended into the sky. Time became an abstraction as the cloud eventually descended before an ancient and majestic palace. Upon closer inspection, Xiyi discerned 3 robust and powerful characters inscribed above the entrance. Do Shui Palace. The acolyte, still beaming, remarked, "My master resides in the heavenly realm of the 33 heavens, and this palace serves as his place of alchemical cultivation." Xiyi's emotions were somewhat intricate. However, the acolyte paid no heed to his thoughts and, with a respectful gesture, said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Li. I shall inform my master of your arrival." Before he could finish his sentence, a voice, tinged with age, resonated from within the palace. "No need for that, young one. Please invite Lin." "Certainly." The acolyte, slightly taken aback, cast a glance at Xiyi, realizing that such treatment was indeed rare in this primordial realm.